Hey guys, welcome to New York's East Fireside Gathering here. We have the Tavern Hero coming from Evo Gaming NYC in Queens, New York, and I'm here with Veksha.
And I'm here with Alec, also known as To The Detail, and we're going to be your casters today. We've got
Hey
a
guys,
great set
welcome
of
to
players here
New
today,
York's East Fireside
and we
Gathering
are
here. We have
waiting
the
on our
Tavern Hero
first
coming from
match.
Evo Gaming NYC in
Yeah, I
Queens,
think
New
we're going to
York,
have
and I'm here
Namium
with Veksha.
taking on Concon the first match. We have a great setup, though. Lots of New York's finest Hearthstone players are gathered here today, and trying to vie for that spot for that Tavern Hero Qualifier. If you make the Tavern Hero Qualifier, you get to play in the Tavern Hero tournament, and then one of those players is going to make it to the top 128 coming to Summer Prelims. Yeah, it's a really good opportunity for people who don't necessarily ladder as often and get the BlizzCon points other ways, and so I think it's a really awesome event, and I'm very excited to see how this goes.
So we are going to be playing Conquest Specified. There's going to be a double elimination format for this tournament that we have here today. I'm just excited to see if we're going to see anything, outside the meta. We've been seeing a lot of Shaman, a lot of Warlock, a lot of Warrior going around. What else do you think we're going to see? Maybe some Druid today?
I think so. I mean, I've definitely, if you look at the American Spring Championships, you saw some Druid decks, and I think we are almost ready to get started here. If you look at the American Spring Championships, you saw some Druid decks, and I think we are
So it
almost
looks
ready
like
to
we're
get
going to have
started.
Nami and Brain, the Warlock, Shaman, and Druid lineup going against Concon with that Warlock, Hunter, and Rogue. So Rogue's been an interesting class. Everyone, when Whispers of the Old Gods first came out, they thought Rogue was going to return back to its dominance that it once had. But it's a class that can get targeted pretty easily in this Conquest format.
I'm really excited actually that we're seeing a little bit more Miracle Rogue experimentation, especially with the nerf of Blade Fury, so I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, there's been the Questing Adventurer version that's been going around, so that's like a ton of burst damage there. You can pump that thing up to like a 2020. Edwin Van Cleef back in the decks too. We saw a lot early. I think it was because there's a lot more control lineups going on, and now we have more aggressive lineups. Shaman and Warlock basically in every lineup that we've seen in Conquest so far.
Yeah, and I'm really excited just to see how the Druid decks and the Rogue decks match up against sort of the standard fare. Like I said, I heard some players talking about bringing some spicy decks, and so I'm excited to see whether that spice comes up on stream today.
And now just taking another look here at the matchup we have here, I think it really comes down to that Druid going against that Rogue. We do get that matchup. Yogg Druid can do very well against the Rogue, but if it is Cthulhu Druid from Namian, that might be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, I'm actually curious what you think about the Conquest format. I know we talked about it a little bit beforehand about your opinions based comparing it to last Hero Standings. I want to hear more about this, Alec.
I definitely have some stronger opinions than most people, but I think what we're seeing in Conquest, it's a little bit more difficult to bring something that's, outside of the meta completely. What we saw last weekend in the America's Spring Championships, Sidonia brought a pretty standard lineup, with the Warlock, with the Shaman, and then brought a Cthulhu Druid as well. I think it really just matters what you plan on banning. If you ban Warlock, a lot of different lineups really open up for you there.
I'm surprised that the auto ban isn't Shaman, honestly.
Yeah, Shaman's good. Shaman's good. The thing with banning Shaman is that you don't necessarily have a lineup that can do very well with the Shaman ban, right? Sometimes you just have to be like, okay, I just have to be able to deal with Shaman. And then from there, you can construct your lineup. If you don't ban Warlock, then you can't bring things like Cthulhu Druid, stuff like that. A little bit slower sort of
That
decks
makes
right there.
sense.
Lineups can do very
Makes a
well
lot of
with the
sense.
Shaman ban, right? Sometimes you just have to be like, okay, I just have to be able to deal with Shaman. And then from there, you can construct your lineup. We also seen a lot of Hunter. Concon's gonna be on Hunter today as well. That mid-range Hunter, we saw a few variations at it last weekend. We saw Roasty bring a lineup that had the like double Dire with Alpha, really playing toward those one drops. I think it's a common thing going around right now that people are saying the one drops are just overpowered.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that especially for mid-range hunter, bringing in the 8 mana Call of the Wild has really pushed that deck into a different sort of archetype. We had Face Hunter for a long time. Even mid-range was always more aggressive, but now Hunter has that late game that can really flip a game. If you get that Call of the Wild on turn 8, you get a taunt, you get Huffer, you get everything you wanted.
Yeah, it has ways to fight for the board, right? You have a bunch of new additions in Hunter, the 4 drop right there. So you have a number of things. We're even seeing some things like Tundra Rhino come back into Hunter, which is really fun because you can play Tundra Rhino on 5 and then play High Main on 6. You get a lot of interesting combinations right there. but if no Call of the Wild comes up, right? If you don't draw Call of the Wild by 8, then you're in a lot of trouble.
I agree. I think it's one of those things where Hunter has always had struggled with draw, and so it's had to find ways of finding a board presence when you're running out of steam. And Call of the Wild's definitely one of those cards that can really help. I'm very hyped for this game. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah,
We're slowly setting up.
yeah,
We're
we're getting
almost there.
everything set up here out in Queens. It's awesome to have this space though here with
Yeah.
Evo Gaming, right? We have a ton of different setups. If you guys are in the New York area, you should definitely check out the space. The weekly tournaments here are also pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's up in Flushing. You can go to I guess Evo and GamingNYC.com to figure out more about it. It's the first time I've been here, and I'm really impressed with what they're doing.
Definitely, and also just excited to play some Hearthstone today. How'd you finish on your ladder run this
I had
season?
a really tough ladder run. I think that just the kind of rock paper scissors effect of the ladder this season is, but there's not really a deck that I felt like I was super comfortable just grinding. I mean, I was doing zoo. I got up to like rank 5 or 4, and then I was just sort of like, it was getting really hard,
Yeah.
the past few days.
A lot of warrior on ladder, a lot
Yeah.
of shaman. It's just been an interesting thing. It's hard to not run something that is of those standards. I actually brought Secret Paladin ladder this
I
season.
know you told me that, and I tried it and I failed, but I'm really impressed that you managed it.
It's actually not bad. The one thing about it, it does lose the zoo, but we saw a few weeks ago. I think Airsa brought it to DreamHack, did very well. We also saw Jacker has a list going around that uses divine favors and selfless heroes, so that's also an interesting thing.
Yeah, I believe made legend with a mid-range paladin way back in the day when there were still overpowered paladin cards like your musters and your shield bots. But I'm liking the kind of more control-based paladins. Like I wish that N'Zoth Paladin was a more confident pick in this meta. I think I would be in a better spot laddering if I had those options, the more control-based ones. So I've been trying to learn how to play the tempo and the aggressive decks.
Yeah, N'Zoth still has a place in the meta, but it's actually been in Warlock recently. We're seeing some new Reno Warlock builds, very targeting against Warrior, so it does very well in that matchup. And I'm just happy to see N'Zoth in the meta, right? It's just a fun card to play on 10. You get to see the whole board fill all the way back up. Double Sylvanas, double Karen's not very bad.
Yeah, I think it's great to see some of the old gods getting play. I mean, I don't know how many Yogg decks we'll find today, but I'm really excited to see things other than Cthulhu. I think, like I said, I heard some Spice. I heard people were running Spice, and when I hear Spice, I hear Yogg. I just hear people playing Yogg.
Praise Yogg.
Praise
Praise Yogg. All must praise Yogg. Cthulhu's been the card that we all thought was going to be, someplace in the meta. But Yogg's been, I think, one of the most surprising cards out of Old Gods. Not just because of what it's done, like, surprisingly with the random games that will win you, but most of the time it's just good for you to play it.
Right. I think it's sort of people have figured out it's net positive. It's gone net positive. So, are we ready to go? All right. Round one.
Yeah, about to get round one started here. I think we have almost 30 players here today out of New York, so very awesome lineups. Naming a player that I'm pretty familiar with, local player here, very solid player.
Very solid. Yes, he's been competing very often locally, and I think they're getting ready to go.
As we said earlier, Naaman's going to be bringing that Warlock, Druid, and Shaman. What Concon's going to be on Warlock, Rogue, and Hunter. I'm just excited to see what they bring out first. This is going to be a pretty important pick in the whole match because I think Naming really needs to get his Druid against probably the Hunter. You don't really want the Druid going against the Warlock, and if you are playing Cthulhu, it's going to be a little hard against Rogue too.
Alright, so I think the pick is Rogue versus Warlock. Leading out with that Rogue deck.
Gul'dan versus
So
Valeera.
Namian, it looks like here we're going to see it's Zoo, right? Ooh,
So
some interesting things
mine.
actually in Concon's hand right there. We do see the Bloodsail Raider, so might be a different sort of rogue list that we have, probably an aggressive pirate list.
This is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I think Zoo normally would do very well against rogue, but this is an archetype that if it fills the board, it's gonna be really hard for Zoo to come back.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be surprising Damien a lot to see a knife juggler from the opposite side. And so he just plays out his knife juggler. And Concon's gonna have the answers. It's nice to see that sword.
I mean,
yeah, Concon's gonna be able to get on the board early. Gonna choose to dagger up there instead of playing the Raider. Probably wants to get those Raiders buffed up a little bit. But Neiman has the answer here. You know, that with that in-game boss, very hard to remove. You know, you can't really use the Abyss just yet, but the sap off the top, Concon's gonna be able to deal with that in-game boss body.
Yeah, I think the rogue getting tempo here is really going to make it hard for Namian to really build that zoo board presence that's so important.
Still mulling over the decisions here. You might want to save the sap for something more valuable later on. So, you know, say something like a Sea Giant, something that's a little bit harder to get rid of, Darkshadow Councilman. At the same time, your other options aren't that great at the moment. You know, if you just play a Raider here, you might actually fling a knife into the in-game boss, something like that. It's kind of a hard turn right here.
I think he's definitely reaching for that zap. I think it makes sense to do that. And for Namian, having the 2 power overwhelmings is not great because he really wants those early game minions. Especially now that he's going to be losing tempo. Namian's going to be hard pressed to figure out what to do next. Like, do you just replay the in-game boss? Do you start going with that Darkshire?
Yeah, I think you can just, you know, if you do throw out the in-game boss, it's fine because you know it's something that Concon couldn't really deal with last turn. This turn, though, we do see there are some different answers, right? Being on 4 mana here, you can play a Raider, then you can Evis, you can even finish off the 1/1 with your knife as well. So this is the point where it's going to be a little bit difficult for Namian to sort of get the board back, but we see a ton of other options in his hand. You know, the Forbidden Ritual, the Darkshadow Consummate, minions that are going to be hard to actually get rid of.
And it's hard for him to guess what exactly is in this list. Like, does the rogue run Fan of Knives? Is a, you know, Forbidden Ritual going to just play into that card? I think playing the Darkshire and getting something out that's really sticky and just contest the board a little bit better would be a good play here. And I think that is what Namian's going for.
Gonna actually play the Direwolf as well there. Yeah, I think that's an interesting choice. You know, you could have Forbidden Ritual just for 2. You had to do something because if you didn't buff the Councilman there, it most likely would have died.
It
just
does
the
die for
board.
free, yeah.
Yeah. Totally easy like kill right there. You want to be able to still make it hard for your opponent, right? Concon gonna be able to dagger up again, play a Bloodsoul Raider, so you know, two 3/3s for 2 mana, pretty good. And actually gonna be able to deal with the Darkshadow Councilman. I like this. Just get rid of it, get off the board right now.
Right, that's very important. The Darkshire Councilman, if it stays, can definitely spiral out of control. So Namian basically has one option. He could tap. He could. He's gonna Forbidden Ritual. It's a question of whether he wants 4 or 6 little tentacles on the board.
Yeah, just gonna go the Ritual here on 6. I like this play a lot. You know, you have 2 powerful Overwhelmings in your hand. You need to be able to use them in some sense. And once you get the board back, I think you're gonna feel like you are in a good position.
Right, he's got Sea Giant in his hand to work with the tentacles, and Concon's gonna play the Azure Drake to try to draw, and he look at
Oh,
that.
gets the Bladed Cultist off the top with the combo. Pretty perfect actual draw right there. And I think this might be the position where Concon just starts pressing face damage.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So Namian has a few choices here. I think he definitely is looking to clear that board, gain back that board control. He's reaching for that cultist.
Oh, boy, if you
Or
roll
sorry, excuse me,
another
peddler.
power overwhelming right here, you can actually, you
Yeah.
can clear the whole board right here, play a 0 mana Sea Giant as well, and
That
then
seems very
you
strong.
can even tap if you want to. So this is a crucial turn right here. Namian probably can go with the power overwhelming. That's going to allow you to clear up the whole board here. I really like that, and a 0 mana Sea Giant, right?
Yeah, that's perfect. He's thinking about it, and yes, he does pick the power overwhelming.
0 mana 8/8. Wow.
Best value. He's seen one sap go, so I think you feel pretty confident.
Yeah, you might actually choose not to use on the 2/3, but I like at least using 2 of them here to win back the board state.
And taking a tap.
So actually, just gonna trade in a bunch of the other 1/1s. What do you think about this play?
I think he must be thinking of Phantom Knives. I feel like that's the only reason that he wouldn't use it, or he wants to save his power overwhelmings for burst. I'm okay with this, but I think it does put him in a different. It puts him in a more difficult position because that 2/3 can trade easily. I mean, it looks like Concon's trying to go face with it, and that's probably true given the amount of burst we know is in his hand.
Yeah, and this is where Concon kind of realizes that, okay, I'm not gonna win the board back anymore. I had to push this damage to face. Gonna take Namian down to 7. But as we see here, you know, the Defender of Argus right here is gonna be really huge. Namian's gonna be able to win back all of this board.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if the rogue doesn't have sap, then that 9 mana, or sorry, excuse me, 9/9 with taunt is going to really put uh, Concon in the position of having to trade. And this seems to be a rogue deck with a lot of minion-based combat.
And at the same time, you know, Namian pretty close to actually being able to just kill Concon. You know, with all this first damage from the double power overwhelming here.
Takes the trade.
Yeah, just gonna, I mean, you know, it's a little safer. Don't mind the line of play there. You know, you could have pressed a little bit more damage with the Sea Giant there, but you are at 7 health, right?
This is
So
true.
you're probably feeling a little nervous about your health right now.
Yeah. And yeah, we can see by the rest of this deck that Concon's really doing an aggressive deck with with leopard gnomes, with bluegill chargers.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many, you know, this harkens back to something like Backspace Rogue, something like that. These more aggressive rogues that we haven't seen in quite a while. Looks like here Kangan might have to trade into this 3/2 just to save some life. You know, you look at the damage that you're just allowing to be on the board. You know that 2 of those cards in hand have been there for almost the entire game. So you think it could be something like Leroy, Doomguard, or another power overwhelming.
So yeah, if Namian manages to keep his board the way it is, I think he's pretty much close to getting the rogue down to lethal. We've got, let's see, 8 in hand. And how much on the board if he takes that trade, which is surprising.
I think right now Namian's just 1 off. So very close right there, you know, with the, what's that? It's going to be 17, another 8 in hand, so has 25 damage. Just going to need something off the top here to finish off this game.
And that's going to do it.
And Cormac is going to be enough. I think Namian Snap sees that play. Double power overwhelming. Cormac is going to hit face. And just like that, you know, Concom with the early aggression was able to stabilize a little bit, but then once Namian, that big twing turn with the Sea Giant, the Zoo took it from there.
Yeah. Well, very well played by Namian.
So now that we've seen that first game, what do you think about this rogue? I mean, it's a much more aggressive rogue than we've seen recently. Do you think it's going to have any really good matchups against, you know, Shaman or Druid coming up?
I don't know. I think it really depends on what else is in his deck. I feel like if you can aggro the board, it might be really hard. Putting the Shaman and what is the other deck that he's in? The Druid on the defensive might be a good line of play.
Yeah, Druid doesn't always have, you know, the best defensive options. If it is a Cthulhu Druid, you are able to get out some big taunts.
Right.
If you know, get those innervates, get those wild growths early. Shaman can probably just out aggressive the rogue though.
We can see. We'll see how this works out. Let's see what decks are coming up from these two. I assume that Namian's going to switch. The question is whether Concon sticks with it. And Concon decides to go with his Hunter against the Druid.
So it is going to be a Cthulhu Druid going up here against the Hunter. It's a pretty decent matchup actually for Namian. I normally like it. The thing is, it does get to turn 8 and you don't have a board. Very hard to deal with Call of the Wild.
Innervate's good, and I agree with playing Abuse Sergeant. Even though it is Druid is a class that can deal 1 damage, I think putting that presence on the board forces a different line of play for Namian. Does he want to take extra damage, or does he want to clear it now?
It could even just innervate out Disciple Cthulhu if you want. You can coin out the Wrath. So number of lines of play here, but Namian's just going to elect just to pass.
That's interesting. I don't think he feels very threatened by the 2/1. See what goes on.
It's interesting, you know. We probably doesn't know. I think Abusive isn't. Oh, wow. So now you're like, okay, I want to hang on to the innervate because the Fendril comes into hand.
Fendril's really great, especially if he can get off any form of value. But he uses the Wrath to draw. Gets the Wild Growth. I think Koha has very simple plays here. Always Huffer.
Always Huffer. Huffer's gonna hit face there. I think Namian again though, you know, you have some options right here, but Disciple Cthulhu fits very nicely. You can be able to deal the 2 damage, buff the Cthulhu to 8/8, just 1 more buff away from being able to trigger things like Twin Emperor Velcor.
Yeah, and I think that Namian's playing it very comfortably. He feels like he has a lot of reactive spells in hand, and so I think he's just kind of waiting it out, letting the Hunter play things and dealing with them efficiently. And I don't dislike that. I think it's really smart.
Yeah, you just have to be a little careful about your health sometimes in this matchup. You know, Concon gonna be able to drop the huge toad, but even on the board right there, it's gonna be able to be dealt with. Namian's gonna have a number of options here. You can coin out the Druid of the Claw, something like that. Might just play Fendril though.
Top the Fendril.
What do you think about that?
I don't know. I think that there's nothing in his hand that he really wants. I think he just wants a high priority target for things like Kill Command, and there you go.
Yeah,
Takes the bait.
That's
I mean, you
taunt,
have to get it
basically,
there.
right?
Yeah.
3-5 with taunt, not bad right there, but Drew the Claw going to be able to come down and start forming this board. You know, if you're naming, you've already seen the first Kill Command, you're not too worried about this board state. I guess Eagle Horn Bow or something like that might pressure you, but Concon kind of running out of gas early. We do see the Call Wild in hand here, so it's really dependent on that turn 7, turn 8.
Yeah. I think that Namian's got a really good board of options here, and he's deciding to. Look like he's going for the brand. Just playing brand out. Not a lot of things getting value in terms of their card descriptions, but maybe he's innovating out the Azure Drake. That's good.
Yeah, I like this a lot. That's probably one of the targets you hit the most in this Cthulhu Druid. Just being able to draw 2 cards, fill up your hand a little bit is very powerful, right? Not all the time you're going to get Cthulhu and double Cthulhu, things like that.
Right. That's pretty good. Now we haven't unleashed the hounds. Congo's just trying to get that board back.
Question is, how do you deal with it afterwards, right? You know, you can unleash, take out the 4-6, but what are you doing next? I mean, you have Fiery Bat, you can Hero Power again. It just seems like it's very hard to gain the board right now. An Explosive Trap right here, it doesn't do a ton to this board.
I don't think it does anything, and he chooses to hold the Fiery Bat in hand, which I think is smart. I mean, this board is a very easy swipe.
Oh, so Namian actually is going to get a plunge right into the Explosive Trap, going to take 2 more damage. But as you said, the swipe right here going to be able to deal with the Hounds, and Namian could even develop, you know, another Twilight Elder.
I think Twilight Elder would be a very good play here.
I guess the question is here, okay, so if you're Namian, you're really looking at Concon's next turn, right? That is the most important turn in, I guess, the whole game right now for Hunter players. So you need to develop some sort of board here. And what we saw was pretty interesting. I mean, yeah, even considering coining out the Wild Growth, that would be kind of interesting. But a lot of times we do see that, you know, you used to be able to save it for draw, but now people do want to get to 10 as fast as possible, right?
Right. All right, Call of the Wild coming down. And Concon deciding probably that he wants to trade here. Now this draw, the Dark Iroquois, is going to be, I think, really good.
Yeah, it's hard to deal with right now. You know, you even get the double buff. You can play a Iroquois, you could even coin out something like the Twilight Elder. Just try to get some board presence. Once you lose the board as Druid, it's a little harder to come back on. But Bran right there, you know, buffing up the Cthulhu twice. So we do see if we get into that turn 10 play, Cthulhu's gonna be pretty big.
Right. I'm very interested to see how Concon's going to win back the board, put pressure on this Druid.
Oh, look at, I haven't seen that card that much. Look at that. We see a power shot.
Spicy.
So
and it actually does some work
yeah,
here.
super clean, right?
That was a clean play.
I even like this. I mean, look at this. You get to quick shot, no cards in hand. You get the hero power on the back end. You could even set up another explosive trap if you want.
Wow, this is a fairly aggressive deck then, because usually you see the hunters running freezing.
Yeah, I'd be surprised to see like what other cards are in there. You know, when we see something like Leper Gnomes, even. You know, I haven't seen a ton of play from the Leper Gnome, but it could even be something that Concon might want to play in this list.
Namian's gonna go for the race to the finish. He knows he's on a fairly short turn clock now at 7 health.
Kind of just one draw away though, right? I mean, we draw into Cthulhu, we draw into something like Ragnaros. Very, very difficult too. Here, Concon actually probably didn't want the Huffer this time
I don't
around.
think he wanted it. I think he would have liked to get the taunt, the 4/4 taunt. Decides probably not even to attack. I mean, he probably should attack. It telegraphs explosive trap entirely.
Oh
but
yeah, definitely.
If it saves him 4 damage when he's at 10 health, I think he has to attack.
At the same time, you know that your opponent can't attack you then, right? I mean, it might just be best to attack anyway.
It could be a good if maybe he's trying to play a game where maybe he's trying to hope it's freezing, right? Like sort of play it off as a freezing trap so that Namian won't attack.
Gonna choose not to right there, and this is where things do get interesting. So Namian does attack into the Huffer, kind of knows what it is, and from here you can sort of develop. Ooh, so that hero power, kind of interesting because now you don't actually
have the damage next turn for lethal.
Right. I think I think Damien must know that that is an explosive trap and chooses not to attack.
Attacked into the Huffer. Ooh, Call of the Wild too coming off the top. That was really interesting though because now you don't actually have lethal next turn. You would have with Sylvanas and Cthulhu's Chosen, you would have presented yourself with a chance to actually have the lethal, but at the same time you're preventing some other things that might have come up. Here, Call of the Wild, I mean, it's probably the best draw you can have, but thankfully for Naaman, he has a taunt on board.
Right. This is definitely the 4-1 is going to do a lot of work. It's actually probably better that he didn't attack in that case. But he is still
Just
trying
chooses
to
not to
out.
play it. Wow, so
These are some next level plays we're seeing here.
We have some mind games going on in this match. I mean, if I'm naming it, I'm playing as Drake. You just need one draw off the top, and that's still not going to be it though. So you might have to hero power here just to
stay
protect
alive.
yourself a little bit. Yeah. I don't think you can attack either.
I think he should wild. I think he should wild growth in to try to get something just a little bit more, just a little bit more burst. He knows he's got a few more options, a few more outs. The taunt staying alive is super important.
At the same time, what saves Concon here? It's not going to be a Houndmaster. So, looks like Naaman's going to wrap this one up. No, well, not just yet. You have to play the Call of the Wild here.
He has the taunt and the Call of the Wild.
Yeah, so if you play the Call of the Wild here, you can take out the Druid of the Claw, set up your taunt, and then Druid's going to be on a draw.
So this is the turn right here.
Still kind of figuring out, okay, what happens if I attack? Then does the Druid have enough damage to actually kill me? Well, not yet, right? The Nourish in hand is going to be pretty important, though. You know, you can draw into something like Living Roots.
I think Living Roots is pretty much the only charter, or any, so not charter, but a reach spell that Namian probably runs in this deck. He's played both of the Druid of the Claws, so we don't have...
So just not going to attack, and that just leaves the lethal on the board. So very interesting play right there. You know, I think Naaman's probably going to be a little confused about the process of this, but once we see the Druid of the Claw attack in, it's going to be knowing that, okay, I can go in with these minions and take the 2 damage from the explosive trap.
Yeah, that's actually great. Disciple of Cthulhu, that's one I didn't think of. And he gets Cthulhu but doesn't even need it. He knows he has it. But he's deciding to take the trades.
Interesting. Interesting play. That's all I have to say about this one.
The game. We're gonna have more time.
Is this some extended BM going on right now? You know, probably just confused about the trap. Maybe he thinks it's a bear trap.
That makes a lot of sense.
That might be something that, you know, I think that could be going through the mind of Namian right here. But I think next, right here, I mean, you have the Cthulhu up, and it's time. You can kind of take out the minions. You know, you can already do that safely. You can play Cthulhu for the lethal.
Alright. It's time. Go for it, Namian. Do it. Takes the trades.
And there we go. Here comes Cthulhu. 22 damage coming down the board right there. So just like that, Naaman's going to take game 2 and get an early 2-0 lead over Concon.
Right. So now what's left for Namian is just his Shaman.
Yeah, it's just going to be Shaman. You know, Shaman with 3 chances to win is going to be has a good chance, right?
I think so.
Yeah, it can kind of beat any deck, and I especially think it's going to do very well against that Rogue. You know, if it can just be more aggressive than that Rogue.
Concon choosing to play a Zoo against the Shaman. What do you think of this matchup? I've seen it a lot on ladder. How do you feel about it in tournament?
Zoo usually has the upper hand here, especially with some of the ways you can taunt up some of the big minions, right? You have Defender of Argus, things like that. And Shaman builds normally don't run Lightning Storm, right? So you don't really have good ways to effectively clear. And once Zoo gets the board, it's very hard for the Shaman player to actually take it back.
Well, Namian getting a very classically good hand here. And coining out the Argent Squire just to put a little bit more on the board.
Yeah, probably looking to Flame Tongue Totem the next turn. You know, take out some of those minions. Pretty good.
I would say Totem Golem. Just put Totem Golem on the board.
Yeah, you could do that as well, but you know, right here, Concon does have the Abusive Sergeant answer. Gonna be pretty good to just have to take out the Tunnel Drug.
and there comes the Flame Tongue Totem. So I think that was sort of the line naming was really wanting to get just those 3 on both, and then you're able to sort of deal with all the minions early on too.
All right, and here's some back and forth here. We've got a buff on the Abusive Sergeant to take out the Flame Tongue Totem.
It's gonna be one of those fast games. It's gonna be
Yes.
one of those games
People
where
are playing very quickly here. It's just
back and forth, Argent and Horse are coming down, be able to just to take out the dire wolf, and yeah, this is what we're gonna be able to see. I think this is the important decision right here though for Concon. You know, you could play the Councilman, just try to get something to stick on the board, and then start generating, buffing that thing up, be able to deal with a lot bigger minions. If you wish you had another 2-drop, you could play the Knife Juggler.
yeah, I think that Councilman seems like the right play. He doesn't want the Knife Juggler to die for free, and he's just hoping that Nami doesn't have an answer, but he does.
Yeah,
And
I think you have to use it, right?
absolutely. Like, Councilman is pretty much the zoo, the scariest zoo card in my opinion. When I see it down, I'm like, gotta get rid of high priority target. It's like the Monetide Totem for the Shaman. You're just like, gotta get rid of it now. Don't want it to spiral.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Concon, gonna miss that Knife Juggler.
That
So
was
that was
rough.
huge, you know. You saw the Knife Juggler for free. On the following turn, Naaman able to get back the board, and once Shaman gets on the board, it's kind of difficult to deal with those minions. They're so big. We do have some answers here, though. You know, you might just is it time just to roll that Soulfire and like you could Soulfire and then maybe play the Doomguard afterwards.
Assuming you don't discard the Doom Guard.
Yeah, it's a
He's
big
playing the Doom
bet.
Guard first. I don't. What cards do you want to play? What do you want to discard? Does he do it? Oh, he
Okay, so
discards.
it goes halfway. I like it. You're gonna end up with the body, right? You
The
still have the
body's more
Doomguard body
important.
on the board.
So yeah, he prioritizes the body over removing the 3/4 with the spell, and is deciding now where to trade. What's the scarier thing? And I think I agree. It's probably the Tunnel Trot.
Ooh. Doomhammer representing 16 damage over the following turns. But looks like here we're just gonna see Namian totem up, gonna be able to play Lava Burst, take out the Doomguard, and continue to push some damage though.
I think that was a really good. I mean, that was a very good totem by Namian. Very lucky there.
This, however, not so lucky. Concon, this is great shape now, right? I mean, to be able to play Doomguards back-to-back turns, gonna be able to even take out the totem here. So now we're in a position where this might be where the Shaman has to start hitting face.
Right. Like you basically have to decide whether you're gonna try to keep the board or just race for the face. And I think it's gonna be a race for the face. Namian reaching for that flame tongue, but he knows it's gonna die for free. So
Yeah, I think you could have gone with the Doomhammer there and just start hitting. You could even have taken 10 damage if you wanted to. You could have been okay. I'm at 28. I can afford to take 10 in the long run. But when you play, you kind of just bet on Tuskar right there, and Tuskar didn't give you what it was really needed at that moment in time. The Concon here, the Dyro coming down too, so we're just able to deal with this board very easily. And it looks like from here, as I said earlier, Naaman's gonna have to start hitting face.
right. There's really no other win condition for him. I would be very happy as a zoo player to see this kind of board, knowing that Shaman probably doesn't run Bork there. Thing from below.
Well, you've also, you've already seen double lava burst, right? You've seen that sort of thing already. And wow, so Naaman actually gonna want to just play Flame Totem. It's like, when is Doomhammer gonna come out? When's it gonna get its due?
I think he wants like a clean shot, right? He doesn't want to take extra damage. But unfortunately for him, this means value trades for the Warlock, and that's really important for Zoo.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna be able to take out this board, even you can play as safe as you want, right? You can even take out the Flame Ton if you want, or you can just start hitting the face. There's no minions on board right now
He's
to
got
take that
power
benefit.
overwhelming in hand, so I think he knows that he can push for a lot of damage next turn. Sir Finley coming in a little late here. What hero power would you want?
You probably want Hunter Hero Power or something like Warlock. Okay, so I think Save Shot's pretty good here. You're gonna be able to start doing some damage. You might have some lightning bolts and stuff in here as well, so you might have some extra burst from the spells. That, and at the same time, interesting.
Zoo's got
Okay,
the
so gonna
board.
keep on trading here. You're playing safe, right?
Right.
Is there a question of are you playing too safe though?
I do think that at some point there is a point in which aggro decks or decks like Zoo have to flip. And if you miss that flip, the point where you become the beatdown, sometimes you can lose the game that way.
Yeah, probably just gonna, just play it safe here. Might even take out the totem. You can set up a defender of Argus too if you want.
I do think Concon's very lucky that there are very few answers or very few outs. Shaman's been holding that card forever. Can't imagine what it is. Rockbiter, again,
That
if
was
that
pretty
taunt
close
wasn't
though.
there.
That was pretty close. So I think it was interesting. Didn't even like play the defender of Argus at the end of the turn there. Kind of was pretty nonchalantly just not really putting up the board there, not really pushing the damage. Here, even with the Rockbiter though, Name is only gonna be able to deal a certain amount of damage, even with the hero power. So it looks like the next turn Concon's gonna be able to wrap this one up.
Yep. Unfortunate. Surprisingly close, looking at their life totals. If there had been a little bit more aggression, I think on either end, this would have wrapped up a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it was back and forth a little bit. There was a lot of trades going on, and I think if Namian had to look at that game again, probably saying too many trades on that side, right? 'Cause maybe even the same thing for Concon. Luckily, the Zoo came out in the end. The hero power sort of benefited, able to fill the board over and over again.
Yeah, I think as a Zoo player, I tend to want to trade more with the Shaman just to keep them out of having that board position. Because I mean, Zoo doesn't run board clears either, so basically it's all about those value trades for minions. And so now we're facing Shaman and Hunter.
Yeah, this is a matchup where the Hunter can actually do pretty well in. Oh, interesting. So Concon's even running uh, on the mark and also freezing with double explosive.
Yeah, what's
So
that one called? On the mark. It's the one that summons a massive. I only get it off of Yogg, so I never know like what the card actually is called.
yeah,
I just see
yeah,
it pop up and a little dog
it's
comes on
it's
the
a
screen.
strange one right there. And even gonna be able to start off pretty early. I like this curve. Like, look at that. 1, 2, 3 right at the start. Concon, same thing though. Argent Squire is gonna have the traps as well, so it's gonna be back and forth a little bit early on.
And picks up the Doomhammer this time. Probably going to be a little bit more aggressive in playing, especially against the Hunter. Doesn't get the
Misses
juggle.
Those are the things in Hearthstone that can decide the whole game,
Right.
right? That little juggle just from Flame Juggler on turn 1, we saw it recently. Just these moments in the game that really do define. If you look at the game later on, that's when the turn was kind of won. So it's important that people do kind of take notice of that stuff. Oh, on the hunt, there we go. So you're gonna be able to deal the 1 damage, take out the Argent Squire, and get your 1/1 of your own.
That's fine. 1/1s are good.
Don't worry, loves. The cavalry's here.
And Namian going face as the Shaman is wont to do.
Yeah, this time around, electing to go put more pressure on the face here. Looks like Concon's able to deal with it, rather easily though. We have the Eagle Horn bow in hand, being able to clear the board and kind of start to set up there with those traps, the deadly shot, and eventually try to get to turn 8.
So it looks like Congon's deck is running both a freezing trap and 2 explosives. It sounds.
Oh, look at that. I mean, you get the 7/7 on turn 4, but look what's ready for you.
And yep, that. Let's see. He's going for the deadly shot.
It's probably the most value you can get on,
Yep,
on
that is,
turn 4,
that is
right?
literally what that card is for against the Shaman.
I don't really know what else you're reaching for right there. And that's actually going to block on Name. He's going to have to draw something off the top to play. It just gets a lightning bolt, so it's just going to be totem and pass.
Yeah, that's pretty rough for Namian. But he does have double Doomhammer, which honestly is probably not that good for him.
Yeah, so looking at the, board state, the way the match has gone so far, we see some early things. Concon gonna be able to start to really form this board. So another, he's got a second call of the wild in hand.
That's super important.
You really want to get a lot out of this Eagle Horn bow though. So those traps are gonna be pretty important.
Yeah, I think he definitely wants to play them and hold the bow.
What do you think? So just doesn't play the traps. Holding on to them for right now. What do you think about that?
I'm not sure that's necessarily smart here, but maybe he's got a plan for them later. Like he wants to set it up so that Namian has to think about his turns. But Namian here picks up the Tunnel Chog.
The Total
Gives him a-
Doomhammer looks pretty good.
Yeah.
You put a 3/3, you can take out the 2/1, start hitting base a little bit as well.
Yeah, I think that's definitely where Namian's headed with this play. Tunnel Chog does die to the Eagle Horn bow.
Yeah, you might have to use it now. I mean, you could set up with the freezing trap. You could like to do that this turn, sort of kind of hold. It's been interesting to kind of figure out Concon's playstyle throughout this match so far, and that might be something that we see here.
Just playing the freezing trap and holding.
You also
kind of just want to get rid of Tunnel Track though, right?
Right. You don't need it. Even if it goes back in the hand, you just don't want it there. And yeah, he elects to clear it. Doesn't get the value off of the traps, but still manages to play them this turn.
I mean, we see the coin in hand, so Call the Wild, it's going to be able to coin Call the Wild and play Call the Wild the following turn, so it's going to be kind of difficult, but look what Namian has. He's got some damage coming.
Yes, and the taunt will be good. A good response to Call of the Wild, the charging Huffer.
It's going to be kind of like dependent on some of the rolls that are going to be coming up as well here. So yeah, but Con been kind of preparing for this turn all along. Got to coin out Call of the Wild, take out the taunt, and all of a sudden, as a Hunter player, you have a great board, especially going into the next turn.
Yeah, the taunt is super important. So now Argent Horse Rider, Lightning Bolts. I think you go for it. You gotta push through that taunt. You can't let it stay there.
So say you roll Spell Totem, what are you doing? Lightning bolting the taunt right there? Ooh.
I think I would.
So just gonna get the Healing Totem though, unfortunately. Now it's like, how much damage can I actually take to my face right here?
I think he's gotta do the math here and run one into face, take the Argent Horse Rider, send everything else to face.
I wonder.
He'll know very quickly what kind of trap this is. I guess. I guess if it's freezing, then he's not gonna be able to play the Horse Rider. So.
Yeah, you might still have to just play it just to test what it is, and hopefully be able to take it, play it next turn. Even if it is gonna be 5 mana just for a 2-1 charge. But I like this. Lightning bolting once, probably taking the damage, and then going face with the other shot on the Doomhammer.
All right. Checking the trap. See what it is. He knows it's not explosive now, so.
Don't worry, love. The cavalry.
He's willing to get the Argent Horse Rider frozen.
Yeah, so next turn you can be able to actually use it, take it to the face as well. But right here, a lot of damage is going to be incoming right now because there's another Call of the Wild on deck.
Nobody expects second Call of the Wild. Actually, everybody expects second Call of the Wild. It is turn 8.
This is what? This is going to be 13 damage we can send to face right now. And yeah, I think that's exactly what Concom wants to do. Represent the lethal. You know that, Naming can't even take... Oh, so...
Does that give him it? Is that it for him?
What are we going to need here?
10 and 12, 15. I think that's...
Well, we have the taunt, right? So the taunt's in play right there. Actually pretty important here. But...
I think he needs to roll a spell damage totem. I think that would give it to him.
Well, with the freezing trap right there too. So if the Harsh Rider wasn't frozen, you'd have a really good shot. I don't know if there is actually an out right here. If you roll spell damage totem, you can deal 10, right? But then you don't necessarily have enough mana on the back end to play that Horse Rider.
You're right. Damien's thinking about it. He knows he's close, but it's just not enough.
And that's one of those things as a Sean player, you're looking back at all the turns that you possibly could have got more damage, right? Because you're one off right now. You're just one off lethal, and you got to be kicking yourself here just a little bit. Now what we're gonna see, just to concede with that board. So Concon's gonna tie it back up 2-2. Namian's been stuck on this Shaman.
We'll see. The final matchup is going to be that what you said, the Shaman and the Rogue.
Yeah, I think this one is just whoever gets this board first, right? If Shaman gets the board first, very hard for Rogue to deal with those minions. And then if Rogue gets the board, I mean, Shaman's just going to have to play comeback time. It's going to be pretty difficult as well.
Yeah, I think Namian's pretty favored here. I mean, he's definitely played the Shaman pretty well. I think he may have been a little bit conservative in the zoo, but I still think that he seems to be getting the draws and playing them as best as he can against Concon's decks.
Do you think we're seeing sort of some of the players play too conservatively with some of these aggressive decks though?
I think so. I mean, I'm somebody who tends to also be a little bit conservative with my aggro decks. I know Namian probably plays more control than he plays aggro.
Mm-hmm.
So this could be just a factor of, play style.
So unfortunately here we already have a Hunter pick.
I think we realized that
probably
there might be
forgetting that it's Conquest right here.
Yeah.
It's pretty normal mistake.
Last year's standings, it's a format. We don't want to leave it.
And I don't think it necessarily affects what's gonna happen. They both have to play a certain deck, so
Hopefully we'll kind of figure out what's the thing here. You know, if Damien wants, it might be something that he could take. But I think we'll just see that we'll go back into the final decks here. Doesn't really affect your decision making.
I believe that Concon accidentally requeued with Hunter. I believe I'm gonna say it's definitely just a mistake of you're
Yeah,
at your tournament.
he's probably excited. Just won
Yeah,
2 matches in a row, right? He's about to
bringing it
try for
back.
the reverse sweep right here. Yeah, and knows that. Okay, all right, all right, all right. I gotta play my rogue.
I think we can give it to him.
So it looks like we're just gonna have a warning here.
Seems like an honest mistake.
I think Kaka's like, oh my god, I almost like lost the match just because I almost queued the wrong deck,
Seems
right?
like
Well,
an
did queue
honest
the wrong deck.
mistake.
Yeah, but here we go. Gonna
All
move into
right.
this final game right here. We're gonna have Namian Shaman taking on Konkon's Rogue, and I'm excited to see how aggressive this Rogue can be early on if it can deal with the Shaman.
That card, that hand looks pretty good from Concon. You've got your early game plays, and I think Namian, knowing how aggressive it is going to want to have an equally aggressive hand. I mean, you want to get your Tunnel Shogs, you want to get your Totem Golems, you want to make sure that the board is there. Do you keep Lightning Bolt?
I think you just hang on to the Squire and the Juggler, but gonna let actually keep the Lightning Bolt. You know, probably seeing the Bloodsail Raiders and the type of damage they can do here. But, you know, look here, Concon, not on coin, actually. Pretty important here for the Rogue. If you were on coin, you would really have an amazing turn one.
Right, so just plays the Southsea deckhand out front, which again, against the class that can't deal 1 damage,
So
pretty
this could be
good.
the game right here, right? This could be a Flame Juggler. If it hits the 2-1, it's going to be super hard. But it's actually going to go face, so Concon lucking out early on with that play.
Yeah, and that Ooze is going to get great value off the Doomhammer.
So looking at the hands here, I mean, you know, we see Konkon's going to be able to take off that minion, but look at that. Namian's going to have some minions of his own to play. Sap is going to be really important timing on when to actually play it. You know, do you wait for something like Flaming Faceless, or do you just take value whenever you can get it?
I think it looks like Concon is going to play the Knife Juggler and hold the sap for something else. Gets the juggle on the Totem Golem.
What do you think?
But
You could hit it, but gonna
doesn't
just
trade.
let the hang tight for right now.
It looks like the Lightning Bolt is going to come in handy. Is this the card that he wants to use it on, though? Decides to Lightning Bolt the 2/2.
I like it. You know, get rid of the juggler. You know, there's a lot of other minions here. And right now we're going to see Namian actually start hitting face. So it's going to put the pressure on Concon to start dealing with that board early on. And we see some things that are pretty good out of the hand. Now, South Sea Deckhand's going to be able to start going face as well, right?
And there's a Dread Corsair to pull up a taunt. Instead, he doesn't go face, instead he takes the trade. Which makes sense from Concon if you see the 1/1 Ardent Squire.
Yeah, it's really a game right now of, okay, who wants to be more aggressive, and is it really going to punish them here? Now, Namian right here, going to have to use both Divine Shields to take out the taunt. And again, you know, Concon's in a pretty decent position with what you can do on this board.
I think he's going to play the Abusive Sergeant and take the minion to face and clear one thing off with his dagger.
Yeah, it'd be an interesting choice. You could actually just take out both, but I like getting that Beast of Sergeant damage in and hitting the face. You know that you both are kind of racing in some sense.
Yeah, so Namian just got a few plays in hand.
If you play Doomhammer, it could be a disaster.
It could be, but I think from his line, I thought he wants something there.
I mean, how can you not, though, right? Yeah, so...
I totally understand the play. I think that from Namian's perspective, it makes a lot of sense to play Doomhammer here.
Concon is going to have those perfect answers, actually, though. You know, we
Very
see,
frustrating.
like, with the 6 Swamp Moves and the Sap, so actually going to be able to sap, like, something like Flaming Faceless next turn as well.
I feel like this is an auto
Oh,
play.
let's wait for the reaction. And the Swing Swamp is just going to come down. Concon with a little smirk on that play, Namian kind of keeping his cool for right now, but that's such a big swing right there,
That's
you
gotta
know?
be frustrating for Namian seeing that go. And
Oh, and
playing the Tunnel
this one's
Shroud.
gonna hurt too. This one's gonna hurt too. So Concon's probably pretty stoked. Yeah, I'm gonna sap that away, be able to clear off the board, put some more damage on your face, and even play an Azure Drake
on the back end here.
And he's got some spells in hand, so this could be it. If you draw something else and has the burst for it, Amy might be in really big trouble.
All right, so now we have to kind of decide: are we gonna try to get more defensive, or how do we play this here? You know, you just saw a lot of your things go away. You could just let to go Tauntaunt, play the Flame Reef again, and then hope your opponent doesn't have lethal damage.
I feel like if the shaman decides to start trading in, it's almost like the losing play, right? Like you want the things to be going face. He's at 15 health, but you're also looking at your own life total and you're at 15 health, so you have to decide whether you're gonna be on the defensive. And I think Namien's reaching for the taunt. Seems like he wants to save himself at least a few more turns just to try to maybe get a few more answers.
Yeah, and it's tough decision right here, but at the same time, does things from below really help your chances of winning the game at the end? I think a lot might be an aggressive lineup, might be a little more pressed to make that flaming play, but Naaman's going to go ahead, put down the 5/5 with taunt for 5 mana. And Concon right here, how much damage do we have from hand here?
He's got Eviscerate for 5, Backstab for 3, and Knife Juggler, which won't necessarily get anything with the minions, but does set up another body on the board. Very big threat. So he's got...
Yeah, you can backstab here, trading your 2/3, hit face for a few more damage, dagger up even again. Looking pretty cushy right now for Concon.
Yeah, that's gonna... Is he gonna hold the Eviscerate? Looks like he's gonna play it out.
Just gonna throw it out there, right? Yeah, get that damage in. You know, make sure nothing can really mess with you there. And it's going to put the pressure back on Namian to draw an out right here. Another thing from below. So we could Argent Hoist Rider and then Fiend from below. That won't save us. So what else can we do? We might have to totem up actually again.
Yeah, I think if you totem up, and even if you get a taunt totem, you Argent Horse Rider, you clear 1, that would save you possibly from lethal. But if
This might
the
just
rogue
be
draws
it.
any minion and that Knife Juggler goes face, that's gonna be it.
I think even with a Tonto, that's gonna be enough right here for Concon. So Namian just going through the plays, but I don't think there's an out here.
I don't think there is.
Probably going through all the options right now. How can I save myself right here on 2 health as this shaman? I mean, the rogue player was able to get a lot of minions on board. We saw that it was huge swing turns with the Doomhammer, with the sap.
A lot of answers, a lot of perfect answers.
Just having them at the right time, right? And you have to just realize that that's part of Hearthstone right here. So
That's
I
very
think slowly Namian's going to realize it, and Concon's going to take it 3-2 and actually get that reverse sweep. So we saw an interesting lineup with that aggressive rogue. We saw some other stuff, but the shaman got stuck.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, like you said, we both expected the shaman to be able to have a chance, but
I think what we saw in the matchup right there was sometimes Namian maybe trading too much, not being aggressive with the shaman, and sometimes it's just a few damage points off lethal right there. I think we saw 1 off lethal in the Hunter game, and at the end it was really tough. The rogue actually got on board first and then was able to roll from there.
it's very frustrating. But Nami is a really good player, and I know that he probably understands what he needs to do, and I think that congratulations to Concon for winning the first game.
And you know, like congratulations for bringing an aggressive rogue
Yeah.
too. Congratulations for bringing Leper Gnome.
Spicy.
For bringing Leper Gnome today. He wants to give everybody hugs and take them all down. We haven't seen Leper Gnome do much in any sort of tournament, so I'm just excited. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. Again, we both thought it was going to be Miracle Rogue, and turns out there's more than one archetype out there for every deck.
Yeah, definitely. I was hoping. We even saw the pirates. I was hoping it was gonna be like with the cannons and stuff too. We are gonna see like a full pirate list. Maybe even bring out the Sky Captain. Get that 4/6 with charge out there.
I didn't even, like,
Charge, right?
I've never even I don't see that card ever played. Every time it comes up, I'm like, what is this? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Crag has a beautiful animation though, with the feathers that come in and then they like. Oof.
Can you imagine? I always think about this as a person who appreciates the artwork of the cards. Like, if you're an artist, you want your card to be like the Doctor Boom. You want to have it be played everywhere so people can see your beautiful art. There's some beautiful art on cards that we'll never see play. That's always unfortunate for the artist, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think we've seen some cool things. Just like variants come back in. That's a pretty awesome like moment in the match. The Yogg moments are really awesome. So, really good work right there.
All right. Are we going to be on? I think we're still on
We
for a
might
little
just
bit.
be rolling into the second match right here.
So how was your laddering experience?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think I talked about it earlier. Yeah, took Secret Paladin to Legend this month. It was pretty fun. Standard Secret Paladin. So, using Dragon Eggs. So that's
Hmm.
pretty awesome. You know, you get to use a lot of buffs, Dragon Eggs, and you. Hey, Mysterious Challenger on 6 is still a really good card.
6/6 body, still pretty good.
Well, I mean, you get 3 secrets. You don't get the Avenge. If you got the Avenge, I think the deck would still be like very competitive. But you still get, you get the get down, everything. You get the redemption, stuff like that. So still
Yeah, I
pretty
had
good.
a hard time playing your Secret Paladin list, or the Secret Paladin list that was popular for a bit. I'm curious about what exactly of a playstyle is like. What's the key to that playstyle for the Secret Paladin?
It's a very board centric deck. You know, you're trading a lot. You're doing just a ton of minion trading, things like that. We don't have to take a break this one. We can take a break on the after this one. Yeah. So I think we're gonna have another match coming, like going straight into it. Actually, it's gonna be KO. KO, a very strong player. I think Gale Force Esports,
Yes, I
but
believe he represents Gale Force Esports along with Terrence, who's not here, but he is a great player. DreamHack Austin, I believe. Um, and KO's also, I've seen him a lot. He's been at a lot of different local tournaments.
plays a
And
lot of the online qualifiers as well, like Bitches Syndicate's Tuesday Night Hype. Does very well in those tournaments. Gonna be interesting to see what he's bringing today for the a Tavern Hero tournament. Do you think there's anything different about this sort of setting than maybe some of your online qualifiers or your other sort of local Hearthstone tournaments?
I've always found that the local in-person tournaments have a totally different vibe. Although I was very, when I started tournamenting, I guess was what we call it,
Tournamenting.
tournamenting, when I started competing, I was always very nervous to play online because I felt like that distance creates a lot of room for people to be to try to edge out, wins in whatever way possible. But I
Definitely.
found people to be very courteous, even on the online phase, and in person, I find it even better because people really sort of have to humanize their opponents. Can't get salty, gotta shake their hand at the end of the day, and I find that the atmosphere is a lot better. So
Hey,
I always love playing live.
I think you're allowed to get a little bit salty. As long as you're not taking it out on somebody, you can have that inner saltiness that expands through yourself. But if you keep it there, it's all right.
I think it demands a certain level of sportsmanship. That's what I like about
Definitely,
it.
definitely,
It demands a
yes.
level of humanization. People get to see you play. You showed up here. You came all the way out to Queens.
Yeah, we know where you live. You live somewhere in the New York area, so.
I think the live tournaments are always really great to see, and just good to see people playing in person. The online tournaments, again, it's a grind. You can do it from your own home. You can play however you want.
Gotta
But
have that setup going. You gotta have like your snacks ready, but you have like you could be like on your couch and then like you kind of take breaks, pace around your house while you're
it's a little bit
waiting
more
on
low key.
turns.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think I've played better in online settings just because I feel more comfortable. But I like the kind of focus and intensity you get when you're playing live.
All right, so we actually do have the classes right here. So KO is going to be bringing Mage, Warrior, and Shaman, while
Uh,
Outer is going to be bringing Shaman, Warlock, and Paladin. So our first Paladin of the tournament and our first Mage of the tournament so far. I'm excited to see what archetypes these guys are
I am
bringing today.
too. It's nice. It's funny that we're always seeing the kind of shaman warlock in every person's lineup, which we definitely expected, and it's nice to see what the kind of the third pick will be.
Outer went ahead and actually banned KO's Rogue. So to me, that reads that he's bringing N'Zoth Paladin. Usually, if you ban Rogue and you bring Paladin, you're probably playing N'Zothless because N'Zoth Paladin just gets rolled over by Rogue. And then, the other ban probably reads Freeze Mage. KO banning that Warrior of Outer.
That makes a lot of sense. That's a really good read on your part. We'll see if you're right about that.
I mean, hey, I did not expect to see Leper Gnome in the first round of the tournament, so
We're
we'll
gonna be internally surprised by
I,
the.
I just can't wait till we see Yogg. I was hoping to see some Yogg throughout the day.
There could be a
Uh,
Yogg freeze mage.
it could be Yogg Tempo Mage. That's been a list that's been pretty popularized by RDU, by Hotform. So a lot of good players have been taking that to very high legend, winning tournaments with it. DreamHack and stuff. So that list is pretty good. Freeze Mage. it's been an interesting
It was up. It
spot.
was definitely there in the American Championships. I saw some really good plays from. I think it was Napoleon in his freeze
Yeah,
mage.
yeah, yeah. Napoleon, yeah, Napoleon did pretty well. Unfortunately, he did lose to Sidonia right there. That was interesting. Did
I
you
did
watch that
watch that. I
match?
actually watched it this morning, just recapping.
Yeah, Sidonia actually roped Napoleon for an extended amount of time. It was the first time I've seen like in I think I've seen it before in a few tournaments, but it was really roping to, get
To tilt,
Napoleon, yeah, get him tilted and
roping
sort
to
of
tilt.
frustration right there.
It's the second level meta game of the high level Hearthstone players. Is how do you get the most tilt out of your opponent?
How do you get the most tilt out of your opponent, Vivian? What were your tilting strategies? Do you
I
have
don't
any?
tilt.
Okay.
I don't
Do you
attempt to
BM at
BM.
all? All
I
right.
don't attempt to BM. I use greetings. I'm sad that the sorry emote left because I honestly want to apologize to my opponent sometimes.
And now you're like, wow,
Now I just
incredible.
yes, now I just emote sarcastically. I think the important BM emote in the metagame is always the greetings, the hello. How do you use the greeting emote? And when do you really just bring it in there?
Yeah, what other types of emotes do you think they could introduce? I really liked, actually, Happy Feast of Winterbell was probably my favorite so far. It'd be interesting to see what we got going on. But guys, we're going to roll into the second match here. It's going to be KO taking on Outer Heaven. And I'm excited to see KO's lineup today. I want to see, what he's bringing, representing Gale Force Esports here today.
I'm very excited as well.
Alright, so we are about to get in here. I think they're just, getting ready. It's going to be interesting to see what KO, like if he always bringing that freeze mage, what he wants to get against. Probably wants to get against the Warlock, right? Or the Paladin match can be pretty difficult sometimes, and the Zap Paladin actually has enough healing for the freeze mage, can heal out of range. Stuff like Forbidden Healing.
I'm curious what people are going to pick first. I'm always, playing Conquest is not necessarily something that I've had much experience with. So what do you do? What's that first pick?
It's kind of random, honestly. It's kind of random. You have to get lucky. That unless there's a deck that that you brought that has to go up against one of the other decks, right? But at the same time, you're kind of just picking blind here. I think if last year was saying there's a little bit more sort of logic there in the picks behind what you need to pick first. I think Firebet used to always say that. That's why he did so well during his 2014 run. It's because he used to just be able to pick the best deck first. All right, here in the first match here, we're gonna see Outer going to be on that Paladin. It's gonna be taking on KO's Warrior.
All right. See how this works out for them.
It does look like the N'Zoth Paladin right now. I think KO's bringing Patron maybe.
Yeah, that Wild Pyromancer says a lot about this deck. Fiery War Axe, Acolyte Pain. That's a really good hand for KO.
And oh, so it's actually going to be a Reno Paladin. Maybe like a Reno N'Zoth Paladin or something. That'd be pretty awesome.
I think
So
so.
this is gonna be kind of interesting here. Normally I would think N'Zoth Paladin actually does have the edge in this match. But if it doesn't have as many clears as a normal N'Zoth Paladin would, might not be running two equalities. You might be running all that stuff. So you can't necessarily deal with all the patrons twice.
Right, so KO playing out the weapon and not attacking. Deciding to develop that weapon first, bring out his Acolyte. Testing out the plays. I'm sure he thinks it's probably a control paladin, right?
Yeah, well, you don't really know just yet. Even with the Keeper of Voldemort, you might not even really know. I think more sense you might know when we see something.
A death rattle.
Yeah, when we see like a Death Rattle card, something like that, that'll be the true giveaway right there.
Alright, KO picking up a patron for later. Decides to use his weapon to clear. And battle raging for one. Trying to get something that will help him.
It doesn't feel great, but didn't really have a ton of other plays. Gonna be able to play the Blood to Ichor and just set up that War Axe hit next turn. You could even if you don't need it, you could even do something like Whirlwind afterwards too. Here, we're gonna see Outer with a few options. Now we do see an Abomination in the hand. So what do you think about that card? I have not seen that one in quite a while.
Well, against a patron is going to be not exactly the best thing, but I think that patron is still there. It's still a decent deck, and I think I'm not sure. I'm not sure how this is gonna go. I
And
can't predict it.
this is pretty interesting right here. We see Outer's just going to, have to deal with this Wild Pyromancer. And if you don't deal with it right here, you kind of are setting up KO for a huge Grim Patron turn.
And I think now that Outer has seen the Wild Pyromancer, I think this is the first card I think from the Warrior that really gives him the information about what kind of deck this is, right? You've seen War Axe, of course, you've seen Acolytes, of course, but Wild Pyromancer basically means that this has to be something that involves Whirlwinds and Raging, probably Patrons.
And here we go. Yeah, we're gonna see a big old patron turn right here. I'm gonna be able to use the Inner Rage and probably you could even use the Blood Ichor if you want, but you might just take what you're gonna get out of this Wild Pyromancer. I like that. You can get 4 patrons on the board.
So Outer not necessarily running a quality Consecrate, and Consecrate is definitely not good against Patron. So he's got a handful of spells, and
Yeah, even we said earlier, even Abomination, you play that, but then patrons are gonna get made again. I think going back to one of those turns, I like just not to play the Doomsayer. So I think that was sort of not realizing what the following turn could have been. And if you realized it wasn't gonna be a patron turn, you probably would have elected to use the Doomsayer there.
yeah. What are the other options that Outer has in this hand? He's got so many cards, but not necessarily anything optimal. I think he's reaching for the Cairn.
I think Karen's probably your best play. Yeah, you go with the Mind Control Tech too. That's actually pretty good as well.
Takes one of them. It's going to be cleared, but
It
takes
does
something
get
off
one
the
of the,
board.
full health patrons right there. So you can try to fight for the board. Just give yourself a few more turns before you get that equality.
Yeah, he's really gunning for that. He has Reno in hand. He has a lot of survivability, but not necessarily any good answers to what the Warrior is bringing. Doesn't want a hero power.
What do you think? Yeah, so Letty not the hero power there, just wants to be able to save, right? Just like save not necessarily make more patrons for your opponent. Really like just avoiding that right here.
Decides
So
to Whirlwind and trade, giving Outer another patron.
you can even take it out, use the Corcoran to take out the other patron, start setting up the board. I think patron's just very difficult right now for your opponent to deal with, so go ahead and get him on board. And still no equality. Still no way to really efficiently deal with this. What do you think right here, Viv?
I think that he's going to have to start making plays that put a presence on the board, deal with the patrons. I think Cairn last turn would have been fine, but he's deciding to put an Abomination out. But again, nothing else to do with that extra 2 mana. Just
Yeah, I guess
holding
at the end of it, we'd be left with... Ooh, so Blood Ichor would be really good here too, right? I mean, you have a number of options. You could Ichor, you could even execute the Doomsayer if you want. You don't even necessarily have to, though. So, wow, we're going to be able to see a few ways that KO wants to go about this turn. Probably going to wait for the Ragnaros. But right here, we're going to see a lot of patrons get made.
Yes. Everybody get in here. It's like
Everybody get in here.
2015 all over again.
Oh man, what was going on back in Hearthstone back then? Pretty crazy times.
Oh, the dark days before Standard, and here he goes. Yeah, you're right, he is going to execute the Doomsayer. It makes a lot of sense.
It just gets more damage in this turn. There are other targets for that later in the match, but right here, you're just going to be able to press 6 more damage to face and have a chance at lethal next turn.
So now for Outer, what are his options?
You got 2 big 8 drops, right?
You got Ragnaros.
Yeah, you can go with Ragnaros the Light Lord, or you can go ahead and just drop Tyrion down. You might feel the need to drop Tyrion. You just saw an execute. You feel pretty safe about that. Ragnaros would be able to heal you back up again to 24. So I think when you have Tyrion at 8, though, it might just be time to play Tyrion on 8.
I think so too. I mean, he's got, again, Reno. If KO can't push the damage, Reno will definitely give him a lot of value, a lot of survivability.
Yeah, these next few turns are going to be really important just because if Outer is able to get that Reno ready and everything. Okay, so right here, does this Inner Rage necessarily change anything in the match? It actually... Okay, so now we're really close, right? We're getting pretty close to the lethal range right here. Gonna be able to get 6 more damage in and drop Ragnaros. So just 2 off lethal right now.
Which basically leaves Outer with Reno or bust. And finally gets that equality, but a little bit too late. Outer's realizing he pretty much has
I mean,
very few
you
options.
could just go with the equality here. I think in the spectator mode that we're seeing right now, we can't necessarily see if Reno is active. So we don't really know what's going on inside that deck. I mean, if Reno's active, yeah, I think you're just, going for it. You're playing Reno right now.
I feel like looking at his deck list or looking at the cards we've seen so far, it doesn't look like he's running any repeating cards. I think a Reno deck that runs repeating cards is always a risky play.
It's
I
always
would never do
super
it.
risky.
I would
Yeah.
never do it. I know Trump did it. Trump can do his thing. Trump is Trump, but I would never run a Reno deck where Reno was not always active. Counting up his cards.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to just deal with this board first, and then, but once you do, you know, you're leaving your opponent with not much on the board, so it's pretty good here.
Reno's gonna come down. I assume if you quality first.
You could equality first. Yeah, that would make total sense, but looks like here we're just gonna see Outer play the Reno and make another 1-1, go up to back up to 30, and this is the point where, I mean, KO's kind of out of gas right here.
Doesn't take the 5-3 and take it into the patron. Could he have attacked there?
Yeah, definitely could have attacked. Could have put that damage on the face, but I think what we're going to see here is probably just holding the weapon a little bit for something future. I do believe, yes, you're right. Totally could have gone face there, could have taken out a patron. Because right here, we're going to be able to see these patrons take out this Reno Jackson. Now from this point on, I think Outer's actually in a really good spot. You know, you're able to clear this board, deal with the first wave of patrons. You're gonna be at 22, so you feel pretty good at this point.
Yeah, I actually think he might be able to come back from it. Takes a while, Pyromancer. Realizes that you can't really use Pyromancer and Consecrate.
You can go with like the Wild Pyro and then even play the Corrupted Healbot or the Karen afterwards, so that's really nice. You're gonna clear the whole board and play Karen on an empty board. I like that a lot.
And suddenly it looks like Outer's in a really good position.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be very difficult for KO to actually come back from this point. You know, you've lost just a ton of your damage. You know, you've already dealt with some of the bigger threats, but Outer's going to be able to drop another threat after another threat. And we might just see Ragnar's come back down here, get us back up to 30 health. And from there, I think we might just see a pretty quick concede.
Yeah. Surprising with the Jazaf Paladin pulling it through.
Yeah, I haven't seen this deck a lot at tournaments recently. You know, I think what we saw there, though, banning the rogue is pretty clear. Oh, so just gonna hold on to the weapon. You know, just waiting, right? Waiting and waiting. Oh, pretty good off the top right there with the ghoul execute. So we do see KO trying to fight a little bit.
Yeah, he's still trying to put it in there. I mean, I think that for the Paladin, just being able to survive the initial rush of patrons and was really important. Having Tyrion there to sort of stop the bleeding, really important. Now he gets to sort of dictate the game at his own pace.
Well, it's just like, I mean, as KO, you couldn't really predict that Reno was going to be in that lineup, right?
That is true.
Yeah, you would probably not, you're probably just going all in right there, not playing under. And hey, Grom off the top's not the worst card either, but just going to hold on to it for now. And I think what we're going to see here is Outer just start to pile on the damage right now.
Yeah, I think it's time to beat the beatdown Outer. You gotta go for it. He's got some really good answers actually in his hand with the Humility and the Kodo, or the Elder and the Kodo.
Yeah,
He's
also
not really scared of anything.
Sylvanas is going to be able to prevent a lot. So I think this is pretty conservative, just waiting, making sure there's no brawl or anything in the deck list. Probably going to keep pushing damage with the minions that you have on board, and then from there sort of deal with whatever comes out of the warrior's hand.
Yeah. I can really see how this deck is actually pretty good against Warrior. But if Warrior had just managed to get like a Battle Rage and refill the hand, I think that would have been really important for KO.
So here, another 4 damage going to be able to, you know, right to the face. So it looks like Outer, I mean, still in a good spot though, right? You know that their burst potential is at 15 damage. You know, you just have to play around 12. That's probably what you'll be trying to play around the whole time. Play around 12 damage so that you know it can't be like Grom in a rage.
Right. You've already seen one in a rage, right?
I think we've actually seen both too, so I think he's in.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
yeah, he's in the clear right there.
Still taking it pretty slow, and I think it's just very conservative plays by Outer. And again, like we've been seeing a lot of conservative, careful plays, and sometimes they work. And I think for this deck, being careful and conservative has actually helped him out a lot.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're just okay. Brawl is the out, right? And does he play a brawl? And this it would be like a weird tech that we might see. You know, normally not gonna be in patron list, but you know, you can still just play slow and play around it. Even with the Bloodhoof frame, perfect answer, right, from Outer. So the slow sort of attrition battle, this is what this Paladin list does best. You know, it just has a lot of answers for every single card you can play. And once it gets on the board, gains some sort of traction,
it's really hard to come back.
Yeah, that Reno was actually very important. Having a second sort of full heal.
And that's going to be it.
Yep.
That's going to be it. That was enough right there. So Outer's going to take the first match with Distance Off Paladin, or with Death Rattle Paladin, going up against KO's Patron Warrior. What do you think about that match? It was pretty quick. At the same time, KO was like representing lethal potentially, and then just like that, Reno Jackson came down. I really like the addition of Reno in that deck.
That was very impressive. I thought that was a really difficult game for me, at least, because I came in sort of at the tail end of when Patron was getting nerfed, so my Patron play has always been sort of like trying to figure out what's the most optimal play
Outer
for
had the
them.
first match.
Yeah.
Yes. So I just think it's important for Outer to get that first one with the Paladin, because that deck can just be easily targeted a lot of the times. It's very hard. But what we're going to see here, KO's going to stick on that Patron, going against Outer's Warlock in this next match. Looks like it's going to be the Zoo coming from Outer.
Alright, and how does Patron fare against Zoo?
The same sort of thing that gets been in the past. I mean, not as much burst, obviously, Patron used to have. But if Patron can gain the board, it's really difficult for Zoo to come back on it. I mean, you can keep making Patrons because you have a lot of tokens in this current, edition of Zoo.
That is true. There's a lot of 1/1s. And so Patron kind of has this ability to just take all those 1/1s and really exploit them.
There are, even like the big things like Sea Giant, you can even get rid of with things like Execute, other ways to deal with the bigger minions. Warrior has a lot of good options here.
Yeah, KO playing the 1/4 Armorsmith just to start picking at those little tiny minions. And Outer drawing.
Are not the best options, from your Dark Battler? What do you think?
I think you take the heal. I think he's looking for the heal. I mean, Zealous Initiate gives you a small buff.
You do have some Death Rattle mains in your hand. You have already the Possessed Villager. You have another one in your hand. Could see it.
I think he's deciding between the Zealous and the Voodoo Doctor. Makes a lot of sense.
Is there any argument for the Angry Chicken?
I don't think you. I mean, you could power overwhelming that Angry Chicken, get it angry, or go ham.
Last week we saw a young Dragonhawk from Sidonia actually deciding one of the games against Rosie there. Was able to double power overwhelming the young Dragonhawk and hit base for 18 damage.
Takes the
Gonna
chicken.
go ahead and get the Angry Chicken.
Gets the chicken.
I guess with Defender of Argus, it could work out. There's some
Next level plays
option
here.
there, right?
Alright, you taking the trade. Making sure the Zoo doesn't get more minions on the board.
And this isn't too bad for Outer. Gonna be able to pick up the Abusive Sergeant, so has a few options. Could eliminate the Armor Smith off the board right now.
Definitely think so.
And start to build a board as well.
Possessed Villager and another Argent Square, just a little board of 1/1s. Luckily for KO, he's got the answer, just slams it down, no hesitation.
Turn 3 and a bunch of moments on board. It's like, okay, Ravaging Ghouls come into play almost immediately. So KO playing pretty fast here. But Outer's gonna be able to, again, get some more minions on the board, to play that Imp if he wants to. Be able to also play a Voidwalker off the top too.
That's
so
really good.
You're starting to get some sort of board. I mean, you have to get your board ready against the Warrior, right? If you don't get a board, once they start rolling a little bit, it's just terribly difficult. And here we see KO even able to set up a taunt. And this one's pretty hard to remove.
It would normally be, but I think that Outer actually has just enough if he power overwhelming and uses the Direwolf. Taps first.
Yeah, you could even, so you can actually take it out with, even the token there. And you can eliminate the whole board here if you want to, as Outer. Probably has to be the go-to, right? You want to get all these minions off the board. You drop the Direwolf, PO on the 1/1 as well.
And then trades in. Yeah, I think that's the play. Sees it as well. Dealing with that Bloodhope is very important. One shot. Oh, but decides to go face. Doesn't take the trade.
Yeah, I mean, putting the pressure on KO to have some way to deal with these minions. KO does have the Blood to Icar, so is going to be able to deal with both of these minions here with the Execute. Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting turn, right? Because you want to push some base damage, you also want to control the board, Zood. I think it was mainly because, look what Outer has next. You can just play Forbidden Ritual if you want. Could even play Darkshire and then Forbidden Ritual.
I think that's definitely a strong play there, but decides to tap instead, looking for other options.
You always put the Angry Chicken as the councilman, right? Get the buff and go to a 2/5. I think that might just be it.
Yeah, Angry Chicken not gonna get super angry this game, I don't think.
Do you think that could have been the play of the game?
Play of the
You know, back, are we gonna have to analyze if that was the correct choice going
Play
back?
of the game, Angry Chicken. And KO picking up the patron just on time, I think. This is probably where you want to start getting it at rolling. But
It's kind of tough though in this spot specifically because you know the councilman's most likely gonna be able to buff itself up, right? It's gonna be able to buff itself up to at least eliminate one of the patrons.
But you've got 2, and 2 is just enough, I think, to keep it rolling.
And yeah, and you get to form another 2/2. This is just hard for Outer though. I mean, look at this. You can't really go for Knife Juggler. Like, if you do, you're really putting your position so that those knives start hitting those patrons, and then from there it's gonna be very difficult to come back. I think you're looking for something a little bit more powerful, maybe like a Defender of Argus or something off the top.
I think he's playing. I think he's going for it. I think he wants to see where these knives fly. Some men just want to watch the world burn.
Yeah, you might wish that upon some people, but we'll see what happens right here. It's a tough turn. I mean, otherwise you can tap, you can play a taunt.
I think he should have tapped first, but I'm impressed. Guy's got some
Game Boss
cojones.
isn't the worst off the top. You just hope that that knife hits into the 2/1 right here. So big juggle actually, just gonna hit face. So, you know, safe for now
I
from
think
all
that's
those
the
patrons.
second best option, right? Maybe third best.
The Korgron though is going to unlock a number of plays here. You know, you can send your Korgron into the in-game boss and then make another patron.
Yeah. That's exactly what KO does. And KO coming up on turn 8 with 2 8/8s in hand feels probably pretty good for him. Outer probably looking to start tapping and getting other answers.
Yeah, that Forbidden Ritual is just probably just going to sit in the hand. You know, it doesn't really play a huge role in the game right now. And now, what can you do here? If you play your Voidwalker, you're making more patrons for your opponent. Play anything, you're really making more stuff for your opponent. So you might just have to pass. Even if you play lead roll, you're going to give them 2 1/1s.
Yeah, I think that this is the weakness of this particular incarnation of Zoo against specifically the patron, is that if you don't clear that patron in one go, everything you have just kind of gets exploited by it. I think you're really strong on that Leroy.
Yeah, you might just be forced to Leroy into the 3/3, and that looks like Outer's going to make that play. Now, the Voidwalker doesn't look as bad. It does trade into the 3/1 if you want. You could even do something like pick up Knife Juggler next turn and Forbidden Ritual and hope all your daggers do some work. Right here, KO going to be able to pile on a ton of damage, play Grom as well, and really represent lethal for next turn.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way that Outer can really come back from this as Zoo. Tapping just to see if there's any other options, and it doesn't look like it.
Alright, so KO is going to tie it up 1-1, gets the win with this Patron Warrior. As we saw, once those Grim Patrons got rolling, what could Outer have really done in that spot? You know, this new Zoo is, the way Zoo's being played right now is just tokens everywhere, and Patron was able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really hard for really hard for Zoo to get control of the patron once that patron starts rolling.
So now we got the Warrior of KO out of the way, and then the Paladin. So it's sort of, we're going to be down to Outer Shaman and Warlock going against the Mage and Shaman of KO. It really depends to me what that Mage build is. If it's Freeze Mage, it could definitely grab a win off of Zoo. And then, you know, Aggro Shaman does pretty well against Freeze Mage, so we'll have to see what happens there.
It looks like KO bringing out the Mage. Let's see what it is. It's like unveiling.
It is going to be a Freeze Mage. And this is a matchup that KO is probably pretty happy with. You know, Zoo historically has done very, very poorly against Freeze Mage.
There have been some exceptions. I mean, like I said, just watched the American Spring Championship, saw that Zoo really push in against the Freeze Mage against, I think it was the Napoleon and Sidonia match. But yeah, Freeze Mage is definitely favored in this.
Well, we do see Outer, you know, with the tech in hand, the Crazed Alchemist. So
Yeah.
that's a card that was seeing some play when his Up Paladin was a little bit more popular. Still very good against, you know, Doomsayer, though.
It's basically the Doomsayer counter in this deck, and it can decide the match.
The light protects us.
Yeah.
Zoo can get the board and just push through all of the different spells that the Mage has. Mage is going to start to have to use burn spells on the minions and not have enough to go. So that is basically the win condition of this Zoo, I think.
Yeah, you know, Powerball means also provides you with a lot of damage. And losing Mad Scientist for Freeze Mage was just so huge. You're not able to easily get the secrets like you used to be able to do here. So KO, you know, electing early just to use the hero powers, take out the Argent Squire. Snipe Juggler is going to be able to get some, knives in right now that we could go ahead and use it here. So actually, Outer's just gonna tap, so filling up the hand a little bit more.
I think that's an interesting play. I think he must realize that after 2 rounds of hero power that this must be a freeze mage, right? Like there's sometimes when tempo mage can play it rather slow, but the pace at which KO is going must telegraph that it's freeze mage. So he's thinking about, Outer must be thinking about how he's going to make sure that he doesn't overextend, how to get a good board. Plays the Darkshire Councilman.
Yeah, there's a few options here. You can play the Dark Triangle, play the Councilman. Looks like Outer's just going to play the Councilman. A little bit slower from the Zoo initially here. So you have to think about what you're really looking for in these next few turns. I mean, the Councilman could get huge though.
Right, especially because he knows that he can hold the Crazed Alchemist for a Doomsayer Frost Nova play, and I'm sure Kyo's going to attempt it. Unless he thinks that he can clear the Councilman.
Might not be time just yet, right? You could just spend the Fireball on the Darkshire Councilman right there. You feel pretty safe about that. So yeah, it looks like we're just gonna see a Forgotten Torch, paint off the Councilman right there. So it's good, nothing too hard to deal with right now, but now I think it's time to make some tokens.
I think so too. I think you're gonna bring out the tentacles.
Definitely, and if you do, you'll still have room for the Crazed Alchemist, which is really important. So you'll just make 5 minions. It's good, very important to save that spot for your Alchemist, just in case you do want to use it against something like Doomsayer.
Yeah. I've definitely seen some higher level Zoo thinking plays, thinking about making sure that your board isn't completely filled, because if your board's full against a freeze mage, you can't play certain answers, and because your deck is so minion based, like those answers are very important. And besides, I think that Outer's going to decide to use the Imp Gang boss instead.
There's a few options here, we've seen it being played a little bit slower than normal. He's like to tap a lot, and we're going to see that line of play continue right here. I think I would like to see a little bit more aggression. Your time is very limited. Normally,
yeah, you're on a clock with freeze mage, especially once they get their answers, and Kyu's getting some answers in his hand.
And now it's like, when am I going to get damage in now, right? I mean, as a Zoo player, my board's going to be frozen for a few turns coming up here. It's going to be very difficult to start pumping in that damage with that Councilman.
So yeah, Outer looking like he's going to keep trying to get something on the board. But even if he gets things on the board, they're not going to be able to attack this turn. Or possibly ever.
So what do you think Outer is really looking for in terms of like digging through the deck this much?
He might be running something like Gormok. Might be running looking for that burst damage to just go at it all at once. He hasn't seen any secrets played. So he has this sort of there's a sense of a chance. Like if you just get that, he's got power overwhelming in his hand. If you just get something that can charge, as Leroy, he can start really putting pressure on.
Yeah, you might be a little scared right here, going to your opponent's turn 7. You don't want to put too much on the board because of things like Flame Strike. Looks like here we are going to see the Doomsayer Frost Nova come down. So luckily Outer was pretty careful and is going to be able to deal with this Doomsayer quite effectively.
Right, but still isn't going to be able to put any pressure on. But it is a good play, and that's exactly what this card is meant for. Here it comes.
Yeah, I mean, we're even going to be able to get the Sea Giant on the board as well. So you're able to build up that 8/8. That thing's very hard to deal with. K doesn't really have an answer for it at the moment. But we do see Blizzard. We can continue to dig through the deck as well. I think a Blizzard here, you might just be forced, right? You might just be forced to start getting... Oh, even have the Blizzard to follow up with as well.
Right. Blizzard into Blizzard seems like the play.
And great ordering right here from KO as well. Gonna go ahead and actually paint first. So the second one's gonna come out, but we got to kill one off as well.
Yeah. This is really good. Really nice job on KO's part.
He's looking a little flustered there too. This is it's a pretty intense match. Every time the freeze mage is really battling so that it can continue to control the board, pressure off the Zoo, and every turn it's like, okay, is the Zoo gonna have enough burst to get through me right here?
Right, especially since he doesn't have secrets in hand, so it feels very vulnerable for the freeze mage.
So we could see, you could play an Imp Game boss, you could play a Reliquary Seeker afterwards, this Dark Iron for the body, but you definitely are a little concerned about going to that turn 7. I mean, going to turn 9 now, but something like Flame Strike, still definitely thinking about.
Yeah. I think Outer is actually in a very tough spot, but fortunately for him, Kyo hasn't really drawn the sort of taking time bomb as a freeze mage. You know, your Alexstrasses, your Emperors. He's got a lot of burst in hand, but just not enough to necessarily contest the board.
Yeah, luckily for KO though, these blizzards are going to be able to give him a few more turns to continue to dig. I mean, we're really looking. There we go. That's the card we're looking for.
That's the one.
We're looking for Ice Block because without Ice Block, we don't feel safe in terms of actually just flinging a lot of damage at the face. And now we have the burn, we also have the Ice Block, so I think in these next few turns, you're going to see KO take a little bit more aggressive line with all this burn in hand.
I think so. I think that KO feels really good about that draw. And because Outer hasn't been really pushing, this might be very difficult for him now.
Didn't really have too many opportunities to actually push enough, right? We know I think there was a few turns we saw with the Councilman, with the we never played Forbidden Ritual, where we may have been able to see it get a little bit more value and get a little bit more damage in, but still, I mean, KO's he's at 19 right now, so you don't really have a position here where you can kind of come back either.
Yeah, I think that in previous games where I've seen Zoo beat a freeze mage, it's usually because the councilman's been able to get at least like one attack in, like a really large amount of damage, and councilman didn't attack at all.
Yeah, I think I got one in early, right?
Didn't really do much.
Okay, so Outer kind of just weighing the options again. You know, has a bunch of minions in hand. Definitely things that are going to be able to see some play. Just going to play the imp game boss here. Playing again a little bit, holding back a little bit. Oh, here, even more burn coming into KO's hand right now.
KO's counting it up. He's thinking, like, can I do this? And I think he can. The answer is yes. So go for it, man.
I think it's time, yeah, you just flame this damage at the face right now, and you are setting yourself up for a 2-turn lethal with that Ice Block. I don't think there's really anything Outer can do to get out of this position.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, he can pop the ice block, but he's not a one-turn clock, and you know, Pyroblast in hand.
If we had taken that Voodoo Doctor earlier, we could have we could have gone up to 11 maybe.
Angry Chicken, wrong play. Who would have thought? Voodoo Doctor, best card.
That would have been quite the interesting choice at the moment, but it does look like KO is going to be able to finish this one off. Outer probably just counting up how to pop best here. You know, can pop the Ice Block here. So this is going to be a good turn, but as a Zoo usually comes up short by a turn or two in terms of not getting enough damage.
That's just really hard. It's a hard matchup. And even if so, imagine if, you know, Outer thinks that KO doesn't have Pyroblast. He's got what? Frostbolt, Iceland. That's still almost enough with the hero power, but not enough.
Yeah, if it was just Frostbolt Icelands, you know, you'd be at, you know, you'd take 8 damage, but here KO with the Pyroblast in hand, it's gonna take this game 3 and go 2-1 over Outer.
Alright. And that's how the Freeze Mage works.
I mean, that was just the perfect lineup right there in terms of matching that Freeze Mage against the Zoo. So got pretty lucky in terms of, you know, getting that matchup early, because Freeze Mage against Shaman can kind of struggle, but now it's finally going to be that Shaman going against Shaman and Warlock. I like to see if this is an aggressive Shaman, the Zoo might have a good chance against that. And then mid-range Shaman, though, that could have a really good chance against Zoo, because then you're running stuff like Lightning Storm.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm really excited. It's sort of like, I feel like Conquest is kind of this game of rock, paper, scissors, where you're really trying to figure out how to, you know, counter your opponent's decks. And
So it is going to be the Zixo build of Shaman. You know, we're going to see that Tuskar, the Lava Burst. Lava Burst is a little bit more aggressive than we normally see. But here, for Outer, it's going to be really about getting the taunts up. If you get a Defender of Argus, if you have all those big swing turns with power overwhelming, that's when you get in business as Zoo.
And picking up that Taunt early is going to be good for KO. Hopefully getting something like a 2-drop. And picks up the Argent Horse Rider, so not perfect, but still pretty threatening just to get it out there.
Yeah, you still got that 3-4. You know, you got the Tuskar, the Argent Horse Rider into the Flame Reap. But right here, Outer also very good start right here. You know, getting that Flame Imp in. Look at this. Yeah, KO does not get anything off the 2. So, it does get the Taunt Totem.
Taunt Totem was probably exactly what you wanted there, just to save your Tunnel Chalk for one more turn. Maybe get something next turn.
So what do you think here? I mean, we can develop one of the 3-drops. You know, we can develop the Councilman, and we can also do something like get the Imp Game Boss out there before the Councilman. That way we can buff the Councilman up.
I think I would personally play Councilman first. So getting that Councilman out there, sort of making a priority trade target so that the Shaman has to go on kind of the defensive because he knows the Councilman's such a high priority. And I think that is what Outer is going to do.
Yeah, so yeah, going ahead and play the Councilman right there. Now this is a turn where, KO would have needed something like a Lava Burst, something of that nature. It's going to pick up a pretty good trade with the Horse Rider into the Flame Imp. But right here, as we said earlier, Outer is going to be able to pick up a giant Councilman right here.
Yeah, he's going to be able to clear the Tunnel Trog without the Tunnel Trog doing much in terms of damage, which I think is very important for Outer in this game.
Now it's going to be interesting again with the Peddler. Ooh, picks
This
up
is a better
I like
set.
Voidwalker here. Yeah, Voidwalker's pretty good. You could play that, you could trade into the Tunnel Trog, leave your Voidwalker up against a 2-1.
Decides to go for the abusive to kind of over.
Yeah, that's interesting. You're really given right there. You're given your trade. Your 2/2 is gonna be able to get traded into pretty easily. I think I would like to see the Voidwalker just to set up a little bit more cleanly on that board, but still in a great position right now for Outer. Gonna have to go ahead and KO just like I need to get rid of this Councilman immediately.
Councilman's such a high priority target. So now Outer has Crazed Alchemist in this deck, which doesn't necessarily do much, but could actually help get through maybe some of the taunts. Your 3/2.
So you have some interesting plays here. You could actually go like Direwolf, and you could use the Crazed Alchemist, and you would be able to clear the whole board actually and retain your board. Sort of like an interesting play you could have done.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. It's just allows to tap and trade.
Right there, I think Outer recognizes that was not necessarily the trade that he really wanted to make first. You could have traded both minions off and left yourself with the Dark Peddler on the board as well. But here, you didn't really leave yourself as the best position. So pretty unfortunate there. Played a little bit fast and made the wrong play.
Yeah. And now it looks like KO has a very clean way of dealing with this board. Get that 7/7/4. I had some friends who have taken a little bit of break from Hearthstone, and they were like, coming back into the meta being like, my opponent's playing a 4-mana 7/7. What is this game turned into?
What have you done?
What is Hearthstone? Why?
I think there is a way though we can definitely, Outer's gonna be able to play a lot of minions, and the 7/7 is not gonna be able to hit face turn after turn. So I think with the power of leveling, things like that, if you can pick those off the top, you're gonna be able to come back in this game a little bit.
Yeah. Playing the Totem Golem, getting another totem out there just to see what he gets. What do you think he wants here? Gets a 1/1.
You probably wanted a taunt. You want something that could have done, dealt with that efficiently. Here, this is a little awkward again. You can use the PO. You're just gonna have to trade in your imp game boss if that's gonna be the action right there. But still, getting rid of the Flame Wave is super important at this point in the match, and I think that's exactly what Outer's gonna do here.
Yeah, manages to get another little 1/1 there too, so doesn't feel too bad. 7 damage is a lot for a Warlock to take, so I totally agree with this play.
And the question is, when are you going to play the Crazed Alchemist? You can use it for something like one of the totems and just kill it, which is really nice value a lot of times. So I think we'll probably wait a little bit to see what we're going to do there. I think that one turn, though, we could have used it very effectively. But right here, going to be able to fill up the board, a bunch of tokens on the board, and take some board back from the Shaman.
Alright, let's see what Kia's got. Easy trade.
Yeah, immediately goes to the Flame Juggler, right?
See what totem he gets. That's actually not bad.
Yeah, KO just plays out his entire hand. The Healing Totem is going to be pretty good there. But we can play a 2-mana Sea Giant if we want to.
I think he's going to want to. See if he taps first and gets something nice. Now it's going to be a 1-mana Sea Giant if he wants it to be.
Alright, so how do you best deal with this board right now if you are Outer?
I think if you're out, he looks like he's reaching for that Crazed Alchemist to try to flip the totem. I'm going to trade in his minions after Sea Giant. Thinking about it, if he kills one of the totems, Sea Giant's actually not going to get discounted. So thinking about he has the mana for it, so I think you should.
Yeah, it's gonna be 1 mana at the end of the day. So you can even trade into the 2/1 if you want to. And from this point, I think we might just see KO have to push damage in. Especially if the 8/8 on board, it's going to be very hard to effectively control the board. But yeah, 1 mana Sea Giant's going to come down. Outer is going to be able to trade into the 2/1, and then actually going to elect to trade into the 3/2 as well.
Yeah, well, if Outer gets a taunt, this could spell a lot of trouble for KO, so KO's got to get his damage in soon. But he decides to trade.
Yeah, I like that. You know, it's an efficient trade at least. You get the damage in and you still have a body out there. But this is the point where the Warlock is gonna be able to capitalize on their hero power and really just start to outmatch the Shaman in terms of card draw. And it's very hard for the Shaman, doesn't run stuff like Ancestral Knowledge or anything like that. So it's hard to get all those cards going.
Yeah, once you lose steam as a Shaman, it's really tough to get the game back.
Yeah, what do you think here? Yeah, we could just use the Soulfire. You can play the.
It's interesting that he might be holding the Soulfire for something else. I don't think he's playing it this round.
Yeah, you could have gotten Ritual Soulfire or something, but looks like Outer's just going to hang tight.
Doesn't
Probably a
even
little
tap.
concerned about the health because KO just pulled off a Doomhammer off the top. And this is where the damage, this is where you're a little scared if you're Outer. There's a bunch of damage hitting my face right now. I thought I was in a good spot.
Yeah, well, the Shaman's still at 28 health. That's a long way to go for lethal, so... And
Flaming doesn't help.
no,
Not
Flameman's
much.
Flameman's pretty bad, actually. Especially if you feel like you're scared of your health getting any lower.
It's one of those points where you might elect to actually tap because you're a little scared. You could just play Forbidden Ritual for 5. And then, but you need something like, Defender of Argus.
Yes, I think Defender of Argus was definitely one of Outer's best draws. He's not going to get it here, so he's just going to elect to fill the board. So what does Keo have? Keo's got, he's got the...
Rockbiter will do it. I think Lava Burst will do it as well.
Yes, Lava Burst will
we've
do
seen
it.
that from KO as well. Toad Golem is not the answer here though, so it's gonna be, it's gonna be a little top decking war that we're about to see right here.
But yeah, KO knows that he's on a clock and has to go face.
So it looks like Outer's actually just short by 1 damage right here. We have 15 represented on board. The Soulfire would make it 19. So, like so close again. Looking back on the turns, but Power Overwhelming, that is gonna be
That's
enough damage for Outer. Probably just gonna count it up. PO with the Soulfire, that's going to be more than enough here for Outer to take this game 4.
Yeah, that was pretty close at some parts. Had Keo gotten the Rockbiter or gotten any amount of burst, that would have been really important.
Yeah, I think even KO last turn was considering Lightning bolting down, the Peddler there, counting up the damage, but it looks like Outer's going to take this one. We're going to be tied up 2-2. Going to go into our final match. Yeah, we've already 2 series. Both have gone to game 5. Now we're gonna have another game 5. And it's gonna be a Shaman Mirror. So we've seen KO's list is a little bit more aggressive. What do you think Outer's gonna bring? If he brings a mid-range Shaman, he might actually be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, I think mid-range Shaman is very. I mean, it's very good against aggro Shaman. So having that board clear, super important. And it's possible that some aggro decks do tech in 1 Lightning Storm.
Yeah, definitely. And also, mid-range would open up stuff like Hex. That's really important. But it does look like both are going to be running a more aggressive list. Outer here, we see the Sir Finley and the Argent Squire.
I feel like we're just going to go... Everybody's going to go face. Actually, no. Probably should trade.
It's interesting because the matchup usually goes... they don't go face at the beginning. They build up the board and then it's all... Okay, now I'm going to go face. It's really when they turn a little bit. Outer going to be able to play Sir Finley Murgleton on turn 1 and... 2 decent hero powers here. You can pick up Fire
I would probably
Blast
take Shapeshift,
or
honestly.
Shapeshift, yeah.
It depends on how you feel about the armor game versus having something that doesn't need you to attack in. But Shapeshift works really well with Doomhammer, so I tend to prefer it. Fire Blast is if you're wanting to do more of a control thing, not necessarily get your face all up in there. It does like to take Fire Blast.
Yeah, pretty good against a lot of the minions that we're going to see from the Shaman player. Even Chaos is going to be able to play the Argent Squire. Outers has a pretty great starting hand. You had that double Totem Golem, so those big bodies are going to be pretty difficult for KO to deal with. At the same time, look at that. The Divine Shield does very well against those bodies too.
Yeah. I think Totem Golem is definitely the play, but decides to ping. Alright. Playing it slow. And KO gets the Feral Spirits out. Knows he's got some 1 mana cards in hand, so that helps with the overload situation.
Definitely. And right here, Outer didn't really build up the board last turn. So probably wants to play one of the minions this turn. You could play the Totem Golem. You could even use the Rock Biter if you want to.
I think
Take
using
out
the
one of the
rock
two
fire to
threes.
clear, yeah, would be helpful. So, because you know you want to start getting that damage, and you don't want to let the shaman build up the board behind those taunts.
I think like the one thing you probably think is like, oh man, I really want to play a Flaming Faceless next turn. Like,
Yeah,
oh.
it's hard. Overload management. Again, when Face Shaman first came out, people were like, oh, it's easy, you just go face. But the overload management part has been the trickiest aspect of the deck for me. For a long time, I struggled playing it because I just, didn't necessarily understand the sort of like higher order thinking that is involved when you have overload.
So it looks like Outer's gonna hang on to that Rock Biter for right now. KO does get a very good trade with this Abusive Sergeant, able to come on the backboard. And just like that, KO's in a great spot. Outer's going to start fighting again.
Yeah, doesn't get to play the flame root this turn. Won't get to. Maybe he gets to play it next turn, depending on how he plays these cards.
Yeah, you could pain and you could use the Lightning Bolt. You could also like use the Tone Goal and Rock Biter. Looks like here Outer's going to elect to use the Lightning Bolt and pain. That's going to clear it up for KO's Flamery Faceless to come down on an empty board.
Yeah, first one to get that out pretty much contests.
Are we going back to back? Is that what we're doing?
I think we're just flame wreath after flame wreath. What are you gonna do? Do you want to clear it? Do you want to really put yourself in that position?
It's tough because you might be the one that has to trade too. So you're probably gonna take 7 damage to your face right here. Oh, and KO, I think with that Doomhammer draw, this is the point where I think you're gonna start pushing, right? You don't really need to trade. You can force your opponent to trade into you right here as well. And then you could even pick up the steady shot right here.
Steady shot's great. This is now. I think KO now realizes that he's the beatdown.
Yeah, he is
Go
the
for it.
beatdown for sure. With the 7/7 sort of getting the initiative right there. And now Adder's got to deal with this board again. I mean, you have a few ways. You can trade in your 7/7. You can play Abusive with the Horse Rider. And that actually freed up the board for you. I think KO's plan from here on out, though, is just going to be hit in face with that Doomhammer.
Yep. Do you really want to take another 7 damage to try to clear? I don't think Adder wants to do that, but he is thinking about how best to get rid of this while maintaining a 7/7. I think he's trying to think about what removal he has in hand so that he can keep that 7/7 on the board. Otherwise, he's going to have to trade, and that doesn't feel great.
It doesn't look like there is a way to keep your own 7/7 on the board right here as well, but it does actually. So he's going to keep his own Flame Reef because he's going to take 7 damage with his own face. Very interesting line of play right there, but kind of thinks that, okay, I need to keep my Flame Reef on the board to win the game.
Right. I think having that giant 7/7 there, not knowing that KO's got the perfect sort of
Yeah,
pushing
Doomhammer to
mechanism.
Rock Fighter, right?
Yep.
So just like that, KO is actually going to be able to deal 11 damage on that turn, take Outer down to 3, and it doesn't... Ooh! Picks up the dogs, the wolves right there, so now we have some taunts up.
I mean, he's on a 2-turn clock anyways with the hero power, but this could give him just enough. He can get in 14 damage and then maybe pick up
So,
his
actually, it looks like, yeah, not removing the 1-3 right there. KO's going to be able to get through both these taunts and use the steady shot to take this series 3-2 over Outer. I think well played match overall by KO. And right there, Outer at the end there probably had to just push a little bit to give yourself a chance for the win.
Right. Not realizing that Sir Finley was going to deal the final blow.
And so
Giving
we saw
KO
again
win.
the Shaman's getting a little bit stuck today, not really performing up to all the hype that we've been talking about over these past few weeks of Old Gods and the meta that we have right now. But guys, looks like we're gonna take a short break and then we'll be back from Queens, New York and Evo Gaming's Tavern Hero.
I muted.
Alright guys, welcome back to Evo Gaming's Tavern Hero. We are live in Queens, New York. And we're going to be moving on to into the third round, I believe.
Yep,
And we're going to
round
have
3.
Unlucky taking on Sir Watson.
Sir Watson the second,
Oh.
known to his friends as just Sir Watson.
Yeah, it looks like Sir Watson's going to be on Warrior, Warlock, and Druid, while Unlucky's bringing Mage, Druid, Warlock. So this is one of the first times we haven't, Mage and Druid together in a lineup. That's pretty interesting. I'm excited to see what type of Druid we're going to see. I want to see some Yogg. I want to see somebody praise Yogg today.
We've had some Yogg in the tournament, but it hasn't been casted, and apparently Yogg has been doing his work as the great memer. So I'm very excited to see if this
The
is
memer
case.
of dreams, basically, right? Looking at the lines a little bit closely, though, I think it's going to be really important to see what type of mage this is. Again, Unlucky could be running that freeze mage, and it lines up pretty well against some of these, but that warrior Sir Watson could put in a ton of work.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see. See how it goes. I'm gonna see when they're about to go live.
So Unlucky actually did ban Sir Watson's Shaman there. Getting rid of the Shaman, making sure he's not playing that. And Sir Watson with the Warrior ban. So usually that Warrior ban, you have to consider what type of Druid that is. I think that's really what it's providing with, because Cthulhu Druid usually does typically well against Warrior, so it might be maybe more aggressive Beast Druid or something. So you might
Like
see
a
something a little bit
token-based
different
druid. Or a Yogg druid.
there. Or yeah, I mean, Yai does well against Warrior too, so I'm trying to, think about why the Warrior ban, see what sort of information it reveals about his other decks. You could also, maybe he just doesn't want to play against Warrior as Zoo.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's not necessarily running Zoo. I mean, we haven't seen Reno Lock in this tournament yet, but it's out there. People are playing it. I believe in it. I still believe in the Reno.
Yeah, I think today we are seeing a lot of different lineups actually. You know, we saw earlier with Con with that rogue deck that was pretty crazy. We've seen a ton of Shaman, mainly the aggressive version. We haven't really seen many control decks though. We haven't seen like a true control warrior. We saw Patron, we've seen I think that there's some tempo going around, but not any heavy control today.
I mean, basically the Death Battle Paladin was the most control heavy deck we've seen, and that one was pretty good. It did really
Yeah,
well.
very well right there with the Reno. You know, was able to kind of surprise KO. KO did pull out that series, however. Just excited to see this Druid versus Druid. I mean, maybe Yogg Druid Mare.
I think you're a big fan of Druid. You've always been a big fan of Druid.
Yeah, I think Druid's actually in a really good spot. People were a little worried about, Lost Combo when Old Gods was introduced, and it doesn't really need it, right? We still have Wild Growth, we still have Innervate, still have a ton of cards that are able to do a lot of damage, and Mire Keeper, one of in some of the decks. So we've seen, I mean, Fendril too.
I
Like
think it was. I
Fendril's
mean, it
been
was
great.
super important that Druid's classic cards got nerfed. Like that was important for the health of the game, and so I'm happy to see that some form of Druid still persists. Like it's definitely closer to the ramp variety, right? But you can still sort of get in there with more aggressive forms of Druid. Aggro Druid's not dead yet.
Yeah, I think it was Chalky that actually brought an Aggro Beast Druid and finished top 100 Legend just this last season. So that could be a tag that somebody could surprise us with. Looks like we're actually going to be getting into the first match here. It's going to be Sir Watson on Warlock. So it looks like he's going to open up with that Zoo. And Unlucky is going to be on Druid here.
Now, Druid usually has a tough matchup against Zoo. I remember this being one of the classic sort of things that Druid struggles with. And it looks like it's a Cthulhu Druid.
Yeah, the Beckoner of Evil definitely pointing to the Cthulhu Druid there. Interesting to see Emperor here as well. Yeah, but there we go. Dark Arakoa. As Unlucky, what are you really looking for in this matchup against Zoo?
I think you want to make sure that your swipes get really good value, right? Trying to deny a lot of the 1/1 minions. Um, Basically ramping up into those taunts, right? Like trying to make sure that the Zoo doesn't push enough damage from its minions.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Sir Watson here too. Going to be able to get a lot of pressure on early. Did go ahead and play the coin, but now deciding what he actually wants the coin at. You can go with Argent Squire or the Possessed Villager here.
Yeah, I would probably go with the. Okay, I was gonna go actually with the Possessed Villager just because it's another thing that sort of survives a board clear.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of options there. The Squire, Possessed Villagers, they kind of almost interchangeable, but definitely have different pluses there. Right here, Unlucky, gonna be able to get that Becker and Evil, pump a Cthulhu. But Sir Watson's already, as we see in this hand, it's gonna have answers immediately. This Abusive Sergeant, and you can even put down a Possessed Villager on the back end of that.
Actually, you know, in that case, that's a little bit better because Possessed Villager, keeping the death battle for the Darkshire Councilman, really important. You know, getting a little bit of a buff there as well as a value trade. And so let's see, Unlucky Wrathing which to draw and gets his Cthulhu.
Yeah, actually, so this is setting up the swipe pretty perfectly, right? I mean, you're setting up the swipe, it's going to be able to take out the entire board. You think Sir Watson definitely notices that with the way that wrap went down, but still, doesn't really matter. You can still just play Councilman.
Yeah, Councilman survives. Councilman prevails.
And you have to be wondering, I mean, I think swipe's still pretty good, right? You have to be wondering, but you definitely want to get that Councilman off the board somehow.
It's going to take a few turns. Decides not to swipe the Councilman, swipes the Void Walker instead.
Looks like Watson's actually going to throw out some early game BM. Let's see if it comes back to bite him later on in this match. Gonna go ahead and use the Peddler, gets a Void Walker. So this is the situation that Unlucky does not want to be in.
Right, having to figure out what to do with that Councilman after another turn, really going to be tough for him. Now, this is a card I haven't seen in a lot of Cthulhu Druid decks. This, the 4 mana...
Yeah, the Cloxy Amber Weaver.
That's it.
And we saw there, look, it wasn't ready to activate. So it's one of those cards that you don't always get to activate. We saw Sidonia not bring it last weekend because sometimes it is really difficult to actually get started.
Yeah, that's true. You have to really have your early game Cthulhu cards in the Cthulhu Druid for that tempo.
So alright, so we have a number of options here. We could go ahead and Soulfire if we want to. You would take out the Azure pretty cleanly. You could also play the Voidwalker. Then you're getting rid of Gormuck or your Power Overwhelming. At the same time, I mean, look at that board you get to set up right here.
Yeah, I mean, the Councilman's going to do a lot of work and puts the Druid in a really tough position. See if he's going to take the trade. Doesn't do it. Does he use the Soulfire?
I think you can go ahead and Soulfire here. I mean,
even if you discard either one of these, you're still in a good shape. You probably want to discard the PO actually, just because you know Cormac is going to be ready and it could do something pretty good against like going into turn 6 against like an Erico or something.
So Watson's really thinking about it. He definitely is considering. Decides, elects to use the PO to clear.
Yeah, this is also pretty effective, right? I mean, you're just going to use the PO now. You get to save your minions on the board the way they are. And you're going to keep Cormac because you really want to get a 2-drop or something next turn in hopes to activate it.
Sir Watson's greeting him real hard. This is the first player with the...
It seems like friendly BM, right?
Yeah. Again, I told you, the BM meta is all about the greeting. It's all about how you say hello to somebody. So Councilman survives another turn, and I think Sir Watson's in a really good place to sort of put the board and
I mean,
get
this,
where, yeah.
yeah, look at this right here. You know, you have a few options, but at the same time, not necessarily the most efficient ways to clear this. You know, look, you could go ahead and use Defender Vargas right here, but then you're not
What are you gonna
necessarily,
trade
yeah,
into, yeah.
it's a little bit harder of a trade in that sense. You could go ahead and go use the Soulfire. So I think Soulfire last turn might have given you a little bit more options this turn. I think Sir Watson really wanted to get Gorbak. You know, it's very attractive, right? Very attractive to get that battle cry. But how do you think he's gonna go about this turn?
Looks like he's just gonna play the Imp Game House. Maybe he doesn't even necessarily attack in. Like he's really considering, do I trade both my Darkshire? Goes for a
Yeah, so
Soulfire.
trade in 2 of the minions, go ahead Soulfire there, still able to push the damage in with the Councilman. So that was kind of, okay, I know I had to keep my Councilman at all costs, like, active, but right here, unlucky, does have Twin Emperor Velcor active, so this is just the way to answer the board right here.
Yeah, and Zoo basically has to push through all of the taunts. It doesn't really have sort of answers to that. Looks like Sir Watson's also running the Crazed Alchemist. Everybody's sort of teching against Freeze Mage in these, I assume that's what it's for.
Yeah, you don't really expect it to be for, you know, we've seen Doomsayer in a few classes though. We've seen it in some warrior lists, we've seen it in some other types of lists, we've even seen it in, like the Arena lists and stuff like that. Right here, the Defender Marcus is pretty good. You're able to actually take out one of the Emperor Velcors and keep your Councilman alive. So that's, you know, pretty good trade right here.
Right. And then the other Emperor doesn't necessarily have a great trade except for to go back and go into the Councilman again. But it's probably the case that Unlucky is going to use one of his many removal spells in hand to get rid of the Councilman, try to establish some more minions on the board. And he's got stuff now.
Yeah, you could even, you could like Wrath here with Swipe, you could do something like that. And then
What do you think
could
about that 5-drop? What do you think about the 3/6?
3/6, the Grace versus Spur. Maybe not Cthulhu Druid, but I think it does play out in a lot of other, you know, different Cthulhu decks here. So electing just to play the Wrath to cycle first, kind of see what we're gonna get. It does look like Unlucky wants to get down that Grace Worshipper.
And the trade is pretty good.
Well, right here, I mean, this is Crazed Alchemist has a great target right here, right? I mean, you can Crazed Alchemist into the 3/6. That gives you a really good trade for Flame Imp. And you also can even trade into Twin Emperor Velcor, and you can set up a Sea Giant.
Yep.
So I think this is actually a huge turn coming up here for Sir Watson.
See how he decides to play these cards out. Now, what do you do as Unlucky when you see this giant board of stuff? When you see these efficient clears, how are you going to establish yourself as a druid? Like, you've got Swipe, but that's one of your last sort of board clears.
I mean, some of them run Mulch, right? So you might see Mulch or something off the top that would really help out, get rid of the Sea Giant. Swipe then would be able to clean up a decent chunk of the board from that point. But, I mean, you also are at 7 health, and I think that's just going to be it right here. That's going to be enough damage. Turn coming up, first Sir Watson to finish this out. I don't see a way Unlucky gets out of this one.
Yeah, it's really hard for the druid. I still think that it's very difficult to face the zoo, especially when the zoo manages to get that early and manages to get those value trades. Crazed Alchemist doing work even against something that's not Doomsayer.
Yeah, so Unlucky just gonna throw the Swipe at face, kind of realizes that the game is kind of lost at that point. So Sir Watson taking the first game of Zoo over Unlucky's Cthulhu Druid.
That Cthulhu Druid has some interesting cards. Doesn't necessarily run everything, like that 6-drop that just came out.
Yeah, the Scarum Cultist. Not necessarily always a pick that we've seen in a lot of Cthulhu Druids. We've saw double Amber Weaver, we saw Beckoner of Evil, so it's definitely a different sort of
different sort of lineup that we're seeing from Unlucky here. I'm wondering what the decisions behind those cards were.
Yeah, maybe it's just kind of like playing against the unexpected, you know? Having cards that people don't necessarily expect in the Cthulhu Druid might be giving him the edge. I mean, he made it to round 3, so he's definitely been using it.
He's definitely been having a good day so far with that deck. So we'll see how we kind of progress here. But that Zoo, I mean, a Zoo is usually going to be very good against Cthulhu Druid right there. We kind of thought that coming in, that was going to go into Sir Watson's favor, and it did right there. We proved that the minions get on the board, Power Overwhelming did a lot of work. You even had the Soulfire do some work too. Now we're going to move into this Druid Mirror. Unlucky, as we already know, on this Cthulhu Druid. It looks like we might have Cthulhu Druid versus Cthulhu Druid. Yeah, there we go. So Sir Watson also going to be on this Cthulhu Druid.
So, in these mirror matchups, what do you want to see? I feel like Twilight Elder, especially if you can manage to pull up a Innervate, is going to be super strong. And Sir Watson mulligans his entire hand and gets what I think is a pretty good hand, at least potentially.
Yeah, potentially is the word, and now it actually is a very good hand because he just got a Dark Arakoa off the top. He can coin out, double innervate Arakoa turn 1, and look at that. Look, he's giggling about it, he's thinking about it, but I think he knows that, you know what?
You gotta do it. What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do against a 5/7 on turn 1?
What are you gonna do? Just go for it. Yeah. Thinking about it.
Alright, yeah, he's going to go ahead and get that Arakoa out there. It's going to be able to deal a lot of damage early on. I mean, it's going to be very hard. Unlucky's going to be looking for things to actually be able to contest with this. He's probably going to get at least 15 damage in.
I think so. It's going to be really hard. This game might already be in Sir Watson's favor. It's a big, I mean, you get your double innervate, you get your big card.
Definitely. Right here, you know, but you know, when you do exhaust all those resources and get the big mini, you kind of have to decide what to do next right here. Sir Watson has a few options. You could Living Roots, you could also Wrath if you want to, just to get rid of the card. What are you thinking right here?
If he plays the Living Roots, that basically says that he's not worried about the board of Unlucky and is just going to go establish things, go to face. Doesn't care about the clear, doesn't think he has it. Doesn't mind getting that damage in.
We're going to see Unlucky just drop down this file or try to get minions on the board that can be able to contest with this. But as we see, still not a great start for Unlucky. I think Sir Watson here, a number of options. You could Wrath down the Twilight Elder and trade him one of your 1/1s just to keep the board kind of in your favor.
I think his line of play is just to be aggressive though. I think he's going to try to keep going, keep pushing base. I mean, you might even Wrath the cycle. Unless he really wants to take the trade.
I think the 3 damage here is pretty good. You know, you're just trading a 1/1, so you know, get trade 1/1, keep the board nice and clean. E-Swipe doesn't even deal with this board right now, right? So that's pretty huge in the where we are in the match right now.
And Unlucky trying his best to get through that Dark Arakoa. And it will do probably 15 to 20 damage.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do against turn 1 Dark Arakoa. Even here, Sir Watson, yeah, you can play a Fendrel, you can play a Biokeeper, elects to go with Fendrel, and gets another pretty great trade with that 1/1.
Yeah, this is rough. This is hard to watch.
Alright, so what do we need from this Azdrake? We need some way to deal with the board next turn, but doesn't really look like it. And okay, so we're just 1 off, I think, right now.
Yeah,
but
Raven Idol could make or break it.
Ooh.
I would pick Ancient of War.
Disciple of Cthulhu, though, you know, he could provide you some reach in the following turns. Like right now, for this turn, you could just hit face with both your minions. You could even swipe down the Azure Drake or something.
Definitely.
And then just, you know, keep going with that. And then Disciple of Cthulhu could provide that extra burst that you might need on the following turn.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just like Ancient of War. I mean, the game might be over before turn 7, to be honest.
Well, yeah, and remember, guess what? With Fendrel, you actually get to pick 2 cards here. So,
Not
you know,
even see that coming.
yeah, you can also Mark of the Wild as well. Gonna be able to just push in a ton of damage right here.
Yeah, now the question is, does he swipe? Does he care? Or does he take the swipe to face?
It's a pretty safe play with the swipe. You know, you're able to just kind of wait, make sure the Azure Drake is just gone off the board. Instead, we're just going to see the Disciple Cthulhu come down, deal 2 damage to Unlucky Face, and just like that, Unlucky is staring down lethal, but the Innervate draw could be pretty important. Now we can Innervate Arakoa and Hero Power on the back end right here. Do you think he's gonna see it?
I don't
He does
know.
not,
Nope,
unfortunately.
that mulch. That
Well, I
mulch
mean,
though.
just yeah, swipe face right here is gonna wrap it up for Sir Watson. I'm pretty sure he's gonna see that play right there, but taking his time just to
So
make
many
sure.
answers.
And there we go. So quick 2-0 lead for Sir Watson, and Lucky just getting stuck on this Cthulhu Druid.
Kind of living up to his name, poor guy. But I assume he's gotten lucky in the past few games just to make it here. So
But not lucky so far, right? Not
no,
lucky in these first
no,
two
not lucky
games.
to have your opponent get double innervate coin into Dark Arakoa.
Oh my god. Yeah, and we saw it stayed on the board the entire match.
Yep.
There was nothing Unlucky could do against that Dark Arakoa so early, and I think it dealt maybe 20 damage,
It's not time to run
maybe
naturalize.
25
Still not
damage.
time to run
Yeah, the
naturalize.
naturalized meta, yeah.
I'm all about the mill druid naturalized meta, so I'm pulling for it to come back.
Alright, so it looks like Unlucky is going to switch it up. Isn't feeling its Cthulhu Druid anymore. Going to go ahead and bring out this Tempo Mage right here. Well, Sir Watson's going to be on Tempo Warrior.
All right, so tempo game.
I mean, Sir Watson already with that Fiery War Axe in hand, that's one of the key cards going into this matchup. Once you're able to get rid of those early game minions, it's really hard for the mage to, deal with your 2/6s and your all of the rest of the stuff in your brain out.
I honestly feel like Unlucky might be better off playing a little bit more conservatively, not necessarily playing out his minions until he can combo. I've seen some tempo mage plays on the ladder where it almost plays a little bit closer to freeze mage in the beginning. You kind of hold things and try to answer, especially if it's a tempo warrior, which I think Unlucky's going to be able to figure out pretty quickly depending on how Sir Watson plays.
Yeah, I mean, big Flamemaker turns can really turn around the game right there. Ooh, we even see a Kabbalah's Tomb.
I actually like that a lot. Maybe it has Yogg in it. Maybe Kabbalah's Tomb is for that.
It probably is a Yogg deck. It probably is. So we might have to, hopefully we will get to see Yogg come out this game. Sir Watson does have the answer for the 3-2 here. Going to be able to get that Fiery War Axe all set up. This is where I think this turn right here, this next turn, is really important for Unlucky. If you drop a Flamewaker, you're really just giving your opponent an opportunity to establish the board and deal with one of your most important threats.
What are you gonna do? Like, what else was he gonna pass? Was he gonna, just hero power pass?
Yeah, I mean, right here, though, look at this. Like, Sir Watson can use Blood to Ichor. You could also go ahead and use your Frothing, drop your Frothing coin Blood to Ichor. So that would set up your Frothing to be pretty strong early on. There's a number of things he can do here. Looks like he does see the Frothing line of play right here. Gonna play Frothing, coin out the Blood to Ichor, get rid of the Flamemaker early, and set up a Frothing that's already pretty good.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough. Now, Unlucky is running double Flame Strike, which I think for a mage deck is pretty intense. I'm gonna assume that it's definitely for Yogg, and it's just running a spell-based deck. Frostbolt has to get rid of that Frothing Berserker. It's just you gotta get it out of there before things get out of hand.
Yeah, definitely. Right here, though, Sir Watson is going to have a number of decisions to go through. You might just want to get the Acolyte down. It just doesn't feel great on turn 4. But, you get to set up. You can go into Ravage, you go in the following turns. You have Execute, and your Battle Rage coming up.
So as a mage, I think Kabbalah's Tome. Oh, look at that.
Big Game Hunter making an appearance on the cast here today. So, definitely an interesting concoction of sort of the Tempo Mage deck that we're seeing here from Unlucky.
Yeah, almost a little bit more control with the Flame Strikes.
Yeah, the
And
double Flame Strike, the Kabbalah Tomb, and the Big Game Hunter kind of pointing to an anti-control sort of Tempo Mage here.
And so Sir Watson definitely looking to get some value off of the Acolyte. Also off of those Battle Rages. Just draw your cards.
Yeah, I mean, 2 mana, draw 3 cards. Definitely getting a ton of value there. Going to be able to continue to cycle and just get the threats necessary to start pumping in more damage. This is the point where, like, if you're the warrior player, you want to get minions on board so you can start pressuring, because things like Flame Strike and Blizzard are going to be coming up later on.
This deck with the Kirin Tor, Unlucky really running some very unique decks.
It gets the effigy too, so like got the secret off the Kabbalah Tomb, able to play it for free with the Kirin Tor Mage.
Now let's see what whether effigy is going to pay off for him. Now, if you're Sir Watson and you see all of these strange cards, what are you thinking?
I'm a little confused, but it's probably like my first thought is like, what am I going against? I'm looking for things like Reno, looking for things like Yogg. playing around those or trying to kill him before we get to those stages in the match, right? And just being prepared to deal with things like that. Now right here though, I mean, I just want to probably trade as best I can. You know, I mean, we have some pretty good ones too. You can trade the Ravaging Ghoul here. You're probably not expecting an effigy right here though.
So he slams and chooses to use the Acolyte and draw more cards.
So
Goes
actually
phase,
gonna go
checks for
ahead,
things.
yeah, and did it last there. So gonna be interesting to see what pops out of the effigy right here.
That's a 3/3.
Pretty neutral, you know, didn't get a lot out of it, but right here I think Unlucky might be tempted to go with a Flame Strike, but just
going
gonna
with
save it and go with the Forgotten Torch for right now.
Yeah, he can ping it down with the War Leader. Or decides to go for Fireball. Alright.
So what do you think about that? You know, we had the opportunity to, I mean, we could have Flame Striked, we could say that we had a 3/3 at the end of that. The other line of play here, we use a Fireball and we ended up with a Mana Worm on the board.
You know, I think actually using Flame Strike would have been a better thing. You're not, if you're going to be picking off minions one by one, when are you ever going to play your Flame Strikes, right? And if you're using your burst to remove, how are you going to win?
And you know this Temple Warrior deck doesn't put a ton of minions on the board at one time unless it gets to things like Variant, things like that. We're then, you know, we're dumping possibly 3 minions on the turn. So right here though, Sir Watson again able to take back this board. I mean, this is looking pretty tough for the mage right now. I think once we get to the later stages of the match though, that's when the mage has a really good chance.
Right, hopefully drawing Yogg within the next few turns would be really good. He has played a decent number of spells.
I like here, you know, you have the Forgotten Torch, you got the Arcane Intellect to be able to dig through the deck a little bit more.
I really think those Flame Strikes are just sitting there though, but Counterspell in the deck.
Well, we have to play some secret with Kirantor, right?
That's
So-
true. I guess you're gonna, I mean, Mirror Entity, I don't know. That's an interesting play. The problem with Flame Strike is that most of the cards that Temple Warrior is going to be playing are going to survive it at this point, right?
Yeah, you're gonna have some higher health minions, you know, like stuff like Ragnaros. You know,
Blood
that's gonna
Hoofs.
be in the deck. Karen even.
Yeah.
It survives the Flame Strike unless you ping, and then still has a 4/5 left on the board. So it's gonna be tough to get a lot of value out of those cards later on, I think.
We got the Kor'kron Elite going in. I think Sir Watts is trying to figure out what these secrets are. Knows it's not a conventional deck. I think that the attacking first with the, I believe it was the Ghoul on his turn. I think he was trying to see if it was vaporized, what exactly was going on with that. Because it could be anything.
Yeah, you probably didn't expect Effigy. That's probably one of those secrets you weren't playing around. You're probably just trying to check for Entity the first, you know, that's sort of the order that people would normally go in here. So it looks like Sir Watson's gonna like to actually play a little bit more aggressively here. Puts on both Kor'kron Elites, they're both gonna hit face. And right
I
here,
think-
Unlucky does drop the Flame Strike.
Yeah, Flame Strike. It doesn't really put a lot of pressure.
It's gotta be Yogg in here, right?
There's gotta be a Yogg somewhere in here. Now for Sir Watson, when do you sort of bring out the big guns?
I mean, right here, you know, you can play Armor Smith, you can play Cairn. That seems pretty good. And then we're just gonna go ahead and play Bloodhoof Brave instead of double Bloodhoof Brave. But also, you get Variant next turn, so you're pretty excited about what that's gonna do.
Yeah. Now, Unlucky trying to figure out what options he has against this board.
And there's like, look at that, he says he's gonna crush him. So, you know, just able to only play the Mirror Entity on that turn, and now I think we might see something like Ragnaros pop down right here. Could even see the Variant come down. Variant probably, you know, even if it plays into Mirror Entity, it's okay, right, a lot of times.
Yeah.
But I think, you know, you can play Armor Smith, and then you can also play Ragnaros afterwards to get it off.
Just checks for that Mirror Entity, counters it perfectly. Getting that, I assume that's a setup for Rag right there.
Yeah, this is going to allow the Rag to kind of a 50-50 on the face and the Armor Smith. Very, very nice setup right here. I think we're just going to see it.
Oh, instead I think he's going for the Karen play.
Yeah, so, you know, we've seen a lot of things today with, you know, players playing a little bit more conservatively. I think in a lot of tournament settings, you do get a little, you know, you hold your guns a little bit because you want to play it safe sometimes. Sir Watson up already 2-0, so probably saying, okay, I don't want to do anything to actually lose this match. Let's play a little safe.
Sure.
Right here, Unlucky Still no targets for this big game hunter, so it's going to be up to a Flame Strike to try and help to deal with the board just a little bit.
Right, but even though he clears one of them, procs the other one, turns it into a 5-2, hoping for something here. And I don't think that was the right missiles. I don't think the missiles really
I don't think
helped.
the missiles went the right place right there. Gonna have another great turn coming here from Sir Watson. You have a number of options. You can play Ragnaros, you can play Varian, kind of do whatever you want right here.
Yeah, Varian's probably. I mean, I'd be reaching for Varian. Knowing that the secret is not a mirror entity, I feel like you feel really comfortable just going to face.
He's
I mean,
probably been keeping track a little bit about like what that big game hunter card is. You know, it's been
I mean,
hand
he could
for.
win it right now if he plays Rag.
Oh yeah, might think the secret is counterspell, which it is. So do you go for the 50-50? I think you do.
I think you go for it. You're in such a good position. You don't get it this turn, you get it next turn.
Yeah, I mean you have almost all day right here. So here comes Ragnaros. Gonna see if Sir Watson can close out this one
Alright.
against Unlucky. And Ragnaros is just gonna hit the Armor Smith.
Okay, Unlucky gets slightly lucky there. Ooh, so wait, what do you do here? Do you use your big game hunter?
And you got a polymorph something.
You gotta polymorph something. I guess you polymorph the 5-2. Just try to mitigate that damage, but that's still technically not enough because in Sir Watson's hand is Grom
Yeah,
and a Whirlwind.
and the Whirlwind, so that's gonna be way more than we need. Sir Watson's gonna take this one 3-0 on the back of this Tempo Warrior. Great game so far. And I mean, great play from Sir Watson. Looks like Unlucky did get unlucky that round.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but that's actually our first 3-0 that we've casted at least today.
Yeah, quick game. I mean, I think we saw the power of Sir Watson had much more consistent decks.
Yeah.
That Cthulhu Druid that we saw from Lucky, I don't think it had all the right techs. It had probably like Scarum Cultists, things like that. Didn't really pay off today.
Yeah, I mean, there is some value in trying to again be innovative in these type of tournaments, but if you're tryharding, you really want to play the decks that win, and the decks that win are sometimes, you know, very typical.
It's okay to play Shaman sometimes. It's all right. It's all right to play Zoo too. So that with that one, Sir Watson's gonna move on to the next round. Great
I do want to
competition
give
so far.
Unlucky some credit for bringing some unique
Yeah,
decks.
yeah,
He may
yeah.
have obviously made it pretty
There's
far.
definitely give credit where credit is due, and there's some good stuff that was coming out of that. I definitely liked. I thought that mage was a pretty cool ad. We saw things. It was definitely a little slower, probably typed because look at that big game hunter. It's not really gonna
Two
see
flame
much.
strikes.
Yeah, two flame strikes. Not really gonna get to see a ton of play unless you're playing that one control battle.
Yeah. So that is the round 3 match. Let's see what we're going up against next.
I think we're just gonna try to hop into the next game here. Get right into it. A lot of matches being played. I think we had over 20 players today over in Queens, New York at Evo Gaming.
And this is a best of 5. This isn't some best of 3, single elimination stuff. We
Yeah,
actually do
it's
have a losers
double
bracket.
elimination, so people still have a second chance. They can come on back through the losers bracket as well. I think the finals are best of 7,
Yes.
so yeah, you have to bring the additional class as well. It
And
just
I know what
interesting.
it's like to slog through the losers bracket. All right, so I was there for the Alien Watch over Open Qualifier. Made it through the losers bracket. Lost my first game. Went all the way through the losers bracket to get into the top 16. So I feel for those who are slugging it out in the losers qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, what have you thought about the best of 7 format? We saw that at the NA and EU championships recently. They did best of 7 single elim for the top 8.
I mean, I feel like more decks, more complicated, decision making. And I think it's important. I think that, best of 3 often kind of just feels like a coin flip. And you want to give people the opportunity to sort of play out a lot of different styles. It forces you to sort of not just specialize.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it actually makes a lot more classes more popular though. Like in best of 7s, we normally see Hunter picked a lot more because it's just the 5th class that's probably like doing the best at the moment, right? So what we don't see here, we haven't seen a ton of Hunter today. I think we've only seen 1 or 2 Hunters out of the field so far.
And it's unfortunate that the class we've seen none of is priest. Just nothing.
Oh,
Straight
priest.
nothing.
Oh, priest. I almost forgot.
Yeah, it's just like, oh,
Almost
that's a
forgot.
class? People play that?
Yeah. It's like, what even archetype do you bring a priest right now? Do you bring like
Dragon.
dragon? Okay. I
Dragon,
mean,
that's basically it.
good luck.
Yeah.
Right? It's still decent, but it is just very tough in this meta. There's just other things that just perform a lot better.
Yep.
Consistency, right?
Consistency is
Yeah.
the name of the game when it comes to competitive Hearthstone. Do you think that the standard format has gotten rid of a lot of the RNG that was making people angry with Hearthstone?
I mean, there's always gonna be RNG in Hearthstone, right? I think there's definitely an element where it belongs and it makes the games exciting, as we just seen. Ragnaros, things like that, are they're
But
powerful
different types of
swings.
RNG,
Yeah,
right? Like you don't have your shredders anymore. You don't have those kind of crazy
Crackle. Oh my
crack.
god,
Yeah,
2 mana, 6 damage. That was absolutely ridiculous. So I think the team's done a really good job of noticing what type of RNG players do respond well to and what type of RNG they don't respond well to. And there's still some fun stuff, right? There's still a lot of fun stuff that we have going on. But at the same time, we have cards like Flame Juggler. That's not very fun RNG early on. It can decide a lot of the matches pretty early.
that's true. That is knife juggler. People were actually very angry at the knife juggler nerf in that it wasn't really nerfed. It's still being played. It's still really important in a lot of decks. Like
Was
you didn't see. I think Reyna was saying that it like making it 2/2 basically does nothing.
I think it's seen play in the right decks now. It was seen play in, a ton of aggressive lists. It was even seen plays in like Shaman and stuff like that before we saw the nerf. And now it doesn't really belong in Shaman, right? So that three damage the little nerf did make a pretty big difference in my
So
opinion.
you think that the nerf was good enough? Like,
Oh, totally.
okay.
Yeah. So we actually have our players right here that are discussing the ban. I think they were just like say the ban on three. It's a very
I've always been. It's always been difficult for me the banning process. Sometimes it's very informal. It's like you say it, I say it. I like your method of doing it, where you cue into the deck that you're attempting to ban. This is all very inside baseball when it comes to organizing tournaments. How you deal with the bans.
Sometimes you just trust the other person and you're just like, all right,
Just say it.
I trust that you're not gonna like mess with me about this. I think we have a really good environment right here about people that are definitely everyone's
Sometimes the
pretty good
bans are
sportsmanship
obvious.
going around
Sometimes you don't
today.
even need to know to counterpick.
Yeah.
I mean, it does say a lot, right? It says a lot if you ban a warrior and you're playing a mage. But honestly,
I think
it's
we're
been
gonna
a
have
really
Sir
good
Watson
tournament.
back on for the next game. So looks like he brought a pretty good lineup today. We saw that Tempo Warrior, we saw the Zoo, and that Cthulhu Druid that he brought was probably I think more consistent than ones we've
Yeah.
seen so far today. I think even from naming that we saw earlier, people electing to bring, Beckoner of Evils, double Twilight Elders, and Quaxi Amber Warriors. The more modern version of Cthulhu Druid cuts all those cards and makes up for things with like Ragnaros thrown in there.
Yeah, I found that playing Cthulhu Druid without the sort of early game tempo is very interesting. Because sometimes your Cthulhu doesn't necessarily grow until the late game, and maybe that's all you need is just to have it. You don't need like a 22/22 Cthulhu. You just need like a 16 Cthulhu, a
It's
12
good at 10.
Cthulhu.
I mean, it's pretty good at 10 even then, You get one charge off of it. That's why I think, when you do cut those cards early, Cloxy Amber Weaver becomes a lot more difficult to play just because it's going to be a 4 or 5 a lot of the times and that's not the worst. You get to play a Yeti.
Right. But even as a 410, sometimes it's just a little bit too slow. If you can taunt it up, maybe then that's good against like your zoo. But I don't know. I certainly cut it from my Cthulhu decks when I was playing. It was just not really doing the work I wanted it to.
Yeah, it definitely needs to get in there and do a little bit more.
All right. So here we have Sir Watson again facing. I'm gonna say it's zero, zero,
Sarah.
zero.
So we're
There we
getting a
go.
confirmation. Sarah's going to be taking on Sir Watson. Sarah's going to be bringing a lineup of Mage, Warrior, and Warlock, going against Sir Watson's Shaman, Warlock, and Druid. So interesting to see the bands right there. And double Mage, actually, yeah. So Mage, Warrior, Warlock from Sero there. I really like that. It's pretty consistent with what we've seen so far today. Maybe it's going to be a Freeze Mage, and then with that Warrior, probably like a Tempo Warrior, and then, possibly a Zoo as well.
hmm I'm very curious to see these matchups. The games have been going really well. I mean, people have been the quality of play has actually been pretty good this tournament.
Yeah, we even have some people out here that are sponsored. KO, of course, Gale Force Esports. Some other local New York people did stop by. Shout out to Pizza as well, another very high legend player. So the scene has been bustling around here, trying to build it up a little bit. And I think we finally have found a place here at Evo Gaming that is pretty accepting. There's a lot of good players here. Great location out in Queens.
Yeah, having a dedicated space and having not just the space for it, but the actual computers. Like you can't see this right now, but everybody is at their own bank. You don't have to bring your own device. I think it creates a different atmosphere and it really sort of brings us a different level of play and a different level of player.
Yes, definitely. But yeah, pretty professional, pretty competitive out here today. Looks like we're players are gonna get back in here, so just hang tight with us just for a second, guys. But we're gonna get to the match very soon. All right, guys, welcome back to this Tavern Hero. We're about to get into this match between Cesaro and Sir Watson.
Yeah, and it's gonna be again, like we said, we've got mage, we've got warlocks on both sides. We've got some shaman, druid. We've seen Sir Watson's lineup. We like it.
Oh yeah, I think it's definitely a pretty consistent like Conquest format tournament lineup. We've seen that with these sort of lineups quite a bit with the Cthulhu Druid. A little surprising to see the ban there, not banning Warlock. I think that's like a ban that we normally see with this sort of lineup when you do bring Cthulhu Druid. But Cesaro here, I want to see what this mage is. I think that's really important. That's going to really decide how the flow of this matchup goes.
Right. So does that mean that Cesaro banned warrior on Sir Watson's end? I'm trying to remember the deck list. So
Yeah,
it
he
was,
went ahead and banned the warrior, and then Sir Watson actually banned Cesaro's shaman. So I understand that too. You just don't want to play against shaman. I think a lot of people don't want to play against the aggressive shaman. It's also one of the bans you can do Cthulhu Druid as well. I just think the Zoo ban is what we've seen more consistently out of the tournaments lately.
right. Do you
So
think
we're
Sir
good.
Watson is just like I can take this zoo. If it is zoo, I can take it. Just doesn't
Yeah.
have to necessarily use Cthulhu Druid for it. Can do his own zoo. Can shaman it out.
Alright,
All
these
right.
guys look pretty stoked, pretty ready to get underway here. We saw Sir Watson, sort of the friendly BM, coming from him so far in the tournament. I've enjoyed, the competitiveness, but also not taking it too far.
Yeah, I think it's a decent level BM, just enough, not too aggressive. You don't want to be too aggressive in your BM, especially when it's live. You know, you gotta stare your opponent in the face
I
sometimes.
just love, like Hearthstone with emotions, right? A lot of times, like we've seen so far in all these tournaments, not a lot of emotions come from the players. But then when when you get hyped, get
I'm
hyped for a
always
Rackmorose
stoic.
play, get hyped for somebody to get up Malkarok or something.
All
That's
right.
when Hearthstone's at its best.
Yeah. I'm all about the stoic. Wait, maybe that's why I'm bored to watch. I get hyped for sometimes when the randomness comes in. That's when you get hyped. So let's see what they start with.
I think Sir Watson's probably looking to get this Druid against maybe the Warrior. That could be a pretty good matchup there because that Cthulhu Druid does fairly well against Warrior, especially if you tech in things like Ragnaros and like a Harrison Jones, something like that. That does very well against the Warrior.
Yeah, the tech cards have been very interesting this game, and we've seen a lot of consistent crazed alchemists because of the doomsayers and other things, and we've seen it do work almost every single time. Every single time there's a crazed alchemist, has actually been useful.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. Crazy Alchemist, we saw that as well. Was able to take out Doomsayers in the tournament so far. He would take out some totems, so it still seems to be a decent check choice that we've seen in the tournament today. Looks like these guys are just about to get underway here, and it looks like Sir Watson's gonna go ahead and pick that Warlock to start. So on that, you're probably looking to go up against maybe the Mage here or the Warrior, depending on what this Mage is, of course. But it looks like we're just gonna have the Warlock Mare to start here. And it looks like it's going to be a Zoo Mare.
let's see what Zero's bringing. Yep, Zoo reigning supreme, still strong.
Yeah, so what are you looking for here early as, the Zoo player going against what you assume is probably another Zoo?
I actually think that Forbidden Ritual is not a bad keep in Zoo, just because having all those minions and being able to trade them is really good. But you might just want to mulligan everything since you're going first for an early turn one play. And yes, that is definitely what Zero's going
Yeah, you
for.
gotta get one of those turn 1 drops, and Zero does manage to get the Possessed Villager. Even has something to play on too. Sir Watson as well, all 1s and 2s in hand, so pretty good starting hands from both these players.
Yeah, I think honestly sometimes though with Zoo Mirror matches, whoever gets Sea Giant on the board first is pretty much the kind of victor, unless of course the other player has like all the burst in hand.
I mean, there's not really easy ways to deal with it, right? And sometimes it comes down to like turn 3, very early on in the match where you don't really necessarily have all the tools. Even a PO doesn't always deal with it very cleanly. Here, Sir Watson's going to be able to coin out 2 1-drops. The Voidwalker right there, also very important. It's able to trade very well into things like Possessed Villager and Argent Squire.
Alright, so I guess for Zero it's pretty much trying to get something good off the Dark Peddler. I would think like Power Overwhelming would be an important save. Instead he gets Corruption, Abusive, and Reliquary.
Yeah,
Just
snap pick on Abusive right there. Pretty good to get that off the top. Now here's Sir Watson again. Have a few ways you can control this board if you want to. You could even mess with the Possessed Villager if you want to like go that route. At least knock off one of the bodies. So you have a few options here.
I would say trade the Voidwalker in and maybe even get rid of the remaining Possessed Villager, and I think that is exactly what he's planning to do.
Oh, so Zero gets a knife juggler right here, and we have a few things we could do with it. It could take out one of those 1/1s right here.
I
You
think
could
it
also
should.
just play like, yeah, you can go like knife juggler Argent Squire, and then hope one of the juggles does go into the 1/1.
You basically have a, what is it, like a 33%
Yeah, you got
chance?
1 in 3 right here, and it's just gonna actually hit the peddler. So luckily for Sir Watson's gonna be able to deal with this board yet again. You can set up an in-game boss. You can even use a Mortal Coil if you want to here. A number of options.
He's reaching for that Mortal Coil. I think he's trying to see if he can get some more. He's got Leroy and Power Overwhelming in hand, so he's setting up for some good bursts later on.
Yeah, I don't think the Mortal Coil really allows you to draw that well, though, because you don't really know what else. I mean, you can play like a Flame of afterwards. So I think like saying that the in-game boss might be really important right here.
Yeah, I think Bingos would be a very strong play. And does like to take the trades, which makes me think he is also thinking about the in-game boss. And there it goes. Alright. Zero with Power Overwhelming. Not really much he can do to looking at this in-game boss.
Yeah, I mean, if you had one more mana, you could do something awesome like Defender and Abusive, but unfortunately, don't have that just yet. You might be tempted to
Tap.
Tap.
Yeah.
You might just be tempted to tap, get something on the board, but it's a little hard to deal with right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be Zero right now. Even though this game there hasn't been much pressure in terms of everyone's been trading pretty conservatively. Again, I think Sir Watson's in a much better position just for having a little bit higher quality minions. Plays the defender of Argus, goes face. Alright. That's alright.
Yeah, I mean, we see early on this sort of back and forth. It's really, I think the Sea Giant's going to be something that's going to be really important in this match to see who kind of gets those crazy swing turns. And right here, we are going to see some minions fill up the board here for Sir Watson. And what that's going to do is actually allow Zero to play this really cheap Sea Giant.
Yeah. It's sort of the trade-off of getting, a board is letting your opponent play those cheap Sea Giants, but not necessarily something that maybe Sir Watson's thinking about.
Yeah, it's hard to consider, right?
It's hard to play. It's hard to like not play minions because you're trying to play around Sea Giant as Zoo when that's your whole thing is playing minions on the board.
Yeah, so you can abuse it right here. You can unlock the Sea Giant at 3 mana as well. Make some pretty decent trades on the board as well.
Do you think he trades in the Argiswire, or do you think he goes face with it? Do you think he trades it into the 3/2?
Yeah, you can trade in the 3/2. You can also clean up the game boss if you really feel like you need to get rid of it. So we might even see something like that. Yeah, this play would allow you right here take out the Voidwalker and use the Defender of Argus to take out the game boss if you wanted to.
I see it. I see. I was wondering whether he was going to Abusive Sergeant the 2/3 instead of the 2/2, but this also makes a lot of sense.
So Sir Watson does have some answers, for this Sea Giant. Unfortunately, it's going to take up most of his board. You're gonna have to power overwhelming on your Flame Whip and send in a 1/1 into the 2/1 and a 1/1 into the Sea Giant.
And
Do you have to though?
I mean, I think you do. I don't think you take 8 damage. I think you gotta play it.
You also have Mortal Coil, so you do have ways to deal with it. And it looks like that's the play that Sir Watson is going to have to make here. He needs the PO to send in. Oh yeah, you can also use the Mortal Coil right here. Trade again into one of the minions right there and clear up the board pretty well.
Yeah, I think having the Darkshire Councilman there and having again Crazed Alchemist. I think you take Crazed Alchemist here. I think you just go for it.
Yeah, you probably save a Power Overwhelming for later in the match. Right here, Crazed Alchemist could do a ton of work.
What is he pointing it at though?
There we go.
Come on. You know it. Look at
we want to see the Crazed Alchemist go. Yeah, so it's gonna come down, make for a very clean trade onto the Darkshire Councilman. And Zero is going to elect to even drop the Abuser. Just wants to get some minions on the board right now.
And see, I think Forbidden Ritual is pretty good here.
Oh yeah, I mean it's great. 6 minions. You didn't have anything on the board. You don't want to just want to play Leroy just yet. Save that for the burst that might be coming later on in the match. And you had things like Abusive and Dire with Alpha to take advantage of all these 1/1s.
Now the question is, does Zero also fill up the board?
You might have to, right?
And that is a full board of minions. All the 1/1s.
Yeah, all the 1/1s are making it here today. So Zero also going to fill up the board with Forbidden Ritual. Oh, so I think it's time to play some Knife Juggler and get some juggles out right now.
Yep, I think it's going. So Watson basically has a lot of answers and also getting to the point where he has the reach to sort of push forward.
Yeah, piling into this burst here. We see Leroy and Soulfire is going to count for 10 damage later on in the match. So those cards are going to be really important. Going to see some trades coming right here just into these 1/1s. Trying to make those knives go into the 2/1s, I guess.
I think he's trying to make those knives count, but I guess it doesn't really matter.
It's kind of going to count either way, so it's very interesting to see him trade early because you would have a higher percentage chance actually if you didn't get rid of any minions to, have the knives go into them.
Yeah. Thinking about it, plays it on one end, sees them. Maybe he's thinking about how to push for face damage.
So we are going to see, has the option to clean up most of this board here. Going to take that 4 damage and hit the face though. Well, I mean, just like that, Knife Juggler was able to come down, hit a ton of minions, and really clean up the board for Sir Watson.
Alright, and Zero's got his Darkshire Councilman finally, but unfortunately, I think the board is really in favor of Sir Watson. Like, He's just, you've got so many things, so many options.
I mean, we're even getting close to the point where, Sir Watson might want to start thinking about, all right, how much damage can I deal with these next few turns? Right here, we might just have a few juggles that are pretty important because if you start juggling to the Imking Boss, it's going to be pretty tough.
Right. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about how he wants to deal with the Imking Boss. Does he want to clear it, or does he want to push his damage to face?
And at the same time, if you don't necessarily get the juggles where you want them, you can create a lethal position for Cesaro. With this double power overwhelming in hand, we have to think about, okay, what has my opponent been holding on to for this whole match? What are they? Do they have Leroy as well? Do they have Leroy too? So right here, Sir Watson, definitely some interesting decisions that he has to make. I think some of this damage, though, you do want to throw at the face.
Yeah. The question is, what trades do you want to make? I think that he likes to play the Councilman, hopes the juggle
Oh,
goes
it does
face.
go face.
I think that creates your line of play there. I think you just ignore it. I think you run it in. Just elects to trade in the Councilman or attempt. Soulfire hopes to discard Flame Imp.
Kind of lucked out right there, actually, by discarding the Flame Imp instead of Leroy, so still has the burst necessary. Right here, wow, a lot of burst versus Cesaro, though. So, probably just waiting. Oh my gosh. We get another power overwhelming right here. This could be
I
it.
know, I was thinking the same thing.
Alright, so
Not
the
quite.
boar,
Boar, how much is that? That is, we've got 12 in hand, 2, 13.
not enough just yet. Another PO would have been very, very close though, so it's still gonna take the boar. I like it. You
Yeah,
know?
just go.
Yeah, you can use the boar
Oh.
actually and the power woman to take out the councilman. You can get a lot of really good trades right here.
Okay. Alright.
So just like that, I mean, Cesaro kind of turned this one around a little bit.
Yeah, that was actually a very smart play. I would have been very sort of... I personally love holding on to this power when trying to get that one-turn kill, but I think this is definitely the smarter play, just to make sure that you don't end up getting one-turn killed or comboed out.
Sir Watson does get Defender of Argus, so it's going to be interesting to see how he wants to set up this Defender right here. You know, with the Direful Alpha, it can get a little bit complicated to see like what's your positioning, how you want to really do this here. You could even Crazy Alchemist your own Wolf to create some sort of trade right here. You know, you could trade into the 1/1 or something, like with the
Yeah, I
Crazy
don't know.
Alchemist, and then taunt up afterwards, and then you can but still have the minion on board.
He is actually electing to do that. That was a really good call on your part.
My shield for Argus.
Decides to, I'm assuming he's going to trade into at least one of the 2 attack creatures, or possibly even go face. Nope, takes a trade. And Dark Iron, not bad.
Dark Iron's pretty good. You know, you're going to get some efficient trades right here. You're getting close. This is definitely one of those games that's like really getting close to, okay, I need to play around at least some amount of burst going into the final turns here.
Yep. And Zoo's precarious life totals, always on the edge. You want to fearlessly tap, but you don't want to put yourself in a position where you give your opponent lethal.
The light protects me.
Do you think there's an argument right here to possibly Soulfire?
And lose your power overwhelming.
You get to keep the board,
It's true.
right? So it's interesting because I think next turn you're like, okay, next turn if I draw anything that can give me any sort of damage, like a Dire Wolf Alpha, I would have lethal. So
He
it does
elects
elect
not
to
to.
save that for right now and present that I might be able to draw into lethal next turn.
Yeah. So Sir Watson, what do you do now? When do you stop tapping? That's always the question.
I think you're getting really close. I think you're getting pretty close. And you just saw, if you're paying attention there, you probably just saw your opponent hovering over one of the cards in their hand. So you probably know it's Soulfire actually.
Or something again. He's been holding these cards. He had 3 mana floating. It's got to be something, some sort of combo burst. I don't know if Sir Watson can get out of this one though. I think Sea Giant's fine, but
Yeah, it's just gonna be a question of does he tap or not, and I don't think he's going to. Probably, playing around what he thinks is appropriate amount of burst to play around. And with the Dire Wolf Alpha here, that I think is actually going to be
That's
enough
8,
right here.
12. Yep, I
Yeah.
think that's just
Yeah, that's
enough.
gonna be exact lethal if he does see it. I'm pretty sure he does.
He's
Once
looking
he
at
counts it all up, Wolf in the middle, PO, and the Soulfire will be enough to get Cesaro this first game over Sir Watson.
Yeah, and that was actually pretty close. There was a lot of moments where both of them were very close to putting the other into lethal range.
Yeah, back and forth the whole time. I think we saw a few swing turns. You know, we thought Sir Watson was in a really good spot after that Knife Juggler turn, but Cesaro was just able to turn it around, especially with that boar play. The boar into the power overwhelming really set up the following turns where he's able to set up his own lethal of his own.
Yeah, that was really smart. Again, I think you have this inclination to use that power overwhelming for the lethal, but using it to clear is also really appropriate, even if it's a 5/5 into a 1/5.
Yeah, you just had to get the councilman off the board in any way, and I think that was probably the play that actually won Cesaro the match going forward. Now, here, after getting that Warlock win, what do you want to see Cesaro bring out next?
Let's see. So getting the Warlock win, I think you want to take the Mage in, assuming that he's gonna.
Yeah, a lot of opponents actually, so when you win a Conquest match, they'll usually queue the same deck in,
Mhm.
and sometimes you can take advantage of that, you know? Especially you're playing like a freeze mage, and you already seen the zoo, so you know that the next game, they're probably, alright, I'm just gonna pick zoo really quickly. Like, players like to just stay on the same deck a lot of times in Conquest. So, you know, we didn't see that here, but a lot of times you'll see that in some tournaments.
Right, but if you're Sir Watson and you know that the dex is Mage, I think you do want to kind of switch off of your Zoo just in case. You could probably pick up a win with a Zoo against the Warrior, depending on the type of Warrior. So I'm gonna predict that Sir Watson will switch off of Zoo. And let's see if I'm right.
And we are gonna have a Shaman Mirror, and that's actually going to be the wrong class coming from Cesaro. Shaman was banned. So
Okay.
this one's going to be a little bit trickier. I think earlier in the day we actually did have a mistake in one of our matches earlier with ConCon, but this one is a little trickier because it's not the last deck
Yes.
remaining. And
This might be a little
usually that's going to
tricky.
be a win. We'll
I
get the
believe it
official
was
ruling.
warning, and I believe the idea was warning in DC, but I think this is tricky. We're waiting for the decision.
It can be pretty easy to accidentally, you know, queue the wrong deck in some
It is really
tournaments.
hard. I've done
Yeah.
it. It's really tough. That is probably one of the more punishing mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes it's just automatic loss. You'll just see it even in the situations where it might be your last deck. You never want to see that happen in tournament setting that someone does lose that way.
It looks
But
like it's going to be a warning, and we're going to continue, though, I think.
all right, so we are gonna get the right matchup this time. It's gonna be Cesaro's Warrior coming against Sir Watson's Shaman right here. Looks to be maybe a Tempo Warrior, but Sylvanas is an interesting choice, so we'll kind of see what type of warrior this one is.
Yeah, and of course, it looks like everyone's just playing aggro shaman. No one's really taking the mid range. No one's going for that mid range.
Hey, Thunderbolt Valiant's all right. You know, it does. It puts in the work necessary sometimes. It does quite a bit when it needs to, especially against Warrior. It's really good. You can keep filling up the board. It's very hard for Warrior to get rid of everything. You can even get through like 2 brawls sometimes. You still have enough with Shaman.
I mean, I don't think the tempo warrior necessarily always runs brawl, right?
No, Tempo Warrior doesn't run brawl, but a lot of times like the control variants will run the double brawl.
Mhm.
So you know, even Cthulhu Warrior, things like that. Right
Alright.
here, it does look to be that. Okay, so it's probably not going to be Tempo Warrior, probably more of a control base. You know, we see the Shield Slam, see Sylvanas, and it's going to be Aggro Shaman, though. We know that.
Right. And electing to pick up the shapeshift, I think that's the right one. So for Saro, I think you gotta coin out the war axe.
Yeah, you
Unless
don't
you want
always want to use it on like a 1/3, unless it's like a Talon Truck, right?
sure.
At the same time, you don't want to really leave Shaman any minions on the board. Just get rid of everything as best you can. We're going to see Totem Golem's going to be a little bit harder to deal with. Zero actually does hold there, though.
Interesting. Very interesting. Sees the totem golem come down. He has a slam. He does have ways to deal with it.
Yeah,
Picks up another slam.
Zero's going to have some answers. You know, going to those turns with the Flaming Faceless, we're going to have stuff like Execute. We might have set up Bucket of Brave, a lot of stuff. So early on, it looks like Zero has some pretty decent
Yeah, that was really
decisions.
smart to hold. I mean, I think you're very tempted to basically make sure the shaman never has anything. But maybe it was the right play to keep the war axe. So here,
You have a few options, right? I mean, unfortunately, your Shield Slam's not going to be big enough just yet. So you could, like, we could build up some of that right now. Can slam if you wanted to draw a card.
I think Flame Tongue has to go. It
Oh
has
yeah.
to go.
I think
So
you're getting rid of that, but I think it's the question of what are you doing afterwards, right?
That's incredible.
he takes the slam. Oh, takes the armor up. All right.
By my beard. Greetings.
And now turn 4. Emote. You know what's coming next. Not the thing we expected.
Wow. So Sir Watson is just gonna actually play. So yeah, wants to build the board up a little bit more. You know, had a chance to play the Flame Reed Faceless. Instead elected to go Tunnel Trog into Tuskar. I think that's because he really wants that buff on the Tunnel Trog.
Sure. And so this is definitely Control Warrior. We've got the Elites coming down.
Yeah, so what do you think about this matchup? I mean, I think Control Warrior definitely has, you know, we get to those stages where like, Brawl just can do so much work in this matchup.
This is true, but I feel like Control Warrior struggles sometimes with just staying alive nowadays. There's not the same, you know, you don't have your shield maidens, you don't have enough sort of survivability sometimes, or at least I've always struggled with that. So he picks up a bash. Control.
I mean, this is
takes
great right here.
execute.
Yeah. You get to execute, you get to actually armor up on the back
Baron's
end.
great.
Yeah, picking up the bash was super important because in future turns you're going to be able to bash, armor up, and then shield slam something afterwards. So I think right now Cesaro does have all the answers that he needs to deal with this
He's
aggressive
not at a
shaman.
great life total, but he does have a hand.
There's another 7/7 to deal with as well.
Let's see how he manages. Oh, there's a brawl. It might be. You might want to do it now.
I think you have some plays that you might prefer instead. I think right here Brawl, if it goes the wrong way, the 7/7 survives, you just lose the game. You might just go ahead and bash and like shield slam. You can do something like that.
Bash
Yeah.
shield slam trade into
If you
the.
bash armor shield slam, you can trade into the 1/3 as well. I think that's a pretty fine play. So you have a number of options here, and you got to get rid of the 7/7.
You gotta get rid of something. So, but the question is how, right? You bash it, you shield slam it. It elects to trade.
This is a good play as well. So you could have kept your 3/2 alive, but you can also just use the bash here, and then shield slam and gain a little bit more armor this way.
I think that was that's where I was going with it, or at least in my head. So now, Sir Watson has some spell burst, picks up a totem golem, and basically doesn't really have much to do though.
Yeah, see, this is where Severo's really going to be able to change the course of the match. Like right here even. Oh, and Gorehowl is a huge
On
pickup.
turn 7.
You can just go ahead and use it now. If you want, you're really sort of depending on like, okay, your opponent held 2 cards last turn. And you really want to figure out what those are. Because if it's Doomhammer or Rockbite or something, you might be a little bit worried about the burst possibly. But
Maybe
right here, Gorehowl, if it takes out that Totem Golem, you're in really good shape. Shield Slam is also a little bit safer though, and I think that's definitely a play you can make as well.
Yeah, I think that's a very safe play. Trying to keep your armor total high, basically trying to survive against this aggro shaman. And once you get Justicar, I think it's pretty much the warrior's game after that point.
I mean, here you can even set up Bloodhood Brave, right? So you get to set the taunt as well.
For Sir Watson, he's really got to get better minions, I think, is the idea.
Well, a 5/5 taunt for 2 mana is, I think it's okay,
That's
right?
good.
Gets on the board, you're able to take out the Bloodhood Brave, and again, you're sort of in a position where, alright, I'm starting to get aggressive. If I can find my Doomhammer or something, then I can really start pumping out some damage.
And Zero gets the monkey, gets the map. And I think here you probably have to Gorehowl.
Yeah, Gorehowl would be a pretty strong play. Take out the 5/5. You go down to 15, so Cesaro, I think, actually is a little bit more scared about his health total right now. Unfortunately, though, this Lightning Bolt's going to easily sort of take out this Justicar right here, and then you could even develop the Tuskar on the back end. So we're going to have a huge board coming here from Sir Watson.
Yeah, and then the Gorehowl just has to come in next turn, but then the thing from below gets in another 5 damage.
Even more damage coming in, so you don't even necessarily have to use the Lightning Bolt here. You can just trade in, Sir Finley. That's probably very good play right here.
Yeah, I think he's gonna do it. He's gonna elect to hold that burst.
Probably not anymore. After going ahead with the 5/5, probably going to use the Lightning Bolt on the 6/3 here. I think that would set up yourself up. You do know that a brawl may be coming at this point in the game. You haven't seen one yet, and you kind of just have to expect it if you're playing against Control Warrior.
going over the face. I mean, if this brawl works out, does not play the lightning bolt.
Oh,
Brawl
and a
into
Doomsayer too.
Doomsayer.
So, I mean, it's pretty likely to work out for you to an extent. You could also just Gorehowl Armor Up or Gorehowl Doomsayer. You could take out, the Plankton,
Yeah.
and that's gonna take a lot of resources to actually get rid of that Doomsayer.
Yeah.
Or you can Armor Up.
I think he's probably gonna play the Doomsayer. Or nope, he just armors up.
Yeah,
Really?
it goes up back up to 19. So Zero playing this long game, just hanging on to that brawl. Gonna have a really good spot using future turns now that he has the Gorehowl up.
Might actually be able to pull this in. I would feel pretty good about using Brawl this turn.
I think Brawl here is fine. You can deal with whatever lives, no matter what, right?
Right.
And you kind of just hope that it's not the 5-5. You hope that the 5-5 doesn't live. You hope it's something like this 1-3 or the 0-2. So here we go with this Brawl, and it looks like Sir Finley is going to be the one that does survive the Brawl. So very good outcome for Cesaro right there.
Yep, definitely. He might be able to stabilize after this turn.
Kind of going through like, okay, do I play a taunt? I think you could even play Doomsayer, honestly, and just sort of set that up for a future turn, but just going to pass for right now.
Doesn't even play the monkey, doesn't even have a draw.
Light protects me.
Well, a lot of times people do like to hang on to that card till the end of the game, just to guarantee the monkey is that last card. So sometimes it's an interesting way that people do like to play it. I mean, I think you could have played it last turn for sure. Oh, right here,
Shield
here we
lock.
go.
Yep.
Yeah, armor time, right?
This is the comeback time. Oh man.
Even the Harrison, in case the
You're gonna draw a
Doomhammer
lot of
comes
cards.
out. Alright, so Sarah's going to go up to 25 right here. It's looking pretty bleak for Sir Watson, and that's not really going to help.
That's not the card you want to see. Honestly, even now that he has Doomhammer.
Oh yeah, I mean, here we go. We have Ravaging Goal too. So we are just in business over Cesaro right here.
And good job on the control warrior. Sort of hanging on, getting back the board, controlling everything.
Yeah, I think we saw there was a few decisions there that were really important, really waiting to play that brawl, setting up that Gorehowl on an appropriate turn. A lot of times, a little conservative with sort of the life gain, but the way it worked out was pretty perfectly played by Cesaro.
Yeah. Shaman's got a lot of health, but doesn't necessarily have any sort of pushing mechanism after this point. The warrior can just keep going, keep removing everything so efficiently. Starting to push damage now.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, at this point, I don't even think the Shaman even has enough damage in the deck left to deal with that hero power. So, Zero, even with the Doomhammer,
Yeah.
You play Doomhammer here, you can take out both minions, and you might elect to do so. So, look at this. Sir Watson rocking back and forth in his chair. He kind of knows that even with this Doomhammer, there's just not going to be enough damage going on to the later turns of this match.
Yeah, thinking about it, it's hard. It's a tough time. Times are tough all over when you have to run your face into 5/5 minions.
I think he's fine doing it though, right?
Still BMing. Still BMing.
Yeah, you can Lightning Bolt once and then take down the Bloodhook Brave right here and then send some of the damage to face. I like to see Cesaro BM just right back, right before this Harrison Jones hits.
Oh man.
Alright, well here we go.
Fun
That belongs
time.
in a museum and it's going there. It's going to get Cesaro 6 cards off of this, so have fun with that. Oh, even gets the Golden Monkey. So right here you can set up another taunt and just keep at it.
I think, why not play the monkey?
I think you can always play Monkey, but Armoring Up is probably,
Alright, probably.
just playing the most conservative Hearthstone you can possibly.
Yeah, just keep it. You don't need the rest of your move. Just play monkey. Just do it. I'm like the devil on the shoulder. Like, don't play the winning play. Do the fun play. Buy my beer.
All right, here we go though. Cesaro's gonna take that game, and he's gonna be up 2-0. So very strong start from Cesaro. We saw this Control Warrior really do a number on that aggressive Shaman, and now we're gonna go into Cesaro's Mage. So depending on what this Mage is gonna be very interesting to see like how it does against the rest of Sir Watson's lineup.
Cesaro was running a very control-based one minus the zoo. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a freeze mage, it's gonna do really well against Zoo. Shaman usually has a pretty good matchup against Freeze Mage, and depending on what type of Druid, we saw it was Cthulhu Druid, so that one's a little bit of a toss-up depending on if you get the Wild Growths early, things like that.
Yeah. We're just waiting here for the next game to start.
I think if you are Sir Watson, you probably want to queue into either your Shaman or your Druid to start. You do know you have to get that zoo in,
Yeah.
but you usually kind of want to save it for the last one. Just get some confidence on your belt, get one of
It's
those
kind of
wins.
hard.
Probably like with your Shaman.
I mean, we see it could happen. Zoo has beaten Freeze Mage before, and we kind of know but it requires just like pushing through and having the Freeze Mage kind of draw in the worst possible of ways.
Yeah, with the Freeze Mage not having a lot of the answers that
No
are
ice block.
necessary. Yeah, no Ice Block or something like that. Crazy Alchemist can
Crazy
do a lot of
Alchemist.
work, so that could definitely help in that matchup.
We have we have migrant hands. And this is a hard position to be in. I mean, can Sir Watson reverse sweep? Do you think there's a what are you thinking?
I think it's gonna be really difficult, especially with the Warlock. Zoo just struggles against Freeze Mage. It has a chance.
Assuming it is Freeze Mage, we don't know.
Yeah, if it is tempo though at the same time, tempo can get those huge turns. Zoo could beat it though. And Shaman has a little bit hard of a time sometimes. Once the mage does get one of those big flame strike turns, something like that.
All right.
Oh, it's gonna be Khadgar though, taking on the Druid here. So it does look like Sir Watson elected to go with this Cthulhu Druid, and Cesaro is going to be on a tempo mage.
Okay, so it's not necessarily one game for Zero. Now, how do you feel about the cult sorcerer? Like, this is something that I'm surprised by because, of course, you see the text read Cthulhu, and then you're thinking it's not actually played in any form of Cthulhu deck. It's just there as the spell damage.
I guess you don't. Yeah, you don't really need Cthulhu.
It's still a really good card.
Spell damage on a 3/2 body is pretty great, right? Just overall, and seeing that we've seen a lot of good play of it, especially with things like Arcane Blast being one of the staples in this deck. So you can like play this on 3 and Arcane Blast, and so sets up a pretty good turn.
Yep. All right. Is
Not
this a
having the
full hand
coin
keep?
though, not having the coin here is really important for the mage.
Yeah. Is this a full hand keep though? It might be.
Kind of depending on what I want to see. If I am Cesaro, kind of just waiting, taking his time, reading the mulligan from his own opponent. But yeah, gonna ahead and keep his entire hand. Sir Watson is going to find the Wild Grove and the Mire Keeper, so he's gonna have some early, ways to get that mana up.
All right. So Khadgar actually did mulligan and got some arcane blast and some responses. This is a very reactive hand.
And it might actually provide Sir Watson with enough time. As a druid, you're really just looking for time. And if you're able to Wild Grove and then play Mire Keeper and then go into Druid of the Claws and a lot of bigger minions, that just from there on you can just draw into your big stuff and then you're kind of fine from there.
Yeah. Do you play the cult sorcerer? I think you might. But
Just
he
gonna let to hero power right here. At the same time, you're not really sure what type of druid you're up against just yet. Unless, Cesaro was watching Sir Watson play, or he may not know that this is a Cthulhu druid, but we are gonna see a ton of stuff start coming out from Sir Watson. Yeah, okay, so now playing the Cold Sorcerer though.
Mhm.
Kinda missed out on some early game damage there.
Yep. Unfortunate. I don't know what he was thinking of drawing there. And Sir Watson probably going to ramp, and indeed he does.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to deal with Wild Growth into Mire Keeper, and then sometimes it's like into Emperor or Arakoa on the follow up. So just a really great start for Sir Watson here.
Doesn't clear the 3/3. Instead decides that the water elemental is more important, and I think that's all right.
Well, also look at this hand. I mean, you have a ton of burst damage, right? So you might just want to force your opponent to trade into it and save all of that damage for something else, right?
That makes sense. Develop your board, keep your spells. And
It
Sir
would have been
Watson
pretty
has some
nice though.
choices.
Arcane Blast for 1, deal 4 damage,
Yep.
right?
Sir Watson has some choices here. He has 6 mana. He's got the coin. He's thinking about future turns. Goes with the Blood Mage. Is he looking
Interesting
for
choice
value
here.
swipe? It's not really a perfect value swipe.
I feel like that you might actually even run your Mire Keeper, and if this is sort of the line that you're going with here.
Are you though? Because if you're Zero, wouldn't you want to trade that into the 3/3? So when
Yeah, you kind of just want to get rid of the minions right now, especially if you're Sir Watson. Like, you know you have the big stuff coming up. Next turn, you know you can coin into Ragnaros. So that's sort of a thing you're trying to set up at this moment, too.
coin rack seems pretty good.
Coin rack seems good. It definitely seems good. Zero here with just a handful of spells, though. And we're looking for stuff like Arcane Intellect right here.
Yeah, really unfortunate that all of the sort of spells have been reactive, and the druid has definitely been given pace to sort of set the tone of this match.
Sir Watson here, you could do something like Coin Rack. You could also just go ahead, Azure Drake, play like a Living Roots, and then a Raven Idol on the back end, fill up your hand, provide a little more answers. And it looks like that might be the line of play that Sir Watson's going to take right here. Gets another Living Roots. So now you have a tons of ways, but I think you're going to get rid of this Apprentice right here.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to keep that apprentice on board. It's just too good. It's too good to.
So many good 2-drops that like immediately that I say I have to get rid of this thing, or the match is not going to go my way.
See what Raven out. I think you discover a spell here. Oh, he decides to go for a minion.
Ooh, Keeper of the Grove maybe, or we could also go with Eldritch Horror, big nice body, you know, as we do get into the later stages here, could provide a lot of good damage.
Yep, it goes with the Eldritch Heart. So Flamewaker coming in a little bit late here, but still the only thing that really one can do.
Still deals with this Azure Drake rather well, you know, the Arcane Blast you might have to paint afterwards, and does get the 1 damage on the Azure Drake, you know, so able to clean that up and have the Flamewaker on the board now to start doing some damage.
Yeah, but Sir Watson's got the swipe. He's got ways to deal with it. He's got charging the Druid of the Claw. I can't imagine he keeps it on the board, so.
You can even just play Ragnaros if you're, you know, feeling a little squirrely, but at the same time, look, it's gonna take a lot to deal with that.
Yep.
I think Sir Watson doesn't want that Flamewaker to do any more. So just gonna go ahead, swipe it down, coin out the Druid of the Claw, and just like that, reclaiming the board right here.
Yeah, and Zero's got the answers, but he doesn't really have anything to establish his presence on the board. So even if you get to Fireball, all you gotta do is ping, and that's it.
Yeah, you're really looking for like another Flamewaker, maybe something that's gonna take advantage of all these spells, because right now they're kind of just gonna be sitting in your hand.
Right, Flamewaker would be good. These decks don't really run Antonitis anymore, do they?
No, I mean Yogg is the
Yogg is the winner.
Yogg's the great one at the end now. So looks like here Sir Watson again. I mean, you can just play those horror. Yeah, you can play that. You can also play Ragnaros. You have options. You're probably trying to bait out something like a Polymorph right here, I think.
Arcane Intellect, that's a good card. Picks up
And
another
now,
Sorcerer's Mace.
oh, so you have Apprentice, but at the same time, what do you do here against this 6'10 body? Doesn't seem like there is very much, so Cesaro's just going to pass for right now and wait till there's better ways to deal with this.
That's really hard. It's very hard to be the mage in this position. And finally, Rag comes down. Even Wild Growth's last. Wild Growth last, everyone.
So yeah, a little on the order right there, but look, Ragnaros going to come down, deal 8 damage to Cesaro's face, and I don't really know what he's going to need off the top. Cold Sorcerer though, what does that do for us?
Definitely gives a lot of spell damage. But all of this is going to have to go into controlling the board, right?
Yeah, I think you kind of just
Arcane Blast.
you gotta get a lot lucky here for this Arcane Missiles, but you have a lot of damage. You might be able to take back this entire board.
Freezing both of them.
So gonna hope to get, just gonna lead the Eldritch Horror up there with the taunts. I like that. You know, you can more efficiently deal with it a little bit later on. But right here, Fendrill's gonna come out. You're gonna be able to get a lot of value off of both the Living Roots and the Raven Idol.
And the Druid of the Claw if he chooses it.
That's right. Yeah, the 4/6 taunt charger.
Yes, the best value. Basis Manipulator. And
Oh, you could get another Living Roots or a Power of the
Power-
Wild.
Yeah, and again, choose ones. All of these are going to be. He's going to be able
man,
to choose
Power of the
both.
Wild would be crazy right now because you could Living Roots down one of the 3/2s, and then you can Power the Wild on the back end of that, even
got
innervate
Innervate
out
in
something.
hand, yeah.
This is
So many
kind of
options.
crazy right here.
See what he does. I'll have to go for the Charger. We don't get to see this card very often. Look how pretty it is. Look at it.
Oh yeah, it's great. Have you seen the one that's actually the 5/5? It's like the bird mixed with
Oh yeah, when you do the choose one for that,
yeah, for
I've
the
never
3
seen
drop. Yeah,
that.
it's pretty amazing looking actually. Right here though, Sir Watson with the Fendril gonna be able to take over this entire board, and it's looking just rather bleak right now for Zero. I think there's one card in there, and that's not going to be Yogg right here though.
Yeah, y'all could have brought it all back.
I guess you can prevent some of the damage. Yeah, you can freeze the Eldritch Horror and just hope that some of these missiles do hit into some of those 1/1s.
He's going to ping his own Blood Mage Thalnos?
So if you kind of just think it's gonna die anyway, I understand why you might want to ping, but yeah, the ping on the 1/1 just gonna save a little bit more damage anyway. Darnassus Aspirant.
Fascinating. Well, it didn't come up in the early game, so it's sort of just there on your faceless. I definitely think you faceless that 4/6, right?
Oh yeah, it would also have charge as well. But there's no clear way right here for Sir Watson now. The freeze is gonna prevent the lethal for right now. I think the only out is right here is going to be Yogg.
Alright.
Even then, we're gonna need some healing. We're gonna need some
We're
crazy
gonna need
secrets.
some
We're gonna need a
crazy
lot
stuff.
out of this Yogg.
I'm really excited. I really want to see it. It's not Yogg.
It's
Well,
not
he has
Yogg,
one more
and we
chance.
don't need, yeah. So we need it right here up the top, and that's gonna be Forgotten
Got it.
Torch. So Sir Watson is gonna get his first game, gonna bring it back to 1-2 now, and Cesaro has this lead with the Tempo Mage. But how do you think it lines up against the rest of Sir Watson's classes?
Well, I think against, let's see, what does he have left? He's got the Warlock and the Shaman. I think the Temple Mage is probably going to struggle to sort of reverse sweep, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Warlock could do really well against Tempo Mage. I mean, Flamewaker does have a lot of big turns. We haven't seen a Flame Strike yet, so we don't really know everything that is in Cesaro's build. We don't even know if there is a Yogg in there, right?
That's true.
We just hope there is. But also with the Shaman, I think that one could also turn quickly. It's really just both those matchups. Who gets the board first, and the Flamewaker gets a really big turn, right?
Hmm.
So it looks like Sir Watson is actually going to bring out the Shaman first. Is there any sort of difference in what you're looking for between the Shaman and the Warlock here?
Well, I think you want to have a turn. You know that most of the mage 2-drops are 3/2s, so you don't necessarily want to play a Trog without having something to buff it up. That's as when I'm playing Shaman and Ladder and I see a mage, I'm thinking about what are their early game plays and how am I going to push my own minions. So I think for Zero, you want a mulligan for, again, those 2-drops, so important. And for Sir Watson, you really want to get early game, you want to get those totem golems up. You want to hope that your opponent doesn't play or doesn't get the kind of hand that would really basically establish a board.
Yeah, and Cesaro here on coin, so that does make a huge difference with the Tempo Mage. It's so interesting how important that one card actually is in this matchup right here. I mean, you might want something like a Mana Worm, because then you can do some awesome stuff early with Arcane Missiles, things like that. Does they will pick up the Cold Sorcerer alongside the Arcane Blast, though, so that's
Very
pretty good.
important, yeah. And for Sir Watson, only with a Sir Finley. What sort of hero power are you looking for? I would say, your Hunter hero power.
Shapeshift's
Shapeshift.
probably is pretty good. You know, yeah, you have the Doomhammer in hand, so not a bad one to start the game right here. Yeah, and Cesaro just gonna play a little bit slower. I like that. You really want to save that Cold Sorcerer turn for something like, a Totem Golem, and then can
Exactly.
take it out with one hit with the Arcane Blast.
And so if you're Sir Watson, how much pressure do you put on? Do you just go for it?
Oh yeah, we gotta be aggressive here. We gotta start the game off being aggressive and just continue that line of play. It's gonna be up to the mage to respond, and there we go. Yogg
Yogg
is
finally
in the
showed
deck.
up.
Would have been an
Hey.
out last game, but this game we might see some play as well. You think it's gonna be a missiles here? Yeah, I think you so with the 2-1 on board, you probably go for the missiles.
See if it works out for him.
And
And just barely
does
make
get a
it.
missile into the 2-1. Pretty good. Almost got the full clear. That would have been crazy.
That would have been pretty good. So now, Sir Watson, you could just hero power and trade it in, but then you don't really have anything to do.
Yeah, you're not really developing anything at that point. You don't really want to use the Rockbiter though, because
No.
you have the Doomhammer in hand, and you know that represents 10 damage right there.
And Zero,
So
I think, can comfortably play an Acolyte next turn, no matter what.
yeah, so there's a number of things that could happen right here.
I think Sir Watson has to clear the 3-2, and I think that that's gonna leave Sarah with a very comfortable play. That's I'm just predicting it now. I'm calling it
Yeah,
now. He's not gonna use the
yeah,
rock
you
fighter
might have to
clear.
hero power here, and you might have to hero power trade Sir Finley, but it just doesn't add up very well for you. So I do see the reasoning here with the rock biter needs to keep a minion on the board and continue to pressure Cesaro.
Even if it's a 1-1
Even if
Finley.
it's just Sir Finley
Finley can
Myrtleton
pull it to
on
through.
his own little quest to
Yes.
deal 30 damage.
Yes.
He'll get
He's
there.
got a 30 turn clock here.
He'll get there.
Alright. Comfortable Acolyte.
Oh man, yeah, it's a rough start really for Sir Watson right here. These acolytes are gonna see a lot of damage get in.
Yeah. You don't really want these tiny minions up against Acolyte. Alright, let's see what he draws. More Forgotten Torches. I'm excited. We might even be able to get to see some Yogg here.
Yeah, it might end before that. Um, but maybe we will. But here, another acolyte gonna come down for Cesaro, so able to just gonna start be able to draw to as many answers as he really needs. But this could be the turn where Sir Watson just, yeah, I think you put out Doomhammer, you start going face, and you're gonna start pumping out a lot of damage right here.
Alright. Acolyte's gonna get a lot of value. Got a lot of responses in Zero's hand. Has Yogg.
Well, this could be a really cool turn for Cesaro because you could use like Sorcerer's Apprentice. You could go with the Mirror Image there. You could even just Frostbolt to prevent some of it right now. I think the Mirror Image you're feeling rather, feeling pretty safe right now.
I think you actually do Frostbolt. I think. Oh, it elects to King.
Yeah, keep drawing cards. You can draw as many cards as you want right here, and you're gonna start being able to deal damage. So it looks like with that play, Cesaro just turned on the pressure actually onto Sir Watson right here.
Yeah. Mr. Watson picking up a second Doomhammer, not really the thing you want to see here. Doesn't really have anything on the board. So just goes in, tries to clear.
Yeah, gonna be able to deal with these mirror images with the Doomhammer, but little does he know that Cesaro actually has a Frostbolt in hand, so that Doomhammer is gonna be prevented from dealing more damage. And right here, you're just gonna be able to take advantage of this discount on all these spells with Arcane Intellects, things like that. Even the Frostbolt right here with the Azure Drake plays rather well.
Playing the Flamestone naked is basically trying to, I don't know, get something on the board, even just to prevent 3 damage for 1 turn.
Probably trade into it, just prevent anything. What do you think?
I think so. I think you trade.
But also, counting up the future turns. So if you take your opponent down to 18 right now, got another 8 in your hand, you might be able to set something up that way. Yeah, so it does look like he's going to try to set up the lethal just a little bit sooner. What can Sir Watson do here?
Let's see. Sir Watson's got some removal bursts. I think you maybe have to take the Lava Burst to the Azure Drake, take the Lightning Bolt to the Sorcerer's Apprentice. You really want to clear. Putting the taunt up 7 damage, but it's also 7.
It's tough,
yeah,
right?
it's 5 health that can easily be removed.
You didn't get really any discount on the thing from below, so I mean it's still pretty good. Like 5 mana, 5/5 body.
7/5 with the Flame Tongue just sitting there.
Yeah, it's fine, but you really gotta figure out how you're gonna be able to put on a little bit of more damage.
Yep, and I think he's playing it out, but I don't know if that's necessarily going to help him.
Well, if we kind of look at it right here, we do know that Sir Watson would be just 1 Rockbiter away from ending the game. We saw that Rockbiter coming out a little bit earlier in the match. Actually going to like to use the Lightning Bolt here to take out that Sorcerer's Apprentice.
And probably for the best, just to mitigate some of the discounts and value.
And this is still great though for right here. Cesaro picking up the other Mirror Image, being able to trade the Acolyte in pretty cleanly too. So, oh man.
Fireball.
So how much damage do we have now? Yeah, we're getting really close to close it out next turn. So right here, Cesaro going to be able to set up another wall of taunts, really set the match for next turn.
Didn't even need to play Yogg.
Didn't even play Yogg.
I'm never gonna see the RNG.
You don't think we'll see 2 turns of purposely not playing anything?
I mean, he could end up pyroblasting himself twice. You never know.
But Sir Watson's still actually able to hold on right here, able to use the Doomhammer and the Lava Burst. Kind of take your opponent out of the lethal range that they once had. So the Fireball and this. So what? I think we just need something else.
Just need a little bit more burst. And
Oh,
that's
that's definitely enough right there. The second fireball off the top. Cesaro is gonna take it over Sir Watson 3-1. Very well played series from Cesaro.
it. Yes, very good job. We thought that Sir Watson had some very consistent decks, but Zero managed to pull through.
Yeah, we saw some great play at that control warrior. The tempo mage there, it was shown that those swing turns are very important. So I really like the things that Cesaro brought. Fine play throughout.
Yeah, really good. So, days going long, and people are starting to really look forward to the end of this.
Yeah, and we did see the Yogg there, so we do know
Yes.
Yogg might make an appearance later in the tournament. Cesaro moves on. I think he's now in the semifinals
Yeah, I
of the
think we're
winner's
going to
side.
semifinals.
So that lineup, that tempo mage, seeing a lot of popularity lately in a lot of the tournament scenes. I really like what Cesaro's been doing with it today.
That's good.
Now, if you had to look back on that last one, do you think there was any point where Sir Watson could have sort of turned it a little bit?
I don't know. I think it's really hard given that he just didn't draw any minions, and the minions he did draw did not contest enough.
Yeah,
And I think the mirror entities and sort of being able to hold off that little bit of damage was super important.
the mirror images came up huge. Also, I think my mind goes back to that Zoo matchup,
Hmm.
right? Like that one was back and forth the whole time. But then Cesaro just all of a sudden played a really nice turn, was able to come back even from that knife juggler turn. So I think he played that one very very well, and Sir Watson just missed out a little bit on some of that lethal damage.
Hmm.
All right, guys, we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back with another match here from Queens, New York at Evo Gaming's Tavern Hero.
Alright guys, welcome back to the New York Tavern Hero live from Evo Gaming in Queens. And we're going to have up our first semifinal of today.
Yeah, it's going to be Naxxramas versus Zero, and they're going to be playing against each other. Zero's bringing the same lineup as last time, Mage, Warrior, Warlock, and Naxxramas bringing Rogue, Warlock, and Hunter. And we've got some little intel on Naxxramas' decks. Apparently he's running some pretty interesting cards in his
Yeah,
decks.
so in that Warlock list I heard it's a little bit more aggressive and he's running Imp Master.
Like
So
a
Imp Master, I guess it
throwback.
has a little bit of synergy with Darkshroud Councilman, but it's crazy. I have not seen it much in tournament play yet.
So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this.
I think I'm excited. I'm totally excited to see this. And it looks like we're actually going to start with Cesaro on his Warlock, and Nacer is going to be on this Hunter.
All right, so we've seen a little bit of Hunter play. I think it's pretty good in these cases, but do you think that Zoo has the advantage here?
Zoo normally does have the advantage, yes, because you can put up a lot of good taunts. Even like things like Hounds don't even do that much against Zoo nowadays. So there's a lot of things that the Zoo player can really do to stave off the damage. But once you get to turn 8, I mean, yeah, Call of the Wild, again, we talked about it a lot today, but that Call of the Wild is very important against Zoo because it just immediately refills your board.
Okay, so it looks like we have an early Fiery Bat against the Void Caller. And Naysayer is just playing out pretty good hand. It's got some stuff for the late game. Has
And
that Call of
does
the Wild in
get
hand.
the 1 damage with the Fiery Bat on the Voidwalker.
Yep.
So that's just super important. Early tempo, he's able to kind of get it because didn't get a 2-drop there, Naysayer, so had to somehow provide some of the damage.
Yeah. And Zero's going to be able to coin out one of his Imp Gang boxes. That's pretty important too.
Yeah, especially early here, right? You know, you're able to get the Imp Game boss. It's later on in the turns, like things like Stampeding Kodo can actually take it out in one shot. So getting it set up early here, going to be able to do some damage.
Yeah, I think that the Animal Companion here, you've really got to... You want either the Taunt or you want Huffer.
I think the taunt would be perfect, actually, but you're just going to go ahead and use the Deadly Shot. A pretty good target, not Dark Shot Councilman, but still pretty good. Cesaro actually is going to be able to just go ahead and play another in-game boss.
So what do you do for your turn 4 as Naysayer? You picked up a 2-drop, which is not bad. But I think you want to, even though it's off curve, I mean, you don't really have any on curve plays other than hero powering and
I think
playing
Companion
the
might just be
D2.
better.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, you can get the 4/4 taunt. You can even get Huffer if you want to make a trade or go face. So I think that might just be a better play overall. The 3/2 doesn't really trade well. You know, it trades right into the end game boss and gets a 1/1. So I think you might just be forced here to roll the Companion.
Yeah, and he's really hoping for that taunt. Now for...
Yeah, Leok would be pretty terrible, actually.
Yeah, especially because Zero has a lot of answers. Has a lot of ways to sort of buff up that Imp Gang box and get some value.
Well, he's going to roll the Companion. Does get the 4/4. Does get the taunt. Zero actually has a few answers. You could use the Dark Iron Dwarf here if you want to and pretty efficiently clean this up.
Yep, I think that's the way you do it. Gets a 1/1, gets a 4/4 on the board.
So as we're seeing the game in the early match, do you think this is sort of shaping up the way either player really wants it to?
I think the Hunter would have really liked to have some weapons. I think you want a really strong 2-drop, and he didn't really have that, and so it's a little bit difficult for Naysayer, but doesn't even manage to pick up the Houndmaster, so I
Might
don't know.
be forced actually to Animal Companion here on the 4/4. It would set up your
You mean
board. You had
kill
some
command?
semblance of board, and Naysayer is going to go ahead and do that. Has the 3/2, so you know it can test pretty well. But luckily for Saro, there is a Dire with Alpha in hand. It looks to be a pretty good play right here.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. You might even want to start tapping to like sort of refill your hand. You know you've got a little bit of 1/1s, but with 2 spells in hand, you want to have something that's going to put a bit more pressure on it.
Yeah, it's kind of a decision. Do you really want to play that extra 1-drop here, or do you want to tap? You know, you could go ahead and play the Dire with the Argent Squire and the Possessed Villager, or you could tap and kind of refill your hand a little
I
bit.
definitely think that tapping would be good here. But maybe Zero thinks that he can keep it together with 2 1/1s or not even need to play anything.
The light protects
Yeah, gonna
me.
go ahead and just play both 1-drops. You know, you probably want to be a little bit more aggressive sometimes in this matchup. I think Naysayer has a pretty good answer though. You know, you can use Kodo here. It's gonna take out one of these minions. And taking out like an Argent Squire or a Dire with Alpha would be really nice with Stampeding
Right.
Kodo.
The only one you don't really want to hit is Possessed Villager, and he hits
That's
that.
the one that hits, of course.
Never lucky. Never lucky.
Never lucky. Yeah, wow. And Sarah is going to be able to take advantage of that, I think. You know, we have a pretty good turn here. You can do a lot of things. You can do stuff like power blowing and have a pretty clean trade.
Yeah, definitely he's gonna power overwhelming the what is that thing called? Like a shadow beast?
Yeah, I think I think it is a
It's
Shadow
called a
Beast.
shadow beast, yeah. Yep. And then take everything to face. And you've got some good bursts in your hand.
Base is still the place, but right here, Naysayer's going to be looking to gain back the board in some way. You have things, you can play the Infested Wolf, you could also play your Eagle Horn Bow, even go for the trap if you want. I think Wolf and Eagle Horn Bow is pretty good. You can take out something like the Dire Wolf or the Knife Juggler.
Yeah, I think that the direwolf is slightly higher priority target than knife juggler, but I guess Naysayer thinks differently.
Yeah, Juggler's really, I mean, if anything comes out like Forbidden Ritual, you could be in trouble very immediately. So I do like getting rid of the Knife Juggler there. Right here, Sero, again, able to just refill the board. So this is kind of the pattern that we're following in the match. But right here, we kind of know what's going to happen next turn.
Alright, it's
Call
turn
the Wild
8.
on turn 8, and it could be a huge swing play.
It's Doctor 8 now.
Doctor 8 as a spell,
Yeah,
basically.
Doctor 8 as a spell.
Yeah, so I mean, it's got to be the play here, but after that, it's kind of seeing like, what do you do after that stage in it? Could you see a position where he doesn't play Call of the Wild?
I don't think so, only just because Freezing Trap isn't really good against Zoo, and you want all of those things on the board. You want to be able to contest the board.
Definitely, and there are all of our animals. They are out here today, and looks like a pretty good board. Like just like that, Nacer able to flip it right around, and all Zero is left with is 2 Argent Squires. So how do you kind of get out of this tricky situation?
I don't think you can play Leroy. I don't think you want to give any whelps to the hunter. So you're kind of stuck playing the tapping game, trying to get something. I mean, maybe you want a Soulfire. Maybe you want to risk dropping Leroy, like basically discarding Leroy.
Yeah, you could go ahead and play the Soulfire. You'd be able to take out some of the remaining cards. Gormog not going to help much off the top right here. It looks pretty tricky, actually. I mean, you could have gone for the Soulfire play, and you could have taken out the Taunt and be able to trade into the Huffer. But right here, yeah, still going to go with it, and this time going to discard Gormog. So still goes with that play, able to clean up the board just a little bit.
Yeah, he still manages to keep the Argent Squires alive. The Divine Shield doing a lot of work here. Naysayer having 2 Houndmasters and very many options to sort of build a strong taunt minion, contest the board.
Yeah, those are 2 welcome Houndmasters. These are going to be able to trade very efficiently into Cero's board here. You just you can put them both of your creatures, make sure they can't be traded into.
Yeah, I
After
think you
that,
put one of them on the Leok.
yeah, you can put on the Leok and the Infested Wolf, or you can put both on the Infested Wolf if you really want to. But I like this, spreading it out just a little bit.
That's a really tough board. That is definitely representing lethal, and I don't know if Zero has the ability to come back from this.
And also, heads up play there from Naysayer. Push the damage instead of trading to the 1/1s, puts the position to have lethal the next turn. And Naysayer, for a quick game, is going to take this one with his Hunter. So we saw that Hunter was pretty mid-range style was. I think it played very well against the Warlock. I'm ready to see that Warlock from Naysayer though. I'm ready to see the Imp Master.
Yeah, I'm very curious about this deck. I definitely have enjoyed seeing the variety. Like, there's certainly been a little bit of variety in the non-Warlock classes, and now hopefully with the Warlock class itself.
Yeah, Zoo's not normally a thing that we see a lot of tech coming into, and it looks like Naysayer is going to bring that out now. Going to bring this more aggressive lineup of Zoo, and Sarah is going to be on that control warrior that we saw earlier.
Yeah, and I really like to see more control warrior play. It's so long when you have to do a control warrior versus control warrior mirror matchup, but seeing it sort of play against these more aggressive decks, it's really nice to know that control warrior is still in the meta and still works.
Yeah, and like Gorehowl coming back a little bit, providing a lot of value. Double Brawl, a lot of ways to get into the long game and play those big old creatures and, just try to survive. Justicar, things like that. I think Sero here, decent start. You can keep Doomsayer, you can keep Ravaging Ghoul. On the other side, Naysayer, I'm not really sure exactly what he's keeping. You have at least have a 1-drop with Possessed
There's
Villager.
that Imp Master.
Yeah, there's an Imp Master.
Saucy.
Yeah, you can keep that. You could keep that Possessed Villager, maybe coin it out with the Councilman. That could be kind
Yeah.
of nice, right?
I feel like Zero never keeps Gorehowl here, and just thinking about it.
Alright, so gonna toss back the Gorehowl there.
Gets
Picks up a
Bloodhoof.
Bloodhoof Brave, and Naysayer electing to keep the whole hand.
Yep. Full hand keep. That's got to be scary.
I would be terrified, but thankfully, Sero has that Fiery War Axe, something that's gonna be just able to deal with a ton of minions here. Question is, when is Doomsayer going to be played? A lot of times we like to see it early, but you're only facing a possessed villager.
Yeah, I think the Doomsayer, I, I would honestly hold it a little bit longer just because you really want to keep those value clears, but I guess Zero's thinking, I just don't want him to have any turn 2 board. I would have waited possibly for a second, basically doing it on turn 3 because that denies him the councilman play. It denies a lot of like the sort of in-game boss plays.
Well, the way he did it, it does allow for the Ravaging goal on 3, able to clean up the board fully, and then, you just kind of take the initiative away. You take the initiative away from the Zoo player, and now you can go into like turn 4 Bloodhoof Brave, you have the Fiery Warlocks to follow up. So you have a lot of good plays unlocked because you took that initiative away from the Warlock.
That's actually really smart. And then you have, you have Borax in hand, so you have a 3/3 on the board. You can deal with the 1/5 councilman. You can deal with the small minions. I'm actually really liking Zero's Control Warrior play.
Yeah, right here, Naxxramas going to pick up the Flame Imp, but Zero has very efficient ways to deal with this board right now. You can go for we opt for the War Axe and, do something like Armor Up. You could just go for the Brave as well, and you're kind of letting the Flame Imp stay alive, though.
Yeah, I mean, you get a 3/1 on the board along with the Bloodhoof. It might be better that way, and I think he is going to take that trade. You just want to get a minion on the board.
And there we go, Bloodhoof Brave on the board there. Naxxramas, you do have a way to deal with it.
Right.
You could play the Direwolf Alpha and also use Abusive. That would deal with it pretty cleanly. And then all of a sudden, you kind of starting to get a board right there.
Yeah. We've got the Void Caller or Void Walker. I miss Void Caller.
We all do. I heard more demons are coming, though. Ben Bro recently said on stream that they are going to add some more demons back into the game. I do think we kind of need them, too.
Demon Warlock back.
Interesting positioning there from Naxxramas. Elects to kind of keep it the way it is, but not going to get the buff from the Direwolf on both sides right here.
Yeah. Not sure if that's necessarily what he wanted to do there, but Fiery Warlock's going to help out. I think you trade the Ghoul into the Direwolf.
You have a number of things you can do here. Yeah, you can also bash if you want.
Save yourself 1 health. That's pretty smart.
Yeah, you save yourself 1 health in the end of it right there. So, interesting play from Zero. Be able to take back the board, does have the weapon up. But here, this is where Naxxramas I think is going to shine, right? I mean, you could go Councilman and the Imp Master here, and all of a sudden, this is the thing we were talking about. This Imp Master is going to start buffing up the Darkside Councilman.
I mean, even though Zero has a slam.
This is great. Yeah, he does have a way to deal with this. Even does pick up the Brawl.
Doesn't even care. Plays Sylvanas.
Oh, so, prepping the Sylvanas for this Brawl. What do you think about that?
That's pretty good. That's pretty strong. It's like, yeah, try to buff up your councilman. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens at the end of the Brawl.
Do you think it's kind of a giveaway there?
I don't think so. Not necessarily. He might not think he has any answers. This might be his only play, right? Like, Control Warrior sometimes can be stuck with a lot of plays that are not necessarily optimal, and sometimes you just gotta play Sylvanas. So I don't know if it's a perfect giveaway.
Now, yeah, it has multiple ways to try to deal with Sylvanas. You could trade into it. Then you're kind of just hoping that Sylvanas picks up maybe one of the 1/1s, something you can deal with. But at the same
you can
time,
trade off the entire board.
it's not great spot for you to actually do anything about the Sylvanas. There might be a point where you might feel you need to kind of ignore it.
Yeah, he's deciding to ignore the Sylvanas. Just push all the
And
damage to face.
it looks like that is what Naxxramas is going to do, and this Brawl is a huge punish.
Let's see if he gets the 1/1. That would be the worst outcome, right?
Yeah, he's gonna get something. So, and it could even be a 6/5 Darkshower Councilman. Here comes this Brawl with Sylvanas on board. Classic Warrior plays, and he's going to get the Knife Juggler as well.
Not bad. Not bad.
I think that's huge.
This is pretty good. I mean, now the zoo has 0 board.
Yeah, kind of a big deal, right?
Yeah, not what you want to see when you're Naxxramas. He's got another Imp Master, but that doesn't really work anymore.
Just pick up the Forbidden Ritual. That could be a pretty come in handy quite a bit.
I mean, having the Knife Juggler out there is pretty tough, but the warrior doesn't necessarily have a lot of minions to spam, right? So you don't feel too bad about filling up your board.
You've already seen a Ravaging Goal. You've seen some cards like that already that are going to do the whole clear. You already see Brawl. So it might be a good spot for it. It looks like he's going to do Possessed Villager and then Forbidden Ritual. So once you get the Ritual Body on board.
Alright, let's see what we got. So I think here for Zero, you play Elise, see where the juggles land. Don't even need to slam. I think you save your shield slam.
Yeah, you can just use a snipe juggler, you know, it's not like most snipe jugglers, you're playing control warrior after all, right? You kind of just need to continue to armor up, use it to take out some of the minions that are in play.
Using your weapons really efficiently.
Mhm.
Gorehal's gonna come in handy. Shield slam's definitely gonna come in handy.
Yeah, right now I think Zero kind of turned around. It's going to be really reliant on what can Naxxramas get with this hero power? What can you continue to dig into as the Warlock? And it looks like he's going to be able to fill the board again, you know, and that's pretty important.
That is pretty important. I assume this control warrior runs double brawl, but the chances that he's gonna brawl again, probably pretty low. And he's thinking about whether he's gonna defender this turn.
Yeah, normally you usually have to defender when you do have both active, but he did have to trade in his possessed villager there to take out that knife juggler. Don't really see a lot of great plays here though.
I think he's gonna end up, yes, he's gonna definitely defender on the taunt minion just to give a little bit more health, something that survives an Elise attack. Bloodhoof's pretty good here.
Yeah, you could like Bloodhoof and slam, or you could just take your turn and set up Gorehowl.
Yeah, I think Gorehal's a good play here.
Gorehowl is able to clean up the 2-4, also going to be able to armor up. So we've seen it in the past. Cicero really likes to take this line of very conservative, just very careful about his life total.
Yeah, and I think he's been playing it correctly. I think he just wants to make sure that the zoo doesn't have a board, doesn't have the bursts, and probably still playing around the idea of a second ghoul here. Takes the trade.
Now, what do you think here? We could ritual. We could also int master if we want to.
Yeah, I think ritual might be a decent play. Just fill the board, take a chance, do a little dance.
Well, I think you kind of just have to, right? I mean, you have to do something here because if you are just letting this sit the way it is, you're never going to win this.
Right.
You have to put that, you know, put it on the pedal a little bit, put some pressure on the warrior here.
And just having something stick. I mean, if you get
Oh, that's pretty sick,
Yep.
right?
Revenge.
Slam and revenge can clean up this whole thing. You can even play Bloodhoof Brave at the end of it, or before.
I think you play it
it.
before it. I think you want to do it before. Gets the other brawl. He's gonna have so many answers to fill this board. I don't know if Naxxramas can actually do this. Plays it after. Nice.
It goes ahead and plays after. Probably just wants to conserve the health on it. Doesn't always need to be a 5-5 right now. I mean, at the same time, look, like, Naxxramas going to be able to continue to tap and continue to fill the board up with a lot of threats.
Right, and having second brawl is super important for Zero. Just I think as a control warrior, it just makes you feel comfortable that if the zoo fills the board again, you can at least take him down again. And here, would you like to do Mortal Coil? Would you do Voidwalker?
Voidwalker's pretty decent. It doesn't get eaten up by the Bloodhoof Brave, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Gorehowl kills it, things like that. At the same time, I don't know how much are you going to commit. You might just feel like it's time to fully commit here. He's been hanging on to the Imp Master, so I'm really wondering what sort of spot he wants to play that in. And it looks like it's going to come down right now.
Alright. And with that weapon, I feel like... And with that draw...
Yeah, that's tough, right?
Yeah.
So he can even do the whole good old armor up, Justicar, armor up again. And I think that's sort of the nail in the coffin right there for Naxxramas. He's probably going to realize pretty quickly it's going to be hard to keep up with the amount of armor that Sarah's going to keep doing.
Yeah, Sarah really had all the perfect draws as control warrior in this game. He got his taunts out, he got his weapons, he was able to use them efficiently, able to keep his life total high enough to be safe from burst. And Naxxramas never really got a chance.
And at the same time, I don't think Naxxramas is out of it just yet. That PO kind of unlocks a few plays here, right? You can even play the Flame Imp here, you can ignore the Justicar and hit face. You're not in a great spot, but remember, you get to continue to tap here, so you're not out of it just yet. And Sarah doesn't necessarily have a way to accumulate a lot of cards in hand.
That's an interesting trade there. He just ran the Argent Squire into the Justicar to make it a 6-2. Doesn't go face with everything. And there we go. Second Ravaging Ghoul. Doesn't even need it, but goes for it anyways.
Yeah, it's just going to be able to clean up the board pretty nicely here, and you get to keep Justicar alive. So you're sending another 6 damage to the face. It's going to set up Weeful for the following turn right here. Oh, but off the top, a card that can definitely change the tide of the match.
Naxxramas running Ragnaros in a zoo deck. Pretty interesting.
So Ragnaros and Ip Master, both interesting picks right here. So where does this Ragnaros need to go? It needs to land on one of these minions right here to seal up the game, but just gonna land on the Radical. So for now, Naxxramas is still alive.
We've got enough armor to just shield slam that. Keeping Zero with a serious amount of control on this board.
Yeah, can even play Karen armor up on the back end of it.
Goes in for the... I think this is right to go Gorhal to face here, but because that prevents a tap, prevents another out.
Yeah, it definitely just prevents... Oh, so we're even seeing another card there. Pretty cool seeing the Argent Commander. But Zero's going to take this game and tie it back up 1-1 here with this Control Warrior. Amazing play from Zero with this Control Warrior throughout the whole tournament and getting the win over the Warlock right there.
Yeah, really strong Control Warrior stuff. We haven't seen a lot of. We usually see Tempo.
Yeah, we normally, not as we normally see Tempo Warrior or something like Dragon Warrior or even Pirate Warrior, right? Those are, we see those a ton in tournaments. But right here, let's talk a little bit about Naxxramas techs. We have Argent Commander, Imp Master, and Ragnaros. Do you think this is going to really work out for him?
I mean, I think that it obviously is something that he's thought about a lot. Like, what are these cards bring? Why isn't he playing other cards? Like, what do they sort of add to the deck that other zoo cards don't? I mean, what is he taking out, really? Like, we haven't... What cards do you give up in order to put those cards in?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the list in full detail there. You might be picking out some cards to take out. But I know that it allows for more aggressive plays. Ragnaros, a lot of times people see it as something more control oriented, but sometimes it fits like on mid-range decks and just getting that extra 8 damage a burst. So coming
here,
into game number 3, we're going to have the Warlock Mare. We've seen a lot of Zoo Mares today. I think we kind of figured out what we're looking for.
right, and it looks like I think Zero's probably going to toss back at least one of the 3 drops and the Gormok. Gormok not really necessarily doing a lot. I mean, some people really like it in the decks, but definitely seeing some more tech against Freeze Mage.
He doesn't get a 1-drop or 2-drop, Zero, so a little difficult on that side of it, and doesn't really have a great turn 1 play.
So yeah, he likes to just pass. This puts Naxxramas in a really good position to sort of develop his board. I mean, doesn't really have anything except for a possessed villager. Maybe chooses to tap as well.
Yeah, so both players, you know, don't want to inefficiently play any cards, right? So we do see the tap there from Naxxramas. This last Zero, though, he's going to be able to get on the board right here with the Imp Game Boss. Not any great answers either from Naxxramas.
Yeah, I mean, getting that Imp Master out might be the only way.
You get a few good turns out of it, I think, if you play it right now. It's not going to die the following turn unless something crazy like Soulfire or something happens, right? So you can play it here pretty safely, and you even know that your Voidwalker seems safe right now too.
Instead, he looks like he's going for the Voidwalker and just spamming down a bunch of minions. Spam minions!
Spam minions. You know, the old Hearthstone way, right? But even might use his abusive here. Do you think this is a pretty aggressive line of play right here?
Right, if he goes to the face with that... Oh, and decides to trade.
Okay.
Right. Okay. That
So,
actually works out pretty well.
Yeah, he's trying to make sure that this thing doesn't get a ton of value, and he's going to set up his board pretty nicely with all these minions too. Going to that turn 4, you can play things like Defender of Argus, and then really take advantage of what you have on board.
That's actually a really good job on Naxxramas' part. So for Zero, really doesn't have the best value trades here. I mean, he could Dire Wolf, he could use his Abusive Sergeant. He could try to establish the Darkshire Councilman, but probably not going to get much value out of that.
You could do another fun Crazed Alchemist play. You know, you could Crazed Alchemist on your Imp Game Boss and abuse of it, but I'm not sure you really want to use that in this spot in particular. But, oh, so yeah, we might go ahead and do it. Yeah, I like this play, actually.
I mean, you called it.
Yeah,
So, there
so
you go.
using the Abusive Sergeant there, so you actually get to keep the Imp Game Boss on board and create another one. I guess in this match in particular, it's very important to continue to keep control of the board, and keeping that Imp Game Boss alive right there really allows Zero to start getting on the board here.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty nice play. Pretty stylish.
The stylish Crazed Alchemist plays.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? Alright, well, back to Naxxramas. you know, you have some options here. What are you looking at here?
So if you Defender of Argus, I think you end up with a 3-2 and a 2-2, which isn't great because Sarah's board can trade into that very cleanly. But I don't know if you have other options.
Yeah, it looks like that's what Naysayer's going to have to do. You know, you have a few trades you can make and trade down to the 1-1 and try to be as efficient as possible. But like you said, not a whole lot you can do right there.
Gormak's still not there yet, but so
Close.
close.
It's
So
close.
close.
Direwolf is pretty decent right here, right? Allows you to trade down into the whole board. You could even Forbidden Ritual afterwards if you want.
I might tab. If he's gonna go with the Direwolf play, I might try to see if there's another card out there that would help. Because you're gonna have to trade. It's not gonna be perfect, but you're gonna get a little bit of extra damage in there.
So this play right here with the Forbidden Rituals playing for Gormak next turn.
Basically.
There's not really a good way that Naysayer can take care of 2 minions at once with only having 1 minion on the board. I really like this setup by Sero.
Yeah, I think Sarah's thinking ahead in terms of what he wants to do, and he knows that he has a lot of buffs. He has got his Direwolf, he's got the Gormak, so yeah, definitely Forbidden Ritual seems like the best play there. When is Naysayer going to be able to get the Imp Gang boss? I feel like it's now. Now or
The Imp
never.
Master, I think this is
Sorry,
the spot
Imp
for
Master.
it. There's not really a whole ton you think your opponent can do with it. Could also go Forbidden Ritual. You know, for 5 right here, fills up the board, does compete with the rest of the board, and doesn't actually make Gormak all that great right now.
Right, there's nothing really for it to target. I mean, if he was looking for a Sea Giant play, that would have been pretty punishing, but looks like Sarah's just going to be able to taunt up and try to clean up a little bit of the board as he goes.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those games, I think, where people are going to try to trade as best they can as we continue to go through the match. And right here, we're going to see Sarah kind of just trading down as best as possible. Gets those tentacles up to 2-2 and will trade down to the 1-1s.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to just being very conservative and trading down like that. It feels bad, but you don't want the zoo to get value. Or you want the zoo to have as few minions on the board as possible.
The thing is here, like, where... I mean, we both said it was a great setup, but Gormak isn't going to get a ton of value in this matchup anyway, unless you hit some other type of minion, like a Dark Iron Dwarf or something like that, right?
That's true.
So it's not going to get a lot of good value against all these little tokens. I think Naysayer here might just play Forbidden Ritual again.
Yeah, he saw that play and he knows that he didn't have anything to clear it. So refilling the board is actually pretty good. He knows he probably definitely doesn't have Sea Giant. And here the Dark Iron comes out. I think if you're Zero, you just gotta put things on the board.
Yeah, you definitely just need to get... Oh, so tapping out of order, but it's alright here. Is able to make at least one trade down here, but right here, this Direwolf is going to do a ton of work. Able to trade on all of these tentacles, clear the board. You can even play something like Imp Master at the end.
I'm starting not to like these trading down. They're starting to feel worse and worse. It's just like, oh man, maybe you should just take it to face once in a while. Direwolf's gonna, really clean up this board.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty difficult spot actually for Sarah to come back after this point, because as we saw,
coming out.
yeah, it's hard for Zoo to deal with tokens, right?
It's true.
Hard to deal with 1-1s unless you have something like Mac Jug or hit the board.
So Naxxramas, I feel like definitely wants to play at least one Imp Master, right? You don't need to hold on to that anymore.
It's interesting. I mean, you're playing against Zeus, so I assume that you definitely want to get this on the board now. And here it comes out. The Imp Master is going to hit the board. I like that placement because you do get to use the tokens one after another right there. It's very nice.
And now for Zero, just trying to find something to deal with the little tiny minions, the tentacles, the imps, the
all the 1-1s,
all the
right?
1-1s, all the 1-1 tokens coming out.
I mean, the real question is, are you gonna take your zoo and put all this stuff in now?
I don't know. I don't know. It seems to be working. Maybe this is the way. Maybe Naxxramas. I mean, we could probably end up talking to him afterward, but maybe Naxxramas tech the zoo against other zoo.
Yeah, it makes sense. Having on the 1-1s. Oh, young Dragonhawk. I think it could come out. You have the PO in hand. You can clear up this board right here. You can plop down young Dragonhawk, and then what is your opponent going to do about it?
I mean, he's got young Dragonhawk. He's got the Charger in hand. He has a lot of push damage, a lot of burst in hand. Thinking about it,
I would love it. I would love to see the Dragonhawk right here.
I mean, you know he's gonna trade into it, right?
Uh,
Takes
he,
it.
he might not be able to, you know. You can clear off this board right here, Vex, and then take out all of Sarah's minions and even plop down the Dragonhawk.
All right, let's see how it goes. Definitely gonna take the trades. Direwolf goes to face. Assuming Imp Master goes to face.
Oh yeah,
Everything
they're all
goes to
going face. Is he gonna? Yeah, he's gonna pop down the Dragonhawk there, and this might be. It might immediately prompt Zero to get rid of it. We'll see if he does right here.
Let's see what he's got in his hand.
I mean, at the same time, like there's a Direwolf on board. You might really want to get rid of that.
Not scared of the. Doesn't see the power overwhelming play. He's thinking really hard.
Could even have, yeah, Defender Vargas here is pretty good too. You can brain up your minions to be at least 5 health taunts. And is he going to have the foresight ready to take out this young Dragonhawk?
I don't know if he needs to. I think maybe he's thinking if I just push the 7 to face, I can maybe set up for like a 2 next lethal. Yep,
Yeah,
does it.
no, he doesn't want these gimmicks going on here today.
No shenanigans.
No shenanigans. But look at this. I mean, we're still going to have a board that, I mean, we can pop down Ragnaros on this board at the end of this turn. We can use something like Power Overwhelming, get some pretty clean trades, and then even pop Ragnaros at the end.
Yeah, and at 16 health, that's pretty scary for Zero.
There's a couple other ways you could go about it. Yeah, I do like this because you could get the buff with the Argent Commander on the Direwolf and then trade into one of the other minions. So it's pretty good. You can be pretty efficient there too.
Doesn't really need it though. See what he does. Goes for it. Thinking about placement here. I think you put it like
Yeah, that makes sense because now you can actually use the Imp Master and the Imp here to even take out the Defender.
yep.
So you
setting
clean
up
off the
for it.
entire board this way. Really nice clean. And Sarah's gonna be thinking, what the heck is this guy playing?
I've seen Argent Commander. Like, what zoo is this? These classic cards. Double power overwhelming.
Even Leroy double PO, but not enough damage on the board
Now,
so
if you think
far.
of- If you think about it, had he gone 7 to face, the Warlock would have been at 15. And that would have just been short.
We've been just short, but Naxxramas going to take this one, and I really liked his zoo play throughout that match. This zoo is teched so interestingly, but it really did a well number there. You know, we were able to see it just continue through the match, deal with all of Sarah's threats, and just like that, Naxxramas going to take that match and move on to the next round.
Alright, so what do we have left for Zero? We haven't seen the Mage yet, so that's basically it, right? Mage and Warlock.
Well, it looks like they're taking a quick bathroom break right now. I think that's why we have a pause in this match.
The
But
players
you
have
know,
left
it's
the
gonna
game.
be Naxxramas Rogue that's left. That's the one we haven't seen just yet. So he's gonna be up 2-1. Rogue can struggle though. Rogue can struggle a lot against Warlock. Can definitely struggle against something like Mage if it is, you know, something like Freeze Mage, and it can
Assuming
struggle in
it's
spots.
Miracle.
Yeah.
But we have seen some very interesting rogue decks this round.
Yeah, the only other rogue deck we saw so far today was
Aggro Pirate.
Pirate with Leperno. So we don't really know exactly what type of rogue we're going to see here today. There's also N'Zoth rogue. People have been playing that one. And even Questing Adventurer inside Miracle Rogue.
I do like the N'Zoth rogue. You have your Death Rattles, you have your 3/4 Raptors.
Oh yeah, some updates from our other matches are going on right now. We do have a losers bracket going on as well. And it looks like a lot of people are bringing control right
Control
now.
in the
So it's
losers
like,
bracket. Who would have
it's
thought?
really, it's grind. It's such a grind out here today. You know,
Yeah.
great tournament going on though in Queens. So we have a really awesome setups, lots of great, lots of great screens, lots of great setups, tons of games going on in this Hearthstone tournament.
Yeah, and I really think that everyone's been a big trooper in terms of staying committed, playing really well. Several other games going on. Was there some Smash? What was it? Street Fighter? Some Street
Yeah, we
Fighter
had some
going?
Street Fighter going on here. We had, I think I saw some people playing some StarCraft,
Some Overwatch.
some old StarCraft. So we, some League of Legends. So great little like land space. You know, you can play a lot of different games. I think they also have Smash tournaments here every now and then. I'm just excited about this Rogue though. I've been so impressed by Naysayer's tech choices that I'm really just want to see, is there something he's doing differently here?
Yeah, that would be really cool to see.
Yeah.
And with Sero, we've seen great play. I'm not necessarily sure what he could have done there in that last match. There are definitely some turns that weren't the best in that Zoom error, but Naysayer overall just had probably a better tech deck.
Yeah, I think that was what it came down to. When you're not playing exactly a perfect mirror, like when it's not a perfect mirror, it really comes down to those choices. And I'm really curious to see what Naysayer took out to put in that Argent Commander and to put in those Imp Masters. It looks like he wasn't running. Like, what wasn't he running?
We didn't see any Squires.
That might
I
be
don't
it.
think we saw any Argent Squires, so you can take both of those out. You're making your curve a little bit heavier, but
Hmm.
at the same time, you get to play Imp Master, and you get to
Yeah,
tell
why
people that
not?
you're playing Imp Master inside your zoo.
Yeah, why not? Go for it. Yes, 2-1 Naysayer. All right,
We
we're
know
good.
Cicero's actually bringing that Tempo Mage too, right? So
Yeah.
we saw that. We saw Yogg. I think I want to. I still haven't seen Yogg from him though, so we
Yeah,
still got
no,
to
no
see
Yogg
Yogg come
plays.
out.
No, not a lot of RNG, just some good brawls. Some good brawls. But for
Yeah, I
most,
got to brawl Sylvanas on board. Don't
most
haven't
of
seen
them
that
have.
in quite a while. People usually deal with it if they can't, and that usually happens. But so that was pretty interesting to be at it. I mean, just the play's been pretty good. A lot of players are really vying for this Tavern Hero spot, want to qualify for that qualifier right there. The qualified for the qualifier.
Qualifier for the qualifier. It's like the announcement, the Blizzard announcement
The
of the
announcement of the
announcement.
announcement.
Yeah.
This is I guess this is still Blizzard sanctioned, right? So it is their own doing here as well.
And yeah, like Tavern Hero has been really interesting. It gives a lot of opportunities, I think, to players who don't necessarily grind all the time for those BlizzCon points.
Yeah, ladder can be a grind. Also, the online qualifiers can be a grind. This gives people an opportunity to come out for a day and try for a spot, right? At the same time, look at Wizards trying to bring up this initiative of more of fireside gatherings and local esports and things like that. And I think they're doing a great job. And I think here today we're kind of seeing like the Hearthstone community of New York come together in some way.
Yeah, I remember earlier in the year when there were a lot of Tavern Heroes, when the first Tavern Heroes were announced, people were really disappointed there wasn't anything sort of East Coast New York centric. It was a lot of, you know, Midwest, some places that obviously don't really necessarily get a lot of representation.
Yeah, we still haven't had the qualifier though. During prelims, the locations have not been in New York just yet. So I hope they do fix
It's
that
not
one.
like we're the center of the world or anything.
We're only one of the biggest cities. It's okay.
It's fine. It doesn't matter. You don't
Hopefully
need
our
to.
players don't have to drive all the way down to DC. Hopefully they can stay at home and we can root them on from New York this time around.
I think this is like a West Coast bias thing. I think Blizzard's down in
I
California being
get it.
just
I
like,
get
yeah,
it.
no,
We
screw
actually
New
did. I
York.
think back in they had the NA championships at the Hammerstein Ballroom
Oh
about
yeah, that was a way
two
back.
years ago. So we got it then. Then they moved it back out to California. So maybe they'll bring it back out to us this time. All
Yeah.
right. Well, it looks like we're about to get into the match. I think we are returning here. Naysayer had to take a little time off, but he's gonna get his head right. But he's up 2-1 on Sero, and it's looking pretty good. Just gonna have this rogue going up against this mage and this warlock. We said it before that warlock is doing pretty well in the tournament so far, but also does really well against rogue. So we kind of see how that one's working out. Tempo mage versus rogue, don't see it a ton. What do you think about that matchup?
I'm not actually sure about that one. I haven't seen it played. Like I said, I didn't necessarily play this on ladder, and that's where most of my experience comes from. Although I did do some tournament stuff, so I feel like depending on the type of rogue, you could really see some interesting answers. Like I think rogue has a lot of answers to tempo mage.
Definitely. And Sarah is going to continue to stay on this Warlock. Nacer going to bring this rogue. And what do we have here?
Ooh, is that a Cthulhu card?
I think we might have a Cthulhu rogue. It could also just be, playing it on 9.
I
But
don't think so.
I
No,
don't
you
think you
can't
play
play
this
that
card on
on
9
9.
unless you play Cthulhu.
You can't play that on 9. Look at this.
Oh, wow. Are you ready for this?
I am so
Assassinate is
ready
in the
for this.
deck
I'm
too?
so ready to
Oh.
not be able to call any
Is
of his
Cero
plays.
ready for this? Is
I don't
Cero
know.
actually ready? I mean, you guys should definitely keep an eye on his face this entire match because things are about to get wild here, and you gotta praise Naysayer for bringing some crazy stuff today.
Yeah. Really interesting. All right, Argent Sky at the top. For Nacer, having the coin super important as Rogue. Pretty much gives him a lot of options.
Yeah, I wonder what sort of core this rogue runs. Does it run stuff like Gadgetzan. Like, did you run that sort of draw? And you might not have enough room for stuff like that when you do run all these Cthulhu cards.
So let's see. I think what you do
Oh,
here.
well, there we go.
All
There
right.
is Auctioneer.
I think you've got taking it slow.
Yeah, you can even use the backstep here. It's really nice. You're going to be able to clean up the board. And once Rogue gets on board, going to have a lot of ways to sort of continue that pressure.
No tells though. No tells on from Sarah's perspective of what exactly this rogue is. Probably guessing it's Miracle. Wait till that Cthulhu card drops.
Yeah, wait till Cthulhu comes out, though. Oh, or even see here. Wow.
Shadow Step Cthulhu.
So you could even go here. You could even Shadow Step if you really wanted to. You could take out the Councilman. But I think this is pretty nice. You could play Disciple Cthulhu and kind of just, run your turn that way.
I think you do. I think you do.
Alright, so Naysayer's going to get a turn with the Councilman sticking on board. Now, can he take advantage of that turn? You have a Possessed Villager in hand, but the other minions, you can't really necessarily play with it.
Yeah, I think he's just going to have to deal with the fact that the Councilman's probably not going to get as much as he wants.
You
Takes
could
the trade.
Crazed Alchemist and to make that thing a 1-2, but
And I think he is. I think those Crazy Alchemist plays have been pretty interesting.
yeah, so keep it alive, provide him more health, so now it doesn't die to things like Bandit Knives or any other sort of clears. Now, this is where Naysayer might be in position here to start playing some of these Cthulhu cards. You do have the option to play Cthulhu's Chosen if you want.
And even though it does die to the board, no, he decides to do the SI. Gets that Councilman out of there. Just get it out.
Yeah, that's probably really nice right there. Just don't let that thing grow anymore. Even able to take out the Possessed Villager with your dagger. So Naysayer playing this matchup really well, just trying to make sure that he can eventually get some sort of board.
Yeah. And leaving Sarah with a few options. I think you might want to play Gormok just as a body, even though it doesn't really do anything. Decides to take the trade.
Ooh, even gets the prep. So gonna have a big turn, next turn with Gadget and Auctioneer, prep, and Fan and Knives. Right here, Cthulhu's Chosen's pretty nice though. It trades pretty well into both these minions.
Yeah, I agree. I'm very fascinated by this deck. So I assume the win condition is draw Cthulhu.
Yeah, and Sarah's gotta be considering to himself, what's going on? Alright, what's this guy playing? He just played Cthulhu's Chosen and Rogue. I am more than confused. We already saw the Disciple Cthulhu, so he had to know a little bit, but this is kind of crazy what we have right here.
Alright, bring in the Imp Gang Boss, hoping to get more value, I guess, out of his minions. And he's got the Rogue pretty low. And that is one of the things about Rogue, is that it does struggle against decks with a lot of sort of push.
Yeah, this is actually a tough turn for Naysayer, though, because the Fan and Knives, the in-game boss really blocked out some of those good Fan and Knives plays that you could have gotten off this turn. Because if you had played something like Gormok, Cthulhu's Chosen would have traded really well into it after the 2-2, would have got taken out by Fan Knives and Dagger. So now with the in-game boss, it's a little bit harder to deal with this current board.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's going to do. I feel like playing the Gadgetzan's a little bit premature right now. But you don't really have any other options. You don't want to get the Imp-Gang boss to spawn more minions unless you're ready to deal with them.
He might feel you had to even assassinate it, but you might be holding on for that for a little bit later. It's definitely an interesting turn here for Naysayer, and could be one that we look back on right here that could decide the match.
Would you prep assassinate
Looks
SI?
looks like we might just go with Fan of Knives, actually.
Alright.
You can still run this pretty well. You can run Cthulhu's Chosen into it. You can even play the SI onto the 2-2 afterwards. So all that's going to be left here is just going to be two 1-1s, and you're going to have the 3-3 and the 4-2.
That's pretty good. It's definitely good to keep the assassinate. And to keep a lot of your spells. So Zero here, feeling like he wants to drop that Sea Giant, but
Abuse is
decides
pretty
not
good.
to.
Yeah, Abuse is pretty good off the top right there. You can make some better trades here if you want to. Still 1 minion short of activating Gormok, though.
Yep, doesn't seem to get it there. Not quite there yet. My question is, you have 10 damage in hand as Zero. Do you try to send everything to face? Do you think that Rogue runs any Cthulhu taunts? Are there any actual Cthulhu taunts?
So, I mean, that's a really good point, you know, with this amount of burst that you have in hand. And it looks like Sero is going to take this turn and send those minions face, trying to get some face damage in. Okay, now what can Naxxramas really do about it here? We do see Disciple Cthulhu coming into the hand, so going to have a few ways to really deal with this.
Right, but even then, if he deals with it, there's still just a few more. I mean, Sarah just needs like a power overwhelming to
Yeah,
really.
Power Overwhelming would do it.
So many
Um,
options.
Gonna be really close just overall. But at the same time, since this Disciple Cthulhu, he's gonna be able to come down and clear up all of these minions and set up his own board. It's gonna look really nice.
Right, yeah. Having a board. Taking a little bit of face damage though. Going down to 12 health, pretty scary. Not able to play the auctioneer, not able to start cycling yet.
Yeah, we might see that come out next turn, but right here, Sarah's gonna be on a draw. It's immediate. He's like, all right, I know what I need,
Did
and
it.
he gets it. He gets, but he's still one short. So I think you just take this damage. He's gonna go ahead, put it in now. So next turn, he has the Soulfire ready.
Right. And look, he's basically trusting that Naxxramas doesn't have anything to do. It's
Or
not turn 10.
any sort of heals. If there's an Urban Ring in this deck, you know, Naxxramas right here has the prep into sprint, so maybe there's a way he can get out of the situation.
I think he's gonna have to do it. Said
Azure Drake. Interesting. Double prep doesn't really work that way though. So he's probably just gonna have to hope that there's nothing left in Sero's hand, and Sero's gonna take this one with this Soulfire. Gonna make it 2-2 here, and we're gonna move into Game 5 of this first semifinals.
Yeah, I think it was really smart of Sale to think like, look, I've got this rogue down. I can push it through. I can get my damage in.
Yeah,
and
especially
Soulfire
getting
takes
that power overwhelming when he needed it was super important, and just to let him, you know, push that damage and the Soulfire to finish it off right there. I like this rogue. You know, I
do.
like seeing this Cthulhu rogue, but how is it gonna match up against Tempo Mage?
I think this is it though. Isn't that the 3-1?
No, that's gonna
that's
be
2-1.
2-2.
2-2.
So
Oh
yeah,
my
we're going
gosh.
into Game 5 now. It's gonna be Sero's Tempo Mage versus Naxxramas' Cthulhu rogue, a Yogg Tempo Mage, by the way.
So yeah, we're gonna see some old god action here.
Some god on god action. We'll see. May the best god win today. And right here, I think, you know, as Sarah, you really just want to get that early game going. Get those early game minions out. And something like Water Elemental could be pretty good too.
Yeah, I definitely want to deny the weapon. We have Shadow Strike, or what's it called again? Is it called Shadow Strike? I forget what it's called. The 3 mana.
Yeah. Shadow Strike, really good card too. Especially here, can deal with things like Flame Waker. You know,
Having
able to deal with
Frostbolt
those minions that
support.
might be a little bit
Mono
more
Worm is definitely
difficult.
the best play. Decides to keep the Water Elemental.
And whoever's on the coin here has a big advantage. And Sero here is going to be on the coin. Both of these classes much better when they're able to actually activate spells.
Alright, Naxxramas. You've got the plays.
I mean, I like this. Yeah, you know, Naxxramas does get able to just use backstab immediately, take out the mana worm. Sero's going to eventually have that water elemental though.
Yeah, and it's not really a necessarily good way to deal with that. You could save the Eviscerate, backstab Eviscerate. But you probably want to get it down this turn.
You might even have to do something like backstab and just play the Beckoner of Evil. You don't really want to leave that 3-2 uncontested on the board right here.
Are you my master?
Yeah, that's the play that ends up going there. So SI is not going to be able to activate on its own. And neither is Eviscerate, so it's kind of tough for Naxxramas.
Yeah, that kind of comes back to not having the coin, right?
Yep.
You know, if you had been on coin, then you have ways to sort of activate those other cards. You have a lot of things you can do here. And this water element is going to be really hard to deal with unless you pick up
Shadow Strike.
Shadow Strike.
Yeah, just top deck Shadow Strike.
Yeah, top deck that. Gonna be able to clean up the water elemental pretty well here with the weapon and be able to send Becker into evil to the face.
Alright. Who do you think has the advantage in this god v god situation?
It's gonna be back and forth a little bit. I think both these decks play very tempo oriented. You know, even here we're seeing, like, look at this. Sero gets the Cold Sorcerer, be able to play it immediately, Arcane Blast. They both want to make sure that their minions really stick on the board.
Alright, so now we have turn 5. I think Azure Drake makes a certain amount of sense here. It's not great against the 3-2, but you get something else in your hand.
Yeah, it's a good cycle, but we might see, you might just want to Evis and then play SI and just to get back the board. It's a little inefficient, but it seems like that's what Naysayer wants to do here. Goes ahead, plays Evis, take out the 3-2, then play his own 3-3. Just, I think both these players really just want to be on the board.
Right. And I think Azure Drake here, also a possibility. Zero takes the line of play,
It's
puts the Azure Drake down, doesn't care. Doesn't
kind
care
of
that.
back and forth, isn't it?
Yeah. And now I think for Naysayer, I think you maybe want to activate the Eviscerate. In this order now, you would play the SI and then Eviscerate.
Yeah, it's a little bit different here. Question is, how important are these 3-3s? Are they really what's going to win you the game? Or is digging through your deck going to win you the game? I do agree, though, if you play SI here, you Evis and you take out the Azure Drake. It's just, when is your Azure Drake going to hit the board?
Well, I think it's just important that because if you played Azure Drake there, then the mage has the initiative to sort of clean up the board with spells. And so this way, again, keeping those minions on board. Cult Sorcerer coming in again. Don't know if it's as good now.
We might even see something like, yeah, we might see these Arcane Missiles. Just come down, try to deal with this right here. He's kind of,
Doesn't manage to get it.
oh, yeah. Yeah, misses the 2 there, so needed 2 to hit so he could deal with something. And now Naysayer really has the initiative.
See what he draws. Starts the Tomb Builder. Hasn't had that much Cthulhu. There's not that much Cthulhu. It's just like a flavor. It's just like a little taste of Cthulhu that
A
this is.
little hint of Cthulhu,
A hint of
perhaps.
Cthulhu, yes. That's what the deck is called, I'm guessing. Alright.
Now we have another way. I know we can do like Fireball here. We could even play missiles or something. But question is, I like Fireball Ping. That's pretty good. Just play that. You can deal with whatever comes out here.
Bring out the Acolyte. Hopefully getting a little bit of value. Nope, no Acolyte, sorry. I was checking the mana there. It's been a long day. Tomb Pillager coming out.
Yeah, Tomb Pillager is really nice here. It's going to be able to just, present a good minion that can deal with a lot of stuff, especially like another Azure Drake, something like that off the top. Sarah here is finally going to have an opportunity to do something, and that Flame Waker, I think it's time you kind of let this one rip a little bit. You can play Flame Waker, Cold Sorcerer, let Arcane Missiles go too.
Yeah, and it's hopefully getting enough to clear the Tomb Pillager. All he needs is really just 2 of the missiles and 1 or 2 of the pings.
And even's going to get the bonus spell damage right there, and it's kind of just aiming it at, let's see where they go. Oh, so does not get the necessary ones, and Flamemaker is going to take it out, though. So there we go. Sarah's going to be on the board right there. Naysayer really needs to pick up Gadget and Auctioneer right now.
Gadgetzan would be great. But Cthulhu's Chosen
Yeah,
can take out the Cult Sorcerer, but doesn't really do anything to the Flamewaker. He could sap it, but when you're using your spells like this, what are you going to do? Like, what's your win condition?
yeah, it's a little tough here. I mean, Disciple Cthulhu can take out the 3-2, like we said, but how are you going to deal with Flamemaker? and
You can
you
sap it for a turn.
Yeah, it's really tough. You want to usually wait to have that sap hit something else. Look like Naysayer might feel the need just to sap this now, and that's what we're gonna go with.
Yeah, that's tough. You have a hand of spells, 0. You can prep. You can't prep into coin. Prepping
Prep
sprint.
coin concede, right?
Yeah, you can prep into sprint. Sprint would be very good for Naysayer next turn.
Oh well, that's quite the card to pick up off the top. Arcane Intellect going to let Sero refill his hand and start to get into possibly Yogg.
Yes, hopefully we can see it come out. This
Yeah.
might go long enough, just enough that we can see Yogg. And Naysayer not really picking up anything good.
Yeah, Beckoner of Evil isn't really the card you definitely don't want to see right now. You want to dig into something like Cthulhu,
Or
or
that 9 mana card.
yeah, something that can just take out the board a little bit. This is not going to be enough right here. I think both these decks, really though, these guys could, in one top deck, could really change the course of the match.
Yeah, I think they're just struggling to get there, but I think with the Acolyte on board, drawing some damage,
Forgotten Torch also really nice right here. Going to be
pinging
able to
Acolyte's
cycle
pretty good.
as well with this Acolyte of Pain, and even a Sorcerer's Apprentice to cheapen the spell here.
Alright, takes the Forgotten Torch.
You can just go ahead and play Water Elemental if you want here. I think
Yeah.
this is where Sero's really deciding, okay, what am I playing around?
Now, what is he playing around? You see this guy hold 2 cards in his
Probably
hand.
Cthulhu, right? Yeah, it's got to be Cthulhu. And here you might even have to give your opponent a card with this Fan of Knives. So unfortunately, it's going to trigger another draw off this Acolyte. And Sarah's going to pick up a Fireball. There's Cthulhu. So if we had seen the prep into Fan of Knives, he would have been able to play Cthulhu this turn.
Oh man, that's a lot of foresight though.
It is a lot, but at the same time, look at this. Is Sero going to have lethal here?
I think he
I
is.
think with the Forgotten Torch, that
With
is
the Blood Mage
actually
Thalanos.
going to be enough. Sero's going to take this one once he realizes that he has enough damage with the Flame Waker, Forgotten Torch, Fireball, Mirrors. That's way more than enough.
Yep, that's it. Zero
Oh
takes
man,
it.
so in that battle of the old gods, we did not get to see either old god come out, but Cthulhu was just one turn away from being able to wreak some havoc,
So
and
close.
Sero's gonna win this one 3-2 over Naysayer.
That was pretty interesting. A really interesting deck by Nasair. Really pleased to see that.
Yeah, I mean, he brought some awesome cards, awesome decks today, so you have to be pretty happy if you are Nacer, even though you did lose that match. You did very well with going sort of against the grain, bringing some interesting lineups,
Making it to
and
semifinals.
almost making it to the final.
Yeah, that's tough though. All
So,
right, so
yeah,
we're
Sarah's going to move on. I mean, he's just played well the entire day. You know, even there, it looked like he was in a position where might have been able, that last game, looked like the Rogue could have taken the board back. Even the game against, like, the Warlock, Rogue was in a good spot, but then he had that Leroy play where he got off the top and was able to PO. So, I mean, I've just been impressed by him all day. Looks like he's having a great run. Maybe the old gods are with him today.
oh my gosh, the old gods and the new ones. Are we gonna get
and
new gods?
and the new gods, yes. Maybe we'll get new gods one day. We might get titans. That was one they might have done titans versus gods they were talking about. But right here we see that Sarah is going to move on to the final match, I
So
believe.
is this we're gonna be doing finals, winners finals, and then also the
So
losers.
now we're gonna be moving through the losers pretty quickly here. So we have a lot. We're doing the double elimination format today in the Conquest, and we just have a few more games today before we actually announce the winner of our Tavern Hero. Zero 3-2, right? 3-2. Zero. Oh, that was me. My bad.
Guys, welcome back to New York's Tavern Hero out in Queens, New York. We're here live at Evo Game. I'm here with Vex. How you doing today?
I'm doing really good. It's been a long day, and now we're going to the losers round. Trying to see some of the people who've been slogging it through the losers bracket in this double elimination tournament. And we're going in pretty quick, but it's going to be Keo versus Snake Wings.
Yeah, and KO, one of the best players actually out of New York, representing Gale Force Esports. Terrence CM on that team as well. So he's probably one of the favorites actually to win this tournament, and seeing him in the losers is gonna be pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think that Keo's probably feeling like he's gonna have to slog it out, but I really think he's a very good player, has been in a lot of tournaments, has a lot of experience in this stuff, and is often the type to kind of play with some interesting decks. We saw him face off against the N'Zoth Pally, the Death Rattle Pally. He was playing, wasn't he playing Patron Warrior?
Yeah, he's bringing a Patron Warrior. Pretty interesting there. I think he's the only person bringing a Patron Warrior that we've seen today. Other than that, Brandon, he got stuck on that aggressive shaman a little bit, right? So we'll kind of see if that can really pull through right here. Again, I think earlier Cesaro actually that was how he beat KO originally.
Was kind of getting him stuck on that shaman and not being able to really pull through.
Yeah, I was just talking to Cesaro. That was been the way one of the ways he was actually targeting shaman a lot today, while bringing that control warrior, bringing some other classes that perform a little bit better against shaman. It's a little hard to actually target shaman, but we're seeing it's been working out for him so far. He's actually positioned in the finals right now.
That's pretty exciting for Sarah.
Yeah, other than that, I mean, I'm just excited to see what Snake Wings is doing. This matchup so far, we can talk all we want about KO and talk about, how skilled he is as a player, one of the best players out of this region, really. But you can surprise people here. So whatever Snake Wings do, like last match, hey, we saw a Cthulhu Rogue, we saw Imp Master inside of Zoo, we saw a lot of things that were a little bit crazy.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this. I mean, it could be very, by the numbers and still be really good plays, and so I'm looking forward to this match a lot.
All right, looks like we have the lineups here. We're gonna have KO bring his Rogue, Warrior, and Shaman, while Snake Wings is gonna be on Priest. Wait, what's Priest?
Priest, Druid, and Warlock.
No, but what is a Priest?
What is a priest?
What
You're
is
just
a
like, I don't
priest?
know. What is this? What is this?
What is this class?
Is this a new class? Did they introduce
I
a new
I don't
class?
know what this class
I
is.
don't think we've seen this class before.
Yeah, so Priest is gonna be making his first showing in probably this whole tournament. I think he's the only person to bring Priest today. What do you think this Priest is gonna be? Like control, dragon? Where
I
do you think he's
assume
gonna
it's
go?
gotta be some form of Dragon Priest, only because Dragon Priest is really the only thing that has like any sort of early game, any sort of ability to prevent all the damage from all these aggro decks we've been seeing. So probably that. I'm gonna guess. I'm really excited. Priest is fun.
Yeah, Wormrest Agent, pretty popular. It can do very well there. But we just don't see a lot of Priest on ladder. I think if you look at Vicious Syndicate's meta report, Priest makes maybe just a few percent of the entire ladder.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for. I think Blizzard's probably looking in the next expansion to figure out what they're gonna do with Priest because it hasn't really come back in any sense. Like it was already a little bit weak last season or the season before, and it just hasn't really found its place yet with the most recent expansion.
I mean, it's been pretty tough. It lost a lot of good board clears. Things like Light Bomb. It lost. That was huge. I think
Light
if it
Bomb
still
was
had Light
huge.
Bomb, it could be probably maybe fringe competitive. But nowadays, it's like, okay, if you bring Priest, what do you have to do with the rest of your lineup? How do you construct a lineup that really fits Priest in it?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious to see. I mean, clearly Snake Wings has been doing okay. He's made it through 6 rounds. That's no small feat.
Yeah, maybe it's something like a Yogg Druid pairing off with Priest as well. You could bring sort of like an anti-aggro lineup. That Warlock may not even be Zoo, and we've seen all Zoo today, I think, but maybe something like a Reno, so that could definitely fit there. And it looks like we're going to get started here, and it's going to be Snake Wings on that Priest. So KO going to have to go up against Priest first. He's going to be bringing his Rogue. This one for Rogue is usually a blowout.
Watch.
Someone here thinks Priest is a good deck, but this matchup in
I like
particular,
I like
Rogue
it.
gets a lot of time, so it's really difficult for Priest here.
Yeah, let's see. D- does the heel to the face.
Yeah, we're just playing a little bit catch up here, but we do see the early turns. It looks like KO is going to start off slow, but it's going to be able to get into things like Tomb Pillager, even Edwin if he decides to later.
Yeah, this is going to be a very comfortable match for the Miracle Rogue. You really like to be able to be given the leeway just to play your minions out, not have to be like constantly removing things. It really puts
I mean, usually Priest just can't put up pressure, right? That's why we talk about so much why Priest really struggles here. It's because Rogue doesn't necessarily have to do anything for a long time, and
Right.
then Priest, they can't put up a bunch of good taunts, so they have to deal with all of these things that Rogue has like so much damage, right? You can put
Yeah.
together a bunch of crazy combos, and right here we're seeing it. Edwin's gonna be able to get popped down, and we're just gonna see a lot of pressure here from KO early on, get that 6-6 on the board.
Yeah, that's gonna be really tough. I mean, he does have another sap. That's a good way to deal with it. Besides, instead to Harrison, or thinking about it.
Yeah, Harrison makes sense. You get to draw 2 cards. I think you're really looking to next turn go ahead and circle as well. You can circle on hero power. You can be able to get rid of most of the board, but you would be at that point not getting the circle when gadgeting comes down.
Right. That's really pretty much what drives the Miracle Rogue. So just putting the damage on, I think it's going to be really tough for this priest.
Yeah, but this is a pretty good turn, right? Gets to play the circle, gets rid of Edwin as well. Akanai coming down here, cleaning up the board. The thing is, this might be a position where KO doesn't even deal with Akanai. You could start just like pushing some of this damage face. We'll kind of see what it'll do here, because
Yeah,
picks up deadly, double deadly poison.
yeah, I think he's doing exactly what you're saying about just being very aggressive.
Well, it's gonna take out the Akanai,
Yeah.
somewhere in the middle right there. Gonna be also to set up a good auctioneer turn later, and probably just look for that last few points of damage.
So what do you do? What do you do with Snake Wings?
I mean, you are just hoping you can keep healing and, Rogue doesn't get something like Leroy Coldblood, right? That right now would kill you. So right here, we could see something like, you can even see a SI, but yeah, I think, yeah, you could just auctioneer here.
Gadgets and
You can
coin,
dagger back up
free
afterwards
dagger.
if you want to. You can even play the deadly poison, get that damage in too.
Ah, that's pretty good. Oh, and gets the
Oh,
conceal
picks up
on the top.
conceal as well. So
Miracle.
now we're gonna be in quite some trouble as Snake Wings, just because look at this. You're at 8. You can't really do anything against this concealed auctioneer. You have no
Can't
answers.
entomb it.
Is it time to dig with, yeah, Museum Curator?
Hoping to get something. Sylvanas is unfortunately not going to sell it.
That's not gonna
Blood
do it.
Mage. Digging some more. What does he want? I guess he wants the Akanai. That's like his one thing.
Yeah, still has the out. Might have to use another power shield here. Really digging for Akanai. Knows it needs it.
Flash
Gonna
shield's
get,
okay.
yeah, flash shield's okay. Back up to some health, but this is gonna be a big turn here from KO. Is just gonna be looking for a few points of damage to close this one out.
And he gets a second gadget and just drawing all the cards. Draw all the cards. Doesn't even need it. Sapping the injured Blade Master.
All right, there's
Picks
a
up the
cold
cold
blood,
blood.
so just gonna need to pick up a few more points of damage here.
He's got SI.
Oh, so he's running the Questing Adventure list too. That's
There you
awesome.
go.
Yeah, so just gonna go ahead, get the cold blood, and hit for 8 to the face, giving Snake Wings a turn. Now, still very difficult to deal with this board right here.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? I mean, what do you have? What's that 10 mana card that you just picked up there?
I think that's N'Zoth, actually. So he's playing a N'Zoth Priest. Very interesting list right here. Now, you could go ahead and you could do something along the line. You could actually clear off this board. You can use Shadow Word Death.
You can
Yeah.
sap.
And you can also sap, or you could go ahead and
And
use the
entomb.
Holy Nova.
Holy Nova makes a lot of sense.
But no, yeah, you can't use it with the Blood Mage, not enough mana right there. So you just got to sap and heal back up. This is going to be where KO is really looking for something like Leroy.
Yeah, Leroy would be really good. I mean, Miracle Rogue just has so much over this priest right now. Questing Adventures.
Double Questing Adventure.
Let's go. Let's do it. It gets the Eviscerate, gets the SI.
Yeah, just going to be one off there, actually. So getting pretty close here with next turn, going to be able to play something like Azure Drake Evis. Going to be very close to getting this lethal. Snake Wings is fighting, though. Look at this. Going to be able to heal back up this Holy Nova and take out this Questing Adventure. Going back up to 9.
Flash heals are really important. Flash heals are
Yeah.
really pulling him through, keeping him alive.
Look at that. Up to 14 already. So what do you think right here?
I mean, I think that Miracle Rogue still so much time to just like develop the board, get anything you want from your deck, anything you need.
I mean, there could be a position here where we might start considering that
Snake Wings might have an opportunity to really swing this one back
There's
in
the
his favor.
Alkanite, there's the there's the circle, so he can in fact clear.
Do we
do
have any
it?
other plays? Yeah, you might. This looks like he's going to commit to that play right here. Going to bring down the Alkanai, play the Circle of Healing to get rid of both of those minions, and can even drop the Enter Blade Master at the end of this.
Yeah, that's actually not bad. Priest is coming back. Slow and steady.
Slow and steady for sure. I think we need a big Questing Adventure return.
Kyo's reaching for it. He's going for a second Gadgetzan, maybe? Thinking about now that he can't exactly burst him down, what has he got? With coin out.
You got the coin, you got the Evis, so you have a few things you can do here, even with the prep. Ooh, the ship's pretty nice too.
Yeah, it gets rid of that Akanai on board, I assume.
Just gonna
Takes
use
the
the
sap.
sap.
Just building up that Questing Adventure.
Gonna go ahead and dagger up, and just like that, look at that. Questing Adventurer up to a 6/6, and again, Snake Wings is gonna have to have some sort of answer to this. Grabs another heal. Is that gonna be enough? Not gonna be able to use the heal right here, though. Gonna go ahead and entomb instead.
Well, you could use the heal if you wanted to. Oh no, if he plays the tomb, he can't, so you did. Alright. So draws up.
I mean, yeah, you can't really leave the Questing Adventurer on the board,
No,
right?
definitely
It's not
can't.
really an option at that point, I don't really think. Oh, this is going to be huge here. Gets the other Conceal. Going to be able to draw through most of the deck and leave all of these minions on the board and just Conceal right here.
Yeah, I mean, he's just enough.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, actually, that's
Lethal.
enough. Yeah.
Wow, we
that's-
totally missed
So the Evis and the Shiv is going to be enough right there. Almost forgot the spell damage that was coming out there. And it doesn't really matter. He's going to draw some cards because he has lethal. And KO is going to take this first game over the Priest. Could go 1-0. But the Priest kind of fought on for a little bit right there.
Yeah, the Priest did have a lot of answers, had a lot of ways to sort of try to stabilize. Do you think that Stinkwings had any sort of outs? Once, if the Rogue draws out all of his deck, basically that's it, right? If he could have healed out of it, there would have been nothing else to do.
I mean, maybe if you pick something up with that Curator, some sort of taunt, you might have been able to get back into it. Priest is so reactive, right? So Priest is so reactive, you never really had a chance right there. You were reacting the whole time. And now we're going to get into game 2 here. It looks like KO is going to be on this Shaman, going against Snake Eyes' Druid. And it looks like this might be an on-the-zop lineup to
Yeah,
start.
he's just running death rattles on death rattles. And we did see KO kind of struggle with the Shaman earlier in the match, but doesn't look like he's going to have too much difficulty in thinking of the plays now. Puts down the Finley, gets snap calls on the steady shot.
Yeah, I mean, right here you have some options. You can either coin out Doomsayer and coin out Darnassus. I really like going in with the Darnassus right here. It's a card we don't really see a ton of play nowadays, but I mean, it's still really good.
Yeah, it still kind of fulfills that 2-drop spot. But luckily, Kyo has a good answer to it.
So this is an interesting deck.
Yeah. What is that? Reno. So we've got Reno, Cthulhu, also Death Rattle.
Yeah, we got some crazy stuff going on right now. We got the Cthulhu. We even had like Darnassus Aspirin. I mean, even Darnassus Aspirin is interesting to me at this point, right? But KO's gonna be able to take advantage of it and put on some early pressure right here, getting this Flame Tongue Totem down. He's gonna be able to put on a lot more pressure, and Snake Wings doesn't really have great answers. Going to have to use the Doomsayer now.
Yeah. I think there was some logic for having a Doomsayer preventative play last turn, because now KO can deal with it. But maybe it's worth holding. Maybe he thinks that he has other sort of answers in his hand. He's going to have Wrath to get rid of that Flame Tongue Totem.
Yeah, you can even use the hero power to get that shield off of the Argent Squire. Now we saw earlier in the day, KO actually was not expecting a Reno Jackson, and it was kind of the out for his opponent earlier on.
Right, so do you think he's going to expect it this time?
I don't think you expect it when you're playing against Druid.
Yeah,
It's not something I expect.
You're thinking about Warlock. It's like, oh, has he played any repeat cards? No, he hasn't. Oh, he's playing other cards. But Druid not necessarily doesn't necessarily telegraph that very easily.
Swipe's gonna be able to deal with most of the board here, just leaving poor Sir Finley all alone by himself. But KO again getting that Hunter hero power early on. It's gonna be able to continue to just put a lot of damage into the face of Snake Wings.
At the
And
same
fill the
time,
board.
look what's gonna happen here. You know, we have a few turns. Yeah, I kind of like this. The Clock's Amber Weaver coming down. Just gonna be a Yeti, but hey, pretty good against this board.
Yes, that's true. And then the mulch. What are the? I mean, the big mulch targets are basically flame reef faceless when it comes to shaman, right?
Whoa! So our Tuskar is kind of out of control, but yeah, you know, you're looking for Flameway Faceless. You're looking for other cards. I mean, that's like the one that you're really. And even Think from Below would be pretty nice too.
Now he gets the brand. Ooh, double mind
Oh,
control tech.
double
Let's see
mind
it.
control tech. Gonna take the
Takes
3-2
one. Takes the
and the
other one.
Finley. So huge turn right
That
there
was.
from Snake Wings. You can't really play around that though, can
I
you?
don't think you can. I don't. Not as a shaman. All right, Kyo's refilling the board, trying to figure out. Takes out the brand. You don't want that on the board. You don't get that out of there.
Yeah, but even then, like, look at this. Gonna put some more damage in, but it might be time to actually go ahead and do something like Reno Jackson.
I think you have to. If you think about it, all Kyo needs is just getting that Doom Hammer, and he's got so much damage. Like, you've got to think at 12 health as a druid, you're not safe. Not against shaman.
Still gonna want to set up one of the taunts here. I mean, you know what? You still have a lot of defensive options that you can do right here. And I like this. You still have a lot of great ways you can trade down. But you are taking a lot of damage
Taking a
here.
lot
Look
of
at this.
damage.
I mean, you're gonna go down to 8 right here. So there had been something like, you know, possibly another lava burst and a lightning bolt. That would have been some trouble right there.
Yeah. Luckily for Snake Wings, Kyo doesn't necessarily have any spells in hand.
And KO's gonna refill the board right here. I mean, look at this. You know, gonna be able to just refill the board, play the tone golem, get the hero
Snake
power
Wings
again.
has got a Reno here. Gotta do it. Has a Harrison too.
I'm curious here. You know, we don't actually have the perspective of this player, so I'm wondering if. But nope, there it is. There is Reno Jackson. Gonna heal him all the way back up to 30 health, and that's probably gonna be it for KO.
Oh man.
So I think actually there were some chances that Snake Wings took there that may not have been necessary. Kind of playing with fire right there, but
Yeah.
it worked out in the end. We did see him take that match, tie it back up 1-1. What a weird deck that was.
We didn't even see N'Zoth.
Cthulhu Druid, but like with Reno.
And Zoth. I'm pretty sure, right?
It might have been early on the Zop in his hand. It was nuts all around. We're seeing a great sort of lineup here from Snake Wings. We're gonna go into game 3 very quickly. Both these players already ready. And it's gonna be that Priest again taking on KO's Warrior.
Now we know Kyo's playing a Tempo Warrior, so I feel like Priest has a lot of opportunities here to really shine.
Yeah, there's a lot of things. Remember, it is actually the
Oh,
Grim
sorry.
Patron Warrior. Yeah.
Patron Warrior.
So there's a lot of things going on here in this matchup. If you can get a really good clear on those patrons, like you can with something like Alkanized Circle, or even Entomb can come into play sometimes.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. This is like old school Hearthstone. We haven't seen these matchups in like 3 seasons.
It's tied up 1-1 right now. Yeah. So, yeah, well, early choices gonna go ahead and take on the Polluted Hoarder.
That's not bad. Kyo thinking about coining out a Frothing Berserker.
Yeah, Frothing's pretty good here. You know, you're able to contest the Curator, gonna be able to grow a little bit as well.
Hoping you don't get Shadow Word pained. But it looks like he doesn't. An injured Blademaster comes out.
Yeah, Blade Master's going to. Oh yeah, so it actually
Well,
buffs the Frothing Berserker. One
didn't
thing
notice
that,
that interaction.
people might have missed right there. But you know, it does contest right here as well. If you want to play the Herb Frothing, you can. You can also do something like this Battle Rage early like this. Probably looking for something like an Execute right here.
Yeah, it doesn't pick it up, but gets a Blood to Ichor. And saves that for later.
So right here, the Priest actually is going to be able to get on the board kind of safely. Could take this out if you want. Could even play something like Shifting Shade. Going to actually instead just draw a card and then trade in.
And picks up the Alkanite. Just needs a circle to be able to kind of clear KO's patrons when they come out.
Going back to that play though, what do you think about that? You know, playing the Cleric instead of playing one of the 4-drops and still gonna trade in. Do you think that was a little bit greedy with the amount of card draw right there?
I think so. I think he's looking for answers before he plays. I think he's just like, if I can play it on, if I can play a minion and trade and get some value off the Northshire before he clears it, then that's good.
Yeah, kind of. It might be, really preparing for that wave of patrons. And you have one piece already. You're really looking for that second piece. Fortunately, hasn't drawn it yet, but is going to get a whirlwind from KO here. And again, not great ways to deal with this board. This might even be something like Justicar.
I think you just play Justicar. Justicar and Akanai is actually not bad at all. Like
Yeah, that's not bad, right?
Yeah, having 2 mana deal 4 damage.
I mean, the other option would be Polluted Hoarder, but if you're only healing 1, so it's not a lot that you're really doing here.
I think he's gotta think you gotta set up the Justicar.
Yeah. But he is going to go with that Polluted Hoarder. Get that. I think, as we said earlier, really wants to keep drawing cards. Probably very scared of the amount of patrons that he might be facing down soon. And right here, I think it's time to actually make those patrons.
Right.
You could do something like Bloodacre.
Yeah, Wild Pyromancer's gonna proc. Instead, he opts for the Frothing Berserker and goes for the clear. This is not bad either. That's a lot of armor.
Yeah, you're going to get some armor. You're also going to be able to draw some cards as well. So pretty awesome right here. Might you just be waiting to get those patron turns a little bit bigger, right?
Maybe he's trying to bait out the Alkanai Circle with this board.
Yeah, I think if there is a point in the match where if the priest can't deal with that, it's very difficult. And that frothing is huge, right? Next turn, that frothing could actually gain enough that it could even deal enough damage to win the game.
And Snake Wings doesn't get the board clear he needs here.
It's going to be able to Holy Nova and actually Whirlwind as the follow-up. And that's going to be able to take out the remaining frothing in the armor smith. So even though KO does gain a lot of armor, the priest is able to deal with this board in some fashion.
Yeah, I don't know, that armor gain's pretty terrible. It's really bad for Snake
It
Wings.
is a lot.
Like, oh god, you see it going.
So I think KO, I mean, you can play Acolyte, you can even Blood to Icarate if you want to dig a little bit.
What is he really looking for?
You could slam your own as well. It'll draw you 2 cards, so yeah, still digging for maybe like an Inner Rage, something like that, another Whirlwind, something that's going to be able to, there's the Inner Rage, something that's going to be able to really activate all these patrons.
Yeah, this gives Snake Wings another turn to get a board clear and set up.
Yeah, he has a few turns to, deal with this board set a state of his own. And here we do see Justicar is going to come into battle, going to make that heal now up to 4 health. So we're going to see things like Akanai really benefit from that as well. And now we're going to see a second Inner Rage. So there's going to be a board full of patrons sometime soon.
I think it's going to happen this turn.
I think he's really looking for that Whirlwind, right? But here we go. Going to make at least a couple. So here we go. Grim Patron coming down, going to be able to use Blood to Ichor. Even has the option to go ahead and use one of the Inner Rages if he wants to.
Oh man, can you imagine how busted old Warsong Commander would be with Blood to Ichor? You get a 2-2 in charge, you create more patrons in charge.
Oh, that would be absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
And right here, though, we do not see anything for Snake Wings like off the top. So kind of need something. Harrison might be able to provide such an answer. Really looking for one of those circles.
Circle, just gotta get it. Shower Pain can deal with 1, can't deal with anything else though.
Still, has that heal, so still in like good shape, still at 30 health. Not really scared just yet of what's going to happen. And right here, though, Ragnaros the Fire Lord is coming down to deal 8 damage. The priest does, though, have some answers to that.
Yes, definitely has. He has both Entombs. Probably could draw even a Death. It's got some heals back up. I think if you Entomb, basically you can just heal up again.
Yeah, Entomb feels pretty nice. You might even want to be a bit more aggressive. Yeah, he's looking at the Shifting Shade. You don't really see a point where you can straight up die, but at the same time, you would die to something like Inner Rage on Grom. So this is huge. Yeah, so if you don't play around that, you actually lose. And that is what we are going to see right here. So it looks like Grom's going to be able to come down and finish this match. So Snake Wings not seeing that potential 12 burst damage from KO, and KO's going to kind of steal this one right here.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it was a little unfortunate that he didn't get the circle, but I mean, KO played it really well. Held his cards pretty close.
I mean, no blame to KO, but I had to feel a little bit bad for Snake Wings there. Kind of played it well up until maybe the end right there. A huge, huge, you know, not kind of risked it a little bit by playing that Shifting Shade, not healing back up. He may have thought he needed to get another card. Gonna go into game 4. KO up 2-1 again here with this Shaman. This time it's gonna take on the Priest.
All right, yeah. So I think the key to this priest is just getting those board clears. I mean, I played a little bit of this kind of slow death rattle control priest in the ladder, and really all you do is just mulligan for Akanai Circle. Like, that's all you do.
I mean, how does it stack up against this Shaman though?
Like I said, if you have your board clears, pretty well. But that's not necessarily true for Snake Wings right now. He's thinking about what he can do.
Does have the Shadow Word.
I think Shadow Word Pain
yeah.
on the 3/4 is absolutely
Totem Golem probably one of the
totally
best
fine.
targets, right?
Yeah.
Able to get that out of the way right now, and put KO in a position. Just has to totem up here.
No, that's pretty good. Next turn, I think he can coin out the Shifting Shade. I think that's probably what he's looking at. You do have Excavating Evil. That is really good because it deals with the 2/3 frost. What are they called? Frost wolves? Feral spirits.
Yeah, there's a few things you can do here, but he can also Lightning Bolt, gonna be able to take out that Shifting Shade. So KO is starting to get some sort of board presence here, has other things in hand as well. And but the Priest is gonna get a Doomhammer. That might come in handy.
Let's see, Museum Curator, looking for some good death rattles, decides to probably gonna pick up a smaller minion.
Yeah, I kind of like this. You're just kind of trying to fill your board with some minions that can contest against these wolves right here. Unfortunately for Snakewind's, KO's gonna have a lot of ways to deal with all these minions. He has the Rockbiter, even has the wolves, could even play for Sir Finley or an abusive afterwards.
And it's interesting to see KO play, again, rather conservatively for an aggro shaman. Just like clearing the board, not necessarily going phase. I guess he knows he has to know that like the priest is going straight for the board clears. Picks up another Excavating Evil, plays it.
And yeah, Excavated Evil, kind of a snap play right there from Snakewings. At the same time, I'd like to say, KO really playing this match away a lot of Shaman Suit. They like to fill up the board a lot, and then they like to start going face with all these decks. Oh, right here, gonna pick up the Manatide Totem. So again, KO gonna fill up the board. It looks like Snakewings gonna have another answer though. Would you just go ahead and use that second Excavated Evil?
I think you would. I think this is basically what the priest is there for. You gotta mulligan for your board clears, gotta keep the shaman off of those minions.
And give Shaman bad cards to draw,
Yep.
like Excavated Evil, right? But right here, KO again gonna be able to fill the board and gets the Tome Golem off the Tuskar.
Totemics have been quite good.
That's how
on
you win
point.
tournaments right there.
Yes, just, play Tuskar Totemic, get the best cards.
Oh,
Akanai
wow.
Flash Heal.
Yeah, Flash Heal and the Hero Power gonna be able to take out Tuskar and the thing from below.
And looking at his hand, you can see that the, what's it called? The Healer, that 5-mana card, can also be used to do damage and clear the Totem Golem.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be able to deal enough damage to take out the Totem Golem, and then could even use the Hero Power afterwards to deal damage to face, can take out the Charog with the Akanai. This is looking like the Priest is going to be able to somehow get some grasp on this game.
It all rides on, I think, those Excavated Evil turns. Like I said, if you, as a priest, don't draw your board clears against the shaman, you pretty much concede the game.
At the same time, let's sort of remember here, that Akanai is, preventing him from healing. So is there ever sort of a place where you think, okay, I'm going to kill my own Akanai, get it out of the way, and just start... I think the priest might need to even be a little bit more aggressive here.
Yeah. He is looking like he's going to trade off the Akanai to try to get those heals. Justicar coming in 4 damage every turn.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty big either way. It's either going to deal 4 to face, or it's going to... heal for 4, but right here the Excavated Evil coming out, gonna be able to clear off most board, just gonna go ahead and double Excavated Evil. So KO gets a clear board, but that's really not what the aggro shaman's looking to do that much.
No, not really. Gets the beast off of the Museum Curator, and that works really well with the Death Rattle. Get a 9/7. KO's looking like he's struggling again with the Shaman deck.
Yeah, I mean, there we go. KO again kind of getting stuck on his Shaman today. It's going to be 2-2, I believe. So, Snake Eyes brings some strange things. And now it's going to be all left to this Shaman taking on this Warlock. We have not seen this Warlock yet from Snake Wings. Brings some different sort of lineups.
Do you think the Shaman's finally going to prevail?
I think based on this lineup, it looks like Snake Wings has been bringing incredibly controlling decks, and look, that's definitely a sign that it's Reno. And so again, oftentimes with these control decks against aggro shaman, you want certain cards. In this matchup, you want Reno.
We
You
do
just
see
need
some
it.
things like acidic swamp ooze in hand as well. That could be super huge against something like a Doomhammer. So we're seeing early on KO like playing not playing well,
Yeah,
right?
playing
Just
his best.
running into some interesting decks that are really taking advantage of this aggressive shaman right now.
So KO really starting out, probably gonna just pass.
We do see from Snake Wings it's going to be that Reno Walk that also has Leroy, so has the combo there as well. KO has the early stuff. Ooh, the Doomhammer coming to hand is maybe be one of
Tempting.
those things where he might be a little careful about when to play it. Hmm.
So gets a
Oh,
coins out the 7/7, just goes for it. And knows it doesn't necessarily have any good answers to this in the early game.
yeah, he does have a way to deal with it early if he wants. You can go ahead and Shadow Bolt,
And
throw
Mortal
your Imp
Coil.
Gain, and do something like that. You could also try to defend Argus and start getting a board going, though.
Yeah, that's also a possibility. I think that makes a lot more sense. But honestly, you don't want that
My
7/7 up
seal
any
for
longer.
Argus.
Well, I think this way, even if you do lose your taunt, you're gonna have minions on the board that are gonna be able to deal with some of this afterwards. And yeah, the KO just immediately going straight for that Rock Biter wants the 7/7 to start hitting face.
Yep. This is a race against time. He basically has to kill him before turn 6, and there's no way that Reno Lock can do it. This is a Reno Lock that runs Jiraxis, is that right?
It's a little interesting there. Gonna be able to actually take out the Flame Reef Faces with the Mortal Coil and the Defender of Argus. So, oh wow, is that a Blood Knight?
I think he's playing against certain Divine Shield, which makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of Argent Squire going around, and a lot of Argent Horse Rider.
Yeah,
Get some value
it's
off
gonna
this.
get some value right here. We're gonna see a 3-mana 6/6 come on the board, and we also have some ways to clear some of these minions as well with this Demon Wrath. So Blood Knight into Demon Wrath, or you go Dark Peddler. But I mean, I would like the Demon Wrath right there. You could have dealt with, the rest of the board. The 1/1s could have gone to the Totem Golem,
Yeah, that would have
something
been
like
pretty
that.
good.
This way, you're just gonna have to let the Totem Golem sort of live.
Right. And 3 damage is that might be all that KO needs to sort of fight back.
And
I
if-
would definitely play the wolves and then put the flame tongue between them and just like take it all to face. I mean, he knows that there's obviously going to be board clears, but he's got Doomhammer in hand. If he can combo it, he might be able to do.
And probably, considering this, KO might have picked up on what could Snake Winds be holding in hand, right? He's held one card in hand the whole time. You think it might be something like Reno, something like Acidic Swamp Ooze.
Plays the Acidic Swamp Ooze out, decides to use it as the Shadow Flame target, wants to keep other things on board.
I mean, how big is this though? I mean, okay, so we just set up, but this also sets up Snake Wings next turn for lethal. And look here. This is
so tough.
incredibly tough turn because we know that if KO plays that Doomhammer and goes face with it, I don't think he can do anything to prevent the lethal coming from Snake Eyes.
No, yeah, that's there's Leroy in hand. I think if he plays the taunt, he survives one turn, but what does he do after that? You can play the. It would be a really good read from KO to play the Flame Tongue and the taunt just to sort of prevent lethal.
That would be a very heads up play. We'll see if he goes here. It's obviously very attractive to play this Doomhammer, but you are staring down right now 7 damage. No, 9 damage, right? But yeah, he's gonna go ahead, play the Flame Tongue, and probably play the taunt afterwards. Heads up play from KO, keeps him alive for right now.
So Snake Wings doesn't have lethal this turn, but knows he has it very soon. He's going for trying to get that Demon Wrath value, I'm guessing.
You can play Demon Wrath, you can also play Leroy.
So Leroy.
That was
Is
so
he
it's
going
kind of
for it?
interesting here, He could just go 6 here.
Doesn't want to tap, I think.
No, you don't. No, you're a little scared about the tap right now. You don't
Opens up-
necessarily want to play Leroy. You're giving your opponent more damage. And this way, just going to play the Doomsayer and hope for the best. So right here, we do have some outs, and
Oh
Rockbiter
my
is going
god.
to be one of those outs. Rockbiter is going to do it off the top. Doomhammer, Rockbiter, Lightning Bolt. KO somehow pulls out that game.
That was so intense.
Oh, wow. We're going to go to game 5. I thought all was lost right there. Oh, no, that's it, right?
That's
That's it.
it.
KO's going to take it 3-2.
Holy
Holy crap. What a game right there. And you got to feel a little bit for Snake Wings. Played his best, but at the same time, KO that one out. You know, Snake Wings played that sick Swamp Boost before seeing Doomhammer, and it did not pay off in the end.
Yeah. Not having Reno too. Again, Reno is very much the
Yeah, and
game-winning
even the
card.
six bombs wouldn't have mattered because, you know, you're just kind of just waiting to play the Doomhammer sort of for that final burst right there. Didn't get Reno, was pretty close to getting lethal right there. At the end, we kind of see a little bit of a jumbled turn though. Didn't really understand what that Demon Ref was going to do. Wasn't sure what he was doing. He had to play through his turn a little bit. I mean,
Yeah,
KO finally getting off that Shaman though.
yeah. It was really good to see that.
I
Q's
think we're
going
actually
in.
just going to jump right into this next match. So, guys, we're kind of following the losers bracket. We have 3 players left in losers. Sero is actually waiting in the winners right now, waiting for his opponent. And KO's going to be taking on Genial.
And we haven't seen anything from this player yet, so I'm very excited to see how they're doing. KO's been doing really well. I mean, it sounds like that he managed to get thrown in the losers bracket, but that's still really good.
Yeah, he's got to be kind of hyped after that one. Got the one out, I think. That
Wow.
was, you know, waiting for his head. Yeah, I
Shaman
think that was the
finally
only
pulls
card that could
through.
have done it.
I think that was.
So that was pretty huge right there. Just gonna see how this next game plays out. Getting stuck on that shaman, but hopefully he can get through it. I think he just dabbed. So he's playing pretty well today. Got to give props to everybody out there. But that shaman play was, you know, kept fighting back and back. Yeah,
Yeah.
went up against that druid, lost there. Couldn't fight up against the priest, but finally, you know, getting through right there against the warlock.
All right. See you there.
Yeah, you can see, yeah, he's went through a long, grueling 5-game series right there. I think he's ready to play again. Got to feel relieved after how that last one turned out with that top deck. That's Hearthstone for you.
That is. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people about variance in this game, and people always are salty about when it goes their way, when it doesn't go their way. But high 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 chance, high skill. Those are the games that keep people playing. It's the pokers, it's the Hearthstone, it's Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, I mean, we see it today. Just a lot of good play overall. And, you know, the best players take the best chances,
Yeah.
too. They take advantage of those RNG moments. They know how to set up and really go for some of those plays that a lot of other players, sometimes, playing conservatively actually is not very good for you.
Right, and we saw some conservative plays before in the earlier parts of these matches, and they didn't necessarily always pay off. It's like it seems smart at the time, but then you realize you're missing out on those moments for pushing for lethal.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and get these players seated, get the bands ready.
Oh
Danielle
my
hasn't played in a
gosh!
while. Kay has been on like a little bit of a hot streak, had to fight all the way back through the losers bracket, and is only 2 games away from getting back to the final. So we have 3 matches left to go for you guys tonight here. Coming out of Queens, New York.
Yeah, it's a long trek for us Brooklynites, but it's been totally worth it. It's
Yeah,
been really nice to see the Evo Gaming space and seeing how they're evolving.
we got people from all over New York here today. Lots of awesome Hearthstone players. Great to meet a lot of people in person finally, and just get this community together in some sort of sense.
Yeah. And I've been really excited to see how the finals are gonna go. We've seen some really great players. We've been following a lot of these players. It just so happens in the stream. So getting to see kind of how they've evolved in playing today. You get tired, but you also sort of learn to settle in your decks. I find that, sometimes my first few matches are a bit shaky, but then you kind of settle into this groove when you're in tournaments, slogging it through the losers bracket, as it were.
Yeah, just getting the opportunity to come back through, especially you can learn a lot of good things from the matches you played previously, even if this is a new environment for you.
And yeah, playing live is definitely a different experience. You're sort of dealing with uh, got people coming in, dealing with the feeling of having a human in front of you, realizing that you're not just like sitting home by yourself, talking through your plays in your head, kind of getting that little nervous jitter. So, really proud to see how these guys are gonna go, how these people are gonna do.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of nerves here today. We've also seen a lot of good emotion, right? We've seen these players I think a lot of times when we're playing Hearthstone online, we're behind our own screens, right? And then we're just like showing emotion there, even if you're not. But here, I mean, this crowd, these New Yorkers, right? These New Yorkers are here showing some emotion today.
All right. I think we're getting prepared here. Want to see the lineups for who's the next one? Janelle?
Yeah, so to remind you, KO has been on Rogue, Warrior, Shaman most of the day. I think he what's his other class?
I'm not sure. We have a bunch of little notes here.
Yeah, they're all kind of jumping up, but yeah, he's on that. He's been on that Rogue Warrior Shaman for most of the day. I think he's also bringing, I
Warlock?
believe, a Warlock.
Warlock.
And then we haven't really seen Genial play today, so he's been waiting a long time here in the losers. All right, well, we do have the bans here. Oh yeah, KO on that mage. Remember, he's been bringing that freeze mage, so he's gonna be on Warrior, Mage, and Rogue this time. Is Shaman getting banned? Genial gonna be on Shaman, Druid, and Warlock. KO with the Warrior ban, of course, trying to protect that mage.
Yep. That seems like the smart plan. So if we're gonna see the shaman, we're gonna see the druid. What do you think KO leads with here? I feel like you take the freeze mage and try to get in an early win.
Yeah, a lot of players will queue up Zoo first if that's if they're running on Warlock, because Zoo kind of feels safe, right? It feels like a safe pick. It beats a lot of things. It's like the way people used to play Druid. Used to just play, okay, Druid seems safe. I can open with Druid a lot because it has like 50-50 against anything if you get Wild Growths and Innervates. Now here we're seeing a lot of players do that with Warlock because Zoo's pretty consistent, right?
Yeah.
Very consistent deck. If Genial does that, KO can take advantage of that by queuing his Freeze Mage first.
Yeah, and seeing that patron warrior play really good. I mean, the one deck we have seen KO struggle with is the shaman, and now it's banned, so he really can work on the decks that I think he's probably most comfortable with.
I don't even think it was necessarily his play on
No,
Shaman.
it's not.
He
Yeah,
ran
it's
into
true.
a lot. I want to see more of that Questing Adventure. That
Mhm.
Questing Adventure Rogue. We didn't really get to see one stick for a turn. I want to see one grow like absolutely out of control, right?
All
I think
right.
Amnesiac's been playing that deck a lot, taking it to High Legend. A lot of other players have talked about how that is another form of rogue that you can play.
Yeah, I really like that to see that Rogue is still alive. I mean, I sort of came in at the end of when Miracle first got nerfed, and then I sort of came in with the Oil Rogue. But seeing the Miracle in its current iterations is really cool. Like all the different types of styles that you can do with the Questing Adventure, with playing sort of people. Some people run Zero.
Yeah, Zero's really fun to play. You get both of those poisons. You also can play with Violet Teacher, so there's a number of ways you can definitely bring the class. We haven't seen the class much in competitive play lately. A lot of ways that that deck gets targeted. It struggles a little bit more against some of the more aggressive decks, and that's what we've been seeing a lot, right? And we're seeing Zoo, we're seeing Shaman, and it doesn't necessarily always do too well against those classes.
All right, see if they're ready.
Looks like we're ready to jump in here, guys. I think this is our
Second to last match.
losers semifinal. And the winner of this will actually play Naysayer in the next round of losers. And then Zero's been waiting in the wings of for the
So
finals.
third to last match then.
Yes. So yeah, it was what is it? They're in the hole. They're waiting just a little bit. But right here, we're into this first game. We'll see how they open up, and this could be a big opening for KO if he does go ahead and cue this freeze mage into something like Genial's Warlock.
Assuming that the Warlock is indeed a zoo, which it has been for 90% of the time, except
Yeah,
for
we finally saw one Reno, right?
yeah. And unfortunately for that Reno, I think that Reno almost, it was just so close. It was so close to getting there, but lacking Reno itself, really hard against aggro shaman.
Yeah, if you don't get Reno, you don't get the giant heal, and you don't have other ways like a cold apothecary or something like that. Something to bring you up, right, in terms of health there. And now we're sort of just waiting for these guys to get underway here. Probably get mulling over what their deck choices are going to be, but I think we're just about ready. Yeah, we're gonna get into this first game right here between KO and Genial. I'm excited to see how this one goes.
Yeah, so am I.
It's going to be a Druid versus Rogue match to start us off. So, what do you think here? I think a lot of times Rogue usually has a lot of time against Druid, depending on what sort of Druid it is, and it looks to be like a Cthulhu Druid.
Yeah, I think, but it does run Darnassus, and it probably has a few more tempo plays in there, so let's see. KO picking up the Miracle Rogue hand, sort of the setup for it.
Yeah, the real question is, do you think you have enough time? Oh, so we're going to see stuff like Ysera here as well. Going to see a lot of interesting cards coming from Genial. This is not a typical Cthulhu Druid that we think
we've
Honestly, it's
normally
probably
seen.
some form of ramp, right? You got your Zera. Maybe it plays the 5 cost card, the Naga Sea Witch.
Yeah, it would be pretty amazing if it did play something like that. We do see Danielle's going to be able to get this Darnassus Aspirin on the board early, start that ramp. Not a card we've been seeing a lot of. I kind of miss it, but KO has a response right here.
Yeah, that's pretty good for him. I mean, he could have backstabbed it as well, but very clean with the deadly poison.
We're also seeing some other interesting choices from Danielle early on here. You know, we've seen this Spellbreaker come into the hand.
Do you think
So,
this is a Reno deck as well?
oh, also gets a Wild Growth off the Raven Isle. So, going to be able to ramp up a little bit. It sets him up pretty well for, you know, Dark Arakoa or Azure Drake next turn.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he does. If KO just fan of knives into nothing. I would play Azure Drake. I haven't seen any repeat cards yet. I'm wondering whether this druid actually runs Reno.
Yeah, we saw it last game, right?
Anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Anything still can happen. And right here, KO though with a great turn, able to drop that Azure Drakes with the backstab and the poison dagger can clean up on that Druid Claw. But hey, do you see what came into the hand
Yes,
of Jayal?
Aviana.
Okay, all right.
I saw it.
Making sure we're on the same page right here.
I see your plays. I think this is a Naga Sea Witch deck. I think this is a Naga Sea Witch Reno deck. That's my
What
description.
is going on with these decks today? We've been seeing a lot, and I don't think KO is necessarily ready to deal with this sort of thing.
Yeah, I don't know. He's got some answers.
Yeah, gonna be able to draw a little bit more. Really wants to wait to get that conceal with the auctioneer right there. That 3/3 is going to be able to contest against the
So
Azure
it's
Drake.
probably not a Reno since he runs 2 of the Raven Isle. I'm gonna adjust my claim that it is now just a Naga Sea Witch ramp
Ooh,
druid.
does pick up an Innervate though, and can drop up the Dark Arakoa right here. So a big old 5/7 taunt right there, gonna hit the board. Now here, KO, you know, we do have Gadgetzan ready, and yeah, we're just gonna go for it. Gonna be able to conceal that Gadgetzan, and actually.
But can you get ready for this hype? He's got Innervate Aviana with a one extra mana.
You could Innervate Aviana and play Ysera.
Yes, that's totally what. Can we get hype for this play? Totally gonna happen. Look at this.
This is pretty amazing. KO's got to be probably really flustered after seeing this drop on the field right here. He doesn't really have anything to deal with this though.
Zap.
All of these minions. Ysera's gonna give him a 4 mana 7/6 as well. All right. Yeah, has to be a huge turn right here coming from KO.
Snap it. Gets the cold blood, takes the trade.
What are you looking for here? You need a way to get rid of the Aviana, right?
Yeah, while protecting your auctioneer, I think you wanted to eviscerate there. Still might be able to get it.
You can do something like you can even play. Yeah, you can play the conceal if you really want to. Keep drawing cards. And yeah, okay, here we go. He's gonna continue the cold blood here, really digging for something. He's gonna have to take out these minions. Not a great turn for him because look at this. I mean, the board's just gone,
and you
right?
Can just play Zera again. Full cost Zera, full value.
I mean, okay, so we prevented lethal, but what happened as a result here is that, look, Genial's going to be able to refill this board, play a ton of minions again, and then hit face again for 4 damage at least.
Yeah, this is really, really interesting. I can't believe that deck just happened. There for one.
I mean, had to be a little surprised by that Aviana, but it looks like KO's going to have to give this one go, and Genial's going to take an early lead, 1-0 with that Druid. I was not expecting to see Aviana today.
Nope, I didn't think that was.
Innervate Aviana Ysera?
Yep.
Yeah, hey.
That happened.
The plays are real, and we saw KO. You know, he's been up against some crazy decks today.
This poor guy. He's just like, I didn't ask for this.
He's come through in the end, but right there, taking the early loss with the Rogue and going to get on the Freeze Mage here. It's going to be taking on Genial Shaman.
Yeah, Freeze Mage probably does okay if he can get those early game board clears, control the board, get his secrets up. Decide some mulligan for Ice Block, that's super good.
It's going to be kind of tough, actually, for the Freeze Mage. They usually struggle early against the aggro Shaman. Shaman has a lot of ways to deal that direct damage. Doesn't necessarily, has a Doomhammer, has spells that can deal a lot of damage. It's a little bit better than it used to be, but at the same time, I think aggro Shaman is probably favored in this matchup.
Alright. So we see KO just passing. Taking his time. JNL not necessarily getting anything to grow the Trog, but KO is going to clear it.
Yeah, you got to get rid of the Trog right there. Coin out the Forgotten Torch. He's going to allow KO to get that minion off the board. But here we're going to see Genial being able to, establish more stuff. You could just go for Argent Horse Rider, get 2 damage in with that Divine Shield. You could also do something like Trog. I like the Argent Horse Rider.
Yeah. I was thinking about it. If he Trogs and he uses his hero power, that's another play. That way he can play the taunt on 4, right?
Yeah, it would let you play the Taunt Force. It does look like Genial is going to go with that play. But you're just not getting any damage in early. I mean, at this point in the match, it's totally fine. But, you do want to be aggressive in some sense, right?
Yeah, second ice block's alright. I think you're sort of committed as Janelle to playing the taunt totem, assuming that was his line of play all along. Unless he wants to grow his Trog, and I guess that's what he's planning to do.
Look at this. We're going to see Genial kind of just go ahead and get all this spell damage in now and really buff up that Trog and just get ton of damage. I think having the taunt out there definitely made a difference in what that play was. But right here, KO's going, okay, I'm going to freeze your board. I'm going to make sure some of this pressure gets off of me.
Yeah, he has a few turns to sort of keep Janelle at bay. But still, that Taunt keeps on growing. He needs like a Doomsayer, and he
There
gets
we
it.
go. He gets the Doomsayer off the top with another Frost Nova. And this could be the turn that really turns the match into KO's favor. Needs some more card draw. Needs to draw some cards. Needs to get, has an Ice Block already, but needs to get into that burn.
Alright, so JL has the choice of clearing the Doomsayer and keeping his board, or just pushing everything to face again. I think you have to keep your board, right?
It doesn't really have a choice, right here. Instead, it's going to go Argent Horse Rider and go face. So the Doomsayer is going to activate, clear off the board for KO. Going to be able to play Ice Block and Arcane Intellect.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Decides to elect for the Ice Barrier first.
Yeah, you normally want a barrier first just so you can get that guaranteed life gain. A lot of times, at late game it doesn't really matter, it won't really get you anything. So I really like that from KO, electing to go barrier first. Still has the Ice Block in hand, so you're going to be able to use that as well.
Alright, picks up a second Arcane Intellect as well. Decides to hold off some damage there. Keep it at bay. Give him a few more turns.
Look at this though. How much damage do we have here from Genial's hand? We have a Lava Burst and
11.
double Rock Biter. So that's going to be 11 that can come to his face. Oh, right here, Roaring Torch off the top. So he has some ways he can deal with the 5-3. Can also just go ahead and play Emperor, maybe freeze the taunt there. Yeah, that looks like what KO is going to do. Establish Emperor and give Genial something that he has to deal with.
Yeah, this is really good. I think KO is playing this really well. It's just a little bit more burst damage. But because of the Ice Barrier, and honestly, Janelle probably thinks that this could be an Ice Block as well, so he has to kind of test it out.
Yeah, and you might even be prompted to take out Emperor here.
The question is, where does that Lava Burst go?
Yeah, I mean, if it hits Emperor, it's not hitting face anymore, and that's kind of a problem, right?
Yep. Thinking this turn out.
I could do something like roll Totem, and then maybe just hope that you only have to use a Lightning Bolt.
If you get the Spell Power Totem, decides it's going to...
Ooh, kind of indecisive here, Genial, going through all the options. Does he have a way to really deal with this well? There is Rock Biter. There's a number of things. You can even use your Lightning Storm here if you want to. Looks like he's going to go with double Rock Biter on face and just pile in some damage here. That's actually going to activate the Ice Barrier. So KO is going to be able to gain that 8 armor, and it's going to prevent the lethal right here.
Yep.
That was a mistake.
Yeah, I don't think Danielle's too happy about that turn, how it played out. It looks like KO is going to be able to do a number of things here. We have Ice Block. We also have a Flame Strike. So it looks like a pretty good turn coming up for KO.
And he also picked up the Blizzard, so those board crits are super important. And we've seen a lot of spell damage burst from hand, so now basically Janelle has to go through minions. And keeping the Emperor up again, getting the cheaper and cheaper spells. This is looking really good for a comeback.
Yeah, one mana Arcane Intellect's gonna be pretty awesome going forward. I think this is really gonna be okay. Can KO just put together the burn to close out this match? Also has the Blizzard to keep Genial at bay and keep those enemies from attacking right here. It's gonna be able to Arcane Intellect, can even Blizzard picks up Pyroblast off the top too. Yeah, this one looks to be all but wrapped up once KO kind of finishes putting together the final bits here.
Yep. It's a lot. Everything goes to the face. See who's the better face player now.
Yeah, Roaring Surge going to face. That's going to set up Pyroblast to finish the game next turn. And don't think there's anything Genial can do from this point on.
He does play Ancestral Knowledge. That was a really interesting card.
Yeah, even if he hits face here, it's still just not going to be enough. I think he kind of realizes that, okay, you know, you can show Doom Mirror. Interesting, though. You know, Genial with those double Lightning Storms in a more aggressive form of Shaman, you know, probably trying to get out other Shamans. But right here, it's not going to pay off against the Freeze Mage. KO's going to take this one and tie it back up 1-1. This one was close for a little bit, but that Doomsayer Frost Nova, getting that Doomsayer off the top, really turned the match in KO's favor.
Do you think that if Janelle had played, instead of going to face with the Argent Horse Rider, had actually used it to clear, do you think that would have put him in a better position?
Yeah, I think he was a little confused by his own play there. I think there was a little, you know, he probably could have just taken out the Doomsayer there and might have bought him some more. Had a pretty decent board going on. That was a very interesting play.
All right.
Looks like KO's gonna, yeah, he looks pretty excited, and y'all very focused, you know, probably analyzing what happened that match. He's bringing a Shaman that does well against other Shamans, but he actually banned KO's Shaman, so I wonder what he's trying to target this time with it. We're getting to this next match, and this is going to be a tough match for the Rogue here. Yeah. Rogue going up against Aggro Shaman. It's been struggling against this deck quite frequently in tournament settings.
Yeah, so let's see what KO decides to do. You might have to play Questing Adventurer out as sort of just a body to soak up some damage. He does pick up Deadly Poison. That's really good against early game Teletrog. I think sometimes you may even coin Eviscerate for the, what was that, the Totem Golem?
Yeah, you can get rid of Totem Golem that way. So you have a few plays, you know, gets a lot. I like the double Deadly Poison. That's more popular, of course, in this Questing Adventurer list rather than the normal Miracle list. Here we have a chance we could just go ahead and, yeah, dagger up. Gonna take some damage from Totem Golem, but it sets up your other turns a little bit better.
That makes more sense. So Thrall just creating a totem here.
Yeah, if you are Genial, you know, Aggro Shaman does really well against Rogue, but what are you looking for most of the time?
I think in this case you're just making sure that you can keep putting on pressure. I mean, how much mana does he have next turn to play with?
Well, unfortunately, he's going to have to deal with a Questing Adventurer next turn, so that was pretty huge actually coming from KO. That thing's going to be able to do a lot of damage. He's probably might have to use it to sort of survive a little bit.
Feral Spirits are good.
Yeah, Genial does get the, you know, the Feral Spirits up, which is really nice.
Yeah. Now KO can clear and grow his Questing Adventure, which I think is definitely a good line of play. Activating that Eviscerate combo, pushing the damage through. Decides to Eviscerate on the Totem Golem and trade in his Questing Adventure.
He's going to bring that guy up to a 6/6 Questing Adventure, but also be able to trade on in. Now it's sort of like, okay, how big do I really want it? So KO actually is going to even buff it even more, so now it doesn't die to things just like Lightning Bolt, right?
But it does die to Lava Burst, so he has to be thinking, is this worth it? Is this worth playing that card just to get an extra life point?
And Genial's gonna roll the spell damage totem. That is incredible. Yes, it is, because it's gonna be able to deal with that Questing Adventure. A little smile coming from KO there, realizes that did not necessarily go his way, but still has some answers here to deal with this board.
Mage Soundnose doing really well. Gets the combo on the SI. So here, I feel like Lightning Storm gets the best value it can on this board.
I mean, where else are you going to play it, right? I mean, you can totem up and use it. You could also just go ahead and play like Doomhammer, try to get that established. You could do something. There's some other plays you could go for. I think Lightning Storm, as you said, though, this is probably the best position for it. You can take out all the minions, but you also might be waiting for something like Gatchison.
That's true. So bringing in the Doomhammer, clearing one but not the other, going to face.
I like it here.
It's able to sort of you get rid of the Thalnos, you're able to actually start pushing some damage, and this is where the aggressive shaman shines.
Yeah, the question for Kyo is how do you make sure that you don't just die?
That you don't
Just die.
you
Do
gotta put on
just
more
die.
pressure, right? You
Yeah.
just gotta put on more pressure than the shaman. But I mean, Doomhammer, you can't really do a great job of stopping it. And here, probably not expecting to run into a lightning storm.
Yeah, I didn't see the lightning storms get played last turn. But he's probably going to be able to clear. I mean, he's going to be able to clear everything if he runs his face into the.
Doesn't roll high on the Tomb Pillager though, so gonna have to take another 5 damage.
Yeah, that might be huge. That might be a big deal. Do we Gadget Sand? Do we start the Miracle Train?
Oh, a prep might unlock it. Yeah, prep might be your kind of chance to go ahead and start drawing a bunch of cards here with this Gadget and Auctioneer. Runs into the coin. Probably gonna prep out another spell right here as well.
Shiv
Grabs a
is really
Shiv
good.
too, so gonna have a lot of options right here.
Decides to use the Shadow Strike. Shiv's face.
Not a bad turn there coming from KO. Able to cycle a good amount of cards. Even gets the backstab at the end there. So kind of heads up, Shid face was able to get the backstab. Gonna give him an extra card to play with coming into the following turns.
So now, do you try to clear it with your face again, or do you roll for the? You can use Argent Horse Rider. You can try to roll again, get his spell damage totem. Doesn't get it this turn.
You can
Has
always
a
go halfway,
One
right?
mana thing from below is pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take 4 damage to face. Use the Argent Horse Rider. Maybe draw some other cards.
I kind of like that play. I really like what you just suggested. The Argent Horse Rider, probably go one hit on the Auctioneer, take another hit with your face, go face with the other hit, and then play the Feint from below as well. It's too risky to leave the Auctioneer up.
Yeah, you can't leave the Auctioneer up. That is certain. Looks like JL's taking that play. Getting a little low as Shaman, but having 2 taunts is pretty good. Rogue holding onto that weapon, now going to be able to use it to get some pretty good value here.
Yeah,
Azure Drake with Phantom Knives.
Oh,
Also the
that
backstab.
is
Beautiful
brutal
clear.
right there for Genial. The backstab gonna unlock the Phantom Knives to clear off the entire board right there.
Beautiful clear there. That's really what you want to see as a Miracle Rogue player. Does JL have a chance to push for more damage? He does have the Ancestral Knowledge. Again, aggressive deck still runs Lightning Storm, has Bloodlust.
Yeah, it's also running Bloodlust, so it looks like he might just decide to fill up this board right here, send this Horse Rider face. You could also go for that trade again, but I think you could just hit this same face and set up your board so that next turn, use Bloodlust to finish everything off.
Yeah, lethal. No one expects the Bloodlust. So what does KO do here? What options does he have? He's definitely going to clear at least one of these minions. Can he miracle it out?
We saw the big old Phantom Knives turn. I don't think we have an option to do something like that again. So I'm not really sure what off the top KO could be looking for. The Shaman was just able to get so many minions on the board again. Even after that great turn we just saw, that great clear of the back 7 Phantom Knives. Look what you're facing now.
Yeah, you still have 4 minions on the board again. He's thinking about holding that Doomhammer maybe for a Rock Glider. Is that? Or he's going to take the clear.
He's gonna go ahead and take 4 damage to face and lightning bolt out the Azure Drake. So that's gonna make it so that Bloodlust next turn is going to be huge. And I don't really see what KO can do right here.
Yeah, it's really tough. This hand of minions is not gonna help him. He needs some sort of spell damage.
Just probably looking through the plays here. You do have the Auctioneer. You also have Azure Drake, so you can dig for at least 1 card with either of those. But what else are you really looking for?
I don't know. I don't think you have any answers to this board. Cold Blood again. I think he's just digging in a futile desperation.
In futile desperation. Yeah, it looks about right because Genial has the Bloodlust ready to go, and that's going to be enough to take this game. And he's going to go up 2-1 on KO.
Yeah, KO's... I mean, Miracle Rogue again, a very good deck. Struggles sometimes, especially with this Shaman deck. Surprising picks. with 2 lightning
Oh, and
storms.
he's pounding his chest. He's pumped up a little bit. He's feeling himself. Hey, he's going up 2-1 against one of the best players here. So Danielle's gonna take it, go up 2-1. Got that one with the shaman. Now he's just gonna be on this warlock. So we know warlock can do pretty well against rogue normally. You know, if it is zoo, it can put a lot of pressure on the rogue, not give rogue enough time to really come back in the match.
Yeah, I think KO's gonna probably have to move off of the rogue if he wants to have a chance here.
KO, sitting back, thinking over the plays. You gotta feel like this rogue just needs to break through. Once this rogue can get the first win, I think he's gonna be able to kind of go into it afterwards.
Turns out it's
And
a Reno lock.
yeah,
Or something. Something with play Twisting Nether.
it's not Zoo. That's for sure. It's not gonna be Zoo. We're probably gonna see Reno lock here, and this is probably a lot better actually for KO.
Yeah, I think so. Thinks about what sort of hand he wants. Mulligans out things.
Interesting. So we see some cards that we've not really seen in
Is that
typical.
madness? What's it called again?
Yeah, that is it deals 8 damage to everything, all characters,
All characters.
randomly.
Randomly.
But here we go. We're gonna get into this game 4 right here. KO behind 1-2 right here. Been struggling with this rogue. Might be able to get back in this one. And we do see the Reno already in hand though for Genial.
That's very difficult because the rogue only has so much it can do. But if it has a board, just playing Reno is not necessarily going to save the warlock. And he decides to play SI7 without comboing, leaving it on the board. Janelle plays out the Imp Gang boss.
Well,
At this
also,
point, doesn't necessarily know it's not a. That it's not a zoo.
oh, totally. Yeah, you might not know. You definitely don't know just yet. Also, Emperor coming to hand there. The one thing here, though, is going to be, okay, whenever KO plays this questing adventure, can Genial actually deal with it, right?
That's true. If you get something here, which doesn't look like, maybe Possessed Villager? Yeah, takes the Possessed Villager. Playing that very spicy madness, spreading madness.
Yeah, I think actually does very well against concealed minions too.
This is true.
So it could be a big play right there. But already we're seeing, look at Genial's board. He's getting a lot of minions that KO probably wishes he had something like Phantomize right now. You are going to be able to do something like Questing Adventure, Cold Blood, and even Conceal afterwards. So this might just be one of those big damage pushes. And it's before something like Reno, right? I mean, it's before anything like Reno, because I don't think you can Reno here if you want to coin it out, but if you might be forced to. What do you think?
I think so. I think that if you're Janelle, you're seeing these 2 concealed minions, you think about what burst the rogue might have. You're worried that you're not going to survive next turn.
It's
that
only,
Questing
it's only
Adventure is
turn
gonna
6.
grow. Questing
It's
Adventure
only
grows.
turn 6 too. So this is nuts right here. KO kind of already presenting lethal, so it's kind of on Genial to really make the heads up play. You could just Swamp Ooze is also very attractive here as well.
I mean, Earthen's a possibility. Swamp Ooze, Earthen. Heal up just a little bit. Just get a little bit out of range. Fill up your board.
Yeah, that looks pretty nice here. I'm not sure exactly, what can KO really get to get enough damage here? He's gonna have Shadow Strike.
Going to face. Just gonna push it before he can.
Oh, Phantomize isn't the worst card off the top right here. But what are you really, you can grab the Deadly Poison. You're really looking for something like Conceal again. So you can always dagger up, Deadly Poison, hope to run into that second Conceal.
Yeah, it's going to take a trade, playing it not as aggressively as he could. I think that's for the best. Knowing that putting the zoo on the trades is going to make it very difficult.
And right here,
It's Reno.
it's Reno
It's
time.
Reno time. You got to do it.
So Danielle probably just waiting a little bit, started counting up what's going on in this match. But look, this is time just to play Reno. You're not going to get a better opportunity to play Reno. And you kind of have to when you're going up against what's on this board right here.
Thinking about it. I don't know what he's thinking about.
Well,
you're
you
thinking
can't.
about what you're going to do when you're clear, right?
Yeah,
Like,
you
have
can't
to-
actually deal with both minions and play Reno. That's the problem.
Yeah. And I think he's going to say he believes the Questing Adventure is just a little bit scarier, which he's probably right about.
So, what do you think is going to go on here? We could see... I think we still have to see Reno. Yeah.
Reno's got to come down.
Even a 9-4 can't burst you down from 30, right?
That's true.
KO is going to have actually a decent follow-up to this. Is going to be able to Shadow Strike and Fan of Knives. Maybe put some more pressure on with that Cold Blood. So we'll kind of see what occurs right here.
Yeah, this is looking really good for KO. I mean, even with the Reno, still having that 9-4, that's going to become quickly.
Yeah, gonna use another Cold Blood to stack it up even further, take it to 13 damage. But right here we see Genial does have some answers.
Yep, Shadow Bolt's really good. KO, not to say that KO can't come back from this. There's still many options.
Oh, for sure. He's definitely still in this one. Gonna be able to, you know, get some minions back on the board. Can even sap here to gain some of the tempo if he wants to.
I don't think so.
Okay, go ahead with the Evis. I like this. You know, clear off the board. Sap might be better on a bigger target.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're looking for. But you don't want to sap a minion that heals, right? Or you don't necessarily want to. Is this time for Spreading Madness?
Is it? Is it really? Yeah, you could Spreading Madness. You could coin out and, you know, play something like Emperor afterwards or something. That's a possibility. But it looks like we're just gonna tap dig for some more, and Sylvanas is going to come on the field right here. Now KO is really gonna be looking for some sort of answer right here, and wow, picks up the other conceal. Gonna be able to get 4 damage in here, play Tomb Pillager, and conceal these minions if he wants to.
Yep. So what kind of reach does KO have now? He's used both of his Cold Bloods. I think both of his Eviscerates? Or one of his Eviscerates at least? Definitely one.
Yeah, he's used one Eviscerate, used both Cold Bloods already, so there's a few cards, trying to think, you know, could run to the other Auctioneer, right? I think we have another Auctioneer hiding in the deck somewhere. But at the same time, what do you even do if you're Genial? You got to think about, you got to be going through everything that's been played. You got to be counting up that damage, because Rogue always has, you know, a number of damage that they at their disposal, right? It's something you can really clearly define if you are keeping track of all the cards that have been played this game. And he's kind of in an interesting spot. You know, you don't really necessarily want to play Spreading Madness because you could straight up kill yourself.
Yeah, the chances of you clearing are possibly lower than the chances of you just hitting yourself in a way that would definitely damage you.
What do you think about the Apothecary here?
I think that would be obvious. I mean, it's his one heal. I think he needs to play it. Decides to go for a Twilight Drake as well. Pretty good. Sets up a board.
Yeah, gonna be able to gain 4 health, go up to 18, so probably feels like he's a little bit safe here. KO just with the Thalnos off the top.
Not necessarily, not enough. Again, a lot of burst already used, so I'm not sure what KO has left in the Miracle deck.
Yeah, you know, we saw that early push. I think it was a really good push early, definitely. But you saw the results of this, and now KO is kind of trying to fight back for the board here with this. Does trade in the Azure Drake, and just trying to have something on the board. Gonna take the Warlock down to 12. The Warlock here, though, has a ton of options to deal with what's out there.
Yeah, I think he's gonna play drawing the card because Emperor. It's another Azure Drake. That's good. It draws a card at least. Those coins not really doing much.
Yeah, Genial is able to play the Emperor here. Gonna fill up the hand. You know, sitting at 12, you probably don't feel that great, but at the same time, KO's out of resources here. Doesn't really have anything that's gonna extremely help him in this match right here. Picks up the backstab. That's also not gonna be the card he's looking for.
That's really tough. It's really tough to see this happen to a player. He's really trying to make that Miracle Rogue work. I thought he should have moved off of it, but maybe he was convinced that this was the right thing to do. Alright.
So it's actually, so KO's still alive. Genial doesn't necessarily have a way to finish him off just yet. We do see things like Sylvanas in hand, things like Hellfire, Spreading Madness as well. But what can you do here? I mean, you can take out the Azure Drake, and I think you might just have to. You know,
take out the Azure Drake,
keep all the minions at bay, and just you can pop Sylvanas down afterwards.
I mean, if you play Sylvanas and he manages to get a little bit more damage, I think he would have lethal with the Hellfire next turn, right? He's got a little bit more reach in hand. Q's been holding 3 cards. He knows 2 of those are coins if he's been paying attention to the Tomb Pillagers.
So it looks like
going for face.
Going face here. Yeah, we might see something like a Shadow Flame. Okay, so wanted to get that damage in.
And then we're gonna see the Hellfire.
Oh my, he's just going for lethal.
And we're just gonna do the spreading
Alright, let's
madness.
go.
Is it going to finish him
I think
off?
it
It's
is.
all going
Oh
all
shit.
face to start the game. So Yall's gonna
Finally.
take it with spreading madness to finish off the game. What a way to finish that one. At first I was wondering, what is he doing? What is he thinking about? But hey,
He's going for the
he's
lethal
going for
thing.
the lethal. It was right in his face, and all those went face. KO's got to be a little upset after
Oh.
that one. But hey, props to Y'all for braiding that.
That was spicy. I like that one.
It was pretty spicy.
Oh my goodness.
Do you think that's, for the bird? What are you really looking for? Are you looking for the pick off a lot of 1-1s and things like that with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think he must have decided that that was a card worth playing, and I think he's right. I mean, if you're playing against Zoo, it's actually pretty good.
Yeah, we haven't seen him get played actually much at all, and it's great to see it in a tournament environment. Great to see it actually come to play there at the end. But it's in his hand all game. But hey, gave him lethal at the end.
Yeah, KO playing really well there. Just struggled with that Miracle Rogue, and unfortunately, that means that we have
Yeah.
Naysayer versus Jail for the loser's winner, and then we finally get to meet our champion and see who our Tavern Hero is gonna
Yeah, we're gonna
be.
go into the losers final, and that's gonna be versus Genial versus Naysayer. We saw Naysayer play earlier today. Very good player. Was playing extremely well on stream, and Genial was playing some different decks too. So I liked the variety that we've been seeing all day today. We're moving into the night here, the early evening, but it's been a long day, and
I'm
two
ready.
matches left.
I'm
Two
ready.
matches to go, guys.
I'm
Two
ready
matches
for
to go.
this.
So get stoked. We're going to the losers final, and then we're gonna have our grand finals, and that's actually going to be. That's it. So we're just doing, one grand final. It's not gonna be a losers bracket sort of thing. Just one final.
One final. And do we have? Are we doing best of seven for the grand final only, or are we taking? Or is losers also doing best of seven? I don't know. I'm hoping that we only get one really long match. I mean, honestly, the thing about Conquest is I do think the matches take longer because of the kind of calculus you have to do with the matchups. Whereas I think last year's standing tends to go quicker because you have a lot of 3-0s. You know, people pick their best deck, then they
Yeah,
play their
we've
best
had
deck.
a lot of matches go down to 5 games today. We've had a lot. We had I think 1-3-0, but a lot of them going down to 5, back and forth. Even right there, that one was pretty
Honestly,
close
I think
throughout.
that's the nature of Conquest. I think that you're way more likely to sort of get your fast games in.
It's been great though. Great environment, and everybody's been very, uh, you know, playing with some good sportsmanship. I just can't believe we just saw spreading madness. We just saw spreading madness for lethal. Danielle's got to be on summit. He is crazy for
Yeah,
doing that.
he's on to something at least.
Oh yeah, he's on to something. That is a great point because maybe we'll see that pop up a little bit more. It was it was just great to see it right there. I mean, so today we've seen It Master. We've seen Spreading Madness.
Aviana into
We've
a
seen
one.
Aviana get played today. What else did we see? I think we saw some other crazy things from Naysayer in that zoo. He's running Ragnaros, so it's not we see Ragnaros a lot, but not in zoo
We've
so
seen
much.
some Yogg, not
We
necessarily
saw
anything
we saw
spicy.
Yogg, not necessarily on stream doing its work, but yeah, this has just been a crazy day of Hearthstone. Just a crazy amount of decks, ridiculous lineups from everybody, and we've seen even some of the best players get out early because they can't always prepare for this. Oh yeah, almost forgot the Cthulhu Rogue, and that's gonna be coming back up on stream in our next match because Naysayer is gonna be up next taking on Y'all. Totally impressed with all of Naysayer's lineup. I got to be rooting for him in this one. But we did just see Y'all come out with some style
We're
too.
seeing some meta-defining decks tonight. So next thing you know, I'm going to be laddering against Cthulhu Rogue all day. Are you excited for July 4th?
Oh yeah, got to celebrate a little bit during the weekend. What are you up to for July
I'm
4th?
going to the beach tomorrow, and we're going to have a barbecue on Monday. That's going to be pretty good.
Awesome. Yeah, I think doing the whole barbecue thing as well. Watch the fireworks off the East Bay.
Nice. Very good.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
So what's your favorite deck you've seen tonight?
Hmm. Favorite deck of the night? I think it's got to be this Cthulhu Rogue. We didn't see it necessarily do its thing just yet, but I think that the 9 mana card, you can destroy a minion and do the Cthulhu thing. That's like pretty awesome.
Spreading Madness
I mean,
finish.
see, people here are still talking about the spreading madness finish. I'm sorry, Chaos.
Can't prepare for everything. You literally can't prepare for everything, man.
Gotta feel for you a little bit. Yeah, that deck list is going straight up. Also, Naysayers decks are going up because these Imp Masters inside Zoo are
Classic. He's just
wrecking
doing a
havoc today.
throwback.
We also got the Cthulhu Rogue
It's
doing some
hipster
work.
zoo.
Yeah. I mean, hey, it would be the hipsters of Hearthstone in New York doing some Hearthstone stuff. So.
All right, we're getting the match list for the losers
You're
final
gonna go
soon.
ahead and get these bands. Okay, so if you're Genial, you kind of just won with some ridiculous luck. But if you've been paying attention, Naysayers bring quite a foursome lineup and something that a lot of players just aren't really prepared for today.
Honestly, we're seeing basically the unique decks facing off against each other in the losers final, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I just want to see this Cthulhu Rogue do a lot of work. I want to see the Zoo get back in action. See if that is actually something that is this happening consistently? Is this Imp Master getting a lot of value, or is it just a one-trick pony?
Yeah, I'm curious about that as well. I like it. I'm curious what he's again. I'm still trying to figure out those deck lists, figuring out what exactly he's cutting to play these cards like Argent Commander and Imp Master.
Oh, that's right, the Argent Commander, actually. I mean, it makes sense a little bit because Azure Drake is so popular in this meta. It
Hmm.
makes sense to play something like Argent Commander. It has that charge to be able to come out, kill Azure Drake immediately. It's a really good follow up on your turn 6.
That makes sense. And yeah, I'm really happy to see Reno still alive, still there, even with the Molten Giant nerfs. I've been like I did a lot of Reno lock in my day, so I'm like happy to see there's a version of it. I don't think I'd run Spreading Menace. I don't think I have the
I don't think
cojones for
many
that.
people will be running Spreading Madness. I think, yeah, it's unfortunate Molten Giant got hit a little bit too hard. It doesn't really see play in any of those decks, not even something like Reno, where it used to see, automatic play, right?
Do you think they could have done something different with Molten Giant? Do you think they could have changed it to make it fair but still playable?
Yeah, the mana cost is probably just a little bit too high. You probably could have made it a little bit different. And we've seen even people thought, oh, it's not gonna do too much to it. It did a lot to the card itself.
Yeah, just dropping it down. Like 5 health is so low. You
Yeah,
can't
five
get
health is
there.
really low. Yeah, and it's not even like one of those things you can like take yourself to 5 health. Like a lot of times, you're usually sitting around 10, or you're sitting around 12, or those numbers where you can play the free Molten Giant in the back in the day. But right there, able to actually get the Molten Giants out nowadays, it's a little bit more difficult.
All right, here we go with the final thing.
All right, so we got the list here. We're gonna have Naysayer on Rogue Hunter Warlock, his warrior getting banned. Then Jen Yall is going to be on Warlock, Druid, and his last deck, I believe, is his Shaman is getting banned.
I don't know if we have this. I don't. We seem to be missing the exact paperwork for this.
There's a lot of little notes in front of us, a lot of things that we're trying to keep track of here, and it looks like, yeah, here we go. Genial is also going to have the Warrior. So he's going to be on Druid, Warrior, Warlock, taking on Naysayer's Rogue, Hunter, and Warlock.
It's nice to see these decks coming in. I mean, we were seeing a lot of Shaman, but in the finals we've got some Rogue, got some Hunter. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I think looking at these lines initially, I think that Hunter could do pretty well against a lot of Genial's lineup. He does pretty well against the Warlock there. Also can do some good things against Druid. Might struggle a little bit against the Shaman though.
Hmm.
Looking at Naysayer's list though, the rest of the stuff, yeah, Warlock is gonna perform pretty well. I mean, I think he kind of has the upper hand just lineup wise. I like to see what Genial's Druid can do in this match because we saw last time, he was really able to gain control of the board and stuff, but
we're seeing a much more aggressive lineup coming here from
Yeah, I don't know
Naxxramas.
if you're gonna be able to play Aviana into a
Yeah, not against
Zera.
Zoo, right?
Yeah, like
Not
your
against.
Zera, that's fine. I'll just kill you from there. Don't need your Zera. Don't need to bother with it.
All right, guys, I think we're about to hop in here. So this is going to be our losers final, and the winner of this will move on to the grand final to play Cesaro, and he's been waiting there for quite a while.
Yeah, he's been taking his
He's
time.
probably getting his mind ready, but at the same time, you might want to be the hot hand. So Genial or Nacer moves on from here. He might be in a really good spot to mentally be ready for that final match as well. Let's get into it, Viv. Let's get into this, Vex. Let's get into this match right here. It's going to be Genial on his Druid. It's going to be taking on Naysayer. What do we got from Naysayer right here? Looks to be the Hunter. So I think the Hunter's going to be in a really good spot early on against this Druid.
Especially since this Druid is particularly slow. I've got Aviana, Cthulhu. I mean, the freezing traps are going to be really good.
You just also don't have really good ways to deal with stuff like high main. Deadly Shot is a card that's really good against you, really. And look at this. Genial with a pretty awful hand to start.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, what are you looking for?
You're looking for Wild Growth,
getting
right?
a Wild Growth, yeah. You're looking to top deck Wild Growth. That's what you're looking for.
That's exactly the card you're looking for right there. You're able to ramp on up, so it's gonna unlock, things like Nourish are gonna come to play. Dark Erico on 6, and maybe something like Velcor on 7 if he does get to actually pump it up.
So next year, bringing out the freezing trap, just expecting those ramp plays and trying to head them off early. You've got to know as Janelle that there's something there. Oh, we got the Raven Idol. I think he's gonna pick a minion here. Oh, decides to pick a spell instead.
Goes for the spell and doesn't really get anything they can immediately play. You could play Force of Nature next turn if you elect to. So that could be the card that he takes right here. Could also just Hero Power down the Fiery Bat afterwards. I think that might be the way to go. I don't think Soul the Force or Savagery are really going to do a lot for you in this matchup.
Yeah, it's so sad to see that Force of Nature as it is now.
It still has some value. 3/2/2s for 5 mana is not the worst card in the world. But right here, Nacer is going to be able to get some sort of momentum here. Could even go with the Infested Wolf right here.
Definitely going to coin out the Infested Wolf. You got 2 of them.
Yeah, it's looking like, you have Infested Wolf. You can go into another Infested Wolf, into the Coda later. But right here, I think Genial, actually, that Force of Nature is probably a card that's going to help him out a little bit.
Yeah, putting 5 2/2s on the board, not terrible. Or not 5 2s, excuse me, 3 2/2s on the board. Those Treants staying alive, don't have charge. And picking up a 2-drop. I think you still go with your line of play and take that other Infested Wolf.
Yeah, I like throwing down the Infested Wolf again. It really creates a good board for you. You sort of have to wonder eventually, like, okay, I may need to make sure I don't play into swipe too much. But I think Infested Wolf here is really great. One of those 2/2s is going to be bounced back. But at the end of this, you can actually even get the Kodo out next turn, maybe.
That's true, but I think, Joey, yep, Dark Irakoa, just putting up a taunt wall, getting one of them bounced back, that makes a lot of sense.
So this is a big moment in the match, actually. This is a moment where we could see Deadly Shot. And if you hit the Deadly Shot here, it's a 50-50, but if you hit it, I think you kind of win the match from that point on.
I think
what do
he's
you
gonna
think?
play it a little safer than that, and it looks like that's gonna be the case.
Yeah,
I'm not gambling my life on a Deadly Shot.
You could
right
also
now.
go Kill
I've been
Command.
Fighting in this loser's bracket,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna waste it all on a Deadly Shot.
Let's use the Kill Command. I have definitely a better play right there. Kill Command, could be able to trade the Infested Wolf, could even trade the other one into the 2/2, so setting the board really nice. And getting the high main ready for turn 6.
Yeah, that's really good. So now, Jana, what are you gonna do? Are you just gonna nourish it?
Looks like we're nourishing for mana here. So gonna be able to get Disciple Cthulhu. Gonna make so that Aviana can come out to play next turn. That's gonna be pretty important. You can even play Velcor afterwards.
I mean, Aviana, Cthulhu, anything.
Yeah, you could play Cthulhu. It's not too big just yet, but you could definitely play it. I think it's gonna be at least a 10-10. But I would like to see, Aviana right here at Velcor is gonna be pretty awesome.
Aviana definitely coming in.
Yeah, here we go. Velcor is going to come out, make 2 4/6 buys. Not a really bad turn right there from Genial.
Alright, so looking at Naysayer's hand, he's got the Deadly Shot. He's thinking, what can I do with it? Do you want to roll it right now?
I think you might. It's gonna take something out, right? It's gonna take on one of these minions. You can also just play Sylvanas. Sylvanas is really great. At the same time, do you really want Aviana to keep triggering?
No,
Yeah, so you might take that 50-50 with that deadly shot, if not.
yeah, I think you have to try to get Aviana out of there. Even if it means not really doing much the next turn. I mean, you could try to play Sylvanas and see, but
Here we go.
Siga,
Deadly shot is going to hit Aviana, so
that's
Naxxramas
huge.
taking the roll there and does get to go his way. He could even finish this off with a carrying grub, so starting to form a little board. We do see Genial though. Cthulhu is weighing the wings. Maybe not the turn just yet, but eventually Cthulhu's going to come out and deal some
He's
havoc.
got Nourish. He's got a way to replenish his hand. I'm thinking that this has to be still there for Genial. Let's see what
At
he's
the
thinking.
same time, I mean, look what's going to happen next turn, right? Naxxramas does have plays like Call of the Wild. He's going to be able to really gain back a lot of the board in case like his board gets somehow crushed by Cthulhu or anything else that Genial's been messing with. But right here, what do you really think is the best play here for Genial?
I
It's
think
kind of
he's looking. The way he's doing is looking to Cthulhu and try to clear the board, or at least clear it of all of the current minions, and maybe just leave things at spawn.
yeah, I'd probably just leave a few death rattles out. I think Cthulhu right now is at 11-11, so still gonna be able to come out and deal 11 damage with this battle cry. Hey,
And it's an 11/11 body.
still pretty good, right? Yeah, so he's gonna be leaving the death rattle minions alive, but right here we could just go Call of the Wild. We could also go Sylvanas.
I think Call of the Wild makes a lot of sense if you want to get the most value out of these little tokens that you've spawned.
Yeah, fill your board up. You can also trade both those spiders and post Call of the Wild into the Velcor. Send the rest face if you want to. That could be pretty good because then, you know, you have the taunt up for Cthulhu as well.
I think you do. I think playing Sylvanas doesn't necessarily, I mean, it basically means you take 11. And that's a lot.
At the same time, do you die from that position, right? I don't necessarily think you do. So I could definitely see the reasoning to play Sylvanas. Instead of going to go ahead and play the Call of the Wild, probably going to get some pretty good trades here.
Honestly,
And
I think you trade off everything, trade off into the Cthulhu. You don't want to give him any sort of leeway to hit that Cthulhu to face.
yeah, you could definitely just trade in the Cthulhu here, but you could also go face. And we'll see which one he values a little bit more.
think
Thinking
he
about
values
trading the
control.
Cthulhu here.
Just thinking about it, it's really hard.
Alright, so that is the play Naxxramas is going to make. Going to trade into the Cthulhu. They'll leave him with a Taunt and Leok. So right here, we kind of flipped it a little bit. Genial, though, does have ways to kind of refill his hand, put many more minions back on the board, especially things like Dark Arakoa, Druid of the Claw.
Yeah, and having that nourish there is good to refill. I think it was a really important because if he hadn't done that, Genial would have been able to charge the Druid of the Claw and hit Cthulhu to face for 11, which is pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, right here you can Wrath, Hero Power, and play the Dark Arakoa, though. So this kind of sets up a really nice turn for Genial. Just put the Arakoa on the board, get a big presence. Leok can't really do too much against that.
I don't know, so I guess maybe it's up to either Sylvanas. I think it's up to Sylvanas to sort of deal with this board. Maybe try to steal it. Maybe prevent playing big minions. Instead goes with... That's a good taunt. That's really important.
I have no time.
Yeah, the thing with Sylvanas here, it doesn't really like do very well against this board, but does prevent Genial from playing more minions.
Yeah.
Right? So you'd be very hard pressed to play anything here. You don't really want to take that chance. So Sylvanas is going to line up a really good trade. So Genial might just go with the Nourish here.
See what he draws.
Oh, so got the Doomcaller in hand. That's going to set up some pretty great turns. And you can actually set up Doomsayer as well.
Wow.
But little does he know that Naxxramas has a card that can take out Doomsayer in one hit.
Yep. Kodo is going to shine again here. Keeping Sylvanas on the board one more turn to contest those big minions. JNL thinking about anything else?
Oh, well, you could right here, you could just trade Sylvanas, but then it still's a Doomsayer, but it only kills off the Leok. So it's not necessarily, you know, something that's super great for you. So yeah, it just, oh yeah, no, we already attacked with the our Arakoa.
Yeah.
Alright, so, but this actually makes it so Stampede Kodo can't necessarily do too much work. You have to trade in at least, you're
No,
going
you
to
can
trade the
still do
Leok
it.
and hit the Sylvanas into the 2-2.
Yeah,
So
you
that's
can
going to be the
still
way
do
you're going
it.
to have to do it right there.
It just saves him taking the Sylvanas to face.
Yeah, still a great turn for Naxxramas, able to use the Kodo. He can play the huge Toad at the end of this and Hero Power. Starting to get some damage, and I think we're just like a Call of the Wild off from really being this game in Naxxramas' favor.
Yep. Let's see what he gets from JNL. I think you wanted to use your Wild Growth to draw, unless you feel like you have the answers in hand.
Oh, we can wrap down Sylvanas first though, and then play the Doomcaller, bring back Cthulhu, and that might be pretty big.
That could be the play. I guess he's saving the Wild Growth for just like the last minute answer. Or he's electing to play it.
Yeah.
Electing is the word we've been using the most. recently.
Electing.
We've been it's the election, guys.
It is an election year, isn't it? But yeah, okay, gonna go ahead and cycle a little bit. Probably feels the need to cycle a little bit further in the deck, pull out some more threats. This lets us set up Druid of the Claw. I think I still would like to see the Doomcaller come out. It would have been a really big body. At the same time, maybe you're a little scared of your life total right now.
I mean, what does the hunter have with Call of the Wild? I guess.
Kill command, you know, kill command. You always gotta play around skill command. So you're probably looking out for things like that. Same. I don't really know what else Janelle could be going here. You can maybe considering the Mire Keeper actually though.
Playing it, I'm guessing, with the 2/2, just going face. Interesting.
So also once the hero power there, gonna be able to send that one damage face. And right here, Naxxramas has a just really looking for some sort of top deck. Call of the Wild, something like that would really change this game.
Infest.
Infest. So again here we're seeing an interesting card from Danielle, and I think we're actually gonna see the Infest come and play here. Yeah, you can trade
Definitely
that
gonna
huge
trade it.
Toad in if you want.
Let's see what he gets off of that Infest.
Oh, first actually, yeah. What do you think? Maybe trade in the huge Toad, try to see what you get from
Yeah.
this. You can even play the Beast after it. You know, you're really keeping your opponent from playing anything. And that's actually pretty good. When you do set up that board, we haven't been able to see many people use it in a deck just yet. This is
Don't-
also sort of a bluff, right? With the Explosive Trap, you're not really sure if your opponent has been following your decks the whole day. You don't really know if they know that you're running those Explosive Traps.
Yeah, he's thinking about the trades. I do think if you were going to trade off the huge Toad, you didn't necessarily want to play Explosive Trap. You want to give yourself more mana for whatever beast it is. So instead, he decides to hero power. Different line of play. You have to commit to them though. Every time you do this.
Yeah, definitely. And Genial going to pick up that Disciple of Cthulhu. So right here, have a few options. You know, Genial might actually think this is going to be a freezing trap. Might elect to trade into the Kodo first, and then see what to play.
Yeah, let's see how he goes. Realize it's not.
It's gonna get an Iron for Grizzly.
3/3 for 3/3. And plays the Druid of the Claw.
Oh, all right. Okay, so it gets like Kingdom Mukla too from the Infest. Now, what are you really looking for here?
From who? From Naxxramas?
Yeah.
Not that.
Not that. I think you're looking for Call of the Wild. You know, some sort of card like that. Right here, you could just play these cards out. Could even hero power as well, and that might be something you have to do on this turn.
Yeah, it's really tough giving him those bananas, especially knowing that there's taunt minions coming up and on the board. Playing out everything he's got. This is a very interesting deck. You've got Infest. Infest meta.
The Infest meta has arrived. Yeah, it looks like Naxxramas might just hold on to the Mukla here. At the same time, when else are you going to play this beast? You kind of have to get it on. You do have the taunt up there that can at least take a hit for you while you continue to hero power. And then something like, you know, Call of the Wild comes out, you kind of want to have it out there.
So here for... He's thinking about it. I mean, JDL's got a pretty good turn if this is all he has to deal with. He trades it in, uses his face, takes that
Play
rag to
Ragnaros.
face.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to look very good for Genial here. Going to be able to hero power into the Fiery Bat, pop down Ragnaros, and all of a sudden that 8 damage is going to start hitting the Hunter's face. I don't really know what Naxxramas can do from this point.
That might help.
That might help.
I think you play the Mukla just to get that extra drop, but decides not to.
Might
Is he doing
not. I think you
You
kind of
make
have
it.
to.
You have
Yeah.
to do it.
And I think you got to hit that face, honestly. But it looks like he's just going to quick shot down the 4-3. Gonna get an Animal Companion
That's
off the
not
top
bad.
though. So
Puffer.
yeah, probably rolling for Huffer. Gonna
Nope.
get the Misha. Gonna
Not
deal
bad.
2 more damage to the face. So Call of the Wild still in play here
we'll kind of have to see
Honestly, the
what
bananas
rag
are
hits.
pretty good because you can't really banana your rag. It doesn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Rag doesn't care about your bananas.
At the same time, you can always silence your own rag,
That's true.
right?
He does have the silence, and I think that's actually a really
Swipe
good play.
here is pretty good. You can take out one of the minions. You can use a banana on one of the other minions, but at the same time, then you're rolling that 50-50. So it looks like that's might actually be what he has to do here.
Roll the 50-50. Don't silence rag yet. He could.
Yeah, so when we look at actually what occurred there, so playing the Azure Drake, you're really fishing for a card. What do you think Genial can do here? If you do go ahead and use this swipe, you probably gotta use it on the 5/5, right? Because then you're not dead next turn to just the 4/4 and the hero power. Probably use a swipe on the 5/5 here. Gives yourself a chance to win this match. And Rag needs to hit this 4/2 right here. And it is going to hit the 4/2. So Call of the Wild, I think, is the only out. There
Well,
we
there we
go.
go.
Call of the Wild off the top. It's going to do it. That's going to be the 7 damage. Naysayer needs to take this first match. And wow, that was back and forth the whole way. And somehow Naysayer brought it out.
Top decks, top decks. Aviana, good, not good enough. Cthulhu, good,
Look
not
at the
good
smile
enough.
on Geniel's face. He knows it that Naysayer pulled that one out somehow.
Amazing.
Top decks all day.
Esports.
And that's what we got. This is esports, baby.
Hashtag esports.
Oh man, this has been quite crazy. Look at that.
Surprising.
He's got that smile when you're in disbelief of what just happened to you, but at the same time, you're kind of marveling at what just happened.
Yeah, I think he played it pretty well. He was just like, I mean, thought about those plays, decided he was gonna play the Mukla, give him the bananas, go for it. All right, so what are the next choices we've got here? It's been really intense. It's been really great seeing these people play.
Alright, so here we go. Gonna get prepped up for our next match right here. And Naysayer's gonna be up 1-0. Starting this game pretty early.
So we've seen now Infest Hunter, he's got his Cthulhu Rogue, and he's got his Hipster Zoo, as we're calling it now.
Hipster Zoo as well. And it's gonna
Hipster
be that Zoo that's coming out here. It's gonna go up against Genial's Druid. Zoo normally does very well against Druid, and we'll see kind of here. These two decks are a little bit different though. We've seen some different techs here from both of these players. I think once Cthulhu does get on the board, it's very hard for the Zoo to do so, but they have so many tokens, they have ways to deal with a lot of those big minions.
Yeah, this is a pretty ideal hand, honestly, for Genielle to respond to a Zoo. You've got basically all of your early game plays. That's like way better than seeing that Aviana in your hand, right? And traditionally, it's this deck is closer to Ramp, and Ramp does do better against Zoo, right? In terms of Druid.
Yeah, you can get some big taunts out, and it's really hard for the Zoo to sort of come back there. One thing here, you could coin out the Wild Growth and set you up really nice on that turn 3 Disciple Cthulhu. That might be a play he's looking at. You could take out the Flame Imp that way. And then, from there you can play stuff like Darnassus. If you play Darnassus here, though, you're kind of just losing it
What if you just
immediately.
coined and wrathed?
Coin Wrap is probably fine as well. I really like the Coin Wild Growth, though. It really sets you up for next turn using that Disciple Cthulhu onto the Flame Imp.
And if Naysayer doesn't pick up a 2-drop, I guess he just plays the Void Walker.
Yeah, we've seen it before though. Naysayer normally likes to actually tap in this position, so we'll kind of see what he does here. He does go ahead and tap. Yeah, kind of following the same lines that he played with earlier. But right here, Disciple Cthulhu's going to answer this pretty well.
Yep. I guess that Coin Wild Growth did pay off in the end. Now he has a good turn 4. He's got board clears in his hands. Feels pretty good.
Well, can he deal with Immaster though?
Yeah, what are you going to do, Immaster?
What are you going to do about that Immaster?
I mean, you're going to swipe it down. That's what you're going to do.
We've kind of seen he doesn't always play it on 3, right? So I do want to talk to him a little bit after this and see where are the spots that he's really looking for to drop that Imp Master.
I feel like he's trying to combo it with the Darkshire Councilman. Like, that is what its purpose in this deck is to make the Councilman essentially, I guess, a 3/5 for 6 plus a 1/5 and a 1/4 and a 1/1. Like that's a
Hmm.
pretty. That's not. If you had a card that was 6 mana, make that board state, you might actually run it.
Totally, definitely. Right here, we're going to see the Doomsayer come down, and it's really going to block out some plays because Naysayer's probably just going to have to, tap
Tap
and
and
pass
pass.
right here.
Druid getting all of the proper answers for this matchup, I think.
Yeah, that was really, it really unlocked you in terms of you're able to then, I guess you wanted one of those 5 drops, then you'd be able to play the 5 drop, go 6 and then 7. So that'd be really great if you can pick up something like Druid of the Claw next turn. Darnassus, you can always play it, but at the same time, it's really not going to really do much for you next
Do
turn.
you sacrifice the Dark Peddler? I don't think so. I think you hold it.
Yeah, I think you hang on to the pedal for right now. You don't really have anything you're going to be able to play because you're only on 2 mana. Doomsayer going to do his job, and just like that, Genielle going to
Beautiful.
be able to get that 5-drop. And this is where it's going to be really difficult for the Zoo going forward because we're going to see this taunt after taunt come out, and that Twin Emperor Velcor is going to be activated next turn by the Dark Arakoa.
Yep. So this is where Zoo struggles against the ramp version of Druid. Dark Peddler. We're looking for maybe like a corruption there, honestly. This is like the one time we wanted a card like corruption, I think.
Yeah, I could have used something like that. I mean, Possessed Villager, Mortal Coil, and Seeker aren't the worst cards to see from something like this. I think you could always take the Villager and kind of see what happens.
Do you play the Imp Master?
I guess it doesn't really trade well into the Druid of the Claw, though, right? So it doesn't really trade into what's on board. I don't really know exactly when you play it. You're looking for it with Councilman. That's a really good turn. Playing the Councilman and then playing the Master afterwards just brings up to 3/5 immediately.
Yeah.
Plays around a lot of things too, right? It plays around things like Stampeding Kodo, which you've seen has been able to do some work. Looks like right here, Naysayer may be electing to go ahead and put down the Imp Master.
He just
Would
wants
give him
one thing in the board,
yeah.
I think, so he can get like
something on the board, right?
He's got 2 Arguses in hand. He needs to have a minion or 2. And Imp Master is going to be able to create something. So JWAF, just play your taunts. Just create a wall.
So he's just gonna start going face too. So we see the Erica come out. That's interesting because that Imp Master's just gonna get some more imps, and I'd be pretty stoked right now if I was Naysayer being able to see like, okay, he's kind of ignoring my minions, a little disrespectful almost.
We'll see if that creates any room for punishment here, because those are some pretty big taunts, and it's really hard to trade into them.
You could flame all of your stuff right now into this 4/6 if you wanted to. That kind of seems like you're throwing away your board though, however.
Yeah, I don't think you do that. I think you develop it and see if like he has to, if JNL's gonna take the trades, which he has to in order to develop his board. He does have swipe in hand. Swipe can deal with this board. It's not perfect though. I think you still have to run in a few taunts. So
Yeah, at the same time, Twin Outboard Velcor and 7 is probably just too much to really pass up a
yeah,
lot of the time.
just play them
Yeah.
out. Create the Great Wall.
Yes.
This is gonna be called Trump Druid from now on.
God.
Making the Great Wall. Making Naysayer pay for it too. It
Jeez.
does- he
So we
actually
are
does
actually
go
going
in
to see the full trade there. So now, Naysayer only left with a 2/3 and the 1/1. And Genielle's going to be able to just drop Twin Up and Velcor. And I think he's just going to hit base again.
Yeah. No reason not to. Zoo has to trade in. He has to be able to deal with it. He does get an Abusive Sergeant. They'll help, but
Yeah, you have the Argent Commander. You can be Sergeant on that. You'll be able to deal with at least one of the Velcors here. But I don't think there's a way out of this unless you do play the Defender of Argus.
yeah, I think clearing minions is sort of, obviously you have to get through these taunts eventually, but the problem is you're opening yourself up to 5 damage every turn, 9 damage next turn, at minimum. It's gonna be really hard for the Zoo.
He's going to actually run it into the Dark Arakoa, so, taking out the bigger minion.
Trying to mitigate damage.
But to also play the Possessed Villager on the back end of that.
Alright,
So,
Raven Idol. Raven Idol can win this right now.
Yeah.
Discover a spell.
yeah,
I assume.
Raven Owl could be it. And how much is Claw with that?
2,
That's
6,
going to be
that's it.
enough. Yeah, so Claw off the Raven Owl is going to be enough right there. The swipe, the Claw, the Hero Power, and the Velcor's going face. That's going to be it. Genial's going to tie it back up
1-1 with this druid.
Yeah, that's really. These are some very interesting decks we've got today.
Yeah, it's just honestly like you thought something like druid could do really well against that deck, but we saw just Genial was able to really get all of his early game on the board, and from there kind of just cruised.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like if any form of druid can beat the zoo, it's the one that ramps up really quickly. And he got such a great hand. You know, he had Wild Growth, Darnassus, he had the coin, he had, you know, Disciple of Cthulhu. So I felt like that was definitely in Janielle's favor.
Yeah, and even like the it went into especially that turn 5 was able to get the Druid of the Claw off the top, so it went 5, 6, 7 right there.
Yep.
Druid of the Claw, Dark Arakoa into the Velcor.
It's like playing Magic. Every minion has taunt.
Yeah, exactly. Every minute had taunt that game. So Danielle able to tie it back up 1-1. And now we're getting into it. Naysayer's going to be on that zoo again, this time going against Genial's Warrior.
Now look at this warrior. You've got Dragon and Crusher. So this is our first Dragon Warrior of the day, I believe. I assume that's why one plays Dragon and Crusher.
Yeah, Dragon Warrior actually a very, very strong deck in this meta in particular. Does very well against Zoo. Also does very well against decks like Hunter.
Alright. And has a really good hand to start. So now if you're a Naysayer, do you just play it by the numbers?
You're probably looking for another 2-drop next turn. Also, you could play Peddler here. You might be able to get something off this, and then you can play Abusive Sergeant with it. So I do like calling out the Peddler. You kind of just want to get on the board early. Unfortunately for him, Genial's just going to have a lot of early game answers to deal with this board.
Yeah, bait out the Fiery War Axe, but what else are you going to do next turn, turn 2? You've got Abusive Sergeant, and that's it. Pick up a Flame Imp, but you don't actually want to play it necessarily.
Yeah,
Maybe
you
he's
might.
gonna tap.
Yeah, you can tap. You can also play Flame and Abusive, but that does not feel good at
No,
all.
you're wasting a lot of damage there.
You have your turn 3 plays. You know, you're already then, but maybe just Flame Up and you know it's going to get hit.
Likes to tap. That seems to be his classic turn 2 for a zoo.
Unfortunately, yes. Right here, Genial with sort of an option here because you could go ahead and play the Fairy Dragon. That's what he's going to do. Probably, yeah, hold the weapon as well. Gonna have the Twilight Guardian next turn, hoping to pick up a dragon so that can activate.
And so now, do you play the Imp Master first, or do you bring out this Dark Shadow Councilman, knowing that there's not actually anything that Dark Shadow Councilman can do from getting traded off?
Yeah, you know, the Councilman as a 1/5 wouldn't really do anything against this board, so you might be hard pressed to not play it this turn.
I think you have to take the Imp Master. Naysayer's reaching for it.
I mean, this makes sense, right? It doesn't necessarily die to anything on this board. At the same time, you know, Execute is in play. There could be a number of things. Oh, and even this. I like the Ravaging Goal right here. You can hit it, but it looks like we're going to see a little bit less of aggressive play here. Naysayer just actually going to be able to keep his Imp Master on the board. Genial not actually going to play around that just yet.
He's got Power Overwhelming, 2 Power Overwhelming, and a Soulfire in hand, so he's definitely got ways to deal with this Bloodhoof in one go.
Yeah, and you kind of want to, you know, you definitely want to get rid of this Bloodhoof right here. So what's the best way to do it, right? I mean, you can just send that Imp in with the Abusive. I really like that. There's other things you can do in the back end. You can play something like Flame Imp.
Like Power Overwhelming with Abusive? Let's see what he goes for. Thinking a lot. These turns are really hard. So wait, you're saying that he's gonna use the Abusive Sergeant and Power Overwhelming?
Yeah,
or...
you might feel like you have to kind of take it out that way. At the end of that, you could play Flame Imp. You could also just play Forbidden Ritual for 2, but it's not really something you'd really be looking to do. At the same time, what else can you do? Right?
You have to get through that ton
Yeah,
eventually.
you gotta get that taunt out there. The Bloodhoof is probably really important. Could just go ahead and play the Councilman. That might be the play we're gonna see.
Thinking really hard. He realizes that this taunt is gonna become a 2/4.
Alright, so win with the Defender of Argus, so it doesn't necessarily leave him with the strongest board right now. We're gonna be able to see a lot of plays here, I think, actually from Genial. You could hit some things, and then, yeah, you have a number of options here.
What do you think's best though?
I think you execute and get the Alexstrasza's champion out while you still have a dragon in hand. You hold the Twilight Guardian for when you have another dragon. Maybe get a Blood to Ichor in there so you can trade.
Yeah, I mean, you could even trade everything off, actually, if you do go with that execute play with the Alexstrasza's champion. That would allow you to do... I mean, yeah, this is pretty nice too, right? You don't actually have to use execute. Just run Alexstrasza's champion in as well. So there's a number of plays here we can really make from Genial's point of view. I really like this though. The Ichor probably lets your board set up just a little bit more clean. You had to clean up the entire board here with the Bloodhoof Brave, the Alexstrasza's champion. Oh, so he's gonna go face with the champion too.
That's interesting. It's aggressive. I like it. Definitely playing to sort of a more aggressive style of warrior here.
Do you think it was necessarily like correctly aggressive though right there? You know, you're leaving some minions on the board. You did see last turn, however, your opponent was not able to deal with the Bloodhoof Brave, or elected not to deal with the Bloodhoof Brave. So yes, so you might sort of be wondering, okay, they didn't do anything about Bloodhoof Brave. Maybe this thing can just start going face.
Let's see. I mean, he's got 2 power overwhelming. He's got an abusive sergeant. Can bring that back up. Not what you actually wanted to see there with the juggle. It's actually probably very difficult.
Yeah, I think you could have probably sequenced that a little bit differently. This is not going to necessarily allow you the best trades afterwards. So we'll see what Naxxramas ends up with here. Can still play the Flame and or the Forbidden Ritual to get some more juggles.
I think 2 Forbidden Ritual for the juggles might be the play he wants to do. He just want to clear off 1 extra minion. Just reaching for that Flame Imp. See if it hits the 3-2.
Goes ahead and hits the 2-1, so it's going to be able to clean that up rather nicely. Still has something like Soulfire, Power Overwhelming, Forbidden Rituals. Next turn, probably looking into Forbidden Ritual, but we know that Genial probably is going to get rid of that Knife Juggler.
Yeah, he still doesn't have a dragon for the Twilight Guardian, so doesn't feel good to play that as a 2-6, although maybe he has to.
You could do something like here, you could do like Blood to Ichor. You could play Ravaging Ghoul and even trade in maybe your 3-2, and that would clear the entire board off, which is pretty nice actually. I think that could be definitely one of the plays he goes towards here.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think you want to keep those taunts because those are so important to stop damage, although he honestly has a really good board right now. He's been putting on the pressure. Sue's at 16 life. Has a handful of cards, but not necessarily anything that he wants to play.
Yeah, you could even do something like use the execute if you want. It'd be really kind of execute for.
That's too aggressive.
It'd be kind of cute.
Too aggressive.
But at the same time, I think it would be setting yourself up for a potential lethal the following turn. We'll kind of see what Genial takes here.
Thinks that was a mistake. Why does he think that?
Let's see what he elects to do. Yeah, I think this is great. You know, you're gonna be able to send some more damage face. And yeah, okay, he's just gonna leave the Flame Up alive. That's completely fine as well.
Yeah, I mean, he represents lethal on the board, so Naxxramas has to decide how he's gonna save himself.
Well, you have Forbidden Rituals. Actually really nice here. You can play it alongside the Councilman. You can take out the 3-3 if you want, and then go ahead and do that play. That might keep you. That's gonna keep you alive for at least 1 turn. You know, Genial would need some sort of answer off the top.
What do you think about Soulfire here? Trading in Soulfire and keep making it so there's only 5 damage on board?
I think you really do want those 1/1s in play. So Forbidden Ritual, I think, might be a little bit better, but we see he is hovering over Soulfire, so we'll see if that thing comes out. It's gonna go ahead and take out this Ravaging Ghoul. I think you still want a Forbidden Ritual afterwards, so right here.
Sure.
Yeah, there we go. So got a little lucky there on the discard. Was able to keep the Ritual, can even trade this Flame Up into the 3-2 if he wants.
Yeah, that's definitely seems like he got a pretty good set of plays there. And hopefully if Janelle can get a dragon, he might be able to win it. That's a really good slam execute.
Yeah, can Slam is again, as we said, looking for a dragon. Corkron,
Doesn't
so
get it.
really close here. I think we're just gonna send everything face
Go face.
yet again. Yeah, put the pressure on here because Naxxramas just doesn't have enough minions to deal with this board right now.
Which is sad because he's been doing a really
And he
minion
can't
mix.
tap, so he's gonna need something off this Dark Peddler right here. Probably gonna need something like a Mortal
taunt.
Coil. Flame's not gonna do it.
Flame
I don't
is
think,
gonna
but
kill you.
Corsair is gonna do it. So I think that's actually
going to be it
Yep.
for this one. It looks like Genial's going to take this match. He's going to go up 2-1 with this Dragon Warrior. And we're seeing this Zoo kind of struggle early on for Naysayer.
It just so happens that Janelle's been picking some very good decks against this meta. And some honorable
There
Sudoku
we go.
here.
Yeah, the flame is going to come down. Naysayer is going to take it there with his own flame. He's going to, of course, kill himself. But Danielle's going to go up 2-1. And we really thought a lot about how Naysayer's Zoo was going to line up against Danielle's lineup. And Zoo hasn't really done well against Danielle's deck so far.
Yeah, what does he have left? What does Janelle have left to do? He's at the Shaman.
He's gonna be on that shaman. Oh no,
No.
he's gonna be on that warlock. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So he's gonna be on that warlock that we saw last time. It was actually the spreading madness finish. So
Spreading
maybe
Madness maybe is
Naysayer's been
perfect for this
watching what's been
1-1.
going on right there. I don't know how they're gonna say it. Usually the Reno versus Zoo, it's kind of like Zoo's probably favored a little bit, right? Zoo has so much burst potential with Darkstar Councilman that it can stick on the board. It's really hard
Your
for
Demon Wrath doesn't really do anything when you have a
yeah,
bunch of
Demon Wrap
demons.
doesn't do much either, right? But we're gonna see is actually gonna be the Rogue of Naysayer coming out first, going against Genial's Warlock.
Alright, so Reno versus what looks to be Cthulhu, right? Not Miracle, but actually like it's sort of like a Miracle Cthulhu. Gets Cthulhu in hand. Has a decent play with Backstab SI. Can deal with a 4-drop, but not. I don't think Janelle's gonna play out anything worth backstabbing and eviscerating.
Yeah, he's really gonna be looking for earlier. Naysayer using this Rogue is really looking to get some minions on the board. Needs to be able to put some sort of pressure. Even this is a slower Rogue, you still want to kind of be the aggressor, I think.
And Sedge just gets the backstab it. Turn 2, weapon up. Janelle doesn't really have a hand either. Gets the 6-drop, gets the Reno. That's really important. Now you feel comfortable.
Well, the question is, do you feel comfortable in this particular matchup, right?
I think having Reno in hand has always been sort of like your safety blanket. You're like, oh, I can go down lower. I can go to 15
I can
life.
go to low health. I
It's-
can
I can take 15.
I can like lean off the bridge a little bit and look down and see what's down there. But yeah, we're gonna see it early on. So Danielle's gonna be able to play the Doomsayer. We're gonna see if Naysayer really wants to get rid of it early, right? Is this something he really wants to take out, continue to have a minion on board,
Yeah, I
or
think
just
you
go
do.
face and pass?
I think you do. I think you want the minion on board. You don't have anything else to do. That SI could potentially make up for the damage by attacking face a few turns.
Yeah, so you had to use probably what backstab, and abyss, and a knife, right? So using 2 mana there, you can re-up on the dagger. So you're from that point on, your SI basically needs to get at least 2 more attacks to sort of
Yeah.
equal the damage that you're gonna.
Fortunately,
Yeah.
Janelle has a Shadow Bolt in hand and probably can use it next turn and probably will use it next turn.
Interesting. Looking towards the prep.
Prep
A
into
little-
eviscerate. Interesting.
Yeah, so doesn't want to use the backstab here. Interesting play, I think, actually coming from Naysayer right there. Had a backstab and could just like backstabbed into it, but
Yeah.
saw that he thought prep might have been a better choice there.
I'm very fascinated by that play. And I think for Janelle, you just keep, parse out your responses. Play it slower. Looking at counting his cards in hand.
Get in there and fight, maggot!
So gonna go ahead and play the Abusive Sergeant.
And tap.
Interesting. I'm a little confused by that. I'm not necessarily sure exactly what Genial's trying to do with that play.
I think he's trying to go for a more proactive hand, right? He's got a bunch of responsive cards, and he doesn't feel really threatened by the 3/3. So
At the same time, you could have just played Shadow Bolt, right?
yeah, he could have, but then again, he has nothing on the board. I think he's trying to find a minion that he feels comfortable putting on this board. That's not Reno. As he gets that Twilight Drake, counting cards again,
Yeah,
thinking
just
about
making
coining
sure.
tap.
Yeah, not making sure. Oh, so he doesn't want to maybe coin tap. You know, it sets you up next turn. You could do something like go ahead and place. You can still play Sylvana. It's probably looking for just some more answers here. Interesting, choices coming here from Genial. We could have seen. Oh,
Doesn't tap, just coins. Is
so
that a mistake? Interesting. All
Are
right.
you my
See how
master?
that works out for him.
I'm a little confused by some of the lines we've been seeing here from Danielle. There's got to be something going on though, because we've seen his play. He's been playing rather well, but some of these decisions were a little, confusing off the top to see exactly what he wants to do there.
Shadow boats finally.
It is finally going to use the Shadow Ball here. It could even heal his Drake back up with the Urban Rain. So just like that, the Warlock is going to be in control of this board right now.
Alright, yeah, Shadow Strike doesn't do anything against a damaged minion, and it's still pretty. Can't play the Cthulhu. Can't play the
Still a few turns away from
Blade
playing
of
the
Cthulhu.
Cthulhu.
I disenchanted
You know,
both of my Blades of Cthulhu. Maybe I should. Maybe I'm gonna regret this after this
Yeah, Blade of
tournament.
Cthulhu could come up huge, especially, Warlock has a lot of bigger
Hmm.
minis that you could really take care of with that on 9 going to the turn before. But at the same time, we're going to see Janyal start to put on pressure here with this Warlock. And what can Naysayer really do?
Yeah, the problem is Cthulhu hasn't really done, like grown at all. Cthulhu's still a little baby. Still a baby.
Yeah, it's still a fledgling, right? A fledgling Cthulhu.
Baby
So
Cthulhu.
A
many
tiny little one.
options.
But right here, you'll be able to clean up a little bit with the backstab. You're going to be able to use the dagger as well. Just take 3 damage, but, get rid of some of the pressure here.
Yeah, it's tough for Rogue. You're really looking for card draw as well. And the Reno Luck just has so many cards. Has Alex Straza as well.
Could even see, yeah, I think we're just going to see Sylvanas come to play here. So going to be able to deal 4 more damage. And then this is some pressure right here. Sap, great draw, though,
I
coming
think
here
he's
for
gonna kill the
Naysayer.
Sylvanas, yeah.
Yeah, you can Shadow Strike it. You could also sap the Twilight Drake.
I
And
don't
then,
think he sapped the Twilight Drake. I think that's like a heal on the Twilight Drake, right? I mean, it doesn't do. You can't
well,
really
at the
do
same
much.
time, next turn you're going to be able to use Blade of Cthulhu on it if it
That's
gets
true.
replayed.
That's true. It looks like he's thinking that as well.
It's almost like you're kind of setting it up, right? Make your Cthulhu probably gain 4, but you really kind of think, okay, what else do I need to sap here?
Question is, once he plays Cthulhu, what else does he have?
I think Cthulhu has to be that finisher in this matchup, right? Cthulhu's got to be the card where if you play it, it's just winning you the game right there.
But is he gonna be able to? I guess my question is Janelle gonna be? Is Nacer gonna have the damage when that Cthulhu comes out on turn 9? How much is the Blade of Cthulhu again? Is it? It's not that much attack. It's like 15, or sorry, it's not 15, 5.
Well, Blade Cthulhu, it adds the attack and health to your Cthulhu, so it's actually able to destroy the minion,
Oh, I
add
see.
the attack and health to Cthulhu, and it's still a 4/4 body, so you are getting that sort of assassinate with the 4/4 body,
Okay.
and adding that to your Cthulhu. So it really depends on what we see here from Genial.
Does Janelle play out the Twilight Drake again?
Yeah, I think that's going to be probably a snap play, going to lead Naysayer to really want to get rid of that thing. He's looking over, okay, what did he do last turn? He went ahead and sapped my minion. Well, I think we're going to see this is going to be a Blade Cthulhu that's going to do a lot for this Cthulhu.
And he's got cards in hand, but they're not gonna necessarily help him. Wait, Cthulhu coming out. First time I've ever seen this
There
play. I
we
don't even know what the
go.
animation is. I don't know what the calls are.
I think it's an assassinate. Yes, it is. So it's going to add 4/10 to the Cthulhu.
12,
It's going to get the
17.
4/4 on board there. So yeah, a 12/17 Cthulhu. And right now, Danielle's got to realize that, okay, this is lethal if Cthulhu is in hand.
Reno it. He's got a Reno. I mean, he might not think he has Cthulhu in hand. I mean, what are the chances? He's got 3 cards. Maybe he's gonna play it for the win.
Well, if he plays something like Alex Strauss, Cthulhu would still have to actually hit some of the thing's face. So it would be kind of a roll on Naysayer's part deciding what he wants to do. Does he go for that lethal or not?
Thinking about it. I mean, Alex Straza would be the winning play, right? You're gonna play that card. You're gonna put him down to 15 health, and then you're gonna go for it yourself.
Yeah, you could do something like that, and then you're really trying to. I mean, but like going back to that, like, look, we had Abusive Sergeant early in the game, kind of threw that card away. Alex Strauss right here, you could take the opponent down to 15, and then you're setting yourself up for Alex Strauss and Leroy hitting face next turn for the kill. So there's a lot of early plays I think Genial might be wanting to analyze what actually
Decides to
happened.
play it safer.
Yeah, gonna play a little safe, but I think this board for Cthulhu is probably the right time. 12-17 probably has Doomcaller. It may have Doomcaller in this deck as well.
Maybe
But
you want to backstab and try to get rid of that taunt, like, and give yourself a better chance of getting rid of that taunt. Or he's gonna hold it. Don't you want to backstab first?
Yeah, so okay. So it's kind of an in-between play, buffing up the Cthulhu even more, right? I think we actually saw, so Naysayer has a not a Shadow Step. So
Right.
Shadow Step. So I think he's really going for the Shadow Step with the Cthulhu, being able to play it yet again. So this is a little bit greedier, able to get a tiny bit more damage. Probably wants to bait out the Reno as well, and then put some more damage on the board.
Alright, let's see what he does.
So we have Leroy, we have Faceless, and we have PO, but we do not have any discounts on those cards. So the combo is not active just yet, right?
Right.
So we never ran into Emperor throughout this match. Now you have to be thinking, what else can we play here that really gets the job done? You have things like Siphon Soul, doesn't
You
really do
could
a ton for
Spreading
you.
Madness and hope for a clear and then Reno yourself.
You could do that. If you do tap and do something and not play Reno, you're kind of going to be in trouble with that Cthulhu, and you really have to bet on that not being in the hand.
Yeah, I mean, he's got one card in hand. What are the chances? Fortunately, it turns out the chances are for us 100%.
Well, it's been there a while, right?
It has
If, you
been
know,
there a
if
while.
Geniel's been keeping track of it, he probably knows that card's been out there for quite a bit. Now, I like to see. Oh, so he wants to see Spreading Madness come out.
I do
He
too.
likes to play a little nuts here. And Spreading Madness, wow, it looks like it's going to be able to do quite
Yep.
the job. Going to be able to clear the board and make room for Reno Jackson to come out.
That's what I said was gonna happen. I called it. Good calls. Good calls on me. Alright. So now, Thune, not as good as it was before, but still could clear the Reno.
I think, you know, not playing it earlier, it was really betting on he really wants the Shadow Step. He wants to play with Shadow Step. Now he's kind of shaking his head, realizing that that might have been the play there. Might be able to get the Cthulhu on the board, being able to do some damage. And can I play it right here and just deal with this Reno?
And hope that he doesn't have an answer. I mean, he has multiple answers. He has Siphon Soul. He's gonna be able to set up. And unless
And Reno actually cannot survive here. He's going to have to be able to kill Reno Jackson. He does kill Reno, and Cthulhu's going to be on the board. But right here, I think we're going to see the Siphon Soul coming out next turn. And that's going to be pretty difficult for Naysayer to come back without this Cthulhu on the board.
I mean, does he run Doom Callers? I assume he does, right? Have we seen them?
We haven't. I don't think we've seen one just yet, but at the same time, oh, look at that too. We're gonna get a brand Bronzebeard in hand. There's gonna be a lot of things he can do. So Naysayer is probably digging here, looking for something like a Doomcaller, and gonna get another Disciple Cthulhu. So he can be able to put two more minions onto the field right here, the Tomb Pillager and the Disciple Cthulhu. So continue to keep out the pressure, but we don't have Cthulhu anymore.
Right. Or we don't have. Cthulhu hasn't been revived yet. And yet he's still putting a decent amount of pressure on the zoo. And the problem is he just doesn't have the combo pieces yet. Doesn't have it discounted. Ragnaros is great though.
Yeah, you get Ragnaros on the board. Whatever it hits is pretty good here. Probably want to hit the 5-4, and there it goes. All right, so right here, Naysayer's going to need something huge, and I don't think Cthulhu's Chosen is really the card he's been looking for. Ragnaros is going to be able to do a lot more damage, and you're going to be able to use stuff like Demon Wrath to take care of a lot of the plays here.
Yeah, I mean, you could even... Do you even need to Alexstrasza at this point? I don't think so. Demon Wrath, this is probably the best value Demon Wrath you're gonna
Yeah, you
get
could
for a
Demon
while.
Wrath here. You could even drop like some minions afterwards. Keep the board nice and clean. You can actually clear the entire board if you do want to. You could do something.
I could see a cute play that he's reaching for with a Leroy into a Demon Wrath. Just charge it into the face and go.
So it looks like he's going to reach for the Leroy Jenkins right here. Probably going to send all of this damage to the face. Yeah, going to have 10 right there.
Power overwhelming.
So he
Maybe
does
even
have a
going
50-50 for the
50-50
lethal,
for
right?
the
Yeah.
lethal,
You can use the Shadow Flame afterwards to clear off most of the board and go for the lethal. And we see Genial, he likes to do this. He likes to play a little bit aggressively. Going to go ahead and put the pressure on. Going to follow up here with the Demon Wrap. So it's just going to be up to Ragnaros here to finish it off. It's either going to hit that 4-2 or it's going to hit face. And Genial is shaking his fist because it's going to hit face and he's going to take this one. Wow.
Oh man.
All right. He likes to play aggressive. We saw things like Shadow Madness. We see things like that play at the end.
Spreading madness.
Yeah, spreading madness. That's right. So yeah, he's taking the match and he's moving on to the final. He's been on quite the hot streak here, taking out KO, then taking out Naysayer right there. He's gonna move on to the final to take on who is it? Skazaro, right? So yeah,
Zero.
Saro's been waiting there all day. I think he's been waiting there for quite a bit now, and he's gonna be taking on Genial in the final match when we get back here. We're gonna take a quick short break. We'll be back in just a minute, guys. So stay tuned for this final match over here from Evo Gaming and NYC. All right, guys, we are back here with your final match of the day. It's going to be Danielle taking on Sero, and we're actually going moving to a best of 7 here.
Alright, long haul, final culmination. And what are the matchups we got here? It looks like we've got the Cthulhu Druid coming out against.
Yeah, Danielle's with the Shaman Druid Warlock, and Sero's going to be on Mage, Warlock, and Warrior.
Now we're
So
looking at
Danielle's going to be able to get that Wild Growth early. That's going to be really good in this matchup. We saw him do pretty well against Zoo last time.
Yeah.
How do you think it's going to go up against Sero's build of Zoo rather than,
I think this
Naysayers?
hand is okay. It's not as good as his last hand against Zoo, right? You've got Wild Growth, that's super important. You do have a 3-drop, and now you get, but having 7 and 9, having Uzera, they're not the best you want to see.
It's probably really hoping to get something like, a Mire Keeper or something else on 4 that you can actually play. Cell Cthulhu's not the worst, though.
No, definitely not. But I think as we've seen with this Druid, you just have to ramp up into your taunts, and then you can just play a wall of taunts, and the Zoo will have a lot of trouble getting through that. Now, Zero, do you play it by the numbers?
Yeah, I mean, you have the opportunity here. You can go with the coin Knife Juggler, or you can just coin Dark Pickler. A lot of times, we used to see Knife Juggler get coined out a lot, just be a little bit more aggressive. But right here, the Peddler is really great, just because you're able to start filling the board a little bit. Next turn, you can be able to do some other plays. And, you want to save your Knife Juggler for things like Knife Juggler into Ritual or something like that.
Yeah, I think when Knife Juggler was a 3-2, you kind of felt like it was a good turn 2 play, but now you're sort of saving it for something else. Wild Growth gets an Innervate. That's actually really great.
Yeah, you still want to, be able to ramp up into Velcor, so you want to be able to make sure it's going to get activated. Wow, okay.
Top deck the
Well,
Mire
now we might have
Keeper.
to play Mire Keeper, but at the same time, the Disciple Cthulhu's going to come down. That's pretty nice as well. Be able to take out that Knife Juggler and bump up the Cthulhu a little bit.
That was an interesting play. Just getting rid of the Knife Juggler, make sure no value comes from that.
Well,
Zero's
look
gonna
here.
tap and play Zealous Initiate.
Yeah, Warlock doesn't really have a great answer to this, right? So that was really, well done again by Danielle. Able to play that minion down. It can contest with the Dark Peddler, and they can play as something like a 5-drop right here, like Druid of the Claw.
He's been top decking really well, getting a lot of good things for.
Yeah, I think I just talking to it earlier. He was been surprised about how lucky he's actually been getting today. Right here, though, you have a play that's available. You can Dire with Alpha and you can PO. And you can do something like that. It would buff the Dire with Alpha afterwards, of course, because of the Zealous Initiate Death Rattle. And so he's going to be able to get that value there and also just get rid of the 4-6.
I think that's definitely the right play. You really don't have any other choices. So what do you do as Danielle? You've got a lot of options, actually.
You could just Mire Keeper. You could also Mire Keeper and make a token. You don't necessarily have to ramp up your mana right now because you have the Innervates, and you can go up and play, Ysera next turn as well.
Yeah, having a 2-2 against the Zoo is pretty good. Having something there to trade efficiently. Let's see what he elects to do. And elect is the word of the day for us.
Yeah, I think making that body though is really nice because you're gonna be able to contest a lot of the minions that Sero's going to be able to play. So Sero actually could use the Soulfire here just to take out a Mire Keeper. Usually not the thing you're really looking to do there, but right here, Danielle, this is a huge turn for him. Going to be able to innervate out Ysera, and there does not seem to be an answer ready for Ysera.
I don't know if even the Zoo deck has answers for Uzera.
Yeah, you need like a ton of minions, like a Dire with Alpha, and then some other sort. So he's going to get a few pops actually off of Ysera, and that's going to be huge going into the rest of the game here.
Now, do you Defender of Argus the little guys just to keep your 4/4 alive? I think you do. Yep.
Yeah, you get a lot of value there. Even then, though, are you going to be able to get any good trades going on here? So yeah, you can play Spellbreaker here. Yeah, Spellbreaker looks pretty nice on the Argent Squire. You could also play the Drake afterwards, and then get another Dream card added to your hand.
This Druid has actually been doing amazingly against Zoo. You should see it do surprisingly well. I mean, he's been getting very lucky with getting the ramp going, because you can imagine just getting a handful of large
Oh, the
minions.
Crazed Alchemist! Like,
Well, that is the one
look at
card.
that!
That's the one answer.
Oh, so Crazed Alchemist is going to be able to deal with Ysera, though. So a huge deal that's coming off the top right there. Gonna actually be able to just eliminate Ysera. I mean, Danielle's still gonna have a board that's
Yeah,
pretty
it got 7/6.
good. He's actually gonna but Sarah also could even get out the 2-mana Sea Giant here, so be able to dump his whole hand and take out Ysera. Great turn for Sarah.
Yeah, that was a good thing. Trades it off. 7/6. He's gonna have to run his face in if he wants to.
Well, you also have Dream, right? And Dream's pretty good here because the Sea Giant can't get played again for 2 mana so
Right.
easily.
It's basically a freezing trap style play. And how large is the Cthulhu? It's not. The twin Velcros are not glowing, so therefore I think it's like 8. Cause you
Yeah,
have
the
the
Cthulhu's only
disciple.
on 8. It's only the Disciple of the Cthulhu that's been played so far. I really like this. You can swipe this down. You can use your hero power even to take out the 1/1. And then you can just dream out the Sea Giant if you want.
I think he's going to do it. Unless he wants to trade. Takes a trade. Holds the trade.
That's an interesting play right there.
Don't know what he's waiting
So
for in terms
I think
of
Sea
food.
Giant's probably the card you can best bounce back to the hand. Maybe he thought there might be a card later on, but I think right there you definitely bounce back
Maybe he
that
wants
Sea
to
Giant.
dream his own Cthulhu. Maybe he wants to live the Cthulhu dream.
He might want to live the Cthulhu dream. Yeah, you may be onto it there, but here comes the Azdrake, gonna be able to get down, and there's a Dark Arakoa as well. So we're gonna be able to see the Cthulhu get built up even more. The Arakoas, of course, gonna be able to then buff up Cthulhu up again, so that Twin
It's a
Emperor
Raven
Velcor
idol.
is gonna be activated.
Let's see what he pulls from it.
Huh.
I-
I'd probably go for the mulch here, maybe. Are you okay? So it looks like Danielle wants to cycle.
I mean, the zoo doesn't have a really strong board, and Leroy's not necessarily going to help him here.
Forbidden Ritual, though, that is a great play right here. We have a number of things. I think you just go ahead and make all of those 1/1s right now. See what happens, and let
Then
those
take the
knives fly
trades.
right into the Azradrake.
Yeah, you're going to lose a little bit because the board's going to get filled, but looks like the Azure Drake is probably going to not survive. Yeah, I think it's dead.
Yeah, all those
Perfect.
knives went the right place. They took out the Azradrake, and just like that, Cero kind of has a board going, but there's a swipe.
Chocolate
So, yeah, he's going to be able
Let's
to deal with
go.
this, take out all of these minions in one go with this swipe, and just like that, look at this. Geniel going to drop the Arakoa as well, buff up the Cthulhu to an 11/11. I don't really know what Cero can do from this point.
I don't think he has very many options. I mean, he wants to use Leroy and go to face with it, but I think he's gonna have to. He can't get through the taunts. There's more taunts coming, and he knows it.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that was a great turn. You had the Nitro, you had Forbidden Ritual. If Geniel doesn't find that swipe, that
Yeah, it
was
would have
you.
been
You could
great.
have actually done some stuff. You know,
Yeah.
you would have been able to draw into Gormok. You had Pio, you had Leroy coming.
Yeah.
So you had a lot of cards you really could have run into right there that you could have started setting a board up for yourself.
Yeah, that was. I mean, I feel like you had to play it that way. I don't think Zero had any choice.
Yeah, so Sarah's just gonna go ahead and concede. The first game is gonna go to Geniel, and we see the power of this druid. He's been doing very well because those wild growths hit that early. Was able to get those taunts out that Arakoa.
Always getting the right draws.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
that's
he's
just
drawn
the
pretty well
build of the
today.
deck. You know.
We even saw some interesting plays there. We saw what I thought, Geniel was making some interesting plays, but they got the Ysera out, and there's no answer for it until that Crazy Alchemist came down.
Yeah.
Geniel just won up his druid, so going off that, getting the early win with the druid, gonna go up 1-0. It's gonna be a best of 7 though, so it's gonna be interesting to see how that affects the rest of the series.
Your soul shall be mine.
Alright.
So Cero back on this Warlock, gonna be going against the aggressive Shaman of Geniel. We did see Geniel is bringing Lightning Storms in his deck, so
Right.
Lightning Storms could be really effective against Sue.
Right. It's a very aggressive deck, but it still runs 2 Lightning Storm. So it seems like he's teched against this very possibility.
Charge rule.
Here we have Zero picking up the Knife Juggler.
So
I
guys,
guess we've
just
got some information
yeah,
here.
just got some confirmation about how this best of 7 is working for everyone at home. We're doing the deck revival, so you do get a deck revival when you do win with one, so you can win with one actually twice in the Conquest.
So they actually didn't have to bring more than... They didn't have to bring 5 decks, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, so
bring
that's the
4
way it's gonna work
decks.
here. Getting back into the match here with Cero, he's getting sort of an early board. He does a good bit to take out the Tunnel Trike here. Gonna have to find a way to deal with this Tone Golem eventually, though.
Yeah, building a board up early from Jenielle's side. Th Do you coin out the Feral Spirits?
Yeah, I love that play right here, actually. You get those taunts out, and you can just send this Totem Golem face. It doesn't actually deal very well with these 1/1s, but now you make the opponent really deal with all of your minions, right?
Alright, Darkshire Councilman getting in that value. Gonna have to discard one of them,
And you
but
might
it's
even just
probably
run
worth it.
all the 1/1s in here.
Yeah.
They're going to buff up the Councilman pretty well, and they're going to take out one of the Feral Spirits.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting the Councilman buff is super important so you can take out the 2-3.
But here we go. Jeniel with another interesting choice. You could go ahead and use this Rock Biter and take out the Councilman.
I think he is. He doesn't want to keep that one on board.
Yeah, you have some other good turns coming up, so you have a lot of plays that you can make going forward. But right here, Cero definitely gets the initiative. You know, after that play, I think I really admire, running all those 1/1s into the Feral Spirits. Created quite, yeah, it created quite the, turn, the shift in the turns here. But right here, Jeniel, I mean, look, you can play Tuskar, you can totem up again, and once those things from below start hitting the board, it's gonna be a lot of trouble for Cero.
Yeah, I think Zeus struggles against having all these top minions, especially as they get more and more discounted. Does pick up an Abusive Sergeant.
And
And
a power overwhelming.
That could be better in the long run for him if he just manages to trade off, keep the board.
Don't know if Cero has that information though, that Jeniel's deck actually runs double Lightning Storms.
Yeah.
So, you usually feel really safe as Zoo filling out the board with a bunch of little minions against something like Shaman. But right here, we're going to see those Lightning Storms could come to play. But right now, this turn, 2 things from below is 2 mana, 5/5s of taunt. It's going to start creating some trouble for
2 things
Cero.
below coming out.
Oh, wow.
Gets
Look
a
at
double
this.
power overwhelming. Perfect answer.
These guys are playing fast right now. They're getting right into it. Looks like Cero's kind of got his groove going on. Gonna be able to send both of these 1/1s, buff them up with the POs, send them right into those 2 taunts, and just take this board over.
Yeah, that was perfect. Really couldn't ask for more. Thinking about the zoo, he's gotta play it.
I think, taking his time, probably just collecting himself a little bit, thinking about, okay, do I really want to commit a ton to this board? What do I want to do with the game boss? I think you just go ahead and definitely play the game boss here, though.
So what does Jeniel do now? What is he looking for besides
He's looking
his
for that
board
lightning
there?
storm, right? Yeah. Besides that, he's got to start throwing some damage at face somehow. And
I mean,
something
10
like
damage to
Doomhammer
face.
would be like really good here on the board. You'd be able to take out start putting some damage on these minions. Does drop the Horse Rider, gonna be able to throw it into the 1/2 as well. So creating a line for him to attack later on. But right here we see Cero just has a ton of answers for this board.
Yeah, getting that Forbidden Ritual, refill the board. Dark Peddler comes down.
Ooh.
I think you take the Soulfire for the reach.
Yeah, you get
Easy
some
pick.
extra burst in your hand right there. You can also trade. You can just trade into the Squire if you want to. You could even play Ritual, but you might just select just to trade into the O2, then send the rest of face. Interesting choices
I think you
here.
hold the Abusive this turn. I think
Yeah, you can just hold on to Forbidden Ritual too. You don't have to play it, but okay, Cero's gonna go ahead and play it. Both the board. At the same time, this is just putting a ton of pressure onto your opponent. They still haven't dealt with any of your minions, and it doesn't look like they have a great ways to deal with them right now. You could do some trading here. You could even Lava Burst if you want
I
to,
think
but
if he gets it, he's gonna Lava Burst.
you gotta save some of that damage for face, I think. You're getting to that point where if your opponent keeps tapping, you might be in a spot where you finally get the reach necessary. But right
Direwolf
here,
is so good.
yeah, Cero with the Direwolf and the Sea
Giant.
Giant. Wow.
Let's see how he makes these trades. And there's. So, what are you thinking? You're gonna go.
He's gonna go first with the Abusive and then probably play the one afterwards to be able to clear the totem too. So yeah, this is just, this is kind of wrapping it up for him, right? There's gonna be enough damage the next turn to actually push enough for lethal there. And oh, okay, well the Hex might change something. So this is an interesting Shaman list.
Yeah, it seems really aggressive, but then it's got the Lightning Storms, it's got the Hex, it runs, what is it, Forbidden Knowledge, or the Ancestral Knowledge?
Ancestral Knowledge as well, so yeah, a mix of everything in Jeniel's deck. So right here,
I think you push it face. I think you capitalize on the Taunt Totem. Or not the Taunt Totem, excuse me. Capitalize on the spell power totem and take it to face.
Yeah, you have to be kind of considering what else do you have, right? If you're not dead next turn, when are you going to be dead? And this might be a position where you might just have to flame this lava burst at face, just so the next few turns you have some sort of chance.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And not actually, so it's just interesting because Zoo, kind of like in a freeze maze situation, isn't able to play any minions.
Yeah, just gonna end the turn there and another hex. So you can go ahead and hex the dire whip if you want. It's gonna prevent some damage coming down, but I think it's still going to actually be enough here, unless there's a taunt totem that comes up. Not gonna be a taunt totem, so that is going to be enough here for Sarah, unless we see a lava burst, you know, something like this
Holds
in-game
the lava
boss.
burst. Holds the lava burst.
Alright, well here we go. You know, he does have enough damage here for the lethal right there. So Sarah's going to take game 2 and tie it back up 1-1, seeing the relief on his face there after he's just counted it up, then wait for the Soulfire play. Getting to win the Zoo there over the Shaman, it kind of just went right for him that game.
Yeah, I think that had Janiel had the cards that we knew he was sort of bringing to, I guess, tech against aggressive decks like this, would have put Zero in a really difficult position. But looks like he managed to eke it out. So what do we have left?
So it looks like now, as you know, so playing through this format, right, when you do win with a deck, you're going to be able to revive it later. But it looks like what we're going to see here, both these players sort of making sure they understand what's going on with the format. We're going to see Danielle does have that Shaman available, still can go to that Warlock as well. Sarah, we could see that Mage, you know, that Yogg Tempo Mage. We have not been able to see Yogg come out on stream just yet. It's been in the hand, hasn't been necessary just yet.
No, hasn't been able to see any play. So we're going to see if he brings it out or if whether he decides to revive now, revive later.
It looks like we're going to see the Warrior from Sarah. So his Control Warrior. It's been playing very well with that deck today. I don't think it's even lost on stream today. It's been incredible, especially against stuff like Shaman, stuff like Zoo has done very well here.
It's been playing really well.
We are going to see Danielle stick with that Shaman though.
That's a great hand.
Yeah, look at that opening. He's going to be able to play the Talontrog into the Totem Golem on 2 as well.
Both these players having really good hands. Classic openers here. Zero not necessarily always playing what you would think. I mean, he definitely held, I think, the axe before. Do you think he's going to do it again?
Not sure he's going to do it right here, but yeah, okay. He's going to go ahead and pass on the axe. So he's going to just say, okay, alright, Talontrog, I want to wait just a little bit. I'm going to be able to get rid of you a little bit more efficiently later on. Can still take it out here, you know, and on the next turn can play something like run into the Totem Golem and then actually play Ravaging Ghoul. So Zero's kind of setting himself up for turns later on, as we're seeing.
Yeah, decides that it's actually really good to holding the coin means that he can play the Ravaging Ghoul and get a better trade. I mean, did it matter? I guess he wouldn't have had a turn 2, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's alternate ways to sort of go about it. I mean, still ends up being able to trade into that Totem Golem. He's going to be able to start putting stuff on the board like Acolyte, has another Fiery Warx available. And looking at Janiel, you might just have to play something like Feral Spears here to even just gain back the board. You can use a Lightning Bolt, or you can use a Rock Biter to then take out that 3/3.
Yeah, Feral Spirit and Lightning Bolt into Feral Spirit seems really good, especially since you can still afford the Taunt Totems next turn, maybe? Do you get that just enough mana for that? For the Flame Tongue Totem?
Yeah, the following turn, so you're going to be overloaded 3, so you are going to be able to play something like the Flame Tongue. But right here we see that Zero's having no business with that. He wants to take out both these minions right now, going to use the Fiery Warx and then actually the Bash on the second Feral Spirit. I like this. He just doesn't want anything coming at him right now.
Yep, that seems like the right play. I think Janelle's just going to have to totem up. And he gets a Taunt Totem, which is pretty good. It uses up a charge of the axe.
Oh, the execute coming into the hand of Zero. That's huge, actually, because we see what Danielle might be reaching for this turn. It might be that Flame Reef Faceless.
Yeah, plays it out.
There kind of isn't like a world where he doesn't play the Flame Wave Faceless, right?
Yeah, he wants something to deal with that Bloodhoof, but Revenge is probably gonna come out here, execute.
Yeah, you can even pop down the Acolyte as well, so you're gonna be able to draw
Perfect.
a card with the Revenge and even execute down the Flame Wave Faceless, picking up kind of everything he needs right now. Maybe it's time to start pushing some damage.
I think he goes to face. Oh, decides to trade.
Could also take out the 1/1 here. Next turn you have Gorehowl available, but just gonna wait a little bit. Wow, so double Flame Taunt though right here. It looks like Geniel could actually take out this board if he wants to.
Yeah, if he plays the Flame Tongue Totems and trades efficiently, he might be able to come back.
Yeah, you can double buff right here on the Artisan Squire, so we'll go up to 5 attack. You can then trade into the Bloodhoof Brave. Then you can even use the Totem with 2 attack to take out the Acolyte.
Was it worth holding? Do you think that Zeromit should have held the War Axe at one turn?
Well, the Warwick's is still gonna be able to trade into one of the Flame Tongues if that is what goes on here. If he does play both Flame Tongues, at the same time, you know, it's just a 1/1. You might be trying to get some value, but then we're playing Gorehowl next turn, most likely, right? So maybe it was something that we could have done a little bit earlier.
Alright, so let's go for the Flame Tongue play instead of the Lightning Storm. Probably just wants a little bit less RNG.
I like this a lot. You're setting up both your Flame Tongues. They're actually going to be able to attack next turn on the board, and you eliminate all of the board that your opponent has right here. But look at this. You know, he can just take down one of these Flame Tongues. He can then play Doomsayer, armor up, and just sort of gain all the initiative back for himself.
Yep. And I'm excited to see if this Harrison gets any value off of Big Doom Hammers to come.
And we saw it get some value earlier in the day. And if it does hit a Doomhammer, it's kind of just like GG at that point, right?
That's it. I mean, Shaman hasn't lost any life, but it hasn't really done anything.
If
I mean,
you
the
have to
Warrior's
roll a
still there.
spell, he has a chance. You know, you could spell and then Lightning Storm, use a Rock Biter, and then play the 5/5. Is that worth it?
I think he's thinking about it. I mean, if he misses, there's no plays. If he misses, he just loses. I mean, I guess what are you gonna
Yeah, I
do?
mean, if you roll low here, I mean, you're in bad shape, right? But if you roll 4, you kind of have a chance to take out the Doomsayer. You kind of have a chance to set up a board.
But you commit everything to this play, basically.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough decision here. I don't know if Geniel's going to go for it. He's definitely thinking about this one right now. You know, leaning back, looking back at the board, just going to allow that Doomsayer to proc. And this is going to let Sero, you have a choice here. You can either equip that Gorehowl or just put Grom on the board.
You can shield slam your own Grom.
So Gorehowl would kind of set you up for future turns. Yeah, you can just kind of hold on to it. You're not too scared about your life right now. You're going to be able to take out anything you really see. And then Grom, you usually want it to act as more of a cleanup tool a lot of the time.
Right, against the Shaman. Gets the Spell Power Totem again. Can't really use it for anything. Sees the weapon, doesn't want to play the thing from below into it.
I mean, that would just be like, you might just have to. Might just have to as like
5 damage to
5
face.
damage to face, right? Yeah, it's still a taunt. It still does 5 damage. You potentially are protecting your Trog. Wow,
not
it looks like
to.
he's just going to pass. So this might be an opportunity for Sero to do something, but I think he might actually play this super conservatively too. You know, if
Maybe
you play
he
Harrison
thinks-
Jones,
Maybe he thinks that all of that is burst, right? If he's thinking, maybe my life total, maybe I should be worried about that.
he's not worried about anything. And Geniel actually, okay, now Geniel is going to take the opportunity to fill up this board and might actually just wait on the taunt there. So yeah, gotta hang on to 5/5. I think this is a perfect opportunity though to see this brawl come out.
Yep. I don't think you're gonna get a better brawl with this.
Yeah, ding, ding, ding. Let's see what comes out here. Anything's not too bad here for Sero, and it's actually just going to be the Spell Power Totem. So he's actually going to be able to play Elise as well. Huge brawl. Keeps
Zero's
the board.
control warrior plays have been really good.
Yeah.
this
Very,
entire day.
very conservative the whole time, but we've seen it just pay off, right? You know, even holding on there for Grom and stuff. He's just making sure that he is in a position where he cannot lose.
He knows Danielle runs hexes, so maybe that's why he hasn't been playing Grom out.
All right, here we go. We actually have a number of things. We can still play Grom. We can also Shield Slam down this 5/5 if we want to.
Probably just waiting for Grom though at this point that we've seen so far. So gonna go ahead and get this shield block. You can
Justicar.
play Justicar at the end here, and this is where it just starts to become out of reach for the Shaman.
Yeah, I don't think the Shaman can come back here. Once you start armoring up for a turn. Looking at that lightning storm.
Oh, so does get a Mana Tide. Yeah, this definitely might be a good position to spend the Lightning Storm here. Going to get rid of some of the minions.
Let's see if he rolls
And
high.
then Mana Tide's super important going into the future turns. You're going to keep refilling your hand.
Just barely misses the full clear though. So has to spend the Rockbiter. This is getting really hard. What else does he have? Like that Rockbiter represented 10 with the Doomhammer.
Yeah, this might be a turn. Okay, he's like, all right, I want to play Grom. I want to take some stuff out for once. He's going to be able to actually enrage Grom as well. Take out the Mana Tide and the Tuskar right there. And, you know, you see that, okay, the only things I can really lose to, I already have answers for, right? I already have answers for Harrison Jones, stuff like that. Also have answers to bigger minions that could come into play later.
That looking really good for the Warrior. 6 damage clears Grom, but all of this damage could be going face and it's not.
It could be, yeah. It definitely could be going
Pour one
face.
out for the damage. Pour one out for the face damage, guys.
Oh man, look at this. Like, yeah, so we can better drop Sylvanas if you want right here. Just
Another shield
form
block.
another minion. And we've seen Sarah just hang out to the Gorehowl. Doesn't feel the need to use Gorehowl on such lowly totems.
Yeah, not worth it. Don't waste yourself, Warhowl. Gets the taunt totem, has a full board of totems, doesn't necessarily help him.
I don't really think there are like too many outs. You know, Doomhammer, obviously, Geniel's probably playing towards that Doomhammer as a potential out. At the same time, we already know that is not going to be an out because of something like Harrison Jones.
Shield block into Karen is pretty great.
Yep, just gonna take out the taunt totem. Also gonna take out the totem golem. Go up to 40 health.
Yep.
It's a casual 40.
Casual 40 health.
Yeah, so 10 more than where we started, and don't necessarily think Geniel has enough burst left here. You're gonna be able to, you know, keep fighting though. I totally respect that. I think we did see is there a Bloodlust in this deck as well?
There is a Bloodlust in this deck. I don't know if that's gonna save him, but maybe he's playing towards that now.
Yeah, so I mean, totally understand that the way this match is played out just continues to put pressure on.
Hold in there, hang in there.
Yeah, hang it in there as long as you can, but look at this. This is going to be Baron Geddon off the top. You're going to be able to deal with most of the board, take out the Divine Shield from the Argent Horse Rider as well if he wants to go with this play. Could even Revenge?
I think Revenge Baron might work. Just set up for a 7-5.
I mean, I have to feel like, look, your Revenge is great and everything, but you don't have to armor up every turn right now. You're sitting at 37. You can kind of just Revenge Baron Geddon if you want to.
Shaman
It'll
has
deal
one
with
card in
most of
hand.
the board.
Decides
You
to go for
also,
the Ravaging Ghoul play instead of Revenge.
yeah, you can also do this. It still keeps the Ghoul alive, so you have a 3-1 that's going to be on the board as well. But right here, going to be able to just use Baron Geddon to clear off the entire board right there. And it looks like, yeah, he's going to have to spend a Lightning Storm and Rockbiter into Baron.
I think Daniels is playing this one out. He knows that this is pretty much a goner at this point, but he's just trying to make sure that there's nothing.
Alright, there we go.
It's a
So,
long game.
gives up finally. You know, once that board was kind of got, I understand like, the Bloodlust is in that deck, so he's really playing towards
Yeah, you're
that
holding out
big
hope that there's
burst.
something there.
So, not necessarily giving up too soon, but at the end of it, Zero's able to take that one, go up 2-1 with his Warrior. That deck has played so well all day. I think we'll see it, you know, again in this finals as we are
too.
playing the best of 7.
Alright, so now we have the Mage deck, or again, he can revive a deck. I think he's been playing really well with this Warrior deck. I wouldn't be surprised to see if this is the revival deck.
Alright, looks like we're going to get into it. It's going to be Sero on Mage. It's going to be that Tempo Mage taking on Geniel's Shaman again. Now, this Shaman's a little bit different. It has stuff like Lightning Storm, has stuff like Hex.
Is
So,
this the Tempo Mage?
yeah, this is the Tempo Mage right here from Sero. So, I think those cards, like Lightning Storm, could be really powerful against this, right? If you get a good Lightning Storm out with something like some spell power, you can definitely change the match.
Alright, this is Yogg.
Yeah, that's Yogg. Praise Yogg. We haven't seen Yogg come out today yet.
Apparently Yogg has been doing some work though against some of the other players. They've been yogged out.
early on though, you know, not a ton either player really has in their hand. Danielle does have the turn 4 Flame Reap if you want. Probably just gonna go ahead and totem right here though, yeah.
Yeah, doesn't want to necessarily use doesn't want to use the coin. Doesn't necessarily want to get overloaded.
Speak to me.
Very comfortable Acolyte of Pain.
Yeah, it looks like we're just gonna go for it. Yeah, we're gonna coin out that Flame Reap Faceless.
Why not?
There are some answers here. You know, we have Frostbolt. We're going to keep it locked in for a turn. We have stuff like Arcane Blast. So we're going to draw some cards, you know, play Mana Worm and really build this up a little bit. I really like this, actually. I think Sero, even though it's a 7/7, we have ways to deal with it right now.
Alright, Frostbolt's going to be really good here. I don't know if he necessarily even plays the Arcane Blast this turn.
Yeah, you could just... You could I guess you could Arcane Blast here. You could even Missiles next turn if you feel like that might be a better play going forward. But, you know, Danielle's going to be overloaded too, so not really too much that he can do here. Going to go ahead and use the Lightning Bolt.
Yep. Looking pretty frustrating for Danielle trying to... Now he picks up a Sorcerer's Apprentice.
That's amazing off the top.
Yeah, you got the discounted spells, Arcane Intellect.
Yeah, you can do a lot right here. You can draw more cards. You can even just missiles if you... Oh, wow. So, yeah, now you can blast. So that's even better. You can even Arcane Blast. You can be able to do that. But he might just want the missiles.
Does he want that extra draw from the Acolyte? Nope, takes the Arcane Blast. I think that's probably the safer play.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Next turn though, we're gonna have like 0 mana Frostbolt, so this is gonna be pretty hard for Danielle going forward. He's gonna have to get something on the board here. He can play an Argent Horse Rider. He could also play something like Feral Spirits or Tuskar. So what do you think he's gonna do here?
I think he's gonna play. I would personally try to do the Feral Spirit. I think that makes the most sense against the board that he sees presently.
Yeah, it trades pretty well into it. It can at least contest it. The thing is with Tempo Mage, when you're playing against it, you kind of like are always holding your breath of what they're gonna do next turn, right?
So
you know that they have stuff like Flame Waker that can just eliminate your board in an
Argent
instant.
Horse Rider would obviously run into the 3/2, but then open itself up to the Acolyte or to a Ping.
Don't worry, love.
And I guess he does take it.
Yeah, I guess he realizes that he thinks he needs to get Sorcerer's Apprentice off this board. But right here, as we see, we're going to be able to get a Pain even with this onto the Acolyte. Draw more cards for Sero. And you can play like Apprentice and Missiles if you want, just to keep the Acolyte alive. But, hey, I like this. Draw more cards, right?
Yeah. Sorcerer's Apprentice and plays the Blood Mage Soundnose. Doesn't care about the spell power, which is really interesting. I feel like you want to direct all those spells to face at some point. But he's got Yogg in hand.
Yeah, it does have Yogg in hand.
Maybe we'll finally see Yogg.
At the same time. Ooh, so kind of a big turn right there with the Totem Golem. That does create a tiny bit of a problem for Sarah. Gonna have to use, you know, maybe have to use a Frostbolt or something like the Forgotten Torch next turn.
I think he wants to play. Is this the turn? This is not the turn that he plays. The Feral Spirits. Decides to trade off some things. Forgotten Torch. Pretty good value here.
Yeah, you could Torch here, and then you could also do something like
Frostbolt.
missiles if you
Pain.
really want to. You have 4 missiles there, so that's pretty nice, and 0 mana, right? You can even play Acolyte at the end of it as well if you want.
Acolyte and Ping, 0 mana.
I kind of like that. I kind of like playing the Acolyte. I'm just kind of hoping that 2 of these missiles hit. It's a 50-50. You can go for it right here. If you get 1, then you can ping down to 3/2 and kind of save the Acolyte.
Looks like he got 1. Nope, gets 2. Gets to ping the Acolyte. Giving him more cards and more answers.
Yeah, so Sero, yeah, picking up another Arcane Intellect too. So loading his hand up with spells, we're gonna need to see something from Danielle here to really combat this. It's just hard once Tempo Mage gets that ball rolling. They really just start to roll all the way downhill, right?
I mean, if he got the Lightning Storm, it would have been great. I think he's digging for it.
Yeah, it seems to be trying to dig for it. It's not gonna find it right here. What other opportunities do you see here?
I think he's been holding on to the Feral Spirit for a long time. Maybe he's going to go for the Tuskar Totemic and the thing from below.
Yeah, you could also go Totem Golem and Totem and thing from below if you want. That's not bad. Make the thing from below down to 1.
So that'd be a way to get that thing out right now. But then at the other place, you could just go ahead to. Oh
Get
my
another
gosh.
Totem Golem.
So.
Why play Totem Golem when you can get Totem Golem?
Exactly.
And get another Totem
Lose
Golem.
little time.
He's gonna be able to probably load this board up again.
I think Thing from Below is a little bit better here, but nope. Tries to go for the Totem Golem.
Oh wow. Okay, so time to draw a few more cards for Sero. We're looking for Flame Strike right now. That would be a key card. At the same time, how much? Look at this, all this damage that we're starting to pile up. You know, we can do stuff like Forgotten Torch right here. We can continue to clear this board if we choose so.
I think so. I think putting those spells in your, like, cycling them, putting essentially a 3-mana 6 or 7 damage spell into your deck is pretty good. You can draw more cards. Decides to draw off the Acolyte.
Getting a lot of Acolyte value here, and might actually. Oh, so the Volunteers are really going to pay off there with the Flame Waker. It's going to do a ton of damage. Right here, you can use the Forgotten Torch. You can also use a Frostbolt if you want, and take out both those Totem Golems if
I
you
would
do
definitely
choose.
Frostbolt, yeah. I think Frostbolt makes a lot of sense. Unless he wants to feel lucky. Goes for the Arcane Missiles.
Alright, so goes for the missiles. Can trade in there with the Acolyte. Yeah, it's probably, you know, you probably are looking at this a little bit and you're like, I kind of want the Flame Waker, but at the same time, the Frostbolt looks really nice here.
Yeah, you don't need the Flame Waker this turn. Or, I guess in the future. You've got a discounted Fireball. You've got Yogg coming up in 2
yeah,
turns.
yeah, you have Yogg, right?
I feel like Yogg is one of those things, though, that's really a come from behind turn. Like a come from behind card. Oftentimes it involves clearing and destroying minions, and if your opponent doesn't have any minions, you end up destroying your own minions. I feel like Yogg kills himself like 70% of the time.
You must have had some bad run-ins
I've had some
with
Yogg
Yogg.
plays. in my
But all
time.
serious, I mean, most of the time it actually does work out for you in some sense, but there are, you know, if you're ahead, you don't necessarily want to play it.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're just going to see, actually, Danielle finally get something on the board here, be able to play the Tunnel Truck and the Feral Spirits, and probably just hoping that, you know, his opponent can't take everything out again. Look at this, though. I think you could just throw both these at face and Pain, and you're setting yourself up for a Pain lethal next turn.
Yep. And honestly, Yogg could even win it.
Yeah, or you could Yogg that way too.
YOLO Yogg,
But
do it.
that might be the play, you know, you still get the spell damage, right? And you're gonna be able to do all of that.
How is the Shaman gonna heal? How's the Shaman gonna burst you down from 30? I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, they'd have to have something like, you know, I've already seen a Rock Biter. I think, yeah, so you just saw a Rock Biter last turn. You're not gonna see something like Doomhammer double Rock Biter. You're fine there. There's not really enough in hand. This is the winning play here, if Sero does go ahead and select this line.
He was counting the damage in hand. He was thinking about it, and I think he's gonna do it. Yep.
Oh yeah, yeah, he notices, he's looking up, he's counting the damage, and he's got the look on his face that, alright, this one's gotta be wrapped up. I don't really know what else you could do when you're gonna be at 1 health, you're playing Aggro Shaman, and there isn't anything he can do
No. Yogg's not even gonna come out.
here.
We just concede before
Alright,
we play Yogg.
so-
Yogg never makes it on the field, but still manages to win.
Good enough playing all this damage, but it's just not enough, and we all know it. Danielle's just sitting back, realizes that the game is all but over, and yes, it is over. He realizes that that 1 damage is going to be enough. So I like that right there. Sero really noticing that, okay, this is the way to win the game right here with this lethal play, and is going to go up 3-1. Got that smile going on. Yeah, he's ready to jump into this final
Not
match.
gonna
right?
play Yogg, not gonna ruin his chances.
No, he doesn't want to play
Playing
Yogg
safe.
just yet. But still playing the Azure Drake. Alright, just for the little fake out right there. Tempo Mage is going to take it. So he's going to go up 3-1. Now he has the choice of actually reviving one of his decks to play that final game. And I think he's probably going to lean towards that Control
I
Warrior.
think the Warrior's been doing really well for him. I think it makes a lot of sense. If he loses with the Warrior, then what? Does he get to revive a second deck, or does he stick with it?
No, this is it. If he gets 1-1, he is the champion. But if you do revive it, that is the deck you do have to stick with as well.
Okay.
And we've seen that Control Warrior do well against everything today. So I
Basically.
believe, you know, it's done well against Shaman, it's done well against Zoo, and I think he's ready. Look at that, he's pumped up, he's ready to go.
Is he gonna take
We're
it?
gonna
Yeah, he
go
does.
into, yeah, there we go. There it is, that Control Warrior. He's going into game point here. He's up 3-1. Sero versus Danielle.
Alright, let's see what he plays. He really has to get that early game plays. He's been very lucky in his draws. That's another thing. He's always had the War Axe. He's always had at least like a bash or something to deal with the early game. Against Reno Lock, though, what do you think? Especially this particular Reno Lock running the Spreading Madness. Apparently runs Doom.
It
Didn't even
also
know
runs
that.
Doom. That's the first time we've seen that too. Okay, so this one's actually gonna be a little tough for Sarah. I think Geniel, this is his opportunity to get a game under his belt, bring it back. I think here, usually these slower warlocks have a really good chance against some of the slower warriors.
Okay. Gets the Fire War Axe again. Always lucky.
And we also, looking at the matches earlier, we saw things like Acidic Swamp Boost in Geniel's warlock build, so that's gonna be pretty big later on
This
too.
is definitely, I think this Reno Lock has been the spiciest deck we've seen in terms of just the surprises that come, like Spreading Madness. Apparently Doom. As if Twisting Nether wasn't enough.
Yeah, as it Twisting Nether wasn't enough, right? So I think this is really gonna be a question of who gets more value out of their cards. That Acidic Swamp Boost has to hit that Gorehowl later.
Right.
That is the target for it. If he does not hit the Gorehowl with that Acidic Swamp Boost, that's where it can really go in Sero's favor.
He does have a Jiraxis too, so this is sort of like this is a Reno Lock with multiple win conditions. He's got Alexstrasza, he's got the Leroy Emperor plays.
And Jiraxis is actually a card that does very well against Warrior.
Surprisingly, yeah.
Yeah, because Jiraxis allows you to just start making those 6/6s, and it's hard for Warrior. Yeah, they can use Brawl as much as they want, but you're going to be able to keep making the 6/6s right there. Really important. Right here,
Perfect
Sero
Shield Slam.
does the Shield Slam. I like that over this Execute because Execute's a lot easier to proc later on.
Yes, I agree. I think Shield Slam, when you have such a clean way of dealing with it, is a much better play. Don't have to take any damage. Building up a board. What is Geniel's line now? Doesn't really have any options. Maybe you just tap.
I think Sero kind of is taking his time, writing down what's going on. I think he's been sort of talked to him a little bit off stream a little bit. He's been writing down everything that he's been seeing being played, making sure that he realizes the cards his opponent's playing, especially the key cards that he has to play around.
Really
like
diligent, really diligent.
So again, we're seeing Geniel. This is play sort of interests me the whole day. He just throws out his 2-1 all the time. He throws out that Abusive Sergeant like it doesn't mean anything. So it's going to come down here because I like to really save it for combo, right?
Right, but I think maybe he's thinking of how to sort of put more pressure on the board. And he's got the Mortal Coil, he's going to draw some cards, but also let Sero draw cards too.
Yeah, so Sero's actually going to get a ton of value actually off of this Acolyte play. Geniel is going to be able to draw a few amount of cards right here. And, he's getting to that turn where, he has a Leroy in hands. He's going to be able to play Emperor and actually get the proc up Leroy.
Fascinating. Playing the Doomsayer, denying whatever play comes next. Maybe trying to get the Reno Lock to discard a card.
Geniel might not care. He might just be like, okay, I have the cards I need to get procced by Emperor.
Right,
I have the Faceless, and I have the Leroy in hand. That's what I need for my combo. I'm just going to take this proc right now.
Got the Alexstrasza. He's got almost everything. Reno, it's a really good value in Emperor Thorazan. Can we see? Might we see Harrison take out the Jiraxis weapon?
That would be pretty game breaking. That would be the one that could push it. So I think he'll probably hold on to Harrison a little bit, but at the same time, you don't know if he's playing Jiraxis right now.
That's true. I mean, armoring up is super important. If he thinks this is the Reno Lock with the combo, which honestly chances are it would be because there's not a lot of demons, plays Harrison outright. Fascinating.
Yeah, I like that, because you don't really think Jiraxis is the deck. And that's sort of the play Sero's going with right there. We do see Geniel's going to be able to finally get some minions on the board here. That Emperor proc allows for a lot of plays right here. So he can play Urban Ring, could also play a Refreshment Vendor on the back end of that.
So Refreshment Vendor, Harrison's going to be able to trade into Refreshment Vendor pretty easily.
Yeah, he has a clean trades just both ways here, right? You can even play Elise and armor up afterwards. So you can trade to both these minions, use your weapon, use Harrison.
Yeah, I think the armor is going to be extremely important, especially like I said, if your team is running the combo deck, having armor is basically negating the Alexstrasza and the Leroy Faceless combo.
And this might be one of those matches like, these matches can go to fatigue, right?
Yeah.
These grueling matches where, okay, I'm playing
Elise inside my control warrior. I'm getting up really high in armor.
And in this
You're
case,
playing Jiraxxus.
Danielle doesn't necessarily want the Doom, because Doom also draws you cards. Could bring you really close to fatigue. And in this game, it's probably, I mean, if one of them doesn't get their win condition immediately and is able to set up for lethal, it's going to go to fatigue. And in that case, I think the warrior has a huge advantage.
Well, I think it really matters like how best he can deal with Jiraxxus, right? Because then once you get down to those later turns, if you're making 6/6s and your opponent's just armoring up at that point, then you're kind of, you're way ahead in that state. We might just see the Colt Apothecary here, just to get the 4/4 down, but also say I think Danielle is really going over what is his best play right here.
Plays out Sylvanas. Knows it can maybe steal something. My question is, do you steal Sylvanas? Can you steal Sylvanas?
I mean, I think you can just trade straight into it, right? You can trade straight into the Sylvanas if you want, and then you can play your own or something afterwards. Yeah, you don't really need to take any risks right here with it. Just gonna go ahead and do that, and actually play Grom.
That's an interesting choice. Plays it without an activator, just puts it out there on the board. Danielle is maybe tempted to face this manipulator, the Grom. I can see him reaching for it.
Yeah, but what do you do with that? You don't have a way to sort of activate your Grom, right? If you had maybe a Mortal Coil that you used earlier, you'd be able to faceless it and then activate your own and then run into it. So I don't really know if he has a great way to go about this turn, even if he does faceless the Grom.
Looking for Siphon Soul basically, but not necessarily having the opportunity to get it. Do you Naxxramas?
Yeah, I mean Alex is tough too, right? It would contest in some sense, right? It doesn't necessarily die in one hit from Grom unless it's beefed up, but then they both should die. Anyway, so I don't really know necessarily what he's gonna play. Does he want minions to get eaten up by Grom? Because that's what you're gonna feel allowing. Yeah, goes for the Alex there right there. I think, as you said, that's probably the play that best contests this Grom.
But unfortunately for Danielle, Zero has got Execute in hand. He's got Slam, he can slam. Draws the monkey from the map.
Probably doesn't want to use the monkey just yet.
Don't play it. Gets the Ravaging Ghoul.
This is really nice
Easy
right here
activator.
though. Yeah, look at this. Able to put down the Ravaging Ghoul, execute, and then send 10 damage to face with this Grom.
Alright.
Is he thinking about the monkey? Is
I
he
think
thinking about the
about
monkey?
I
Look
think
at
he's
it.
like, I don't need removal.
I don't need my
I don't need my cards.
War Axe anymore. I got Golden Monkey, set up as the 6/6. He's definitely considering it. I think this is what's going on right now. Usually a lot of warrior players will wait to use monkey at the very end of the game when they've gotten, they've used all their removal super efficiently.
Yes.
And then they have just a few cards left and
I
they can
think
Golden
playing
Monkey then.
early is one of the biggest traps of monkey. I've always said, if full decks of legendaries actually won, people would run full decks of legendaries.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
They don't do very well, do they?
Just all legendary decks. I mean, I don't know. Crypt must have run it once or twice and gotten something good off of it.
Alright, well this is going to force Reno Jackson right here. It's going to have to come out, or you're going to have to do something with the board. You can play Doom, but it doesn't necessarily seem like it's the best place to play it just now. It could just be a Reno, but at the same time, look at this. Grom just going to be left on the board, right? What are you going to do about that?
Right. I mean, if you Doom, you draw cards, and you don't necessarily want to draw out too many.
Well, how do you feel about Faceless? Now that Grom is
Faceless
in Rage,
Grom?
you could Faceless the Grom and then actually run it
Faceless
into...
Reno?
Yeah, you could do something like that.
I think he's thinking about Doom. I don't know if that's the right play. I think if you Faceless Reno, Faceless the Grom, play Reno.
Many possibilities.
I think, yeah, Faceless enter Reno would be able to deal with it. You go back up to 30 and be able to just take out the Grom right here.
Thinking about it. He is playing Reno. Does he see the Faceless play? Is he so fixated on like the Faceless combo?
Alright, so he's going to go Doom. So he's going to take out all these minions. He's going to draw some more cards. So next turn he will take some damage. But right here, look, Zero doesn't actually have a way to put more damage onto the face right here.
I mean, I guess he plays Sylvanas for just a 5/5. Doesn't necessarily need to. Has all these cards in hand.
Alright,
Plays the
here he
monkey,
goes. He's going to
goes
play
for
the
it.
monkey though. So it's time to get a little crazy.
Hard.
Golden Monkey's gonna replace his whole deck and hand with legendary minions, and oh, okay, so he's gonna get more Jiraxis off of that as well. That could come into play. Got a Princess Huron. You can copy that actually on the Sylvanas. So, oh, but Sylvanas might not live for too long, but that'd be pretty cool. Antonidas not gonna get many spells, but
No.
yeah.
I mean, Mukla is actually going to give you spells.
Oh, that's that. Great point right there. Yeah, so Mukla King the Veil will actually give you some spells that you can then use with Antonidas later on.
Alright, now finally emptying his hand, deciding that this is the time to play. I mean,
Double or Jiraxis.
Mukla Titan of the Veil
And that one's
might
a
be
golden
good.
one too. So yeah, I
Beautiful.
really like Mukla here. But you know, it might just be time. Just all right, go ahead. You can play Jiraxis. You're not gonna be using your hero power too much going forward because you don't have all the things you really need for it. You're just gonna play Jiraxis. You're gonna go to 15 though.
Yeah, it removes the armor.
Yeah, it takes out all of your armor, but you know you're gonna be making a lot of 6/6s. So there's kind of a big decision right there, actually, from Zero.
So Twisting Nether is actually huge.
Uh,
Because that sets up the combo.
Twisty Netter is. It's gotta be. Could be the play.
Maybe
Going a
he
little bit
waits
forward.
his turn, waits until he plays all his legendaries out, thinks about it.
All right, so he's just gonna Reno Jackson. Maybe a little scared of what could come out going forward here.
Concept, trade.
And gonna be able to buff both of those up, take out the monkey, and this actually, oh,
Wow.
Ice Howl. So he's gonna be able to get Ice Howl off the top. He can actually charge right into Reno, be able to use the weapon onto the 2/3, but it looks like,
That's actually
yeah,
game.
Jeniel's gonna have enough damage here if he sees it with this Reno play right
Has
here.
to.
I mean, with the Leroy Jenkins and the PO with the Faceless Manipulator.
That was it, he was holding that
So
face
that
for the combo.
play by Zero, choosing to go with Jiraxis right there, might have cost him the match.
I think it did. I think that armor was huge. I don't know if he actually expected that. I didn't know if you realized that replacing your hero removes the armor.
Yeah. So if it had retained the armor, then would have been just fine. But it takes it all the way back to 15. Ragnaros, does the same thing. So that actually did not work out for him in the end. Had a couple. I think he could have gone with Tyrant the Veil, something like that,
Yeah,
and
that
just
play
build
with
up
the
some more beefy
Antonidas,
minions.
getting the spells.
He's still going to be, though, on this warrior. It's going to line up against this shaman. And we've seen Sarah do very well with this warrior against the more aggressive decks today. What do
He's
you think?
already won it once. He can win it again.
Yeah, what do you think Jeniel's looking for, though? We've seen this deck. It's a little bit different. Runs Hex, runs the Lightning Storms. Still has the aggression, though, too.
I think Jeniel's going to try to put on as aggressive a board and just hopes that his opponent does not have the removal in hand. That's the only way that Shaman can really sort of get at this control warrior. But based on this hand, I think Sarah's going to be able to establish control once again. Got Slam, got Bash, got Shield Slam,
Yeah,
Ravaging Ghoul.
You got a lot you can do early, has a lot of good removal. Jeniel, though, does pick up the Argent Squire. You're going to have like something like Totem Golem on turn 2, can start toteming up. And Baron Geddon could be a big card later on.
I think Zero.
Jeniel has a great start, actually. Look at this. I mean, just able to just get the Argent Squire in, then Totem Golem, and then has like an Argent Horse Rider on, not the next turn, but the turn after that. So
Yeah, that was a really quick pass by Sarah. I almost didn't see it. I thought he was going to coin Slam. But instead he just slams on this turn and lets a little bit more damage go in.
yeah, this is going to be a really good start actually for Jeniel, but this Ravaging Ghoul here is going to be able to clean up 2 of the 1/1s, actually bring the Totem Golem back down too. So now the Warrior's starting to get some of this board presence, right? And if you are Jeniel, how do you best deal with this? You could use your own Rock Biter next turn. You could, and then run an Argent Horse Rider to face. So you have a lot of options though.
Yeah, I think so. He's got full mana. I think you play the 2/3s.
Yeah, you can also play the 2/3s. You'd be able to then again play the Horse Rider with whip on 3 mana next turn. Does use the Rock Biter to take out the Ravaging Ghoul. I like that a lot. You're establishing board. This is what Shaman wants to do. Yes, it's an aggressive deck, but it's an aggressive deck that fights for board first.
Yeah, and I think Jeniel, this is the best sort of setup Jeniel has had against this warrior today at all. Having at least some sort of board. Not having the fiery war axe in hand makes this a little bit tougher for Zero.
Well, you could do things here like you could bash and just go ahead and use Shield Slam now.
Bash Shield Slam.
Yeah, that does seem like you might be able to get rid of some of the pressure that's here right now.
Bloodhoof if you really wanted to.
Yeah, I think with Bloodhoof, I mean, yes, it gets on the board, but wouldn't necessarily be able to do much on
Yeah,
the board, right?
I agree. I think
Yeah.
Bash is the way to go. Gain some armor.
Yeah, so Zero gonna go ahead and do that bash and then shield slam down. The 2-3 does unlock, you know, here we go, Danielle. This is the point where more pressure, just more pressure. He needs to put pressure on here. We've seen this Shaman deck sort of run out of gas a lot of times. This is the opportunity though where he is starting to put on a certain amount of pressure.
Yeah. I think it's Zero. You have two plays. You have Elise or you have Bloodhoof, basically. And Bloodhoof doesn't necessarily do anything, but it does prevent a little bit more damage from leaking through.
I think it might be time. Yeah, this might just be a Hex, right? Yeah, this is going to be a Hex coming down here. I think this is a great play because you get through the taunt. You also allow yourself to continue to push more damage to the face. You didn't necessarily have a great way to deal with it. You know, you would have had you could have used the Rock Biter and the shield if you wanted. So maybe you could have done that. But here he just wants to pile on more damage.
Alright. And without a brawl, this might be looking much better for Danielle than previous games have been with the Shaman against Warrior. Finally gets the Fiery War Axe. Definitely helps.
Yeah, it definitely helps. Even here though, you think, you know, Barrigan could coin that, but it's not very good against this board. The War Axe with Elise is gonna put something on the board. Actually gonna have to take out the Barrel Spirit as well. So here we go. I think these next few turns, can Danielle put on enough pressure? And this is a lot of pressure right here. You can play this Feral Spirit. You can go Horse Rider, just start inflating everything at the face.
Just go face, man. Hasn't got Justicar. Barrigan doesn't save him.
It's gonna be up to Brawl, really. I think that's the thing that Sarah's definitely looking forward in this position.
Ravaging Ghoul's okay, but not perfect.
Ravaging Ghoul is gonna
Do you
need
shield block and hope to coin into Brawl?
Ravaging Ghoul is gonna need some help, right? You could bash something down too. You might have to coin out as well.
Bash the 3-2.
Yeah, you bash that. You could even coin out for additional armor if you want as well.
Yeah, coining out the armor.
Yeah, so really just wants to get every ounce of armor that he can. Zero. Alright. Now,
Doomhammer.
yeah,
Doomhammer or bust.
Doomhammer would be lethal. It's going to be Tuskar off the top, so could help here. We'll see what it spawns out. He's been getting a lot of Totem Golems, and he's going to continue. Just going to be a 1-1.
Yeah, not as lucky as last time. Takes the trade. Uses it to go face.
Do you? Yeah, you might want to hang on to that Rock Biter. But it looks like Danielle cannot decide. He's like, alright, do I use it? Do I not? Sarah definitely knows what it is now. Every time you point it at your face.
It's just like, what card could this be?
I know what that is. And it looks like here, okay, Baron Geddon now finally going to get a ton of damage in here. Can clear out this entire board. At the same time, going to take yourself down to 9 health.
Yeah, that's really scary. I mean, Rock Biter again. Doomhammer or bust. Gets a thing from below.
You might not necessarily want to play the thing from below. So the reasoning there is you might want your opponent to be forced to take more damage from the Baron Geddon. And right here, that's what happens. But Shield Block is actually going to be able to...
Justicar.
And then Justicar is coming up. So even with the Baron Geddon damage dealing 2 more to his own face, Zero is going to go up to 14. And now he is in quite the position.
Yeah, he has... There was one out for him that turn. And I think once you get that Justicar out, it's going to be really hard to come back.
Yeah, and now Zero kind of realizes he has to put down this thing from below if he wants to, you know, play something like Tuskar. And this is the turn where Zero is going to be gaining more armor, play the Justicar, going to be able to armor up again. And from here, where does Danielle come back from this?
I think that well played is a well played because I don't have the answer.
They're both shaking their heads. One person's shaking their head because he thinks he's gonna win this one. The other one's shaking their head in disbelief a little bit. That, oh man, alright. How do I win this one?
I mean, he does have that Bloodlust, right?
Yeah, has a Bloodlust, and getting the Mana Tide Totem out there, gonna be able to let him dig through the deck even more. So, we're just a few draws away, but there's a Brawl off the top. And you might just have to Brawl here just to deal with everything that's on this board.
I think he plays this Sylvanas first for
no
the
time for games.
value roll.
It's a little greedy, but at the same time,
All
I don't
right.
think Bloodlust would even necessarily kill him now. He's at 24.
No, yeah, he's a little too far for the Bloodlust to kill him, but okay. So if you're Jeniel, you can't really not deal with the Savants. You need something like a taunt, right? You're gonna need that taunt totem. Doesn't get the taunt totem. So how do you best deal with this?
Do you trade? I think if you trade, you lose, right? You just, like, this is all you have left. This is your last stand. There's all these minions. Even though Sylvanas Brawl, we know it's coming up, I feel like you have to push it all to face.
He's sort of going through the plays in his head. What's the best way for me to deal with this board right now? And it looks like he's. I mean, you can trade into the Justicar pretty easily, right? But your Mana Tide Totem is probably the card you really want to keep alive here and deal a lot of damage. So I don't know. It's a very tough position right here for Jeniel.
Thinking about how is he gonna win?
Always little time.
Well, you can't play the Flame Reef until Sylvanas is, dealt with, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Goes face. I don't know if that's wrong from his perspective. Plays it anyways. Just
Go ahead, plays the Flame Reef, probably gonna be able to take out the Justicar too.
all
And
in.
this brawl, Cero's gonna be licking his lips right here. Knows that this brawl is absolutely game winning. I don't think there's gonna be. Yeah, he's gonna think about it for a second. Think about how he wants. Sylvanas goes face first, and there comes the brawl. Jeniel can't like this. This is a huge, huge brawl right here, and it's got to be it. Okay.
Never ignore this Sylvanas. Takes the little tiny totem.
And he even has a shield block at the end to gain even more armor and armor up again.
Job's done.
I don't really see a way out of
I
this
don't
one.
see it either. Especially because this deck has been running lightning storms. That's
Oh,
Bloodlust
there's the
one turn
bloodlust.
too,
So that's what
like,
he was really looking for. But that brawl just.
Bloodlust for free. Just let him know that
I
that was
think
the
he kind
play.
of knows that this might be the end right here. Gonna be at least another turn or two before we do see the finish.
Golden Monkey.
Yeah, you can just play map right here. You can play Karen, even armor up if he wants to. But we talked about it so much that this control warrior came to play today. It did very well throughout the entire tournament. And next turn we're gonna have that Gorehouse relief if we want it.
Yep. I think it's.
All right,
I
well
think
he's
this is
gonna
it. I think
take
we're
his
seeing the
time. He's got
future.
a
Look,
smile.
staring
He's
into the
shaking his
abyss.
head. He knows that he's gonna be New York's Tavern Hero, winning it here at Evo Gaming today. Cero, getting hype, playing the Gorehouse, gonna send it face with the Karen, with the fist bump. There we go. He's gonna take it. Hey, congrats to both of the finalists, but
It's been a
especially congrats to
long
Cero
day.
for taking this Tavern Hero here at Evo Gaming in Queens, New York today.
Yeah, it's been a long day. We've seen a lot of great players, some great plays, crazy decks. And I'm just really excited.
Yeah, and we saw it. We kind of talked about that Control Warrior performing well against Shaman all day. He revived it back just for that reason to get the win there at the end.
Yeah, it's really hard. I didn't. You just basically, as Shaman, if he had gotten Bloodlust a turn or two beforehand, or even when the controller didn't have any armor, that might have sealed the deal. But once that Justicar went down, it was pretty much over.
Yeah, I mean, once we got out of that range right there, we saw what Jeniel was able to do early on and get some pressure on. Just looking at the match overall, though, getting out to that early start, it really allows you to just really evaluate, okay, which deck do I need to revive? What do I need to take care of?
Really impressed also with Jeniel's Reno lock.
Yeah, definitely. To play that match out completely the way he needed to, was able to combo at the end. But hey, we have a Tavern Hero champion. It's going to be Cero today.
So Sarah's basically going to be representing Evo Gaming at this. It's going to be the Summer Tavern Hero around New York City, or hopefully around the
The
East
Tavern
Coast.
Hero, yeah, the Tavern Hero tournament, which is all the Tavern Heroes are then going to be able to play in their own tournament, and one of those people is going to go on to qualify for the Summer Prelims, which then go into the Summer Championship.
Such a grind. Such a
So yeah,
grind.
he's got a few to go right here. But guys, thanks so much for being with us tonight, and thanks so much for tuning into the stream. We have been live from Evo Gaming in Queens all day. It's been just a great time.
It's been a really great time. My name is Vex. This is Alec.
And we'll see you guys next time for more Hearthstone from Evo Gaming.